Chapter 1 Rebirth in 1982. Li Mu sat slumped, staring blankly at the stove pit in front of him. He poked at it with the fire poker and couldn't help adding a few more fresh logs to heat the Kong bed better, but thick clouds of black smoke billowed out, nearly knocking him over. There was no helping it. The northeast got cold early. Just 2 days ago, the sun had shone brightly across 3,000 li, but in the blink of an eye, the first snowfall of winter had blanketed the entire bivouac. The pile of firewood stacked against the wall had soaked up plenty of dampness from the air. An experienced farmer used to starting fires wouldn't have much trouble, but Li Mu hadn't personally handled one in 45 years since moving into the city. Naturally, he was all thumbs. Turning his head, Li Mu exhaled heavily, his breath meeting the thick layer of frost flowers on the window pane. This year's winter snow had come especially heavy. Even in Li Mu's memory, such an all-encompassing blizzard was rare. Snow piled over half a meter deep, nearly level with the windowsills. As far as the eye could see, it was a blinding white expanse, so bright even at night that the darkness shimmered with pale light. Li Mu had no choice but to tighten his cotton-padded jacket and tug it lower. The second-hand coat he'd just gotten from his eldest brother last year clearly couldn't keep up with the rapid growth spurt of a teenage boy. It was noticeably short, barely covering his wrists. No sooner had he stepped outside than the bone-chilling wind snaked through the gaps, making him shiver uncontrollably. Stamping his feet, Li Mu hurriedly rummaged through the snow-covered haystack, managing to pull out a couple of dry sticks before rushing back indoors. On his way in, he reached up and knocked down the icicle hanging from the eaves. It was over half a meter long. One wrong move, and it could seriously hurt someone. Li Mu remembered all too well how often he'd been injured by these as a kid. Better to eliminate the hazard early. No sooner had he rubbed his hands together and stepped inside than crack, his arm was slapped. A middle-aged woman, who had been squatting halfway on the edge of the calm, put down her half-knitted yarn ball and strode over to smack him. Are we even going to make it through winter? Can't even start a fire properly. We don't have unlimited dry wood. The Kong is warm enough. Why are you being so wasteful? You kids never think. Life has to be lived frugally, bit by bit. That's how you survive. You're 17 or 18 already. You should know better. Don't turn out like your dad, spending money recklessly, living hand to mouth every day. Tomorrow you're going straight to the production team for work. What kind of grown man still expects his mother to feed him? One more laborer in the family means our life gets a little easier. With endless scolding in her eyes, she snatched the fire poker from Li Mu's hand, gave the stove pit a few quick sweeps, then shot a sharp glare through the glass pane of the stove at the old man sitting on the Kong, puffing steadily on his tobacco pipe. Why pick on the kid? Hearing this, the old man took another slow puff without looking up, muttering under his breath. What now? I can't even talk to my own son. The woman immediately flared up. She slammed the poker down against the stove with a clang and stood up straight, hands on hips, eyes blazing. Li Lao-san, don't act all calm now. I haven't even started on you yet. If it weren't for me holding this household together, we'd have fallen apart long ago. Do you really want Ertzi turning out just like you, spending every coin the moment it comes in? And what about disease marriage? That matter isn't settled yet. Miss this chance. And do you plan to let your eldest son stay a bachelor his whole life? You opened your mouth and promised 3 revolutions and 1 sound set up with nothing but empty words and your rear sticking up in the air. Sure, you made the promise easily enough, but do you not understand our situation? We'll be humiliated in the end. Our eldest boy, that's who. Throughout history, people's perception of northeastern mothers has always leaned toward the image of fierce northeastern tigresses. Before the old man on the Kong even finished muttering, the middle-aged woman wiped her hands, planted her feet wide, and unleashed her full roar of a lioness from the east bank. Knowing he was in the wrong, the old man shrank his neck and didn't dare say another word. Li Mu, standing nearby, couldn't help but grin crookedly, thinking to himself, Mom's just as fierce as I remember, tough as ever, with a dash of petty bourgeois shrewdness mixed in. Then again, he couldn't blame her. Back then, coal was terribly expensive. 1 shovelful cost 80 fun, exactly equal to 1 work point from the production brigade. If Li Mu remembered correctly, those work points wouldn't rise to 13 fun until 1985, and even then, his mom still wouldn't splurge on extra coal during winter. But Li Mu wisely kept quiet. The middle-aged woman was Liang Meifan. The old man puffing on the tobacco pipe on the Kong was Li Guozhang. They were Li Mu's father and mother. From childhood, Li Mu had always known his parents' home as a place filled with their constant quarrels. That upbringing had shaped a somewhat rebellious streak in young Li Mu. No wonder people often said that a person's original family had a deep impact on their character. It wasn't baseless gossip after all. But now, having lived once and been given a second chance, Li Mu began to see things differently. Yes, poverty brings sorrow to every aspect of a marriage. No need to dwell on that. The real truth was, every family has its own unspeakable hardships. Old man Li Guozhang wasn't much of a capable fellow, just an ordinary laborer. The elderly couple could barely make ends meet working in the production team. Yet the old man had no filter on his tongue at all. If it weren't for Liang Meifan, that fierce lioness of the East Bank, keeping him in check, he'd probably be climbing onto the roof within 3 days, tearing off tiles, and causing all sorts of trouble. One thing counteracts another, that's how it goes. Li Mu snickered and shrank back slightly toward the wall. Honestly, even Li Mu himself couldn't figure out how he'd dozed off for just a moment only to wake up back in miserable 1982. But having lived half a lifetime already, he was well seasoned now. Aside from feeling a bit awkward, there wasn't much else. It wasn't regrettable at all being able to see his parents, long buried in his previous life, alive and energetic once more. Where are you going? Seeing his father and mother arguing more fiercely by the second, Li Mu ducked his head and started edging toward the door. But unexpectedly, his sharp-eyed mother Liang Meifan saw everything. Before Li Mu's foot even crossed the threshold, she grabbed him by the ear. "Mom, I'm just going out to take a piss." Li Mu quickly flashed a sycophantic smile. At this moment, he absolutely didn't dare talk back. After being mother and son for decades, he knew full well about getting caught in the crossfire. Hearing him, Liang Meifan waved her hand impatiently. Go, 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 get going. Like a lazy donkey stalling at the mill, always needing to pee. Why did I end up with such an ungrateful bunch? The old one is reckless, and the young ones just add to the chaos. How am I supposed to live like this? Li Mu didn't dare respond. He hurried out the door as fast as he could. He knew exactly why his mother was angry. He understood it clearly, and he knew precisely where the root of the problem lay. The Li family had 2 sons. Besides Li Mu, the younger one, there was the eldest brother Li Qianjin, 2 years older, who was now at the age for courtship and marriage. Just 2 months ago, Li Qianjin had arranged a match with a girl from the neighboring village. That should have been good news for the Li household. But who could have imagined that after a heavy drinking session just days earlier, the deal would go sour? After a few cups of cheap liquor, old man Li Guozhang lost all sense of direction and began boasting loudly. In front of nearly everyone in the village, he promised something big for Li Qianjin. A grand dowry, nothing less than the top tier 3 revolutions and 1 sound. Back then, 3 revolutions referred to a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a wristwatch, while 1 sound meant a radio. In later years, people might not care, but in hardship-stricken 1982, these were genuine high-end luxuries. Liang Meifan was frugal by nature. The Li family had 4 mouths to feed, with 3 of them earning work points in the production brigade, but supporting 2 growing boys wasn't easy. What was that old saying? Teenage boys eat their fathers into poverty. Both Li Mu and his brother were in their prime eating and drinking years. It wouldn't matter if 3 family members earned work points. The income still wouldn't suffice even if doubled. How much was a work point worth anyway? Li Mu remembered clearly. In 1982, 1 day's work was worth 8 cents. It wouldn't rise to 13 cents until 3 years later. Their entire family's monthly income amounted to barely over 20 yuan. True, Liang Meifan was thrifty, but even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Together, the 3 revolutions and 1 sound cost several hundred yuan, not to mention you needed special coupons for bicycles and sewing machines. It was easy enough for Li Guozhang to blurt out empty promises, but actual cash? That would hit the Li family hard. Countless villagers were already waiting to see them fail. If he recalled correctly, the whole affair ended in a bitter mess. In the end, the Lius failed to deliver the 3 revolutions and 1 sound, having made big promises in front of the whole village but unable to fulfill them. For years afterward, they couldn't hold their heads up, and Li Qianjin's engagement fell apart. He nearly became a lifelong bachelor. Living again, I can't let that tragedy happen again. Li Mu pondered. It wasn't really about saving face for his parents. His main concern was his elder brother Li Qianjin. Truthfully, Li Qianjin had always treated him very well. Though only 2 years apart, during busy times in the production team, it was always Li Qianjin, the older brother, who raised Li Mu like a little shadow trailing behind. Because of that, Li Qianjin's failed engagement delayed his marriage until his 40s, when he finally married a widow. While Li Mu harbored no resentment toward his later, somewhat mercenary sister-in-law. But if he did nothing now, stood idly by, and watched his big brother become a bachelor, wouldn't that make his rebirth completely pointless? I've got to do something. Chapter 2 Ice Fishing. Li Mu pondered, though deep down he had no idea what to do. Sure, Li Mu would later rise to fame as a millionaire household by running a pig farm, bringing great honor to the Lao Li family, but that was still 5 or 6 years away. The reality now was that the country hadn't yet opened its economy, let alone encouraged private business. One might easily be labeled a digging at socialism's foundation criminal, paraded in public with big character posters pinned to their chest. As for raising pigs, the venture that eventually made him wealthy, that was even less feasible now. The timing was simply wrong. At present, the production team widely implemented the household contract responsibility system. That meant each household had fixed output quotas. Whatever exceeded the quota could be kept for personal gain. But personally contracting to raise pigs? Not realistic at all. Still, Li Mu wasn't worried. He figured a living person wouldn't die from lack of ideas. Pulling on his worn-out padded jacket, he stepped out of the house. The icy air slapped against his face, making him instinctively hunch his shoulders. The cold breeze jolted his mind awake, clearing his thoughts a little. No way around it. Laoli village was near Mo. Though it wasn't even close to the coldest season yet, temperatures here had already plunged below minus 30 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, you'd freeze solid just standing outside for a moment. He unfastened his belt and relieved himself with satisfying thoroughness. Only after a thick layer of snow bore the mark of an unmistakable SM did Li Mu shiver contentedly and start walking away. An 80s-era mountain village nestled at the foot of the hills. Winter brought the usual endless blizzards, blanketing the tranquil countryside in a silvery white cloak. Snow piled half a meter thick on rooftops. Add a few bright red lanterns, and it would look exactly like a charming snowy wonderland. Li Mu strolled along, gazing idly at the snowy scenery. Truth be told, these wintry sights, once so familiar and long taken for granted during childhood, now stirred a bittersweet feeling within him. Things were never quite the same as they had been in youth. Lost in thought, Li Mu wandered aimlessly, when suddenly a voice called out, stopping him. Turning back, he immediately grinned. Two snowmen seemed to be waving at him, one tall, one short. The taller wore a lei foam cap, eyes bright and alert beneath it. The shorter one looked sturdier, head wrapped tightly in cotton cloth. Brother Mu, where are you headed? The shorter young man hurried over to greet him. Li Mu paused, then recognized the youth, Tian Xiaohu. The village was called Lejiakan, but the Tian family was actually large here, no real blood relation to the Lis. Just walking around. What about you guys? Li Mu greeted Tian Xiaohu cheerfully. Facing someone he hadn't seen since childhood brought mixed feelings. They'd once been good friends, but Xiaohu had always been simple-minded, not very sharp. And Li Mu, ever rebellious from a young age, had gradually drifted apart from him as they grew older. Later, when Li Mu started his pig farm, he did ask Tian Xiaohu to help out. By then though, Li Mu was full of pride and ambition, and found Xiaohu's naivety even harder to tolerate. That period coincided with China's economic liberalization. Most village youths rushed to cities for work, yet Xiaohu chose to stay rooted in this small mountain village. Afterward, when Li Mu settled in the city, every time he returned to Qinjiakan, Xiaohu would come visiting with bulging packages, sometimes carrying bunches of green onions, sometimes half a pork leg. Back then, Li Mu had felt slightly disdainful, maybe even passed those gifts off to others without a second thought. But looking back now, he realized, he really owed this childhood friend more than he'd ever given. Ow. Me and Zhao Jianjun just came back from sliding on ice skates. Brother Mu, wanna come to my place for a bit? Ma baked corn today, Tian Xiaohu stuttered, clearly surprised and flustered that Li Mu was smiling and talking to him so warmly. Hearing this, Li Mu glanced at the lanky figure beside him and finally placed the name. Zhao Jianjun, a slick character from the village, later known locally as a notorious ne'er-do-well. As for ice skates, that was just slang for sledding through snow. Homemade sleds made from wooden planks, propelled forward by jabbing iron spikes into the ground. Well, what can you expect? Entertainment in the 1980s was plain and simple, and Li Mu suspected that most of the pushing behind their sledding adventures was probably done by hardworking Tian Xiaohu. Not today. I'm heading over to the Little River Bend. I'll come see your mom another time. Li Mu, what are you going to the Little River Bend for? It's freezing. You're not thinking of catching fish, are ya? Zhao Jianjun walked up, suddenly blurting out. Why not? Might be worth a try. Li Mu smiled faintly. Though he couldn't stand Zhao Jianjun, he was in a good mood, so he gave a casual reply. Then, waving briefly, he turned and strode toward the river bend. Seeing Li Mu leave so abruptly, Tian Xiaohu didn't react much, but Zhao Jianjun's face instantly darkened. What's there to be so proud of? You'll freeze to death trying to catch fish in this weather. He spat the curse bitterly, then turned and saw Tian Xiaohu standing there hesitantly. That just made him even angrier. He muttered, Tiger, what are you doing? We promised we'd go to your place for a drink. Don't tell me you're thinking about tagging along with Li Mu to Little River Bend? Believe him if you want. He catches any fish, dogs won't even shit anymore. By this time, Little River Bend had long been frozen solid. If you wanted to catch fish, you'd have to go ice fishing, but while it sounded simple, it was extremely difficult in practice. Back when every household suffered from meat shortages, plenty of people had eyed the fat fish in Little River Bend. But in such freezing cold, never mind actually catching anything, you'd risk serious frostbite just showing up. Next time. Jianjun, I'm gonna help Brother Mu out. We'll hang out later. With that, Tian Xiaohu hastily waved goodbye to Zhao Jianjun and rushed off. What a joke. Can't even tell if someone gives a damn about you. Still scrambling to suck up. Zhao Jianjun grumbled resentfully. So when Tian Xiaohu arrived panting in front of Li Mu, dragging a pickaxe behind him, Li Mu was genuinely surprised. He had only said it casually earlier, never expecting Tian Xiaohu to take it seriously, let alone haul over a heavy cross-bladed pickaxe for breaking ice. But seeing that determination, Li Mu suddenly felt a stir of excitement deep inside. In his past life, Li Mu had always been the restless type, fishing, crabbing, never still. During those lean years when meat was scarce, he'd spent no small amount of time devising ways to snatch food from rivers, lakes, and even the skies. All right then, let's give it a shot. If we do catch something, I'll make sure you get your share. Li Mu said with a cheerful grin. He. At those words, Tian Xiaohu broke into a wide, toothy smile. It wasn't really about the fish Li Mu promised, he didn't care much for that. Over the years at Little River Bend, plenty caught fish in summer. But in winter, hardly anyone ever managed to pull one from beneath the ice. What thrilled him was that Li Mu was treating him like a real friend today. Otherwise, there was no way he'd invite him along for something like this. The river bend was fully frozen over. Li Mu stomped hard on the ice a few times, judging the thickness, probably more than half a meter by now. Fortunately, Tian Xiaohu had brought the pickaxe. Ice fishing wasn't something you could just wing. It required skill, especially if you were fishing at night. Doing it haphazardly would get you nowhere. Brother, what should we do? Chapter 3, Catching Fish. Hearing the sound, Li Mu chuckled and stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the area carefully. Others might think it was enough to just find a spot on the ice, smash a hole, and call it good. But in fact, there were many tricks to this craft, location being one of the most important. The first place to freeze shouldn't have the thickest ice, and it should be where sunlight concentrates the most during the day. Only under such conditions would the water beneath the ice stay relatively warm and attract fish more easily. Fortunately, Li Mu was experienced. He picked a spot and swung the pickaxe handle down onto the ice. He'd expected a solid crack, maybe even a decent-sized opening. Instead, only a tiny splinter chipped off. Let me do it, Brother Mu. You can't just use brute force for breaking ice holes. Tian Xiaohu quickly took the pickaxe. Li Mu merely shook his head with a smile, not bothering to argue. He knew expertise mattered. When it came to manual labor, he really wasn't cut out for the job. Seeing Xiaohu working up a sweat, Li Mu didn't intervene. Within moments, a basin-sized hole had been dug. Without saying much, Li Mu simply tossed out a, "You keep digging," before turning back toward the village. When he returned, he was carrying a bundle of pig offal. "Why'd you buy that, Brother Mo?" Xiaohu panted, still catching his breath from digging. He turned and saw what Li Mu held in his hand. His eyes widened instantly, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Li Mu didn't answer. He bent an iron wire he'd picked up in the village into a hook, then cut the pig offal into fingernail-sized pieces and hung them on the hook. Xiaohu froze, flinching inwardly at the sight. That whole bundle of pig innards cost quite a bit. Was Brother Mu really going to use it as bait? That seemed like sheer waste. One glance at Xiaohu's expression told Li Mu exactly what he was thinking. But Li Mu didn't explain. Most people here used nets when ice fishing, but Li Mu hadn't gone that route, mainly because he didn't have a proper net. Around these parts of Beidawang's black soil region, few families relied on large-scale fishing. Geography made it impractical. Li Mu once heard how, back in southern Shanxi, some folks wouldn't even glance at fish leaping right beside their feet, simply because they didn't know how to cook them. It was the same logic here. So naturally, drag nets were practically non-existent in the village. Even the fishing line he used was some forgotten relic from years ago, one Li Mu had managed to acquire. The reason Li Mu chose pig offal was simple. Its strong, pungent odor was far more attractive to fish than old standbys like grasshoppers or earthworms. It was all based on experience. But seeing Xiaohu drool slightly, Li Mu grinned and asked, "Craving meat?" Xiaohu's face flushed red, and he scratched his head awkwardly. "You didn't raise pigs this year?" Li Mu asked, taken aback. He knew the Tian family situation well. Old man Tian had lost a leg years ago, and Mrs. Tian was always ill. Half the farm work fell on young Tiger's shoulders. Still, the old couple couldn't stay idle, so they'd taken up the village collective's pig-raising duty. Sure, everyone lived hard lives these days, but still, Xiaohu shouldn't have gone without meat. Got infected? Xiaohu mumbled quietly. Now Li Mu understood. It wasn't superstition per se. Infected pig was local slang meaning the animal had parasites, making the meat inedible. And since the production team assigned household quotas, the Tians might even lose work points over it. Li Mu didn't press further, didn't want to rub salt in the wound, and instead said casually, "Well then, if we catch any fish later, I'll give you extra." "That'd be great." Xiaohu beamed, yet his eyes kept drifting toward the pig offal, still reluctant. But in the next moment, reluctance turned to sheer delight. As Li Mu spoke, he suddenly leaned back. The fishing line tied to his wrist went taut. Water splashed from the ice hole, and a large fish burst out of the surface. Fish. A big one. It's a sandowlin. Xiaohu cried out in excitement, lunging forward to grab the fish and clasp it tight. The fish thrashed wildly, tail slapping Xiaohu across the mouth, but he just grinned wider, teeth bared and gums showing. Li Mu felt a rush too. Sandowlin, scientifically known as mirror carp, was basically a large carp. Its large, shiny scales looked like 3 distinct rows, hence the name. The flesh was tender, with few bones, and tasted especially delicious when cooked with garlic cloves. This one weighed about 3 or 4 jin. Such a catch on the very first cast filled Li Mu with joy. Now Xiaohu didn't care about the pig offal anymore. He stared eagerly as Li Mu rebaited the hook and lowered it back into the ice hole. Truth be told, the stream was teeming with fish. Li Mu sensed they were in for a good haul. Still, catching 6 or 7 fish within an hour surprised even him. This was way too easy. Then again, it made sense. Wild fishing usually yielded bites. Unlike those later commercial ponds where the farmed fish were smarter than monkeys. Muji, Sandao Lin, Dabanji, and Wu Daohei. Are these fish really this easy to catch? Tian Xiaohu grinned from ear to ear, clutching the fish tightly, without letting go. Most of these fish weighed 2 or 3 jin, and the last Wu Daohei he pulled up was at least 4 jin heavy. Alright, that's enough for today. Let's head back home. Li Mu strung the fish together with iron wire, taking one end himself and handing the other to Tian Xiaohu. He figured it was time to pack up and go. An hour and a bit didn't sound long, but given the freezing temperature, he was already chilled to the bone. Already going back? Muji, can't we catch just 2 more? Tian Xiaohu was reluctant to leave. The fishing was going so well, he truly hated to stop now. Li Mu chuckled and shot him a sideways glance, smirking. Enough is enough. How much do you want? If we keep this up, we'll both catch a cold for sure. Hurry up. If you want to fish, we'll come again tomorrow. What? Are you afraid this little river's gonna run away? Hearing that, Tian Xiaohu gave a simple, bashful laugh and scratched the back of his head. Muji's teasing me. It's just that I've never seen fish bite like this before. So, we're really going back now. As he spoke, Tian Xiaohu took Li Mu's end of the string too, looped it over his shoulder, and carried the whole load on his back. The two trudged through the snow toward the village. While they were fishing, they'd been busy and warm, hardly noticing the cold. But by the time they reached the village, they were nearly frozen into ice statues. Li Mu's house stood at the edge of the village, while Tian Xiaohu lived at the far end. Li Mu grabbed Xiaohu's arm, urging him inside. Nah, don't bother, Xiaohu declined. My ma saved some corn porridge for me. I shouldn't go trouble your mom. Li Mu thought about it, and didn't press. Instead, he stretched out his hands to take the fish, then unhooked half the catch and handed it over. Hey, Muji, Why are you giving me so much? Xiaohu jumped in surprise. He knew Li Mu would share, of course, but splitting it 50-50? That hadn't even crossed his mind. He figured he'd get maybe 1 or 2 at most, and even that would have been plenty. And honestly, he would have been satisfied with just that. After all, the fishing wire and the pig offal had been Li Mu's own finds. The idea had been Li Mu's too. All Xiaohu had done was put in a bit of muscle. How could he possibly deserve half? Besides, every single fish here weighed at least 2 or 3 gene. Even 2 would have made him happy. Just take it. We agreed to split it, so it's half each. You've earned it. No need to be shy. If you feel bad, just work harder tomorrow. Actually, come early. We'll catch even more, and then we'll take it all to the county town. Tian Xiaohu hesitated, but seeing how firm Li Mu was, he finally accepted the fish. Still, when he heard county town, his eyes widened. Mu Ji, what are we going to the county town for? To sell them, of course. Li Mu added matter-of-factly. Today we only fished for an hour and caught this much. If we start early tomorrow, we might catch even more. How much can we eat ourselves? We can't just freeze everything and live off frozen fish later. If we bring all this to the county town and sell it, turn it into cash, that'll help out a bit, won't it? Fish can actually be sold for money? Chapter 4, The Rabbit Trap. Hearing this, Tian Xiaohu was even more stunned. Upon hearing the words, Li Mu instantly became speechless, though he could somewhat understand Xiaohu's way of thinking. Put nicely, the kid was simple and pure-hearted. Put bluntly, he was just a bit too naive. You don't worry about it, just come along tomorrow. Li Mu didn't intend to explain further to Tian Xiaohu. He wouldn't understand anyway. Not long after, the Lunar New Year arrived. In those days, city dwellers weren't short of pork. Sure, meat still required ration tickets to purchase, but most urban workers had steady jobs and no shortage of meat during festivals. However, in northeast China, fish was rarely sold, especially fresh fish. Li Mu remembered clearly that later on, some migrant families from the West had actually made fortunes doing exactly this. After all, every family's New Year's Eve dinner absolutely needed a fish as the centerpiece dish. With such high-quality fish as his, even if he didn't set a sky-high price per pound, selling it at meat prices would be a piece of cake. All right then, I'll come early tomorrow. Tian Xiaohu agreed happily, grabbed the few fish, and headed home. Though the weather was bitterly cold, Xiaohu felt warmth blooming in his heart. It wasn't just about the fish, it was also about how Li Mu treated him, unlike anyone else. At least Brother Mu didn't look down on him as a fool. Seeing Xiaohu practically bouncing as he walked, nearly floating off the ground with excitement, Li Mu couldn't help but smile, his own mood lightening. At the very least in this lifetime, he was determined not to let good deeds done by kind people go unrewarded again. Stamping his feet to shake off the snow, Li Mu pushed open the courtyard gate and prepared to rush inside. But unexpectedly, his mother, Liang Meifan, had heard the noise outside and quickly came out. One glance at her second son completely covered in snow turned her furious. You little rascal, where have you been running around? Took over 2 hours just to use the toilet, and now you're covered in snow head to toe. Why didn't you just stay out till morning? Despite her harsh words, Liang Meifan hurried over and yanked Li Mu into the house. Then, as she reached for him, she suddenly noticed the several large, fat fish beside Li Mu's feet. 5-striped mandarin fish, big Crucian carp. Second son, where did you get these fish? But Li Mu didn't have time to explain right then. He hadn't felt it before, but the moment the door curtain was lifted, the wave of warm air from inside hit him, making him feel even colder. All right, Ma, we can talk once I'm inside. I'm freezing. The fish are what I just caught with Tiger. These ones are ours. Hurry up and close the curtain. You're letting all the cold in. Li Mu said the first half while still halfway outside, but by the time the last word left his mouth, his voice was already echoing from inside the room. TCH, at least you know you're cold. That means you're not completely hopeless. Liang Meifan snorted in amused irritation, muttering a few complaints under her breath as she carried the fish into the kitchen and placed them on the stove. Looking up, she saw her second son completely naked, wrapped tightly in a quilt, squatting near the heated brick bed. She strode over and slapped him lightly. What kind of sight is this? You'll set the quilt on fire next to that hot bed. There's hot water in the kettle. Go pour a basin and soak your feet. Who'd have thought? Our second son can actually catch fish now. Li Mu chuckled, grabbed the basin, and poured himself a full pot of hot water. Liang Meifan casually sliced a few pieces of ginger and tossed them into the water. Gradually, Li Mu began to feel warmth returning to his body. He twisted his head and asked, Ma, where's Dad? And my brother hasn't come back either. Hearing this, Liang Meifan paused, seemingly unwilling to say much. Oh, they went to visit relatives. Hearing this, Li Mu didn't press further. Visiting relatives at this hour, when it wasn't even a holiday. Most likely, his old man was going door to door borrowing money to fund his latest boastful promise. But Li Mu doubted it'd work. Neighbors in the same village were often related by blood or marriage. Borrowing 3 or 5 yuan from each household wasn't an issue. But a 3 turns and 1 sound set, a bicycle, sewing machine, wristwatch, and radio would cost several hundred yuan altogether, even if people wanted to lend, who had that kind of spare cash. Still, Li Mu didn't dwell on it. He hastily ate a bite of food and prepared to head out again. You just got back? Now you're going out gallivanting again? His mother wasn't happy. She immediately blocked his path. The elders weren't behaving, and now the youngest wasn't staying home either. Did they think their house was some roadside inn? Ma, why are you stopping me? I'm just going to old Tian's place. I told Tiger we'd go fishing again tomorrow. Might as well do something instead of sitting idle indoors all day. that'll just rot a man's bones. Li Mu spoke so convincingly that Liang Meifan stared at him multiple times, trying to confirm whether this sensible, grown-up version of Li Mu was really her normally flighty youngest son. Really? Really? Fine. Go and come back early. Don't run around recklessly, this pitch-black night. If something happens, I won't be able to save you. Liang Meifan warned. Li Mu grinned and gave an okay sign before dashing out. Little monkey, truly growing up, Liang Meifan murmured, watching her son's retreating figure with a faint smile tugging at her lips. She planned to clean up the fish and stew a pot of fish soup tomorrow morning for the 3 unruly men in her family, just to satisfy their cravings. Li Mu, once out of the house, had no intention of going to old Tian's as he'd said. The plan was already set. He didn't need to make an unnecessary trip. His real destination now was the mountain. I wonder if my rabbit snaring skills have gotten rusty. Li Mu thought as he carried the wire. By this time, the era of glorifying poverty had passed. During festivals, every household could afford dumplings once in a while to ease their hunger. But still, being a teenager of 17 or 18, his stomach craved fat and oil, unlike later years when even the sight of fatty meat would turn his stomach. The Li family, living hand-to-mouth, relied solely on the work points earned by Liang Meifan, her husband, and their eldest son. Any attempt to improve their meals had to come from their own efforts. Li Mu had learned rabbit trapping from an old hunter deep in the mountains. Back then, he had formally kowtowed to the man as part of his apprenticeship. Wonder how that old man is doing, Li Mu mused, making a mental note to visit the mountains soon. But not tonight. It was completely dark now, yet the surroundings were bright. In the early 1980s, the great northern wilderness was blanketed in endless snow stretching as far as the eye could see. Only the biting wind and vast white expanse remained. Even on moonless nights, the snow reflected enough light to illuminate everything. His boots crunched loudly against the packed snow with each step. Half an hour later, he reached the foot of the mountain. He didn't dare go deeper. Wild boars roamed these woods, and in a few years, there'd even be reports of them attacking people. Without a proper weapon at hand, he couldn't afford to take risks, even if he was tempted. He bent the iron wire into a loop, then twisted one end several times to create a slipknot. This was a genuine rabbit snare. It looked simple, but it wasn't easy at all. In those days, any skill that could put food on the table deserved respect. What an experienced old hunter passed down wasn't just knowledge. It came with blood and tears, forged through hardship. 30 minutes later, Li Mu had set the snares near various burrows where rabbits were known to appear. Then, he hurried back home. It wasn't fear that made him leave quickly. After spending the whole day outdoors, staying out too long in the glaring white snow could lead to snow blindness, and that was no joke. Chapter 5, Prospective Bride. When he returned to the house, his mother was already asleep. Surprisingly, his father Li Guozhang and elder brother Li Xiangqian hadn't come back yet. Li Mu didn't think much of it, and quietly slipped under the covers, soon snoring away. The next morning, Li Mu was awakened by the tempting aroma of fish soup. Rubbing his eyes, he looked up to see his father and grandfather sitting on the calm, chatting. Li Guozhang puffed steadily on his tobacco pipe, occasionally tapping the bowl against the heel of his shoe. Facing him sat a young man, square-jawed, tall, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Mu. This was none other than his elder brother Li Xiangqian. Yet compared to Li Mu's youthful vitality, though only 2 years older, Li Xiangqian's face was weathered and lined, looking closer to mid-30s. Brother's back, Li Mu called out, then burrowed deeper under the quilt, pulling it over himself. Getting out of bed was just too hard. But before Li Xiangqian could even reply, their mother Liang Meifan swept in through the door curtain, yanking Li Mu's ear without hesitation as she scolded. Lazy, 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 always lazy. Sun's burning your backside, and you're still in bed. Were you out stealing last night? Wheezy came early and's been waiting forever. Get up right now and get moving, or I'll pull this blanket off and expose your bare backside. A barrage of shouting left Li Mu instantly cowed. He thought to himself, Mom's still exactly the same. Then he peeped out, and, sure enough, saw Tian Xiaohu squatting at the threshold of the corridor between rooms, cradling a big bowl and slurping steaming hot fish soup. Seeing Li Mu look over, Tian Xiaohu grinned broadly, flashing his large white teeth. Li Mu blinked, then burst into laughter. Wheezy, why are you still squatting there? Come sit by the calm, it's warm. Tian Xiaohu wiped his mouth and shook his head. No need, no need. Squatting here is fine. Brother Mu, Auntie's cooking is amazing. This 5-band fish has meat like garlic cloves. Eat it with raw garlic. It's delicious. The broth tastes great too. Hearing this, Liang Meifan broke into delighted laughter. Her own sons always just kept their heads down eating, never saying anything sweet. Unlike Wheezy, who knew exactly how to make her feel appreciated. Without another word, she ladled 2 extra scoops of fish into Tian Xiaohu's bowl. Li Mu shrank his neck instinctively and didn't dare say anything more. Shivering, he got up to dress. Now that he was up, he couldn't afford to laze around. His brother Li Xiangqian reached over and gave his shoulder a pat, smiling. Not bad, second bro, you've got skills. Wheezy's right, this fish really is good. Hearing that, Li Mu smiled inwardly. Of course it's good. This wasn't decades later, when gutter oil and fake animal feed flooded the market. This was genuine wild 5-band fish, all tender, garlic clove-like flesh, and the broth was incredibly fresh. How could it not be delicious? Bro, what's going on with your prospective bride? At this question, Li Xiangqian froze, caught off guard that his younger brother would bring it up. His expression turned awkward. Meanwhile, old man Li Guozhang tapped his pipe sharply against his shoe sole, clearly displeased. Adults' business, not for kids to butt into. I've got ways. Your brother's affairs are my responsibility. Don't just stand idle yourself. Almost grown man, bring me a daughter-in-law too. Then, as your father, I won't play favorites. Whatever treatment your brother gets, you'll get the same. At this, the 3 Li family members fell silent. Privately they thought, you haven't finished blowing one boast before starting the next. What ways could you possibly have? Haven't you just gone knocking door to door borrowing money? Hundreds of yuan for the 3 revolutions and 1 sound dowry. That wasn't pocket change. Never mind whether old man Li had enough face in the village. Just taking on a debt of over 300 yuan would leave the Li household gasping for breath for years. Li Mu didn't dare say more. He knew his old man was prideful. He hastily splashed water on his face, grabbed the bowl of fish soup, and gulped down a mouthful. It was so fresh he smacked his lips appreciatively. Let's go. Li Mu called to Tian Xiaohu and headed outside. Surprisingly, Liang Meifan didn't stop them. Instead, she quickly pressed a cornbread bun into each of their hands for the road. Outside, Li Mu noticed that Tian Xiaohu was carrying several feed sacks today, as if fully prepared to return loaded down. Don't rush. First, follow me up the mountain. Up the mountain? For what? Tian Xiaohu was confused. Of course there's something. I set a few rabbit traps in the woods yesterday. Let's check. Maybe we've caught something. Li Mu explained casually. But as soon as he said it, Tian Xiaohu stared at him, dumbfounded. Brother Mu, you know how to set rabbit traps? Chapter 6, Figuring It Out. Hey what? Can fish but can't set a rabbit snare? These days, ain't nobody got some skills. Li Mu laughed and slapped Tian Xiaohu on the shoulder, and the two started walking up the mountain together. On the mountain path, Li Mu explained the techniques of setting rabbit snares as they walked. He told Tian Xiaohu that snares should be placed where rabbits frequently appear, and must be well hidden so the rabbits wouldn't spot them at first glance. Li Mu also emphasized safety. No animals or people should accidentally step into the trap. Tian Xiaohu listened with great interest, nodding from time to time and chuckling to himself. Li Mu shot him a sideways glance. What are you grinning like an idiot for? Scared you'll scare off the rabbits. Tuck it in. If someone sees us laying traps here, they'll think we're up to no good. Hearing this, Tian Xiaohu quickly wiped the smile off his face and nervously looked around. Brother Mu, where'd you learn all this stuff? Tian Xiaohu asked curiously. Learned it out there, Li Mu replied casually. Used to wander around the mountains, watched old hunters do their thing. Picked it up over time. Tian Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Mu, you're a real jack of all trades. Fishing, trapping, you know it all. Li Mu waved a hand dismissively. It's nothing. We mountain folks gotta learn a few skills. Never hurts. Chatting as they walked, they bujoy reached the depths of a dense forest. Li Mu stopped, scanned the surroundings, then pointed at a patch of shrubs. Right here. Rabbits come through this spot often. Following Li Mu's instructions, Tian Xiaohu began setting up the rabbit snare. Carefully, he fastened the noose among the bushes, trying to make it look natural and unnoticeable. There, Brother Mu, how's this? Tian Xiaohu wiped sweat from his brow and looked expectantly at Li Mu. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Pretty convincing. But remember, we need to come back in a few days to check. Don't want the rabbits picking it clean. They packed up their tools and turned toward the spot where Li Mu had set traps the day before. Before they even reached the place where Li Mu had laid his snares yesterday, Tian Xiaohu excitedly pointed ahead. Brother Mu, look. Aren't those rabbit tracks? Li Mu followed Tian Xiaohu's gaze and sure enough, saw a clear trail of rabbit footprints in the snow. Well now, sharp eyes you've got. Li Mu praised, giving Tian Xiaohu a pat on the shoulder. Looks like we're in luck today. Might just head back loaded. They continued along the trail, the snow crunching softly underfoot. Li Mu occasionally bent down to examine the ground, while Tian Xiaohu stayed close behind, approaching yesterday's snare carefully. Tian Xiaohu glanced around, puzzled. Why ain't there any rabbits? Li Mu squatted down, reached toward the wire by memory, hooked his fingers, and pulled up the snare buried beneath the snow. The hook had caught 3 rabbits by their hind legs. The 3 rabbits struggled futilely, tightly bound by the wire noose. Got him, Brother Mu. These bunnies are clever, they know not to make noise. Still, no matter how smart they are, they can't beat our traps. Li Mu said proudly as he yanked the snare from the snow, lifting the 3 rabbits into the air. Tian Xiaohu stared at the unexpected catch, his eyes lighting up. Brother Mu, your skills are top-notch. Li Mu grinned, stuffed the rabbits into a jute sack he'd brought, then piled the snow off his hands. This is nothing. There'll be plenty more good things waiting for us later. Let's go. Down the mountain and into town. Ligia village was over 10 li from the county seat, with a winding, rugged mountain path. But Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu were used to the journey. Each slung a sack full of rabbits over their shoulders, trudging through the snow, chatting and laughing all the way. As they walked, Tian Xiaohu asked, Brother Mu, do you think we'll get a good price this time? Li Mu replied confidently, don't worry. Rabbit meat's tender and delicious, city folks love it. Our price won't be low. They crossed a field blanketed in snow, the crust creaking underfoot. Tiger, where you headed? They turned to see Zhao Jianjun standing behind them, holding a large basket filled with fresh vegetables and a few eggs. Fresh vegetables were rare in Beidawang. Most people ate pickled greens or whatever they could grow themselves. But in this heavy snow, there was no planting, and eggs were even scarcer. The fresh goods in Zhao Jianjun's basket were treasures in the village, no easy feat to obtain without connections. We're going into town with Brother Mu, Tian Xiaohu said, thumping the sack on his back where the rabbits were still wriggling inside. Zhao Jianjun glanced at Li Mu. What V you gotta sell? What's there worth selling anyway? Li Mu immediately knew Zhao Jianjun was mocking the old Li family for being dirt poor, good for nothing but big talk, with nothing of real value to show. Tian Xiaohu, simple-minded as ever, chuckled and said, me and Brother Mu caught a few big fish and some wild rabbits. We're heading into town to trade him for some cash. Hearing this, Zhao Jianjun's expression froze. You actually caught fish yesterday? And rabbits too? Hunting skills were rare these days. It took real know-how, and not just anyone could manage it. Game like that was a hot commodity. People would fight over it. Since when did Li Mu have such skills? Zhao Jianjun muttered to himself. He remembered Li Mu once couldn't even straighten a fishhook properly. But looking at Tian Xiaohu's proud, beaming face, Zhao Jianjun knew the kid wasn't lying. If the two of them really had caught fish and rabbits, they must have had some real talent after all. You two are going to make a fortune, Zhao Jianjun said half-jokingly. City folks are starving for stuff like this. The moment you put it on the market, you'll fetch a great price. Tian Xiaohu grinned, even wider, at Zhao Jianjun's words. Of course, we're planning to make a good bit of money, buy some seeds and fertilizer, then grow fresh vegetables next spring. Zhao Jianjun nodded slowly, his mind already turning. His family's vegetable patch had been around for years. They always harvested plenty, yet something always felt lacking. Now, seeing Tian Xiaohu and Li Mu planning to use their earnings from fish and rabbits to buy seeds and fertilizer, an idea suddenly struck him. If you don't mind, Zhao Jianjun said cautiously, I've got something I could trade with you. Li Mu stood silently with his hands tucked in his sleeves, his face cold and unreadable. Tian Xiaohu leaned forward curiously. Trade what? Zhao Jianjun gave a small smile, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a packet of seeds, handing it to Tian Xiaohu. These are new strain vegetable seeds I tested last year. High yield, great taste. You said you wanted seeds, right? Think of these as my investment in you too. How about it? Chapter 7. Fresh Fish and Rabbits. Tian Xiaohu took the seeds, examined them carefully, then passed them to Li Mu. Li Mu accepted the seeds, his expression softening slightly, though he still said nothing. My family raises pigs, but we have no use for these seeds. I'll pass. Li Mu casually tossed the seeds into Zhao Jianjun's basket. Can't afford this stuff anyway. If nothing else, we're leaving, still a long way to town. Zhao Jianjun stared at the retreating backs of Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu, feeling sour inside. What an attitude. Got lucky catching a few things, and now they're getting cocky. Do they actually think they're rich now? Zhao Jianjun shook the snow off his shoulder and turned, heading back toward Li village. Along the way, Li Mu's silence made Tian Xiaohu feel awkward. Brother Mu, why do you think that Zhao Jianjun guy suddenly gave us seeds? Tian Xiaohu scratched his head, puzzled. Li Mu finally spoke, his voice low. Who knows what he's scheming? But these days, nobody's got it easy. If he offers, we shouldn't refuse free help. It took Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu half the day to reach the county town. The moment they stepped in, they felt an atmosphere completely different from their mountain village. Bustling streets filled with noise, stalls overflowing with goods of every kind. Snow on the ground had been trampled into hard, black patches. Vendors didn't care much about cleanliness, laying their wares directly on the snow. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu weaved through the crowd, eyes wide as they looked around. The vibrant chaos of the town stood in stark contrast to the quiet of the mountains, leaving them both excited and slightly overwhelmed. Brother Mu, look at that. Tian Xiaohu pointed at a vendor selling candied hawthorn skewers, swallowing hard. Li Mu followed Tian Xiaohu's finger and saw a middle-aged woman deftly threading bright red hawthorn berries. Glistening in the sunlight, the fruit looked irresistible. Nearby were stalls selling roasted chestnuts and all kinds of snacks. Both boys' stomachs growled in unison. Brother Mu, maybe we should grab something to eat? They'd set out early from the village, and by now their stomachs were rumbling. Li Mu eyed the tempting candied fruit hungrily, but tried to suppress his cravings. Not yet. I didn't bring any money. I brought some. Tian Xiaohu quickly pulled a crumpled cloth pouch from his shirt, opened it carefully, and revealed a few scattered coins. He counted them. Just enough for 2 skewers of candied haws and some roasted chestnuts. Li Mu frowned and motioned him to put the pouch away. Are you crazy? You just flash your money like that in a crowd? Want it stolen? Tian Xiaohu grinned sheepishly, hurriedly stuffing the pouch back into his pocket. I was just excited, Brother Mu. Li Mu patted Tian Xiaohu on the shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. We just need to be careful. Let's tough it out a bit. We'll find a spot to sell our stuff first before eating. Tian Xiaohu nodded, and the two began searching the market, navigating through waves of voices and vendors calling out their wares. They passed a fabric stall, skirted around an old man selling pottery, and finally spotted an empty space tucked in a corner. Brother Mu, how about here? Tian Xiaohu asked, pointing at the spot. Li Mu glanced around and nodded. Not bad. Good foot traffic, and close to the snack vendors too. Might draw customers who come for food and end up looking at our stuff. The old potter nearby was puffing on a pipe, squinting at them. What are you here for? We're here to sell something, Li Mu answered. He gestured toward the cloth bundle in Tian Xiaohu's hand. We've got some handmade things. We want to see if we can sell them here. The old man exhaled a cloud of smoke and sized them up. His sharp eyes quickly noted they weren't locals, and seeing their fingers chapped and red from cold water, he guessed their trade. What you got to sell? The old man asked again, curiosity edging his voice. Li Mu smiled, took the bundle from Tian Xiaohu, and gently opened it, revealing fresh fish and rabbits inside. The old man's eyes lit up instantly. Fresh fish and rabbits? That's what you're selling. Li Mu nodded, smiling. Yes, fish we caught ourselves, wild rabbits we just hunted. We're hoping to sell them here. Intrigued, the old man leaned closer, peering into the bundle. He gently touched one of the fish. The scales sparkled in the sun. The rabbit pelts were smooth and well kept. This is good stuff, the old man said approvingly. But tell me, do you even know how to sell it? There are rules here in the market. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu exchanged glances. They hadn't really thought about these details. Li Mu sincerely asked the old man, Grandpa, could you teach us how it's done? The old man smiled and blew a smoke ring. To set up a stall here, first thing you need is a table, he said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Li Mu. You got a table? Li Mu shook his head. Neither he nor Tian Xiaohu had realized they'd need a table to sell their goods. Seeing this, the old man chuckled again. Then you'll need to borrow or buy one. But I just so happen to have an old table here. If you don't mind, you can use it for now. That would be great, Grandpa. We're happy to pay some rent, Tian Xiaohu quickly replied, afraid of missing the opportunity. Oh, so you even know about paying rent? Smart kid. Though you've come on a lucky day, there's no supervisor around today. The old man lowered his voice mysteriously. You can set up your stall without worry, but remember, clean up before dark. Don't leave any traces. Li Mu understood the unspoken rules. A market wasn't a place where just anyone could set up shop freely. You needed approval from those in charge. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Forget the rent. Just help me move this pile over there. He pointed at a messy stack of goods nearby. Without a word, Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu got to work. They quickly sorted and carried everything into place. Watching them, the old man nodded in satisfaction. You two work efficiently, he praised. Tell you what, I'll teach you how to call out to customers, how to draw people in. Selling isn't just about good goods, you need to know how to shout too. But before he could even begin teaching, someone approached the stall. A plainly dressed middle-aged woman carrying a cloth bag looked curiously at Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu, then turned to the old man and asked, Old Zhang, why is it so lively here today? Chapter 8, The Usual Price. The old man chuckled and gestured toward Li Mu and his companions. Look, two young lads here to help me out. I've asked them to assist with organizing my stall. The woman opened her cloth bundle and took out several handmade crafts, placing them carefully on the table. These are my new pieces. What do you think? The old man picked up one of the crafts, examined it closely, then nodded in approval. Your craftsmanship is as good as ever. Don't worry, I'll sell them for you, at the usual price. Taking the chance, Li Mu quickly untied his sack and cheerfully called out to the middle-aged woman. Sis, how about some fresh mountain goods? Just picked today. Enthusiastically, Li Mu began introducing the items. He pulled up a rabbit by its ears from the sack and said, This rabbit has tender, delicious meat, wild game from the mountains. You can braise it or make soup. I guarantee your family will love it. The woman looked at the plump, fresh rabbit and let out an impressed yelp. Oh, mountain goods? I was just worried there'd be nothing fresh at home tonight, she said with surprise. She reached over to take the rabbit from Li Mu's hand, inspecting the fur and meat closely. She asked, This looks really good. How much? Big sis, this was freshly caught today, absolutely fresh. Just give us a fair price. The woman paused thoughtfully. Seeing that these were just two young guys likely trying their luck without much experience, she figured she could haggle well and still get a great deal. In her mind, she thought she'd struck gold. If she brought this home, the kids would surely be thrilled. So she said, All right, I'll give you this much. She made a hand gesture indicating her offer. Li Mu smiled sheepishly. Sis, my buddy and I walked a long way to catch this rabbit. Please give us a reasonable price so we can head back home early. The woman nodded. She knew these youngsters had it tough, so she added a bit more. Fine, since you two worked hard, I'll throw in a little extra. 5 yuan, that's my final offer. Anything more really wouldn't be worth it, she insisted. In her view, 5 yuan was already quite fair. After all, in those days, 5 yuan could buy a lot for a household. Li Mu exchanged a glance with Tian Xiaohu. That wasn't a bad price at all, especially considering they weren't professional hunters. Just being able to sell it was lucky enough. Li Mu nodded in agreement. All right, big sis, we'll take your price. Pleased, the woman smiled and pulled 5 crumpled 1 yuan notes from her pocket, handing them to Li Mu. Then she said, You young folks are something, able to hunt such fine rabbits so early in the day. Li Mu took the money and politely replied, Thank you, big sis. We were just lucky. Take care, and if you need rabbits again, come find us. With their first sale complete, the old man teased. You kid really know how to run a business. Open shop in no time. Li Mu scratched his head bashfully. All thanks to your goodwill, Grandpa. If she hadn't come by your place, who knows how long we'd have waited. The old man burst into hearty laughter. You've got a sweet tongue, but what you said's true. My spot might be out of the way, but plenty of people pass through. You youngsters with this kind of drive, you'll go far someday. Tian Xiaohu blushed with quiet pride. He scratched his head and modestly said, You flatter us, Grandpa. We're just out for a bit of exercise, killing time. Seizing the moment, Li Mu cleared his throat and shouted loudly at the passing crowd. Fresh wild rabbit. Fresh caught fish. Tender meat. Fair prices. Don't miss out. His voice was loud and piercing, drawing the attention of several passers-by. Tian Xiaohu, doing this for the first time, crouched shyly to the side, nervously arranging the fish and rabbits. This looks like a good deal. A young woman stopped, eyeing curiously the wild rabbit and fresh fish laid out before Li Mu. She held the hand of a little girl with a running nose. The little girl pointed at the rabbit, her eyes shining with desire. Mommy, I want to eat that rabbit. This rabbit does look nice. How much is one? Li Mu responded promptly. Big sis, this was shot this morning. Tender meat, guaranteed fresh. Only 5 yuan each. The young woman asked again, what about the fish? How do you sell that? Li Mu confidently pointed to the fresh fish beside him. Big sis, this fish was caught through ice fishing. Fine texture, rich flavor. 3 yuan per jean. That's too expensive, a middle-aged man nearby chimed in. Dressed plainly, he clearly looked like a regular market shopper used to bargaining. Elsewhere, they sell a whole rabbit for 3 yuan. Li Mu remained calm and smiled as he explained, brother, what you're talking about is ordinary rabbit. Mine are pure wild game, tender meat and far better in flavor than farm-raised ones. Just look at the fur, the muscle tone, top quality, all of it. The middle-aged man hesitated, but showed interest after hearing this. Still, he said, then let's see how good your fish really is. Li Mu immediately picked up a fish and showed it to the man. Take a look, shiny scales, firm flesh, absolutely fresh. My ice fishing skills are handed down from my ancestors. The moment these fish are pulled out, they're at their freshest. Tian Xiaohu stood nearby, quietly impressed by Li Mu's eloquence. Even the old man had forgotten to puff on his dry pipe, staring at Li Mu with wide eyes as he kept talking nonstop. Less like someone selling goods, more like a performer taking the stage. Seeing the middle-aged man wavering, Li Mu pressed his advantage. If you're not convinced, just buy one to try at home. I guarantee you'll come back for more next time. You've got quite the confidence, young man. The man laughed, finally won over by Li Mu's enthusiasm. All right then, I'll take one fish and give it a try. Li Mu promptly selected the liveliest fish from the sack, skillfully weighed it, packed it up, and handed it over. He added, when you get home, steam it plain. That's the best way to enjoy its natural freshness. Meanwhile, the young woman could no longer resist her daughter's persistent begging for the rabbit and gave in. I'll take that rabbit, she said, pulling out a 5 yuan note and handing it to Tian Xiaohu. Tian Xiaohu took the money and carefully passed a rabbit to the little girl. Easy, easy, grab its legs, don't let it escape. Li Mu spat into the snow, then raised his voice again. Fresh fish here, just hauled straight out of the ice hole, guaranteed delicious. Wild rabbits, plump and tender meat. Once this stall closes, you won't find another chance. Come on, brothers and sisters, take a look. Are these rabbits really wild? A strikingly beautiful woman stopped, her stylish leather boots stepping lightly near the rabbit. She wore a bright red coat, bright red lipstick, and carried herself with elegance. Tian Xiaohu snapped, hey, if you're not buying, why step on it? Chapter 9, Dining Out. I stepped on it anyway. It's just some lousy rabbit. What, you gonna bite me? The elegant beauty acted extremely rudely, as if she were doing Li Mu a great favor by even stepping near his rabbit. What kind of attitude is that? Li Mu's temper flared too. At that moment, the old man selling porcelain chimed in. Young man, don't argue. She's a big buyer. He pointed at the elegant beauty and continued. You know the lakeside hotel in the city? So what if I do? You telling me she owns it? Li Mu knew full well that most restaurants in the 80s were state-owned, and the lakeside hotel was no exception. My dad's the manager. I'm here to make purchases. The elegant beauty said haughtily. Oh really? Then go purchase somewhere else. Just keep away from my rabbit. Li Mu didn't feel like wasting words with her and turned away, resuming his loud hawking. Hey kid, are you selling these rabbits? It was the middle-aged man behind the elegant beauty who spoke. Selling, of course I'm selling. Why else would I be here? Li Mu shot back without hesitation. Then tell me the price, and those fish too. The man seemed genuinely interested in Li Mu's rabbits and fish. 5 yuan per rabbit, 3 yuan per fish. Li Mu added proudly. These rabbits were caught in the mountains, and the fish were speared through ice holes. All top quality. Rabbit farming wasn't common in 1982, though there were a few small operations. Everyone knew farmed rabbits weren't nearly as tasty as wild ones. The farm-raised kind reeked of muddy flavor. That's a bit steep. Can you lower the price? The middle-aged man stayed put, still negotiating. This is already fair. Why don't you go drill an ice hole yourself this freezing winter? Li Mu was confident. At this time of year, fresh fish were scarce at the market, let alone ones this large. Never mind. It's not like we can't find fish or rabbits anywhere else. The beautiful woman pulled the man away. Fine, leave then. But when you come back, the price won't be the same. Li Mu was certain they'd return. Come back? In your dreams. The elegant beauty stuck out her tongue mockingly, hardly elegant at all. After the two walked off, Tian Xiaohu sidled up to Li Mu and whispered, Bro, why didn't you sell to them? Don't worry. She'll be back. Li Mu was absolutely confident. In 1982, there was no mass farming of fish or rabbits yet. A hotel like that couldn't possibly rely on one-off purchases. They'd have to return. The old porcelain seller also urged him, Young man, don't be so stubborn. Sometimes you gotta bend. Grandpa, don't rush to judge. You'll see who ends up bending soon enough. By now, several onlookers had joined in, trying to convince Li Mu. The Lakeside Hotel is one of the biggest restaurants in the city. Provincial officials dine there when they visit. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Yeah, I heard waiters there get 56 yuan a month, with food and lodging included. In the 80s, workers usually earned around 30 yuan a month. 56 was considered very high pay. But amidst all the chatter, Li Mu remained unmoved. He trusted his own judgment. Sure enough, before the crowd dispersed, the elegant beauty and the middle-aged man were already back standing in front of Li Mu's stall. We'll take all of them. Can you give us a discount? The man gestured toward the rabbits and fish. 6 yuan per rabbit, 5 yuan per fish. Before Li Mu could finish, the beauty exploded. You crook, price gouging now, huh? Exactly. I already warned you. If you left, the price wouldn't stay the same. Li Mu spoke shamelessly, looking every inch the greedy merchant, making the elegant beauty furious. Her finger trembled as she pointed at him. Not buying? Fine. Then I'll raise the price again. This time, the middle-aged man cut in. Will buy? Take all of it. I knew you'd come back. There's no way tiny fish can make proper squirrel-shaped fish. The man looked at Li Mu, puzzled. How did you know that? The Lakeside Hotel's signature dishes are smoked rabbit and squirrel-shaped fish. How could I not know? In his previous life, Li Mu had dined at the Lakeside Hotel more than once. He remembered their specialties clearly, especially the squirrel-shaped fish, which was renowned throughout the province. To cook it properly, the fish had to be both large and incredibly fresh. Otherwise, the iconic presentation wouldn't work. Just you wait. This isn't over. The elegant beauty was still fuming. But Li Mu didn't care. He signaled to Tian Xiaohu to count the goods, then settled the payment. From this single transaction, Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu earned over 100 yuan. An absolute fortune at the time, considering a factory worker only made about 30 yuan a month. Before leaving, the middle-aged man gave Li Mu a phone number, saying he should come visit him in the city sometime. Clearly, the man liked Li Mu. He also mentioned that the head chef at the Lakeside Hotel was named Jin Dajiang. Li Mu was no stranger to that name. Later on, Jin Dajiang had won an award at a national chef's competition and even made it into the newspapers. Li Mu naturally treated such a person with great respect, saying he would definitely visit in the future. Watching the two drive off, Li Mu called Tian Xiaohu and headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. He bought some tobacco leaves, liquor, and guillo, then went to the pharmacy to pick up painkillers. Finally, he ran over to Lao Bao's store and purchased a cotton-padded coat, rubber boots, gloves, number 8 wire, as well as a flashlight and batteries. With these items, he could hunt far more effectively. Number 8 wire was thick iron wire, perfect for making traps that could catch rabbits and even foxes. Back then, every household used to have such things, but during the previous years of upheaval, they'd all been collected and smelted for steel production. All told, these purchases cost over 30 yuan. Tian Xiaohu sidled up to Li Mu and whispered, "Bro, are you hungry?" Of course he was. After working non-stop since morning, how could he not be? "Bro, can we go eat at a restaurant? I heard the stir-fried pork loin there is amazing." Stir-fried pork loin was common enough nowadays, but back in 1982, most people couldn't even afford it during New Year's. "Let's go. We're eating out." It was only then that Li Mu remembered the old man who had helped him earlier. So the two of them returned to the market, found the old man still there, and invited him along to the restaurant. Tian Xiaohu ordered 2 dishes, 1 stir-fried pork loin and 1 dry-fried green beans with chili peppers. They poured each person a bowl of liquor they'd just bought, and only then did the old man introduce himself. He said his name was Su Jiatsai, and he lived right here in town. Though the bowls and plates he sold looked ordinary, his daily earnings still surpassed those of the average worker. Li Mu believed that anyone who started doing business around 1980 was likely doing better than factory workers. The three of them ate and drank together. From Su Jiatsai, Li Mu learned that not far from here, there was another large market fair held twice a month, on the 1st and the 15th. That market drew even bigger crowds, with people coming from villages miles around. Li Mu began calculating in his mind. What kind of wild game should he bring next time? Just then, suddenly, someone shouted outside, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" That voice sounded oddly familiar. Tian Xiaohu and Li Mu shot up simultaneously and rushed out of the restaurant. Chapter 10. Money for saving a life. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu shot up from their seats and rushed out of the restaurant, only to see a man in a military overcoat coming straight toward them. As the man drew closer, Li Mu noticed he was holding a knife. Behind him, a woman in a floral print cotton-padded jacket chased after him, shouting. No need to ask, this guy was clearly a thief. Seeing him approach, Li Mu grabbed a shovel standing beside the restaurant. "Stop! Don't move." Tian Xiaohu also snatched a broom and stood beside Li Mu. "Get lost. Push me too hard, and I'll make sure this white blade goes in and comes out red." The man in the overcoat waved his knife menacingly. "You dare act so boldly after stealing?" Li Mu swung the shovel hard. The man dodged too slowly. The knife was knocked from his hand. Tian Xiaohu jumped in with several swift hits from the broom, sending the thief rolling on the ground. My money! My money! It's money to save a life." By now, the woman had pounced and pinned the thief down tightly. Only then did Li Mu recognize her, Zeng Dajin. Her daughter, Taoyi Mei, had been in the same class as Li Mu. "Auntie Zeng, how are you here?" Tian Xiaohu recognized her too, quickly stepping forward to help. Together, the three managed to subdue the thief. Zeng Dajin reached into the man's coat and pulled out a flowered cloth bundle. It's all here, it's all here." She screamed and clawed at the thief's face. In no time, his cheeks were shredded like potato shreds. Li Mu pulled Zeng Dajin back and asked, "Andy, what happened? Why are you here?" "Your uncle fell ill. I came to buy medicine for him. Who knew I'd run into this bastard who deserves to be sliced by 1,000 knives?" Saying this, Zeng Dajin lunged again, but Li Mu held her back once more. "Auntie, did you manage to buy the medicine?" Zeng Dajin said she'd already bought it, but just as she stepped out of the pharmacy, the thief snatched her bag. "Then you should head home quickly. Don't keep your husband waiting." Zeng Dajin nodded, realizing Li Mu made sense. Before leaving, she spat right on the thief's face. After watching her walk far away, Li Mu released the man in the overcoat. "You go too. But remember, do something honest from now on." The man couldn't believe Li Mu would let him go. He stared blankly and said, "This favor? I, Dongzi, won't forget it." With that, he turned and hurried off. Dongzi. The name rang a faint bell in Li Mu's mind, though he couldn't quite place it at the moment. Back in the restaurant, Su Jiatsai looked at the two boys and said, "Don't blame an old man for speaking plainly. Next time, don't get involved in other people's business." Li Mu nodded. He understood what Su meant. It was dangerous to cross thieves. They might seek revenge later. But they were all villagers, neighbors. How could Li Mu just stand by and do nothing? After finishing their meal, Su Jiatsai gave each of them 2 bowls as gifts. "If we meet again at the market, we'll eat together." Before returning to the village, the two stopped by the department store. Inside the display window sat a navy blue, 26-inch double-wheel forever bicycle. "Now that's something impressive. Brother, when do you think we could get one of those?" Tian Xiaohu was practically drooling. "Be patient. Catch a few more rabbits. Even better, catch a couple of foxes." Li Mu remembered that in the late 80s, fox fur scarves became popular for a while. A good one could sell for over 100 yuan. A bicycle cost 360 yuan, just a few fox fur scarves worth. Back home, Li Mu handed his mother the tube of clam oil he'd bought. "Mom, use this from now on." Liang Meifan stared at the clam oil, both surprised and delighted. "Second son, why did you buy this? It's expensive. I don't need it." "Mom, look at your hands." His voice broke slightly. Tears nearly welled up. "I'm fine, son. I'm used to it." She tried to hide her cracked, weathered hands, but how could she conceal them? "Mom, don't worry. From now on, I'll make sure you live a good life." Li Mu spoke with full confidence. "I believe you, I do," Liang Meifan whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "Who bought wine?" "Fine wine. We have guests." Loud footsteps approached from the outer room. It was Li Guozhang, Li Mu's father, returning home. "Dad, I bought it for you. But drink less, okay?" Drinking was about the only thing Li Guozhang enjoyed in life. "You bought it? Where'd you get the money?" He feared his son might have gone astray. These days, the world outside was full of dangers. "Didn't I catch a few rabbits? Took them to the market and sold them." Li Mu kept quiet about earning nearly 100 yuan. Back then, 100 yuan was a small fortune. "Sold rabbits? Don't get cocky now. Speculation and profiteering can land you in prison." It was 1982, early in the reform and opening up period. To many people, doing business still seemed like speculation. "Dad, you're reading from an old calendar. The country now encourages private enterprise." Li Mu pulled out the newspaper he'd bought and placed it on the table. The front page headline read, "The state encourages the development of private enterprises." Even after seeing the newspaper, Li Guozhang wouldn't admit he was wrong. These policies change overnight. Better keep your head down. Li Mu knew his father's nature. He'd never admit he was wrong, not even in words. So he just chuckled softly. "I know, Dad. I know." Li Mu then fetched his tools and started making animal traps with the number 2 wire he had bought. Everyone in the mountains knew how to make these. It was just that, in recent years, no one dared go hunting because of policy restrictions. As Li Mu was busy working in the backyard, he suddenly heard his mother Liang Meifan calling. "Second son, someone's looking for you." "Ah, got it." Li Mu responded as he stood up and walked out, thinking it must be Tian Xiaohu. But when he reached the front yard, he saw it was Tao Yimei instead, carrying a basket of eggs. Tao Yimei was famous as the most beautiful girl around for miles, and rumor had it she was already engaged to Lu Manchong from the neighboring village. Lu Manchong's father was the village chief, and their family lived quite comfortably. Yet Li Mu remembered clearly, after marrying, Tao Yimei would not find happiness. Lu Manchong drank heavily, gambled often, and even beat her. Later, when she gave birth to a daughter, he nearly killed her in a rage. Li Mu silently resolved that if he ever had the chance, he'd try to talk some sense into her. "Li Mu, Mom sent me to thank you," Tao Yimei said shyly with a soft smile. Though they were classmates, in those conservative times they'd barely spoken to each other at school. "Thank me? For what? We're all neighbors. Come on in and sit down." Li Mu stepped aside and gestured politely for Tao Yimei to enter. "Is your youngest brother feeling better?" Li Guozhang asked. "He's better now. He's been taking medicine." After placing the basket of eggs on the Kong, Tao Yimei recounted to them the incident of Li Mu catching the thief. "Well done. That's just like your father. You've got the spirit of someone who stands up for justice." Li Guozhang was indirectly praising himself, but Liang Meifan shot back. "Like you? You really know how to pat yourself on the back. You take these eggs home and let your dad have them for strength. We raise chickens too. We've got plenty." Liang Meifan knew the Tao family wasn't well off. Those few eggs must have been painstakingly saved over time. "Mom said today we owe Li Mu big time. That's why you absolutely must keep these eggs." With that, Tao Yimei turned and left. Li Mu didn't feel right stopping her. Only after she had disappeared from sight did Liang Meifan sigh and say, "Such a fine girl. If only she could have been my daughter-in-law." "Well, shall I go ask Aunt Zhang tomorrow to act as matchmaker?" Li Guozhang added, clearly fond of Tao Yimei too. Chapter 11. 20 yuan for 2 ice picks. "Give me a break. Regardless of what our son is like, do you think our family even stands a chance with a girl like her?" Liang Meifan rolled her eyes dramatically at Li Guozhang, then turned and walked coldly into the inner room. In the past, Li Guozhang would have shot back a few words. But after recently bragging about his 3 revolutions and 1 sound, he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. If things went south, his eldest son's marriage prospects might vanish entirely, and that was exactly why his wife was still furious with him. Thinking this, Li Guozhang let out a heavy sigh, turned to Li Mu beside him, and said, "Son, don't be discouraged. Your old man will definitely find you a girl even better than Tao Yimei someday." "Dad, what are you talking about? Tao Yimei's already betrothed, okay?" Besides, I want to enjoy my freedom a few more years. The last thing I need is a wife who bosses me around like mom does. Li Mu twisted his mouth, clearly unwilling, then turned and headed out of the courtyard. Betrothed? To whom? Li Guozhang asked in surprise, but before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Mu was already gone. He took a step forward as if to chase after him, but the boy's legs moved like a wild rabbit's. By the time he opened his mouth, all that remained was a distant silhouette. You little brat, can't even finish what you're saying, Li Guozhang hollered angrily. Yet as he watched his son fade into the snowy white expanse, he couldn't help but sigh deeply again. Sigh, it's all because we're poor. With a face full of worry, Li Guozhang turned and trudged back inside. Meanwhile, Li Mu stepped through the thick snow, turned past the village, and made his way up the mountain. To catch a fox, you first had to catch rabbits. Foxes were crafty creatures. Unless starving, they'd never touch something dead. So this time, he needed live rabbits. Li Mu circled the mountain and actually spotted several fresh rabbit tracks. If he set animal traps along these trails and placed a few wire snares around them, he'd have an 80% chance of catching a fox. With that plan in mind, Li Mu turned and headed down the mountain toward Tian Xiaohu's house. Who would have thought he'd run into Zhao Jianjun on the way? Well, isn't that Brother Mu? Coming to see Xiaohu, fishing or hunting rabbits. Zhao Jianjun stood there with his hands tucked into his sleeves, neck shrunk against the cold, grinning playfully. Clearly trying too hard to get on good terms. Li Mu just pulled at the corner of his lips, showing no hint of pride or joy, only bitterness. What hunting? Went through all that trouble and barely made 3 yuan. Might as well have stayed indoors. I'm visiting Xiaohu because I'm bored stiff at home. Hearing this, Zhao Jianjun's smile instantly froze. No way. I heard from Xiaohu that you guys made quite a bit. Made what? We couldn't even find a spot to set up a roadside stall in town. They won't let you take up space smaller than 5 fun without charging 5 fun. What? 8 jiao? That's outrageous. Zhao Jianjun had heard that you had to pay to set up a stall in the county seat, but he had no idea how much. 2 jiao. That was more than he could earn working in the fields for 10 days. Li Mu didn't know what Zhao was thinking, but if he did, he'd have spat and called him a lazy good-for-nothing. Yet seeing Zhao's stunned expression, Li Mu knew he hadn't slipped up, so quickly added, exactly. Nobody bought anything. It nearly froze me and Hutzi into idiotic hairs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianjun's expression shifted instantly from forced friendliness to open disdain. Even his tone carried mockery now. You two really had rotten luck. Honestly, some people dream too big, always chasing sudden wealth. With that, Zhao lifted his sleeve, wiped his nose, then casually flicked his arm and said, whatever, I won't waste time chatting. I thought you guys made money and might bring me along. Turned out you got nothing. Having said his piece, Zhao turned, spat a thick wad of phlegm, and walked off toward his house. Only after he was truly gone did Li Mu turn and enter Tian Xiaohu's home. Brother Mu, you're here. The moment Li Mu lifted the door curtain, Tian Xiaohu shot excitedly off the Kong. Xiaohu, not bad. You kept your mouth shut pretty tight, Li Mu said meaningfully. Tian Xiaohu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, replying honestly. Brother Mu, whatever you tell me to do, I'll make sure it's done. Without waiting for a reply, he asked eagerly, are we heading up the mountain today? Of course, Li Mu grinned back. Great. Tian Xiaohu immediately lit up, hopping back onto the Kong and pulling out from the cabinet everything Li Mu had entrusted to him the previous day. There were several pre-made traps and snares. Li Mu hadn't taken them home, instead leaving them hidden with Tian Xiaohu. He was simply afraid his father, prone to exaggeration, might accidentally turn the fact that he'd caught a few rabbits into a tale of dozens caught in a single day. By then, it wouldn't just be Li Jianjun thinking about hunting. Probably every man in the village would start getting ideas. The two grabbed their gear and first headed up the mountain to set the traps and snares along the trails Li Mu had scouted. Then, they turned around and made their way down to the river. But to avoid people from the village and to increase their chances of catching more fish, Li Mu led Tian Xiaohu on a detour, 2 extra li out of their way. Though the spot was more secluded, they weren't the only ones fishing on the river. Brother Mu, there are so many people here. How are we supposed to catch anything? Tian Xiaohu looked anxiously at the river surface already dotted with several ice holes. Li Mu broke into a broad grin. Well now, talk about perfect timing. These guys are all seasoned veterans. They've definitely got specialized ice picks for chopping holes. Exactly what we're here to buy. With that, Li Mu left the sled behind, slid swiftly across the ice, and approached one of the older fishermen. Grandpa, looks like you're having quite the haul today. Smiling cheerfully, Li Mu pulled out a pack of Dakianmin cigarettes from his coat, quickly extracted one, and held it out toward the old man. The grizzled fisherman, who hadn't intended to engage, glanced at the cigarette thrust before him, then looked up at Li Mu's boyish, beaming face. He took the smoke, but immediately stuffed it into his pocket without lighting it. Then he pulled out his own long-stemmed pipe wrapped in a tobacco pouch from inside his coat, unpacked a pinch of tobacco, and clamped it between his teeth. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly stepped forward and lit the pipe for him. 10 yuan a pick, 18 for 2, the old man said bluntly, cutting straight to the point. What? So expensive? Tian Xiaohu had just caught up behind Li Mu and, upon hearing the price, his eyes bulged wide as copper bells. But before he could protest further, Li Mu had already pulled 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it straight to the old man. Grandpa, give us 2 picks, and throw in a net while you're at it. Li Mu's generosity finally coaxed a real smile onto the old man's weathered face. You're a sharp one, son. Knows how to get things done. Chuckling, the old man turned, pulled 2 ice picks from the sled beside him, and passed them into Li Mu's hands. I only brought 1 net today. Come back tomorrow. I'll have nets, sacks, everything you need ready for you. Thanks, Grandpa. Here, take this cigarette too, Li Mu said with a smile, offering the old man another smoke from the pack. Chapter 12. Don't tell me we've snagged a rock. The old head laughed as he took the cigarette Li Mu offered, then turned and pulled out another net from the sleigh behind him, a special one meant for catching big fish. Don't let its small size fool you. If you boys are lucky today, you might haul up 10 or so big ones. Looking at the large meshed net handed to him, Li Mu accepted it with an eager smile. With your blessing, if we really catch fish this big, I'll treat you to a drink. All right then, I'll hold you to that, the old man replied happily. Now equipped with ice chisels and fishing nets, Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu found their work suddenly much easier and faster. Still, compared to angling, net fishing required far more waiting and patience. Taking advantage of the downtime, Li Mu was about to ask the old head a few more questions when, Grandpa, Grandma fell down. She's bleeding so much. Before he could speak, a child came running toward them from a distance, stumbling through deep snow, crying hysterically. The old man's face darkened instantly. He crushed the smoking pipe in his hand and turned to Li Mu. Son, I won't have time to collect the net today. Could you please gather it later and take it to Gao Gotzi's house in West Village? Gao Gotzi, that's what people called Gao Dage, right? A familiar figure flashed through Li Mu's mind, but now wasn't the time to ask. Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me. It'll get there safe and sound. Good. I trust you. With those words, the old man strode forward to meet the boy who had nearly reached him. Hutu, what happened? How did Grandma fall? I don't know. I went to play at Stone's house, and when I got home, Grandma was lying in the yard. Grandpa, come quick. The boy's face was smeared with snot and tears, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Hearing this, the old man didn't waste another word. He scooped the boy onto a horse-drawn sleigh parked by the road and galloped away without a trace. Seeing this, Tian Xiaohu hurried over to Li Mu. Brother Mu, let's go ahead and collect old head's net. Li Mu shook his head, glancing around at the others still on the ice. No rush. We'll pick it up after noon, along with our own net. If we pull it now, all the effort will be wasted. At that moment, Tian Xiaohu followed Li Mu's every word. But it was still early. It would take over 3 hours until noon. In this icy wilderness, the cold wouldn't kill you, but it could surely freeze you stiff. Fortunately, the old man's sleigh had everything they needed. With ice this thick, even a bonfire couldn't melt it. So the two simply settled by a fire and waited. In the meantime, Tian Xiaohu made a quick trip up the mountain. Finding no rabbits caught in his traps, he ran back home and returned with 4 steamed buns and a piece of salted vegetable pickle. They made do like that until afternoon, when most other fishermen had already packed up and gone home. Only then did they begin retrieving the old head's net. Brother Mu, this net's heavy, must be full of fish. Tian Xiaohu grinned as he strained to pull the net. Li Mu's face was bright with satisfaction. If this first catch is good, our own hauls in the future probably won't be bad either. That's the truth. Tian Xiaohu smiled wider and put more strength into his arms. Pulling together, it didn't take long before the entire net, dripping and full, was hauled onto the ice. 50 fish, almost all of them over a pound each, the smallest still quite sizable. It was a sight to warm the heart. After sorting the fish by type, they turned to retrieve their own net. But unexpectedly, pulling this net proved just as tough as the old heads. Hey, you boys haven't snagged a rock, have you? If it's too much, maybe just cut your losses. Wouldn't want to break the net trying to catch nothing. That net might look small, but it's not cheap. From not far away, someone heading home shouted at them. His words sounded concerned, but his face wore a clear smirk of gloating. Tian Xiaohu, bent over and straining, froze at those words, looking nervously at Li Mu. Brother Mu, what do we do? Pay no attention to that chatter. I think we've snared some big fish. Li Mu's legs were trembling too, but he absolutely refused to believe he'd be so unlucky. On his very first net drop, snagging only rocks. Hearing Li Mu's firm words, Tian Xiaohu's eyes lit up again, suddenly re-energized as if injected with adrenaline. About 10 minutes later, they finally dragged the net up. To their surprise, along with over a dozen large fish, each nearly 10 pounds, there really was a dark, stone-like object tangled in the net. The onlooker nearby saw it clearly from a distance and burst into laughter. Huh, told you it was a rock. With this kind of luck, you'll never catch fish again. The man laughed as he spoke, pushing his sleigh to leave. But no sooner had he turned than 2 men, wearing green military-style coats and lei feng hats approached head-on. Brother, do you have any fish weighing 3 jin? If not, anything over 2 jin will do. The man in front shouted before even reaching the fisherman. Yeah, I just pulled up 3, all over 3 jin. The other 2 are over 1 jin. Take them all for 3 yuan if you want. The fisherman replied with a wide grin. He never expected that although he hadn't caught many fish today, his luck would turn out so well. He hadn't even left the river ice yet, and buyers were already coming to him. But the moment he finished speaking, the expressions on the 2 strangers' faces turned gloomy. Only 3? That's way too few. We need at least 30 or more. 30 fish. Now that was a big order. Li Mu had been listening intently ever since the 2 started talking, ears practically perked up like antennas. Hearing they needed so many fish, he quickly stepped forward. Big brothers, we've got about 50 large ones, just a mix of species. You can pick whatever you want, and I'll give you a fair price. As soon as Li Mu said this, the 2 men's expressions softened noticeably. All right, let's take a look. With that, They started walking toward the direction Li Mu pointed. This alarmed the other fishermen. Hey, you're not buying my fish anymore. Nope, only 3 is too little, the man behind replied, shaking his head as he walked. Seeing they truly had no interest in glancing at his catch again, the fisherman's face darkened. He'd thought good fortune had come his way. Turns out it found someone else instead. Yet, just as he was about to push his sleigh away, Li Mu, who hadn't left yet, suddenly called out. Brother, how about selling me your fish? I can combine them with mine. Maybe together we can meet their order. But to Li Mu's surprise, his kind offer didn't bring gratitude. Instead, the man's face grew even darker. Without uttering a word in response, he turned and shoved his sleigh away without looking back. Li Mu watched his retreating back and slowly shook his head. Indeed, people are different from one another. This man was just like Li Jianjun, one who couldn't stand seeing even a shred of good luck come to someone else. Chapter 13, 500 for an old turtle. Li Mu returned to where he had released the fish, only to find that the 2 men who had just arrived had already picked their catch. All 80 of the large fish, neatly lined up, were being bought in full. The smallest weighed over 3 jin, while the largest were no less than 10 jin each. The 2 men were generous too, handing over a full 150 yuan. Both Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu were thrilled. They even offered to help deliver the fish back to the men's village. But the 2 revealed they had come by truck. Turns out, they were freight drivers. Their team leader had been hoping for a healthy baby boy for 3 years, and just a month ago, his wish finally came true. However, he'd been away on the road nearly the entire time and had only returned 2 days prior. Now that he had some free time, he wanted to quickly host a 1-month celebration banquet for his son. 30 of the fish were pre-ordered by the team leader himself. The remaining 50? The 2 drivers liked the quality so much they decided to buy them as shared gifts for the whole crew. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu helped load all the fish onto the truck. Before parting, Li Mu called out, "If you 2 ever want fish again, just come find me. I'll make sure you get the best ones." "Got it. See you around, brother." Since Li Mu made the offer, they happily accepted the goodwill. After the truck drove off, Li Mu turned back toward the river with Tian Xiaohu, beginning to clean up while discussing what to do next. 150 yuan. That 100 came from selling Grandpa's 50 or so fish from his net online. We'll deliver his sled and gear later, and give him his share then. That's only right. Whatever you say, brother Mu. Tian Xiaohu replied without a hint of objection. Had it not been for Grandpa's haul today, even their dozen or so Tianjin fish might have been hard to sell. Tian Xiaohu might be simple, but he wasn't stupid. Li Mu knew his honest, down-to-earth friend wouldn't mind, but still, even brothers should keep clear accounts. No matter how small the matter, everything must be clarified face to face. As they talked, they finished tidying up. The few remaining fish, each weighing over 2 jin, Li Mu decided to take home and split with Tian Xiaohu, a little extra meat for their families. As for the dark, rock-like old turtle, that was rare. If he could find time, he'd take it to Lakeside Restaurant. It might just open a door. With this thought in mind, Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu pushed the sled onto the shore and began walking westward toward Xuanhuan. Suddenly, a sedan driving past them screeched to a halt. A middle-aged man stepped out, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Little brothers, are you selling these?" He smiled warmly, yet his eyes were locked onto the large turtle lying atop the sled. Li Mu's gaze flickered slightly. It's hard to catch something like this. Was planning to take it home for my family, to replenish blood and strength. But, if you really want it, at least 500. Li Mu steeled himself and raised one hand, palm out. He expected the man to haggle. After all, 500 yuan was no small sum. An ordinary worker's annual wage didn't even reach that. To his surprise, the man didn't hesitate at all. He pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket and held it out directly to Li Mu. 500 even. Count it. Li Mu had seen his share of life's ups and downs, but even he was momentarily stunned by such effortless boldness. Just like that, 500 yuan was pulled out as if it were nothing. This man had real money. Li Mu didn't take the money first. Instead, he quickly grabbed a straw rope from Grandpa's sled, tied the turtle tightly, and handed it over. Only after seeing the man take the turtle did he reach out and accept the cash. Exactly 500. Let me also give you 2 more large fish, my personal fresh ones, the best I've got. Li Mu tucked the counted money into his pocket, then picked out the 2 biggest fish and handed them over. The man accepted the fish, then finally spoke again. Besides fishing, do you hunt sometimes? Got wild rabbits? Roe deer? Wild rabbits, yes. Deer hunting depends on luck, Li Mu answered truthfully. Though he wasn't sure who this man was, that outfit and those 2 cars, he clearly wasn't ordinary. But the higher the status, the less one should grovel. Good. Next time you get any game, bring it to Xiao family house in southern town, the man said with a smile. Without waiting for Li Mu's reply, he turned and got back into the car. Li Mu watched the car vanish into the distance, then suddenly remembered, the Xiao family? Wasn't that the father-in-law's family of Mo's top official? What kind of crazy luck had he stumbled into today? First meeting the father of Gao Dage, the man who had helped him in his previous life. Then the freight drivers. Now even the relative of a high-ranking leader shows up in person? As Li Mu mused, he completely failed to notice Tian Xiaohu standing frozen beside him. Only when he started pushing the sled forward did Tian Xiaohu finally stammer. "Emoji. We really just sold it for 500? Of course it's real. After we deliver everything, let's go to the county and open a bank account to deposit the money. With this cash, you won't have to worry about covering the pig loss debt anymore," Li Mu said with a smile. He hadn't mentioned it before, afraid it would trouble Tian Xiaohu. But now that they had money, that problem wasn't even worth mentioning. 2 pigs. Worst case, they'd lose 30 to 50 yuan. He had just sold the old turtle for 500, and he was determined to give half to Tian Xiaohu. Hunting was different. It relied entirely on his trap-setting skills. But net fishing? That was pure labor. Without Tian Xiaohu, he couldn't have done any of it. Tian Xiaohu never expected Li Mu would still remember his family's pig debt. Hearing those words, his eyes instantly welled up with tears. Brother Mu, you're too kind. From now on, whatever you say, I'll do. Alright, enough of this mushy stuff. Big men shouldn't get so emotional. Hurry up and push the sled. We don't know how bad the old man's wife is doing. They might be desperately waiting for the money. As Li Mu spoke, he quickened his pace. Soon, Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu arrived at Grandpa Gao's house. In his previous life, Li Mu had come here with Gao Dage. Back then, Grandpa Gao, his wife, and Gao Dage's young nephew, none of them had lived past 10 years old. By now, they'd been dead nearly 20 years. The place hadn't completely collapsed, but it was in ruins. If not for the village road renovation passing right by the Gao family graves, Gao Dage probably would never have returned to this village again. Lost in thought, Li Mu raised his hand to push open the courtyard gate. Just then, a plump middle-aged woman came storming out from the house, cursing loudly. Pa, 2 stubborn old corpses, already half dead, still wanting to go to the hospital and spend our hard-earned money. I bet you're not really sick. You just want to scam us into paying to raise that little bastard brat. The woman's insults grew more vicious. In no time, Gao Dage's father rushed out from inside, raised his whip, and cracked it down straight on the fat woman. Cotton stuffing burst from her floral cotton jacket. She shrieked like a slaughtered chicken. Murder. He's going to kill me. Seeing this, Li Mu immediately pushed open the gate and hurried over to old man Gao, who was raising the whip again. Grandpa, what are you doing? Even if you're angry, you shouldn't stoop to fighting like an animal. It's just money, isn't it? If she doesn't have it, we do. Chapter 14. Left behind to care for the child. Li Mu, smiling, coaxed old Master Gao into handing over the whip, just about to persuade the elderly man to return indoors. But unexpectedly, the woman behind him who had just been lashed once, started yelling again. This time, however, her anger wasn't directed at old Master Gao, but at Li Mu himself. You little bastard dared to insult me? Let's see if I don't rip your damn mouth open. As she spoke, she got up and lunged toward Li Mu. But before she could reach him, Tian Xiaohu strode quickly in front of Li Mu, standing like an iron tower blocking his path. I don't hit women, said Tian Xiaohu, but if you dare lay a finger on my brother Mu, I'll twist your head right off your neck. Despite his honest appearance, when Tian Xiaohu turned serious and showed his fierce side, his sword-like brows rising, tiger eyes glaring, he truly looked intimidating. And since the fat woman was all bark and no bite anyway, after being shouted at by Tian Xiaohu, she couldn't help but shiver. She spat out hastily. Fine. So the old man brought back up. If he's willing to pay, then let him be the fool who covers it all. Anyway, I don't care anymore. Oh, pa. Cursing furiously, she turned and scurried out of the yard like a rabbit. Seeing this, Li Mu sneered coldly. Others might not know, but he certainly did. Over the years, senior brother Gao had sent plenty of money home from the army to support his family, but every cent ended up stuffed into that fat woman's mouth. Otherwise, how could she have grown so overweight? He knew this firsthand, from his past life, when he came to their village with senior brother Gao to relocate his family's ancestral graves. Back then, this fat woman led a mob to harass senior brother Gao, who personally told him everything. Now that senior brother Gao was ill, this woman not only refused to spend a single cent, but also spewed vile words. Thinking of this, Li Mu stared at her retreating, plump figure, his eyes growing increasingly icy. Senior brother Gao had shown him both great kindness and saved his life. Anyone who dared bully senior brother Gao's family was bullying his family. A chill passed through Li Mu's gaze, and even his aura shifted. Son, don't take what that beast said to heart. It's not worth causing trouble over someone like her. Old Master Gao, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed Li Mu's change in demeanor and quickly spoke up, trying to calm him. Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't do anything reckless, Li Mu replied promptly, as he gently helped the old man walk back toward the house. Once inside, they saw Aunt Gao lying unconscious on the kong, her forehead bleeding and face deathly pale. Sitting beside her, the boy called Hutu was wiping away tears. Grandpa, here's the money from selling your fish. Take it first to treat Andy, though I've still got more on me. So saying, Li Mu pulled a 100 yuan bill straight from his shirt pocket and pressed it into old Master Gao's hand. No, I can't accept this. Kid, if you really want to help me, just lend me 20 or 30 yuan. The old man never imagined this money actually came from selling his catch. Ever since he started fishing to supplement the household income, he'd never made more than 38 yuan at most. Even if today's haul had been unusually large, there was no way it could have sold for a full 100. Grandpa, please just take it. It really is from selling your fish. Seeing the old man refuse, Tian Xiaohu quickly chimed in, laying out the whole story clearly. How they'd caught the fish, sold them, and gotten exactly 100 yuan. Hearing this, old Master Gao was visibly stunned. He truly hadn't expected to earn 100 yuan so effortlessly, without even going to market himself. But still, no, the fish were hauled ashore by you two. Half of this money should go to you boys. I'll take only half. Frowning slightly, old Master Gao pushed the money Li Mu offered back toward him. Li Mu quickly responded, don't worry, we've already taken our fair share. Please stop refusing. The most urgent thing now is getting any medical treatment. With these words, and seeing his wife still unconscious on the kong, Old Master Gao finally stopped resisting. Alright then, I'll consider this a loan for now. Hearing this, Li Mu didn't argue further. He helped the old man carry the unconscious woman out to the horse cart waiting outside the courtyard. Then he turned to Hutu, whose eyes were still red and swollen. Hutu, right? Your grandparents are going to the hospital. How about staying with uncle for a few days? No, I want to go to the hospital too. Hutu protested unwillingly. But before he finished speaking, Old Master Gao glared sternly at him and snapped. Go where? Stay put at home. Your second uncle said he'd be back soon. What if he shows up and finds the door locked? That struck a nerve. Of everyone in the family, Hutu feared nobody except his second uncle. Seeing Li Mu nod obediently, Li Mu immediately took Hutu's hand and said to Old Master Gao, Grandpa, don't worry. Andy will be fine at the hospital. I'll stay here and take care of things. Everything will be under control. Old Master Gao now had complete trust in Li Mu. With a quick nod, he hurried off in the horse cart. Li Mu stayed behind with Hutu and casually asked Tian Xiaohu to go home first and let his family know what had happened, so they wouldn't worry about him being gone for so long. Li Mu stayed with Hutu, talking with the child at length, until finally the boy's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaohu left quickly and returned just as fast. On the way back, he nearly ran into Li Jianjun. But remembering Li Mu's earlier words, that from now on, they should keep their distance from that man, Tian Xiaohu deliberately took a longer route before making his way back to Old Master Gao's place. That evening, Li Mu cooked a stewed fish and made a ring of cornmeal pancakes around the pot using the corn flour Tian Xiaohu had brought. The three of them ate until their bellies were full and round. Outwardly, everything seemed fine, but late at night, while asleep, Hutu began to cry softly. Clearly, he'd been frightened by the day's events. Li Mu might not have had a child of his own, but hadn't he at least seen pigs run even if he'd never eaten pork? Immediately, he pulled Hutu into his arms and comforted him for a long time, only then escaping the fate of becoming a reluctant male nanny. Early the next morning, Li Mu got up early. Tian Xiaohu woke up as well, and, seeing Li Mu dressing and stepping down from the calm, hurried to get up too. But Li Mu quickly stopped him. Stay put. Keep Hutu company. I'll go check the traps in the mountains. I'll be back soon. Then let me go, Tian Xiaohu insisted right away. Li Mu shook his head. No need. I'll go see if we caught a fox. The animal's only valuable for its fur. We have to skin it quickly while it's still fresh. Otherwise, once the fox is fully dead, even after tanning, the pelt tends to shed hair. With that, Li Mu pulled on his old, worn coat and turned to walk out of the house. Today was even colder than the past few days. Shivering, Li Mu shoved both hands into his sleeves, hunching his neck as he trudged toward the woods. He didn't know it, but no sooner had he left than someone began following close behind. Chapter 15. Li Jianjun blocks the road for extortion. Li Mu strolled slowly toward the back mountains. In the silent forest, the crisp crunch of snow under his feet echoed sharply with each step. Li Jianjun, who had been stealthily trailing behind him for nearly 3 or 4 miles, was almost out of patience. Damn it! Could that bastard Li Mu have realized I'm following him and is just leading me around in circles? Muttering curses under his breath, Li Jianjun didn't slow his pace one bit, afraid that in the blink of an eye he might lose sight of his target. At first, Li Mu hadn't actually noticed anyone tailing him, until he neared the spot where he'd set traps for rabbits, when he casually glanced around while pretending to relieve himself. Though he saw no figure, a quick glance revealed clear footprints trailing behind his own. Even if someone tried to follow closely in his steps, there were bound to be moments of carelessness. But Li Mu said nothing. No matter who it was, given his current physical condition, he couldn't possibly fight anyone head-on. He'd be panting heavily even after a scuffle with a woman. It seemed that besides improving his health, he urgently needed to resume practicing the military boxing routine taught by Brother Gao in his past life. Thinking this, Li Mu reached the trap site. The sudden appearance of a snow-white fox instantly erased any irritation he felt about being followed. A well-cured high-grade fox pelt could fetch at least 80 to 100 yuan. As for the fox meat, it wasn't just delicious but also highly nourishing. Stewed gently with chicken and mushrooms, it would replenish qi and strengthen the body. Just thinking about it made Li Mu's mouth water. In a few swift moves, he tightly bound the fox's mouth and legs, then checked all the rabbit snares again. Aside from one rabbit gnawed on by the fox, 8 fat rabbits were successfully caught. But just as Li Mu was lifting the rabbits and the fox to head down the mountain, Li Jianjun suddenly leapt out from behind a tree. Li Mu, quite the haul you've got there. Li Jianjun grinned, his beady eyes, no bigger than soybeans, gleaming greedily over the plump rabbits in Li Mu's grasp. I was wondering why I felt like something was watching me from behind. Turns out it's you, Jianjun. Li Mu replied with a smile. Yet he didn't stop walking. He simply sidestepped Li Jianjun and continued downhill. Seeing this, Li Jianjun panicked and grabbed Li Mu's arm. Hey, don't go. Whoever sees gets a share. With so many rabbits, you've got to leave one for your brother, right? Li Mu turned with a cold smirk. 1, is that enough? If you're generous and give me 2 more, great. Otherwise, I can't guarantee word won't spread through the village about you hunting rabbits up here. Li Jianjun's smile concealed a threat. The reason Li Mu absolutely didn't want him involved in poaching game was precisely because he feared the whole village would find out. Once everyone started hunting in the mountains, how could Li Mu still make money? Li Jianjun, you're like a toad sitting on someone's foot. Don't bite, but you sure as hell annoy. Li Mu's face darkened. He yanked his arm free and delivered a sharp kick straight into Li Jianjun's kneecap. F***ck? You son of a bitch, you dare lay hands on me. Li Jianjun screamed in pain, stumbling and collapsing onto the snowy ground. But Li Mu acted as if nothing happened, picked up his catch, and walked away down the hill. Today, had anyone else tried to block him, Li Mu might have found a peaceful way to settle it. But this man was Li Jianjun. In his previous life, when he began making money raising pigs, this bastard came up with every excuse to demand partnership. Back then, he'd already made a pact with brother Gao. Gao provided the capital, Li Mu did the work, and absolutely no third party was allowed to interfere. So he politely refused Li Jianjun. To smooth things over, he even treated the man to several meals in succession. But what thanks did he get? Each time they met, Li Jianjun acted sarcastic and spiteful. Worse, he secretly mixed diseased pork from another village into Li Mu's pig feed, causing most of the pigs to die and costing Li Mu a fortune. Later, when organizing a construction crew, the man swindled the entire village, the old and young alike, cheating them out of more than a year's wages, and even caused Tian Xiaohu to end up crippled. Recalling all this, Li Mu arrived back at Gao's house. By now, lights were glowing inside. As soon as he stepped into the yard, Hu Tu came running out of the house, sobbing. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Li Mu asked, gently wiping the tears from Hu Tu's cheeks. Asked like that, the boy burst into even louder sobs. "I dreamed of my grandma. I want to go see her." "That's it. All right, we'll go see her soon," Li Mu said, handing his load over to Tian Xiaohu, who was approaching. Tian Xiaohu took the goods, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother Mu, you actually caught a fox." "Only one, though," Li Mu replied with regret. Li Mu couldn't help but ask, "Do you know how to tan hides?" Tanning hides? He didn't. Tian Xiaohu shyly shook his head. Now that he was following brother Mu, aside from physical labor, he felt utterly useless in every other way. Li Mu hadn't really expected much from Tian Xiaohu anyway. Still, a properly tanned fox pelt would sell far better than a fresh one. First, bloodstains might tarnish the fur, giving buyers an excuse to lowball. Second, if the pelt wasn't processed quickly after skinning, it could easily shed hair and degrade into lower grade, fetching a poor price. "Then we'll keep it for a couple more days," Li Mu decided. "Once I prepare everything, we'll get to work on it." As he spoke, he scooped Hu Tu into his arms. "Come on, let's have breakfast first. Once we've eaten our fill, your Uncle Mu will take you into town to see Grandma." Hearing that, Hu Tu immediately stopped crying. After breakfast, Li Mu took Hu Tu and 2 rabbits straight to the county hospital. Tian Xiaohu stayed behind at Gao's house. With all their game now stored there, who knew what ungrateful scoundrels from Gao's family might sneak in and steal? Hospitals in the 1980s weren't crowded. Most people still didn't think to see a doctor when sick. They'd rather rely on village folk healers or whatever medicine the local clinic had on hand. Besides, most families didn't have money. No one dared show up for treatment or hospitalization without at least several dozen yuan in pocket. Precisely because of this, finding someone was effortless. But as Li Mu led Hu Tu to the room where old lady Gao was staying, he heard a loud commotion from inside. "Luo Dongzi, you damn good for nothing. Now that you've got a wife, you've forgotten your mother. Your wife wants chicken, so off you go hunting in the snow for her. Now all I want is a taste of rabbit meat, and you're making excuses, dodging me like this. Wah, oh heavens, why am I, Zhang Chui, so cursed with misfortune? Rabbit meat?" He had some. Li Mu's eyes flickered slightly, instinctively tightening his grip on the mouth of the sack as he pulled Hu Tu toward the Bingfog entrance. Inside, beside the bed of the wailing old woman, stood a bespectacled middle-aged man looking deeply embarrassed. Meanwhile, Old Man Gao and Old Lady Gao, who had already woken up, were standing opposite them, openly enjoying the spectacle, only missing a bag of sunflower seeds to complete the scene. Suppressing a laugh, Li Mu stepped briskly to Old Lady Gao's bedside. "Auntie, how are you feeling? I've brought you 2 fat rabbits. I'll find the hospital kitchen later and have them stew a soup for you. It'll be incredibly nourishing." Chapter 16, Lu Manchong hugs a woman. As soon as Li Mu spoke, the entire ward fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Old Man Gao's eyes flickered. Then he stood up with a cheerful laugh. "Your auntie's doing much better now. You should take that wild rabbit and sell it on the street later. At your age, you ought to start saving up for a wife." "Uncle, no way, that won't do. Money can be earned any time, but auntie's health matters more than anything else," Li Mu replied quickly, seizing the chance to steer the conversation. He had brought the rabbits to the hospital today, not only to leave one for Aunt Gao's recovery, but also to sell the rest. Though there weren't many patients in the hospital these days, those who could afford treatment were generally well off. If he could establish a market here, he wouldn't have to worry about selling whatever game he caught in the future. "Yes, Grandpa, just let Grandma eat it. Uncle Mu hunted so many rabbits, you can eat your fill. Later, I'll catch some fish and sell them to pay Uncle Mu back," said Hu Tu, a thoughtful child. Though he didn't grasp the hidden meaning behind Li Mu and Old Man Gao's exchange, his sincere filial heart struck everyone deeply. What a sweet child. "Sister-in-law, you've truly got yourself a good grandson." The woman from the neighboring bed, who had just been wailing moments ago, now wore a broad smile, bright as a sunflower. Her earlier sorrow vanished completely. Hearing this, Aunt Gao laughed in return. "Yes, the boy takes after his father. Both are kind-hearted boys." But these words pierced like an arrow straight into the softened heart of the old lady opposite. Her son, already cowering like a quail under her scolding, now received another sharp glare from her. The middle-aged man quickly turned helplessly toward Li Mu. "Little brother, since you've got so many rabbits, could I buy one first?" Li Mu pretended to hesitate for a moment, glancing at the elderly woman beside the man before waving generously. "Buy? What's there to buy? We're all staying in the same ward. We're practically family. I'll just give you one for free." With that, he untied the woven bag beside him, pulled out a lively, hopping rabbit, and extended it toward the man. Careful now, brother. This wild rabbit's feisty. Don't let it bite your hand. The man nodded and stepped forward to receive it. But suddenly, the old woman lying in bed sat bolt upright and slapped his back. What are you doing? Are you really going to take something for nothing? Pay him right now. Though blunt, the old woman was a sensible person. In truth, the man hadn't intended to take it for free. He just wanted to get the rabbit first and pay later. Now scolded by his own mother, he quickly fished 10 yuan out of his pocket and held it out to Li Mu. Little brother, is 10 yuan enough? Li Mu swiftly took the money. Plenty. Tomorrow I'll bring fish for my auntie, and I'll toss in 2 extra for you. No need to pay. Since our elders are sharing a ward, we're already connected by fate. As he spoke, Li Mu handed the rabbit over to the man, then turned to the old woman in bed. Auntie, don't push my brother too hard on payment. If you insist on paying, then I won't sell any rabbits at all. The old woman had initially felt a pang of regret seeing her son hand over 10 yuan so easily, but hearing Li Mu's words, all regret vanished instantly. Market fish went for at least 3 or 4 yuan per piece. Even small ones, 2 would still be worth 4 yuan. So 10 yuan wasn't a bad deal. And besides, this rabbit looked plump. Once skinned, its fur could make a nice pair of rabbit fur gloves for her little granddaughter. Perfect. Mentally calculating, the old woman's smile only grew wider. After handing over the rabbit, Li Mu bid farewell to Old Man Gao and Aunt Gao, then left the ward. Originally, he intended to head straight to the hospital's small kitchen with his snakeskin bag. But as he passed the hospital payment window, he spotted someone he couldn't quite call familiar, but certainly wasn't a stranger either, Lu Manchong. And right then, Lu was hugging a pretty young woman who appeared slightly older than himself, whispering sweet nothings with a silly grin. You're my darling, my precious. I could never bear to see you suffer. I'll talk. If you really couldn't bear seeing me suffer, how could you lie in my bed while planning to marry another woman? No sooner had she spoken than tears streamed down her cheeks like broken pearls. Any man would feel pangs of sympathy seeing such sorrow. But Li Mu didn't feel a shred of pity. Instead, his eyes burned with cold fury. That bastard Lu Manchong. Carrying on with this woman while already engaged to Tao Mei. Li Mu carefully studied the woman beside Lu Manchong, a faint shadow flickering in his mind, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen her before. But it didn't matter. As long as he knew her name, there'd be no trouble uncovering who she really was. Thinking this, Li Mu quietly followed them with his snakeskin bag in hand, treading cautiously. But who would have thought that Lu Manchong was so alert? No sooner had Li Mu taken a couple of steps than Lu whirled around, eyes blazing with suspicion. What the hell are you following us for, kid? Big brother, I noticed your wife looks pregnant. So I was wondering if she eats rabbit meat. It's super nutritious, you know. Li Mu grinned and casually reached to offer the snakeskin bag. Get lost. Who wants your damn rabbit? Don't you know pregnant women who eat rabbit will give birth to babies with cleft lips? Lu Manchong snapped angrily, shoving his hand to push the bag away. And in that moment, the test result paper in his hand fluttered into Li Mu's view. Lu Xiuxiu. That name sounded oddly familiar too. Li Mu didn't stop to think. His goal was already achieved. He quickly backed off. Sorry, big brother, I really didn't know. With that, Li Mu hurried away, clutching his snakeskin bag tightly. But inside his head, memories from his past life were racing wildly, desperately searching for any clue about Lu Xiuxiu. After all, villages were close-knit back then. No TVs, no mobile phones. People relied entirely on gossip and endless rumors about who married whom or whose wife was cheating. It wasn't until Li Mu delivered the rabbits to the small kitchen of the hospital cafeteria and saw the bloody, skinned carcass lying on the table that it suddenly hit him who Lu Xiuxiu was. Damn it. The West River female corpse. Lu Xiuxiu, the famously beautiful widow from Shiha village, strangled and dumped naked into the West River. This killer wasn't caught even when I died. Could it possibly be Lu Manchong? Li Mu muttered under his breath, recalling the feral, almost murderous glare Lu had shot him earlier. Something's not right. Something is definitely off about Lu Manchong. His heart pounded uneasily, yet he wasn't a cop or investigator. He felt it deep down but couldn't piece anything together. Just then, the kitchen chef approached with another man heading straight toward Li Mu. Kid, you're the one selling rabbits? The newcomer spoke arrogantly, instantly snapping Li Mu out of his thoughts. He looked up at the man, and his heart dropped like a stone. Chapter 17, 4 months pregnant. The man who arrived was tall and thin. He wore a Zhongshan suit, his hair combed neatly in place, his lean face looking perfectly upright and proper. But Li Mu knew this man, named Zheng Qianfeng, was the kind who'd devour you without spitting out the bones. In his previous life, he'd met this man at the slaughterhouse. Pigs that were perfectly fine would somehow end up with multiple problems under Zheng's inspection. Even if you paid enough, he'd still find petty faults now and then. It was because of him that Li Mu's pig farm had run into trouble. Zheng had declared they wouldn't accept pigs from his farm for 3 consecutive years, forcing Li Mu to find other ways, turning instead to smoked pork and sausages. The hardship and effort behind that detour had caused him no small amount of suffering. Li Mu drifted into thought, momentarily dazed. But to Zheng Qianfeng, this clearly looked like someone intimidated by his authority, probably scared speechless. Li Mu, no, you've got it wrong. We'll take 15 rabbits a month delivered to our hospital, settle accounts at year-end, Zheng said flatly, dropping a bombshell right away. He didn't mention the price per rabbit, nor did he offer any payment before year-end. Li Mu could swear on anything that this guy wouldn't only refuse to pay at year-end, but would also try to swindle him out of something extra. You're kidding me, sir. I just happened to catch a few rabbits. There's no way I can deliver 15 a month. Li Mu shook his head repeatedly, feigning shock. What he didn't know was that xuanhuan was actually the person in charge of the hospital cafeteria. Had he known that, he'd have gladly spent more money at some small roadside eatery rather than bring his goods here to the hospital kitchen. Zheng had assumed he was dealing with an easy mark, one who practically handed himself over. He hadn't expected this guy to be all talk. Instantly annoyed, he shot a fierce glare at the fat chef who had summoned him, his expression dark and ugly. The chubby chef hadn't expected Li Mu to back down so easily. Just moments ago, everything had been settled. The plan was to supply 10 or 8 rabbits a month, no problem. So why was he suddenly refusing? Kid, that wasn't what you said earlier. All noise and bluster, like a firecracker going off. Turns out it's just hot air. The chef glared at Li Mu, clearly irritated. He'd been counting on this opportunity to persuade Zheng Qianfeng to give him a raise. Now, not only was a raise out of the question, he might even get penalized this month. Li Mu just stood there, innocent looking, scratching his head with a dumb grin. I just wanted to be friendly, you know? In case I catch more rabbits later, I could sell them to you then. Well, technically speaking, that wasn't wrong. Exaggerating a bit to build rapport, it was perfectly normal. But Zheng Qianfeng, upon hearing this, sneered and shot another angry look at the fat chef. In the future, figure things out properly before calling me. You really think I've got nothing better to do than be jerked around by you? With that, Zheng turned sharply, hands clasped behind his back, and strode off. The plump chef bowed and scraped behind him like a lapdog, muttering, Yes, 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 please walk slowly. Only after he'd fully escorted the man away did the chef turn back, face dark, shooting Li Mu another venomous glare. Now even the pot simmering on Li Mu's little stove seemed irritating to him. If your stuff's ready, scram already. What a waste. My kindness is utterly wasted. The chef grumbled bitterly. Standing at the chopping block, he pulled out a white radish and began slicing it with loud thwack, thwack sounds. Li Mu's eyes flickered slightly, but he stayed silent. With Zheng Qianfeng involved, he had no intention of risking further dealings with the hospital cafeteria. Too dangerous. Who knew when that bastard Zheng might stab him in the back? After stewing the rabbit soup, Li Mu simply ladled it into the lunchboxes he'd brought and carried them straight to the ward. All along the way, the rich aroma drew many sidelong glances. But as he passed the obstetrics and gynecology department, Li Mu unexpectedly spotted Lu Mansong and Lu Xiuxiu again, though they were rushing toward the examination room and didn't notice him. Li Mu quickly stepped forward, calling out loudly, Hot, hot. This pot will scald you alive. As he shouted, he set the pot down on a nearby wooden bench where patients waited for their numbers to be called. In the 1980s, benches were still made of wood, no risk of burning through. Li Mu took the chance to cool his hands, pinching his earlobes as he casually leaned against the wall right next to the clinic door. You're 4 months along now. Rest well and pay attention to your nutrition, the doctor said indifferently. She'd repeated this same sentence countless times a day, her tone long since mechanical. Doctor, is she carrying a boy? Lu Mansong asked, his voice full of hope. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or girl. Just go home and take good care of yourself. Naturally, the doctor wouldn't reveal the gender. This was the height of strict family planning enforcement. Who would dare take that risk? Hearing this, Li Mu quickly picked up the casserole and hurried away. By the time he reached the upper floor, Lu Mansong had just led Lu Xiuxiu out. What the two of them were saying no longer mattered to Li Mu. All he knew was that Lu Xiuxiu was pregnant, and Lu Mansong desperately wanted a son. If he could confirm that Lu Xiuxiu was carrying a boy, then Lu Mansong would surely choose to keep this child instead of his wife Tao Yimei, who could only bear daughters. With that thought in mind, Li Mu returned to the ward where Grandma Gao was staying. By now, the old woman's son from the opposite bed had already left, most likely gone to prepare her meal. Li Mu stepped up beside Grandma Gao's bed and carefully opened the lunchbox. A rich, thick aroma instantly rose into the air. Grandma Gao immediately broke into a smile, her eyes narrowing into slits. This soup smells mighty good. Let it cool a bit before drinking. The rabbit meat is fatty, but I skimmed off most of the oil, so even when cold it won't taste greasy, Li Mu said with a smile, placing the container on the small square table nearby. As Grandma Gao gazed at the steaming broth, then glanced at Li Mu, her heart suddenly filled with thoughts of her late eldest son and her younger son serving far away in the army. Her nose stung, and her eyes reddened. Seeing this, Li Mu was just about to comfort her when suddenly someone darted in from behind, grabbed his arm, and gave it a violent yank. You've got it real good here. Your own nephew can't even afford to get married. Yet here you are lounging in the hospital, sipping meat soup. The tall, burly man, well over 5'6", shouted like some street-side shrew. Without finishing his sentence, he raised his hand and dumped the entire box of rabbit stew straight onto Grandma Gao. Li Mu's face turned red with rage at once. You bastard. After all the trouble I went through cooking this, you dare spill it? I'll kill you. Grabbing the nearby stool, he swung it straight at the tall man. But the man twisted aside sharply and shoved Li Mu hard with one hand, sending him staggering back. Li Mu bitterly cursed his weak, pathetic body. He was simply too thin and frail. He hated himself for it. Clearly, if he wanted to deal with this brute, he couldn't win by force. He'd need another way. Chapter 18. 500 to marry a golden treasure. Mind your own business, kid, or I'll beat you to death. The burly man glared at Li Mu with fierce eyes, his fist as big as a rice bowl already raised high. When old Master Gao saw this, he was about to step forward in anger to stop him. But Li Mu spoke first. It's just about money, right? I have money. As long as you promise never to harass old Master Gao and his wife again, name your price. I'll pay it. At these words, the man's fierce gaze softened slightly, But looking at Li Mu's tattered cotton jacket covered in patches, he clearly had doubts. You've got money. I never boast for nothing. Don't judge by how I'm dressed. My clothes may be ragged, but I'm not short on cash. Go ask that fat lady who was at old Master Gao's house that day. Do you think I could have brought them here to the hospital if I didn't have money? The burly man's eyes flickered. He did know about that incident. Otherwise he wouldn't have come searching at the hospital. Fine then, 500 yuan. Hand it over. Straight to the point, the man demanded bluntly, no longer bothering to wonder whether Li Mu could actually produce the money. The kid had made such a bold claim. He'd just collect the cash. Where Li Mu got it from wasn't his concern. But before Li Mu could respond, old Master Gao exploded in rage, jumping up as if he'd been shocked. 500. Are you trying to marry a golden treasure, Gaoshanzi? Gaoshanzi. So this was Gaoshanzi, the very one beaten into a vegetative state by elder brother Gao. And because of him, elder brother Gao had been forced to retire from military service early. Li Mu clenched his fists. For an instant, his eyes darkened with cold fury when he looked at Gaoshanzi, but he quickly suppressed it. Grandpa, let's just pay for peace. Tightly holding onto the trembling old Master Gao, Li Mu gave Gaoshanzi no chance to speak further. But I don't have all the money on me today. Come to old Master Gao's house tomorrow to get it. But we need to make one thing clear. You can take the money, but you must write me a note. A note? What kind of note? I'm not borrowing money from you. Gaoshanzi snapped, his eyes widening dangerously again. A guarantee that you'll never harass old Master Gao's family ever again. If you break that promise, I won't give you a single cent. After all, considering my friendship with old Master Gao, paying for Grandma Gao's hospital stay is already going above and beyond. Li Mu spoke calmly. Seeing Gaoshanzi's eyes darting around uneasily, he added firmly, and don't even think about asking for more. Not one extra penny do I have. All right, we've got a deal. Suddenly, the plump woman Li Mu had seen earlier at old Master Gao's house rushed into the room and quickly agreed on behalf of Gaoshanzi. Gaoshanzi frowned the moment he saw her, reluctantly muttering, Mom, only 500? What'll we do next time we're short on cash? You fool, that Gagazzi is most likely already dead overseas. Do you really think those two old people can give you anything more? The heavy-set woman hurried over to Gaoshanzi and whispered fiercely. Ever since a year and a half ago, she hadn't received a single remittance from Gagazzi through the post office. She'd initially thought Gagazzi had sent the money directly to the old couple, but she'd screamed, shouted, and caused a scene. If they really had money, given their stubborn pride, there was no way they'd ever borrow from an outsider to cover hospital bills. Though she'd spoken softly, old Master Gao standing nearby had caught nearly every word. As for the fact that his younger son was probably already dead, he'd suspected it for a long time, but simply refused to accept it. So while his face turned grim, he said nothing. Instead, he anxiously glanced toward Grandma Gao still lying in bed, afraid she might overhear. Seeing her merely wiping away tears, he felt a bit relieved, but the look he cast toward Gaoshanzi and the fat woman was filled with disgust and loathing. Meanwhile, Li Mu's expression also darkened. He coldly snapped at the two. Now that it's settled, get out of here, now. Upon hearing this, Gaoshanzi turned to glare viciously at Li Mu, ready to explode, but the plump woman beside him grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the ward. Clearly, she feared Li Mu might change his mind. Yet the moment they left, old Master Gao turned to Li Mu with a face drained of all color. Little brother, don't get involved in our old couple's troubles anymore. At worst, I'll risk my life. I'll take them down with me. No sooner had he spoken these despairing words than he looked painfully at his terrified grandson and the sick old woman in bed. His own life meant little, but what would become of his wife and grandson after? Uncle, my name is Li Mu. From now on, just call me Mu'er, Li Mu said quietly. Hearing old Master Gao's words, a chill ran through his heart. But if he showed hesitation now, it wouldn't bring understanding, it would only add more pressure. Li Mu spoke with a faint smile on his lips, and before old Master Gao could respond, he continued. Rest assured, Uncle, we have the money. But I'll never just hand it over to those two beasts worse than pigs or dogs. For now, let me keep you in suspense. I only hope you won't resent me later for going too far. There was a sharp edge of coldness in those final words. Seeing this, old Master Gao couldn't help but shiver inwardly. This boy in front of him was truly kind-hearted. What if some wrongdoing by their old couple dragged him into disaster? That would be an unforgivable sin. Xiao Mu, don't go resorting to violence or recklessness. We're already near death. We're not worth your sacrifice, old Master Gao said anxiously, his trembling, aged hands tightly gripping Li Mu's arm. Grandpa, don't worry. Everything I do will be within the bounds of reason and law, Li Mu replied with a smile, gently patting the old man's hand. After offering a few more reassurances, he excused himself, saying he had to return home to check the mountain traps, and left the hospital. He departed lightly, but the elderly Gaos were left filled with anxiety. Even after their neighbor from across the hall comforted them for a long time, the old couple still couldn't sit still. In the end, old Master Gao decided to leave his young grandson at the hospital while he would return home early the next morning to investigate. Meanwhile, as soon as Li Mu stepped out of the hospital, he headed straight to the post office. He first called the unit where Gao Gotzi was stationed, and upon confirming that Gao Gotzi was away on duty, he didn't waste words. He immediately explained the situation with the Gao family. Then he requested that someone from the military contact the local inspection team, asking them to come to Shitsuan village at dawn the next day to assist in investigating the disappearance of the money orders sent by Gao Gotzi. Before hanging up, Li Mu added firmly, "Soldiers protect the nation, yes, but you can't focus only on the big country while neglecting your own small families. When heroes return home covered in glory, what if they find no living soul left? Only 3 graves overgrown with weeds. His words were harsh, but they echoed the tragic reality Gao Gazi had faced in Li Mu's past life. Chapter 19. My name is Gao Xuanhuan, still single. Don't worry, comrade. I'll make sure your message gets through. Rest assured, the inspection team will be in Xuanhuan first thing tomorrow morning to investigate this matter. The voice on the phone sounded extremely solemn. Only then did Li Mu curl his lips into a satisfied smile and reply lightly, good. I believe the organization won't let us military dependents feel let down. With the call ended, Li Mu hung up. But he had no idea what storm this single phone call would unleash. Within 10 minutes, the head of the inspection team received an urgent call from higher-ups, repeatedly instructed to thoroughly investigate the matter. Immediately, the team dispatched personnel to the post office to examine all mailing records and money transfer slips. Their investigation revealed that Gao Gazi had served in the army for 5 years. During the first 3 years, he had sent home a total of 5,620 yuan. That kind of sum. Even the director of the most profitable local factory might not have earned so much. In addition, there were 58 various grain coupons and cloth coupons. The total value exceeded 10,000 yuan. 10,000. What did that even mean? In the 1980s, how many 10,000 yuan households existed across the entire country? The disappearance of assets worth tens of thousands was a major case. And this was just the tip of the iceberg, the root pulled out along with the mud. Further investigations by the inspection team uncovered that it wasn't only funds and coupons that had been stolen. College admission notices had also been misappropriated. But those were details yet to come. After leaving the post office, Li Mu went straight back to old Master Gao's house. To play it safe, he'd also arranged for Gao Xiaohu to move into the county town guest house ahead of time. If the inspection team hadn't shown up, he'd bring them over himself. Thus, when Gao Shanzi arrived with people the next morning, Li Mu was the only one present at the Gao residence. This time, besides Gao Shanzi, 2 others came with him, one older man and a younger one. The elder was middle-aged. From his appearance alone, one could tell he was Gao Shanzi's father. As for the younger one, wearing a dogskin hat, wrapped in a thick scarf, his round, plump body looked like a ball. 2 beady eyes fixed unblinkingly on Li Mu the moment he walked in, staring non-stop. The way he stared made it seem as if a starving man had just laid eyes on a prime piece of mutton. Li Mu felt uneasy, instantly raising his guard. The receipt is ready. Take a look. If everything's in order, sign it and press your fingerprint. Then you can take the money. Avoiding the gaze of the human meatball, Li Mu pulled the slip from his chest pocket and handed it directly to Gao Shanzi. But just as Gao Shanzi reached out to take it, the fat woman blocked his hand. Oh my, nephew, we braved the freezing cold to get here. Don't you think it's a bit rude not to invite us in for a cup of hot water? Invite them in. Li Mu swept a glance at the calculating eyes of the fat woman and immediately curled his lip in cold disdain. Do you want water, he thought, or are you trying to swindle me? Nephew, what are you saying? How could we possibly swindle you? The fat woman feigned shock. But barely finishing her sentence, she turned toward Gao Shanzi beside her. Yeah, what do you even have that we could possibly swindle? Let us inside quickly to warm up. The money stuff can wait. Gao Shanzi shouted loudly as he stepped forward toward the house. Yet Li Mu stood rooted in place. Feel free to stay warm, but I'd rather stay out here, clear my head a little. Might clear it too much, actually. Maybe then I'll decide not to hand over the money after all. Who says I have any ties to the Gao family? No reason for me to waste 500 bucks on strangers. So saying, Li Mu turned around, hopped straight onto the stone mill in the yard, shoved his hands into his sleeves, and squatted there. The fat woman glared hatefully at Li Mu, gritted her teeth, and was about to reach up and yank him down. When the man following closely behind her spoke up, stop wasting time with him. Get the money first, deal with the rest later. Hearing that, the woman shot him a sideways glance, but reluctantly admitted it made sense. She immediately switched to a phony smile, walked up to Li Mu, and said sweetly, Nephew, what are you talking about? Sign before seeing the money? What if? Li Mu had anticipated exactly this line. Before she even finished speaking, he pulled out 500 yuan from his chest pocket. Flicking it casually, he fanned the bills in one hand and smacked them proudly against his other palm. 500 yuan, no more, no less. Brand new, crisp notes. The fresh bills snapped sharply in his hand. Instantly, the fat woman, Gao Shanzi, and the third person's eyes widened, their fingers twitching as if they couldn't wait to snatch it away. Yet the moment the fat woman lifted her hand, Li Mu thrust the prepared slip straight into her grip. Sign this first. Once it's done, the money's yours, nowhere to run. Smiling, Li Mu watched as all 4 of them still stared hungrily at the cash in his hand. He added calmly, oh, and you'll need the village chief to witness it. In the village, no matter what the issue was, going to the village chief carried far more weight than a signed and fingerprinted agreement. But when it came to the inspection team, they would certainly trust a properly signed document much more. Witnesses were only supplementary. I'll go. I'll get the village chief right away, the fat woman blurted eagerly, turning to leave the courtyard. But halfway through, she suddenly stopped, turned back, and pulled Gao Shanzi closer, deliberately raising her voice. Shanzi, you go get the village chief. The roads are slippery with snow, don't rush, take your time. As she spoke, she tugged hard on Gao Shanzi's arm. Gao Shanzi immediately caught on. He glanced at Li Mu and then at the human meatball, who had somehow crept right up beside him, a sly, somewhat lewd smirk creeping across his lips. Li Mu shuddered involuntarily at the sight. He turned toward the meatball, swallowed hard, and asked, excuse me, Are you brother or sister? The meatball let out a chuckle, its voice oddly gruff, yet piercingly shrill. My name is xuanhuan. I'm 18 this year, still single. You can just call me Huahua, little Moo brother. With that, xuanhuan stomped her foot bashfully and covered her face with both hands, acting all coy. But that stomp shook the ground so hard, bang, bang, that Li Mu's slender frame actually wobbled from the tremor. Ugh, what kind of crap was this, Huahua? The gal's scheming was practically slapping him in the face now. No wonder this meatball had been staring at him like fresh meat since stepping through the door, and why the fat woman was so insistent on going inside to talk. Thankfully, he'd been swindled enough in his past life to know better. He hadn't fallen into their trap. Thinking this, Li Mu quickly stood and scooted to the other side of the stone mill, trying to put distance between himself and xuanhuan. But no sooner had he moved than xuanhuan squeezed right up next to him, yanking down her scarf to reveal a large, doughy face sprouting dark, fuzzy whiskers. Goosebumps instantly broke out all over Li Mu's body. He leapt off the millstone, pointing at xuanhuan in utter revulsion. You, stay away from me. Dear nephew, how can you say that? Our xuanhuan is so plump and prosperous. Marry a girl like her, and you'll be blessed with endless fortune. Your days will only grow richer and brighter. The fat woman noticed Li Mu's obvious disgust toward xuanhuan, but she'd brought her daughter along precisely with this plan in mind. If Li Mu really did come up with 500 yuan, they'd marry xuanhuan off to him on the spot. The money would count as dowry, and then the Gao family could enjoy an endless flow of cash once again. Too bad Li Mu was too sharp for them. Every trick they tried had failed completely. No way, don't even try pulling that nonsense on me. If you want the money today, keep this meatball away from me. Otherwise, I'll burn every last cent in the stove. I won't give you a single fun. With that, Li Mu darted to the doorway. He kicked open the half-closed door and pointed furiously at the hearth, where faint embers still glowed. I mean it. Chapter 20. Extortion and Blackmail. Evidence clear and convincing. Li Mu's outburst instantly riled up the fat woman. Hey, you ungrateful brat. My daughter's a gem. And you, some puny runt, dare look down on her? Let me tell you, a fortune teller said she was born with a fate of wealth and nobility. The plump woman jabbed her finger right into Li Mu's face, hopping and shouting furiously. But Li Mu didn't flinch. Instead, he leaned slightly closer to the stove. Just then, a deep male voice rang from outside the courtyard. Sia, what are you doing? Hearing that voice, the woman's angry face instantly melted into a bright smile. She turned and rushed toward the newcomer. Brother Five, you're here? I was just teasing this nephew a bit. You call this teasing? Listen up. I won't allow forced marriages or kidnappings anymore. The man addressed as Brother Five was none other than Gao Wu, village chief of Xuanhuan. He'd been occupied with county meetings these past few days. Though rumors about the Gao family had reached his ears, he hadn't paid much attention, simply too busy. Now, however, it had escalated to an outsider stepping in to handle village matters. Kid, is it true you're offering 500 yuan to buy a formal severance letter between Shanzi's family and Old Master Gao's household? Gao Wu deliberately raised his voice, both to assert authority and to warn Li Mu. Stopping Shanzi's harassment wasn't enough. A clean break would be best. But the plump woman and he were still related within 5 generations. The elders were all still around. Even as village chief, if he proposed such a split, he'd still be scorned behind his back. Severing ties isn't something I, an outsider, can decide. We'll need to wait for my brother Gaizi to return. Li Mu acknowledged Gao Wu's intention. But he also knew his limits. He couldn't overstep. Gaizi, Gao Wu hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Asking after someone's life or death was taboo. As Gao Wu paused, the hunched man suddenly spoke. You know where Gaizi is. What? Did something happen to brother Gaizi? Li Mu asked with feigned surprise, cursing himself inwardly for letting slip too much. Quickly covering, he added, he better not be in trouble. If anything happened to him, my 500 yuan would vanish like mist. No, how could anything happen to him? He's eating and sleeping well in the army, the fat woman chimed in hurriedly. The hunched man nodded along. Yeah, this kid's such an ungrateful wretch. Joined the military years ago and never once come home. Exactly. They say soldiers get allowances, but we haven't seen a single fun. The woman wore a resentful expression, sounding utterly convincing. But Li Mu knew full well, without his older brother Gao's monthly allowance, this woman and her daughter wouldn't have ballooned into human meatballs, and her giant fool of a son wouldn't be so robust. The only one who seemed to gain nothing was the hunched man. Yet often, those who appear to benefit the least are actually the greatest beneficiaries. That's what Li Mu thought, but he kept his expression bland and said simply, in that case, Chief Gao, please bear witness while they sign the paper quickly. With that, Li Mu stuffed the money back into his pocket and pointed at the slip of paper in the fat woman's hand. Gao Wu watched Li Mu's movements closely, a flash of dark light flickering in his eyes. See ya, sign it. With Gao Wu's approval, the woman stopped dawdling. She yanked Shanzi, xuanhuan, and her husband over, and in moments all three signed, pressing their fingerprints onto the document using the indigo ink Gao Wu had brought. Just as they handed the signed paper to Gao Wu and moved to claim their money, 5 members of the inspection squad strode through the gate. At the sight of them, Gao Wu's brow tightened slightly. No matter when, no one ever wanted the inspection squad at their door, because whenever they came, nothing good followed. Before Gao Wu could even ask what was going on, Li Mu darted forward, snatched the paper from Gao Wu's hand, and thrust it into the lead inspectors. The Shanzi family, they're all here. They've been harassing the family of a serviceman and committing intimidation, threats, blackmail, and extortion. Upon hearing this, the inspector immediately glanced down at the paper. There, in black and white, lay the full account. Motives, amounts, conditions, all clearly detailed. Evidence is conclusive. Take all 4 of them away. At the order, the 4 inspectors behind him lunged toward Xuanhuan's family. The fat woman panicked and screamed at Gao Wu. Brother 5, you witnessed this. Say something for us. Gao Wu, truthfully, didn't want to get involved. But since he had technically taken part, he felt obliged to intervene. Yet just as he opened his mouth to say, "Comrade," Li Mu cut in again. "Comrades, I asked the village chief to come here. He helped me secure this evidence. Without his cover, I wouldn't have gotten it." Hearing Li Mu's words, the inspector's cold gaze toward Gao Wu softened slightly. But he still made sure to clarify what needed to be said. Their oppression and extortion of a soldier's family isn't a huge case. Worst comes to worst, they'll be locked up for 2 or 3 years. What? 2 or 3 years? The fat woman's face went blank with shock. Xuanhuan turned around sharply, glaring viciously at Li Mu. "Brat, you dare betray me? Once I get out, I'll make sure you don't live." Li Mu sneered coldly. "Worry about getting out first. And don't forget, all these years you've been fraudulently claiming Gotzi's military allowance. That could land you in front of a firing squad." With that, Li Mu turned toward the inspectors and smiled. "Thanks for your help, comrades. Once everything's settled, I'll make sure to properly thank all of you." "No need. This is our duty," the inspectors replied in unison. People of this era were the most sincere and the most upright. No sooner had the words left their mouths than they snapped silver handcuffs onto Xuanhuan and the fat woman. Xuanhuan struggled briefly, but when he turned and saw a squad of soldiers suddenly appear at the gate, he instantly deflated like a sickly chick. Li Mu himself was also surprised. He had only told Tian Xiaohu to fetch the inspection squad, never expecting soldiers to arrive as well. As for Brother Gao was he. Li Mu carefully scanned every face among the troops, but couldn't find Gao Gotzi's rugged, handsome features. Instead, he found Tian Xiaohu rubbing the army jeep with a dumb grin, practically ready to throw his arms around it and kiss it. Li Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation, strode over, and kicked Tian Xiaohu squarely on the butt. "What do you think you're doing? Brother Mu, why'd you kick me?" Tian Xiaohu whined, indignant. He'd been having the time of his life admiring the big jeep. "You know damn well what." Li Mu shot back, chuckling despite himself. But before he could scold him further, a man in a crisp military greatcoat stepped forward, straightened himself, and suddenly saluted him. Instinctively, Li Mu found himself returning the salute. Chapter 21. Soldiers and civilians are one family. Li Mu's gesture might seem a bit ridiculous by today's standards, but before the 1980s, such a salute was actually the highest expression of respect and admiration towards someone in the military. "Comrade, we're deeply grateful for your help to the family of a soldier. Here's the medical fee you covered for Gao Gotzi's mother. And these 200 yuan. Please use them to continue caring for the elderly couple on Comrade Gao Gotzi's behalf." The visitor's stern face softened slightly after seeing Li Mu return the salute, and his voice unconsciously dropped in volume. But when Li Mu saw the money being handed to him, he waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. "No, I can't take this. The medicine money, I only paid it because that day someone was hosting a celebration and bought up all the fish anyway. Besides, soldiers and civilians are one family. You guys don't take even a needle or thread from the people. So how could I possibly accept favors in return? If I took this money, what kind of person would I become?" Li Mu kept refusing, but the man insisted, shoving the bills toward him. But the other man was a soldier, tall, strong, trained. Compared to him, Li Mu was like a chick facing an eagle, helpless and completely overpowered. 300 yuan in total was forcibly stuffed into a cotton-filled hole in Li Mu's tattered coat. Li Mu struggled hard just to pull it out again. Seeing this, the man immediately frowned, clearly annoyed. "Brother, why are you still being so stubborn? This is my mission. If you keep refusing, I won't be able to complete my task, and I'll be punished back at base." That. Li Mu froze, unsure what to do. He looked at the serious-faced soldier, then at the others busy carrying rice and flour into Gao Gotzi's house. Finally, he sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll use this money to buy some tonics for Andy Gao." Once Li Mu stopped resisting, the man's face lit up instantly with a smile. Just then, a young soldier came running out excitedly. "Captain Wang, there's a fox here." At the word fox, Captain Wang's eyes lit up. Li Mu quickly added, "I found it on the mountain 2 days ago. If you need it, you can take it." With that, Li Mu hurried toward the yard. But Captain Wang reached out and stopped him. "Comrade, whether you found it or caught it, we can't just take it for free. Like you said earlier, we mustn't take even a single needle or thread from the people." His own words were thrown right back at him. Li Mu was momentarily speechless. He refused money, but the army had rules. Forcing others to break them wasn't right either. "Then, give me 5 yuan. I don't know its value. Since it's furry, maybe it's about the same as a rabbit?" Li Mu said offhandedly. Just then, Tian Xiaohu, who had been helping the soldiers carry supplies indoors, overheard. His eyes instantly widened like copper bells. "Brother Mu, didn't you say just the fur alone could sell for over 100 yuan? Tian Xiaohu blurted out honestly, and Li Mu shot him a furious glare. "You idiot." Hearing this, Captain Wang instantly grew serious again. "Comrade, how could you deceive us?" He pulled 50 yuan from his pocket and shoved it directly into Tian Xiaohu's hand. 50 yuan. I'll take only the meat. The skin, I don't want." "All right, I'll go prepare it right away." Tian Xiaohu beamed with joy, but as he turned to run into the yard, Li Mu grabbed him by the collar. "Give it a rest. This job's still mine." Li Muyi strode into the yard, and not only slaughtered the fox, but also killed several rabbits that were there. Finally, using the excuse that he wouldn't sell the fox meat unless they took the rabbit meat too, he forced everything upon Captain Wang's group. Only then did those 50 yuan feel a little less hot in his hand. After seeing off Captain Wang and his men, Tian Xiaohu cheerfully sidled up to Li Muyi. Brother Mu, shall we go fishing next? Although they'd earned quite a bit recently, having paused work these past couple of days due to old Gao's family matters, Tian Xiaohu didn't feel relaxed at all. He felt restless instead. Whether setting traps in the mountains or casting nets in the river, he simply needed to do something. Let's net some more fish. These furs need selling. No telling if they'll find buyers. We shouldn't make a trip to town for nothing. But fishing alone wouldn't be possible with just Li Muyi. The Gao household had just received grain, flour, and oil from the army. It wouldn't feel right taking advantage while they were down. And just now, the village chief had left with the inspection team. Li Muyi didn't know many people here and had no idea whom to ask. Xiaohu, is there anyone in the village you trust? In the end, Li Muyi decided to ask someone from his own village for help and told Tian Xiaohu to stay behind and watch the house for old Gao. There's Li. Tian Xiaohu started to say Li Jianjun, but upon seeing Li Muyi's tightly furrowed brows and a face clearly written with refusal, he quickly changed his words. Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi. How about those two? Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi. Actually, these two names did ring a bell in Li Muyi's mind. In his previous life, when he had run a pig farm and needed hands, both of them had worked for him. Later, when the pig farm went under, while others came banging at his door demanding wages, these two only showed up once to ask and never came back. Afterward, when he had his father distribute money to everyone, his father mentioned that the two had actually brought gifts along as thanks. Alright, get those two. Li Muyi made the decision, though of course, he wouldn't split the earnings with them the same way he did with Tian Xiaohu. You tell them, I'm hiring them to help fish. 5 yuan per job. Got it. I'll go find them right away. Tian Xiaohu replied cheerfully. He visited their families often and knew their situations well. One had only a widowed mother and a 12-year-old sister at home. The other family had many siblings, but more people meant more mouths to feed. They weren't quite the poorest in the village, but nearly so. Any chance to earn money would be a real help to their households. Beaming, Tian Xiaohu rushed out, and perhaps carried by that very excitement, returned with them in less than an hour. Following Tian Xiaohu, the two hadn't even entered the courtyard gate when they began calling out to Li Muyi, who was preparing fishing gear inside the yard. Brother Mu, Brother Mu. They greeted him cheerfully, eyes bright with excitement and gratitude. Li Muyi smiled and acknowledged them, then got straight to the point without unnecessary words. About this fishing work, you two know it, that's enough. Don't talk about it to anyone else. If I can find big buyers later, I'll have more chances to call on you for help. Hearing this, the two quickly responded. Don't worry, Brother Mu, we already know everything. Xiaohu explained it all on the way here. Yeah, Brother Mu, we're tight-lipped. Won't say a word when we get home. With these promises, Li Muyi didn't waste any more words. He left Tian Xiaohu to guard the house, then took the two men and started pushing the sleigh cart out the door. But just then, someone called out to them from behind. Chapter 22. Do you have anyone you can trust? Wait. The voice was rough, yet familiar. Without even turning around, Li Mu knew exactly who it was. Gao Wu, the village chief of West Village. He quickly stopped and turned. Chief Gao, anything wrong? Gao Wu hurried up to him in 2 strides, but didn't speak right away. Instead, his eyes swept over the sled behind Li Mu, spotting the ice picks and fishing nets. You lot heading out to net some fish? He asked. Li Mu smiled back. Yeah, already sorted it out with old man Gao. We use his gear, sell the catch. He gets 40%, I get 60. 40-60 split, it was fair enough. From the inspection team, he'd also learned that this young man in front of him had paid 100 yuan for old lady Gao's hospitalization. But still, Li Mu was an outsider, paying for hospital bills, helping report the Gao Shanxizi family, truly rare kindness. Yet regarding old man Gao, you're a straight shooter, Gao Wu said first, nodding at Li Mu. But then his brow furrowed as he went on. Now, does old man Gao know about today's plan? He does. Li Mu didn't hide anything, immediately recounting the incident at the hospital where the Shanxizi family had caused trouble. If not for that, I wouldn't have thought of reporting them. I just wanted to wait for Gotzi to come back and have a proper talk with him. Blame them, they pushed too far. At the mention of Gotzi, Gao Wu's expression shifted slightly. What did the military say about Gotzi? Gao Wu ventured carefully. It wasn't fear that made him hesitant, it was dread. Gotzi had grown up under his watch. If something had happened to the boy in the army, he wasn't sure he could bear it. Especially now, with only the old couple and 1 child left in the Gao household. If the allowance Gotzi had sent back still had some saved, things might be okay. The elders wouldn't lack shelter or food. Unfortunately, the wholesome had been squandered by that rotten Shanxizi family. Just thinking about it made Gao Wu's chest ache. Might even cost him his position as village chief. At that thought, Gao Wu's face darkened. Li Mu saw everything, but didn't comment, only answered the question about Gotzi. Gotzi's fine. I called his unit myself. Otherwise, why would they come looking into things like this? Good. As long as Gotzi's safe. You folks go on with your work. I'll chat properly with you later when I have time. With that, Gao Wu turned and left in a hurry. Seeing this, Li Mu turned as well and waved to Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi, heading toward the river. But once on the ice, Li Mu noticed that in just 2 days, more people were already fishing than usual. By springtime, there'd probably be even more. And by then, without a boat, all he'd be able to do was stand on the bank, catching a few fish here and there. But that wasn't what he had in mind. Thinking this, Li Mu didn't waste time. He guided Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi away from the prime spots already taken, moving closer to a sunny stretch near the riverbank. Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi both sensed the situation wasn't good. They exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's thoughts, but neither said a word. Not until nearly hauling in the net did Li Ergo finally speak up. Brother Mu, can me and Biao take fish instead of money? Yeah, Brother Mu, we haven't had meat at home in ages, Zhang Biaozi chimed in. Money stays the same. I can't let you just take fish freely, but giving 1 or 2 is fine, Li Mu replied with a smile. He understood. They were worried he wouldn't catch enough fish but still have to pay 10 yuan outright. They figured he'd end up losing either way. That's why they suggested taking fish instead of cash. Or perhaps they simply doubted they'd catch anything today, meaning no money, and getting a fish would still be better than nothing. Whatever their reasons, Li Mu knew one thing. A promise was a promise. Once given, it couldn't be changed halfway through. Otherwise, who'd trust you? Who'd ever work for you again? Of course, this didn't apply if he was scheming to swindle someone. With that in mind, Li Mu turned and signaled the two to start pulling the net. Hearing this, the two men felt the tension in their throats finally ease. Still, if they really pulled up nothing, and Li Mu actually handed over 5 yuan for free, they'd never dream of doing such a thing themselves. Before they could bring up the matter, however, Li Mu was already urging them to haul in the net. Dang, this net's heavier than the one Xiao Hu and I pulled last time. Let's put some muscle into it. Aim for a good haul. Li Mu hadn't expected that the net set near the riverbank would be even heavier than those in the middle of the river. It took all 3 of them tremendous effort to haul the full net of fish onto the ice. Good lord, so many fish. Li Ergo couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. They'd fished through ice holes before, but had never seen such a massive catch. Zhang Biaozi was completely stunned. So many fish, he didn't even know what to do with them. Brother Mu, what should we do with all these fish? First, sort them, then pack them into separate bags. You two said earlier you wanted fish instead of money. Go ahead and pick the big ones. Li Mu said with a smile. There were easily over 100 fish. He couldn't believe his dumb luck today, catching so many at once. Maybe it had something to do with too many people fishing in the center of the river. The fish might have heard the commotion and fled toward the quieter banks. Beaming with joy, Li Mu sorted all the fish, but the sled couldn't hold them all. On the way back, both Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi had bulging gunny sacks slung over their shoulders. When they arrived at Old Man Gao's place, Li Mu kept his word. He immediately pulled out 2 5-yuan notes and handed them to Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi. Take it. We agreed on the price. Neither man refused. They accepted the money and profusely thanked Li Mu, their hearts bursting with delight. To have both money and fish felt just like having dumplings rain down from the sky. But Tian Xiaohu looked at the bag after bag of fish and grew worried. Brother Mu, are we selling all of these in town? No, I'll take only 1 bag to sell in town. The rest, we'll sell at the market tomorrow. Li Mu had already made his plans. Even the county town wouldn't be able to swallow this much fish at once. With everything decided, Li Mu didn't invite Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi to stay for a meal. After all, this was the Gao family's home, not his own, better not to impose. The 2 men didn't mind at all. Cheerfully, they took their fish and headed home. The next day, Li Mu got up early, gathered his goods, and went straight to the old man who sold porcelain, setting up a stall right in front of his house. First time awkward, second time smooth. This time, Li Mu's pitch came out far more confidently than before. Rabbit meat. Fresh wild rabbit meat. Fish. Fresh fish. No sooner had Li Mu raised his voice than people began gathering around. Grandpa, I guarantee it's wild rabbit. Only the pelt was bought by someone else, leaving just the meat. If you want it, I'll give you a discount. Li Mu had thrown caution to the wind. Selling cheap was better than not selling at all. Chapter 23. Meeting the beauty by the waves again. How cheap? How low can you go? The old man inspecting the rabbit meat asked while flipping through the animals. 3 yuan apiece. But if you buy 2, I'll make it 5 yuan for both. Li Mu gritted his teeth and boldly replied. Hearing this, the elderly man immediately smiled. All right then, give me 2. Coming right up. Li Mu grinned, picking up the 2 largest rabbits. These are the biggest ones. What do you think? The old man nodded in satisfaction, then casually glanced at the fish laid out nearby. How much for your fish? After packing the rabbits, Li Mu cheerfully answered, 3 yuan per fish. Want to grab a couple? Can I get 2 for 5 yuan too? The elder chuckled back. Sure thing. Pick whichever ones you like. Li Mu didn't hesitate. There was plenty of fish today, and he'd already noticed there were several other vendors selling fish when he arrived. Hearing this deal, the old man pulled out 10 yuan and handed it over. Nearby bystanders who heard Li Mu's offer, 5 yuan for 2 fish, immediately drew closer, 2 of them stepping forward to select their catch. Seeing customers coming, Li Mu raised his voice proudly. Special sale. Freshly bled fish. Big 3-gene fish only 3 yuan each, or 5 yuan for 2. Sell fast, go home early and cuddle with my wife. His shout brought laughter, and actually worked. More people started gathering around. An old man even teased him. You little punk don't even look fully grown. Already got a wife? Heh, still saving up for a bride. So please, uncles, aunties, big brothers, big sisters, support my business and my future wife will be on her way soon enough. Li Mu joked back, sparking another round of laughter, and more hands reached into the fish basket. Before long, nearly all the fish and rabbit meat had sold out, leaving only a few undersized fish under 2-gene lying lonesome on the ground. Just as Li Mu was about to sell the leftovers for 1 yuan apiece, 2 figures in market regulation uniforms marched straight toward him. Seeing them heading straight for his stall, Li Mu snatched the bag containing fox pelts, abandoned the few remaining small fish, and bolted. You? Stop right there. But Li Mu wasn't stupid enough to obey. Damn it. Must be those other fish sellers being underhanded and reporting me. He sprinted hard. Fortunately, the street was crowded, and weaving through the throngs gave him just enough cover to avoid stopping even once. Eventually, he managed to shake off the pursuing officers. But no sooner had he stopped to catch his breath than he spotted those same two officials scanning the area ahead of him, clearly looking for him. God damn it. Do they have bloodhounds or something? Sniffing me out like this. Grumbling, Li Mu turned quickly and darted down an alleyway. No sooner had he stepped out onto the next street than someone slammed into him, knocking him off balance. Ow. What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? You've gone and ruined my brand new coat. The person who hit him spoke with clear disdain. Li Mu was about to snap back, but when he looked up and saw who it was, he instantly forced a bright smile. She wore a mink fur coat, kid leather gloves, and red calfskin ankle boots, her entire outfit dripping with fashion, extravagantly stylish. Sorry, sister, truly didn't mean to bump into you. Honestly, it's because your whole look is so stunning. I must have been dazzled and lost focus. The woman, hearing this, instantly shifted from irritation to pride. Not bad, kid, you've got taste. She smugly adjusted her freshly permed hair. This outfit had been carefully chosen, not just in town, but possibly even across Mo County. She doubted there was another quite like it. Fine, go on your way. Since you've got good eyes, I won't give you any trouble. With that, she moved to walk past him. But Li Mu quickly feigned regret and said, what a shame though, such a perfect outfit. Missing only one thing. A proper fox fur scarf. A fox fur scarf? The woman perked up instantly. Yes, a pure white fox fur scarf would match perfectly with your mink coat. Make your beauty stand out even more. Pure white fur sounded exquisite. She was clearly intrigued now, but not naive. She could sense what Li Mu was hinting at. So you're trying to sell me one, huh? The woman eyed him skeptically, taking him for just another con artist hoping to pass off cheap fakes after a bit of flattery. Li Mu could clearly see the disdain and doubt in the woman's eyes. Without a word, he immediately reached into the snakeskin bag beside him and pulled out the fox pelt wrapped in old newspaper. Look, big sister, this is a freshly skinned fox pelt. The woman hadn't expected Li Mu to actually produce a fresh fox pelt right then and there. Even though it was wrapped in newspaper, she could still see blood seeping through the paper. And especially with the fox's head facing her, it really was a fox pelt. She gasped in surprise, then instantly wrinkled her nose. Ugh, this thing is all bloody and gruesome. I don't want it. What a shame. Li Mu's eyes flickered slightly as he casually stuffed the fox pelt back into the woven bag. Foxes are cunning creatures, hard to catch, and a pure white one like this? Even rarer. If you're not interested, big sister, I'll just have to find another buyer. With that, Li Mu turned as if to leave. The woman panicked at once. Wait, how much are you selling it for? 100 yuan, Li Mu replied with a smile. You must be joking. The woman exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Li Mu remained calm. That's my price. If you want it, it's yours. As he spoke, he pulled the fox pelt out of the bag again and tore open the newspaper at the bottom, revealing the snow-white fur. The woman stared at the pristine white fur, her heart throbbing with desire. She reached out instinctively to touch it. But just as her hand moved forward, a voice called from behind. Mom, what are you doing? Before the words faded, a stylish woman with wavy, permed hair strode over. Li Mu glanced up at the newcomer. Well, wasn't this the same woman who had bought rabbits from him earlier? You again. What are you doing here? Got wild rabbits to sell now. The woman was startled to see him, but asked directly. Li Mu waved the fox pelt in his hand. No rabbits today, but one top-grade pure white fox pelt. Only then did the woman notice the newspaper-wrapped bundle in Li Mu's hands. Goodness, you're so cruel. Such a beautiful fox, and you actually skinned it. Chapter 24. Today is the perfect day to register the marriage. Cruel. Li Mu rolled his eyes slightly. Miss, have you ever heard a saying? What saying? The elegant woman asked in confusion. Bunnies are so cute. How could you eat them? Li Mu replied in a high-pitched voice, making his face look tearful and heartbroken, filled with sorrow and accusation. For a moment, the mother and daughter sitting across from him couldn't help shivering involuntarily. Any sense of sympathy they had instantly vanished, replaced by an odd discomfort that made them feel slightly nauseous. Seeing the obvious disdain in the pair's eyes, Li Mu quickly changed the subject. So what's cruel about it? The point is to make full use of everything. This older sister here just needs a snowy white fox fur scarf, and conveniently I've got one right here. If you don't buy it today, you might not even find one later. With that, Li Mu shoved the fox pelt back into the snakeskin bag. Then lower the price a bit. If it's cheap enough, I'll take it, the fashionable woman chimed in, her eyes never leaving the bag. Indeed, fox fur scarves were rare on the market. Rabbit fur ones were more common, but mostly in gray or yellow. White ones were hard to come by. I can't go any lower. If you want it, it's this price and only this price. If not, I'm off, Li Mu said curtly, clearly done talking. He held up one finger and gave it a little wave, then turned as if to leave. The woman immediately gritted her teeth and said, Fine, 100 it is. I'll take it. She'd agreed, but the elegant young woman wasn't about to let Li Mu off easy. She tugged on her mother's sleeve. Mom, for $100, I could buy a cashmere coat. Hearing this, Li Mu jumped in quickly. Cashmere coats are nice, sure, but nothing beats a pure white fox fur. So elegant, so eye-catching. Besides, Chinese New Year is coming up. Just imagine, with this snow-white fox fur scarf, big sister, you'll be the brightest star in all Mo. One flattering word after another spilled out of Li Mu's mouth, like water from a broken dam. The fashionable woman's eyes squinted into narrow slits from smiling so much. Without another word, she pulled out her wallet and handed Li Mu a 100 yuan bill. Li Mu took the money with a grin and tucked it into his clothes. Big sister, do you want to take the fox for yourself, or should I deliver it somewhere for you? Just take it to the shop for now. I've got some things to attend to. The woman smiled as she answered. She shifted sideways, pointing at a nearby sign bearing the golden letters, Lakeside Hotel. No wonder he ran into these two women here. He was standing right in front of the Lakeside Hotel. But Li Mu's gaze flickered briefly. He withdrew his eyes from the sign and looked hesitantly at the mother and daughter. Sister, a place like that isn't somewhere a small guy like me can just walk into. The fashionable woman laughed out loud when she heard that. Realizing he was right. She'd forgotten what he looked like. Ragged clothes, messy hair. If he actually tried walking through the front door, he'd probably get chased out as a beggar. Go in through the back entrance over there. Find Chef xuanhuan in the kitchen and give it to him. She gestured toward an alleyway. And that was exactly what Li Mu had been waiting for. He quickly replied, sure thing, then grabbed the bag and hurried toward the back entrance. Watching Li Mu jog away, the woman chuckled. That little monkey's actually kind of amusing. He's slick talking, nothing more. All he knows is how to trick people. The elegant young woman sneered, her face full of disdain. She still hadn't gotten over being fooled by him last time, and now he'd swindled her mother too. Her dislike of Li Mu deepened even further. You're impossible. Your father and I have spoiled you rotten, the mother said with a smile, poking her daughter's forehead playfully. If you had half his charm, your father could rest easy handing over his position to you someday. But the daughter didn't listen to her mother's words at all. Instead, she huffed indignantly. Humph, I'd never want to be like him. Clearly, there was quite a generation gap between them. Meanwhile, Li Mu had already reached the back entrance of the kitchen and was completely unaware of the argument brewing between mother and daughter over him. Just as he lifted the snakeskin bag to knock on the kitchen door, it swung open from the inside. By sheer coincidence, the person stepping out was none other than xuanhuan, the head chef of the Lakeside Hotel. The same man who had bought rabbits and fish from Li Mu at the stall alongside the elegant young woman. Li Mu quickly stepped forward and greeted him. Chef Jean, we meet again. Xuanhuan remembered Li Mu well and immediately smiled warmly. Little brother, come to sell fish again? Sorry, you're too late. We've got plenty today. No, I'm not here to sell fish. I've brought something for the manager's wife, Li Mu said with a smile, pulling out the fox pelt from his snakeskin bag. When xuanhuan saw it, his eyes lit up instantly. What about the fox meat? Little brother, are you selling that too? Of course, being a chef, 2 out of every 3 words out of his mouth were somehow related to food. Too late. The meat was snapped up already, Li Mu replied with a grin. Hearing that, xuanhuan immediately wore an expression of regret. What a pity. If I'd known earlier you could get this stuff, I'd have placed an order with you right away. Well, it's not too late now. I'm focusing on wild mountain goods these days. Whether it runs in the mountains or swims in the rivers, as long as you need it, I can get it. Li Mu spoke confidently. It didn't matter whether he actually had any stock at the moment. Once the boast was made and the other party showed interest, he'd find a way to deliver. Sure enough, upon hearing this, xuanhuan's eyes brightened once again. What about black fungus, lion's mane mushroom, hazel mushrooms, and birch polypore? Do you have those? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Li Mu answered with a smile. Until now, he hadn't thought along those lines, assuming xuanhuan would only be interested in game meats like pheasant, hare, or roe deer. But instead, he had asked for these. Such wild forest delicacies were actually abundant in the mountains, but gathering large quantities would require more manpower. That was why, when Li Mu had previously considered ways to make money, he hadn't thought of this route. Besides, many of these items were already being farmed at scale nowadays, so selling them at roadside stalls wasn't particularly profitable. But now, thanks to xuanhuan's prompt, he suddenly saw things differently. Wild mountain specialties had always maintained a solid market, and demand kept rising year after year, especially birch polypore, which was as rare and valuable as wild ginseng or lingji mushrooms. Realizing this, Li Mu quickly added, other things aren't a problem, but birch polypore is hard to come by. Xuanhuan naturally knew how difficult it was to find, which was exactly why he'd brought it up casually. Still, now that this young fellow had opened the door, there might actually be hope. No matter how little you bring. If you can get me birch polypore, I'll take every single bit of wild produce you bring from now on. Take everything. Li Mu's eyes flickered slightly. He lowered his voice slightly, half doubtful. Can you really make that call? That woman with you the other day didn't seem like someone who'd easily agree. Chapter 25. Paid and still got hit. The woman Li Mu was referring to, xuanhuan naturally knew who it was. Lily's just a bit spoiled by her father, but she's a good person. As long as your goods are top quality and no mistakes happen, we can have a long-term partnership from now on. Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Li Mu immediately patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry about that. The reason we sell stuff is because our goods are solid and reliable. Alright then, if that's the case, bring the goods over again for inspection. Xuanhuan didn't rush to seal the deal. When it came to food, extra caution was necessary. Without seeing the actual product, nothing could be finalized. Got it. Li Mu happily agreed. After this conversation with Xuanhuan, Li Mu naturally saw another way to make money. Right after handing over the fox fur to Xuanhuan, he rushed to the hospital to check on Grandma Gao. He learned that Grandma Gao would only need to stay hospitalized for 3 more days before returning home. Immediately, Li Mu handed the 200 yuan the army had given him to Grandpa Gao. Grandpa Gao, this is the money the army asked me to give you. But Grandpa Gao didn't take the money. Instead, he glared angrily at Li Mu. Youngster, are you trying to fool me again? Li Mu quickly defended himself. Grandpa, how could I lie to you? This really is from the army. That part's true, said the old man darkly, clearly disapproving of Li Mu's attempt to misrepresent things. But wasn't this money meant for you? Caught red-handed, Li Mu felt terribly embarrassed. Scratching his head awkwardly, still thinking how to explain himself, he suddenly heard a soft chuckle from behind. Sonny, these past few days, people from the army and the inspection squad have been coming by regularly. Grandpa Gao knows everything about what you've done. The moment Grandma Gao spoke, Li Mu turned bright red with shame. At that moment, Grandpa Gao added, and don't think you can just buy us things with money. Your grandma and I aren't short of anything to eat because of you. With that, he pulled out several mesh bags from under the bed. There were milk powder, biscuits, malted milk, and piles of golden Fuji apples, food suitable for elderly teeth. Looking at all this, it was clear they lacked for nothing. Well, Li Mu wanted to say something else. But before he could even speak, Grandma Gao, who hadn't said a word until now, spoke up. We don't need money either. The army left us some, and the inspection squad brought back the money they recovered. Right now, your grandpa and I don't lack a single penny. That statement left Li Mu completely speechless. It seemed he'd have to wait until Chinese New Year, when he could bundle this 200 yuan into Tiger Head's lucky money packet. Then the elderly couple wouldn't be able to refuse. Thinking thus, Li Mu stopped insisting. He simply put the money back into his pocket and smiled. As long as you two lack nothing, I'll come by later with some game meat to nourish Grandma. You don't need money for that, so don't stand on ceremony with me. With Li Mu saying it like that, neither Grandpa nor Grandma Gao felt right arguing further. A child's kindness, if rejected too much, would only break his heart. After chatting a while longer with the elderly couple, Li Mu learned that military personnel had already informed the hospital not to reassign their room. 2 beds were reserved specifically for Grandpa Gao and his grandson Tiger Head. With that, Li Mu had no further worries. Seeing it was getting late, he headed home. You worthless thing, finally decided to come back, huh? The moment he stepped into the courtyard, Liang Meifan shot him a fierce glare. Li Mu immediately grinned, stepping forward to sling an arm around her. Ma, guess what I brought back for you? Seeing his cheeky smile, Liang Meifan's irritation flared even higher. What could it possibly be? A gold nugget. She shoved Li Mu aside and turned to grab the broom to go indoors. But just as she turned, a crisp brand new 100 yuan note waved right in front of her eyes. Well, isn't this more eye-catching than a gold nugget? Li Mu asked, grinning proudly. Liang Meifan stared in utter disbelief at the banknote, looking again and again, still doubting it was real. She rubbed her eyes, then leaned closer to examine it. Only then did she tremble as she took the 100 yuan note into her hand. The tangible reality of it made her eyes well up. She sniffled, holding back the sting in her nose. Turning sharply toward Li Mu, she slapped the back of his head. You rascal, where did this money come from? From joy? She swiftly turned furious, glaring at Li Mu and barking at him. Ma, you hit too hard. You're gonna scramble my brains and turn me into an idiot, Li Mu complained, dodging away and slipping into the house. Liang Meifan pursed her lips slightly, feeling a pang of regret. She glanced around hastily, saw no one, and quickly tucked the money into her pocket. Then she followed Li Mu into the house. Inside the house, Li Guozhong and Li Xianqian were crouched on the kong, tearing tobacco leaves into shreds. Although every member of Li Mu's family smoked, this stuff could also fetch a bit of money. When there was no market day, father and son would station themselves at opposite ends of the market to sell. Li Mu watched them work without lending a hand. Only when Liang Meifan entered did he finally speak up. Ma, that money came from selling fish and rabbits these past couple days. Keep it safe. You trying to pull the wool over my eyes? What sucker pays so much for your fish and rabbits? You really think I'm some dumb hick who's never seen the world? Liang Meifan didn't believe a word Li Mu said. Lots went down to the river to catch big fish, but she'd never heard of anyone making that kind of money. This damn kid. Did he sneak into the mountains behind her back? The thought made her heart clench tightly. She turned abruptly, scrambled onto the kong, and reached for the bundled birch twigs used for beating clothes. Seeing this, Li Mu darted along the edge of the kong and ducked behind Li Xianqian. Ma, what are you doing? I'm giving you money, and now you want to beat me? You little runt, did you go into the mountains? You think the mountains are some place you can just wander into? Have you already forgotten how old Yang, your uncle from the west end of the village, died? Liang Meifan shouted in fury. Back in the old days, villagers used to hunt during winter. But later, the authorities confiscated all hunting tools, and the winter hunt stopped altogether. Only a few bold souls still slipped into the mountains, though after 1 or 2 dangerous encounters, even they gave up. Only old Yang had spent his whole life dealing with the mountains. He loved the forest, and in the end, the forest claimed his life. By the time someone found him, only a few rotting bones remained. The more Liang Meifan thought about it, the angrier she became. Swinging the birch bundle at Li Mu, she accidentally whacked Li Xianqian several times too. Li Mu, Xin Tong for his brother, cried out urgently. Ma, I swear I didn't go into the mountains. I helped someone fish and pulled up an old turtle. That's how I got so much money. An old turtle? Liang Meifan still wasn't convinced. She had Li Mu sideways. You expect me to believe you got that lucky? It's true. If you don't believe me, go ask Xiaohu. Li Mu said helplessly, forced to bring up Tian Xiaohu. But Liang Meifan still frowned. It wasn't that she doubted Xiaohu. He was honest to a fault, but the boy was awfully obedient to her son. What if Li Mu had coached him to lie to her? Just as she hesitated, unsure whether to believe her son, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Tao Mei. Chapter 26. The wedding is set for the 15th of next month. Mrs. Liang, are you home? Tao Mei called from the courtyard. Hardly had the words left her mouth when Li Mu darted out of the house, grinning as he looked at Tao Mei. Mei, my ma's inside. With that, he turned to run out of the yard. But just then, Tao Mei spoke up. Li Mu, since you're here, I won't bother finding Aunt Liang. I'll just talk to you directly. Hearing this, Li Mu stopped in his tracks and turned back. What is it? Do you still go fishing? Tao Mei asked shyly. Of course. If you want some, I'll save you 2 good ones when I come back from the market tomorrow. Li Mu replied with a smile. Yet his eyes kept flicking toward the house, because if his mother, Liang Meifan, came out brandishing her broom, he'd be gone in a flash. 2 isn't enough, Tao Mei said, smiling. I want to buy 15 fish. A delicate dimple appeared on her beautiful face, like a cup filled with intoxicating wine. Just looking at her made Li Mu feel slightly dazed. Just then, Liang Meifan stepped out and caught sight of her son's dazed expression. She gave him a disdainful eye roll, muttered under her breath, useless, then turned to Tao Mei with a warm smile. It was as if Li Mu were the outsider, while Tao Mei was her own daughter. Mei, you're here. Come on in and have a seat. Tao Mei shook her head, still smiling. No need. I just came to buy fish from Li Mu. And also to let you know, I'm getting married on the 15th of next month. All of you must come. The 15th of next month? So soon? Didn't you say earlier you'd wait until after the new year? Liang Mei's smile stiffened. Though she'd long known that the daughter-in-law she secretly hoped for would never walk through her door, hearing suddenly about her wedding still stung. Tao Mei lowered her head slightly, blushing. Yes, it's a bit sudden. My fiancé's mother said the white fox immortal visited her in a dream, saying the 15th is the most auspicious day. So, Tao Mei didn't finish, instead lifting her gaze to meet Liang Mei's surprised eyes, speaking gently. In the end, I'll be married sooner or later. You all must come, auntie. With that, Tao Mei turned to leave. Li Mu, however, frowned deeply. It seemed his carefully laid plan wouldn't work anymore. Lu Manchong was rushing the marriage because someone must have told him the widowed Mrs. Lu was carrying a boy. But he didn't want to bring a widow into his home, so he was marrying Tao Mei early, to get her pregnant quickly. Then, somehow, he'd make her raise the child born from the widow. And the fact that in his previous life Tao Mei had been beaten only after giving birth to a girl suggested the widowed Mrs. Lu likely also bore a girl. This wasn't mere speculation on Li Mu's part. He had lived one full life already and had seen such things happen too many times. He'd even witnessed cases where a wealthy man switched babies. A boy born to his mistress given to the legal wife to raise, while the girl born to the wife was sent to the mistress, all without either woman knowing. The more Li Mu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Seeing Tao Mei approaching him, walking past to leave the village, he suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed her arm. You can't go through with this marriage. Hearing Li Mu's words, Tao Mei's face flushed red, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Li Mu, you. For a moment, she couldn't find the words. Liang Meijian, seeing her son grabbing the young woman's arm, immediately stepped forward, pushed Li Mu aside, and inserted herself between them. You fool. Speak your mind, but don't lay hands on people. What if someone sees? What rumors might spread? Liang Meijian scolded in a low voice, glancing quickly outside the village. Seeing no one, she rolled her eyes at Li Mu again, then turned back with a smile to Tao Mei. Mei, don't take it to heart. I know my good-for-nothing son. There must be something important he wants to say. Turning back to Li Mu, she gave him a meaningful look. Spit it out already. Don't keep her waiting. Otherwise, Mei really will leave. Even as she said this, Liang Meijian held tightly to Tao Mei's hand. Son, I'm giving you your chance. Speak now, or it'll truly be too late. The girl you've set your heart on is about to become another man's bride. But to her surprise, Li Mu took a deep breath and said, I can only speak after meeting Uncle Zheng and Uncle Tao. What? In front of them? Won't that ruin the girl's reputation? Absolutely not. Your Uncle Tao will break both your legs. Liang Meijian shook her head vigorously. She couldn't let this idiot go. His legs might survive, but he'd definitely get beaten within an inch of his life. No way. Once I explain everything clearly to Uncle Tao, he'll thank me. Li Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation, turned around, and strode off toward the Tao family's direction. Liang Meijian was momentarily at a loss for words. If she called out, someone with ill intent might overhear and start spreading rumors. But before she could react, Li Mu's legs were already flying like flaming wheels. By the time she hesitated, he was long gone. Meanwhile, Tao Mei was completely baffled, unable to guess what Li Mu was really up to. He just blurted out that her wedding couldn't go on, making her wonder. Tao Mei felt her cheeks grow hot again and quickly stopped herself from thinking further. Yet judging by Li Mu's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was going to say those kinds of things either. Finally, she grabbed Liang Meijian and followed after him. All the while, Liang Meijian's heart pounded nervously. As they walked, she glanced at Tao Mei's beautiful face and sighed helplessly. Mei, no matter what that good-for-nothing Li Mu says later, don't take it to heart. The 15th really is an auspicious day. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there, and I'll give you a proper dowry gift too. Liang Meijian genuinely adored Tao Mei. Aside from the girl's impeccable character, she was also exceptionally beautiful. The reason Liang Meijian had agreed to marry Li Guizhong in the first place was because she'd been smitten by his handsome looks. Unfortunately, good looks alone couldn't put food on the table. So despite how much she liked Tao Mei, she never asked anyone to arrange a match between the girl and her son. She simply couldn't bear to see such a fine girl come to her family only to suffer hardship. Thinking this, Liang Meijian followed Tao Mei into the old Tao residence. But the moment they stepped inside, they heard old Tao, the village chief, roar from within the house. You damned beast. daring to ruin my daughter's reputation. I'll kill you. Hearing this, Liang Meijin shivered in alarm. Her mind screamed. No, her son was about to get beaten. Without even entering, she shouted desperately. Old brother Tao, wait. Don't lay a hand on him. My useless brat isn't worth it. I'll beat him myself. Even as she spoke, she yanked a cornstalk from the nearby stack in the yard and rushed inside brandishing it. Tao Mei, meanwhile, stood utterly bewildered. No time to wonder why. She ran into the house right behind. Chapter 27. If you cause trouble, you must take responsibility. Liang Meijin rushed into the house in a panic, fully expecting to find Li Mu being beaten by village chief Tao. But to her surprise, she saw her own son with one arm wrapped around the village chief's waist. Mom, quickly talk some sense into village chief Tao. He can't do anything reckless. Li Mu called out urgently as he saw her enter. Seeing the scene before her, Liang Meijin realized there was no actual fight happening, but her heart still pounded with fear. She hurried forward and earnestly pleaded with Tao. Brother-in-law, what on earth are you doing? Whatever the issue is, let's talk it through calmly. If things go too far, won't it ruin your reputation as village chief? What reputation? I don't give a damn about that anymore. The Liu family is stepping all over me, shitting right on my head. What honor do I have left? Tao Qingshan was both furious and sorrowful, his eyes red and teary. At that moment, Tao Yimei, who had just followed Liang Meijin into the room, was shocked by the sight of her father in such a state. Dad, what are you trying to do? When village chief Tao saw his daughter and recalled the things Li Mu had told him earlier, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Daughter, I'm so sorry to you. If it weren't for needing money to treat my illness, you'd never have had to get engaged to that bastard Lu Mansong. As he spoke, the 7-foot-tall man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and collapsed unconscious. This terrified all three of them, Li Mu, Tao Yimei, and Liang Meijin. Dad, Dad, Tao Yimei sobbed as she threw herself beside Tao Qingshan, tears pouring down her cheeks. Li Mu was filled with regret. He had acted too impulsively again. Even after being reborn and getting a second chance, why hadn't he learned to control his temper? He stamped his foot anxiously, but having lived through life once before, he wasn't some clueless youth anymore. Seeing Tao Yimei crying bitterly and his own mother frozen in shock, he quickly said, Mom, run to old man Shui at the village entrance and bring him here. He needs to examine village chief Tao right away. Hearing this, Liang Meijin snapped back to her senses. Yes, I'll go now. Old man Shui, nicknamed Lao Man, lived at the edge of the village. Though not a licensed doctor, he was a local folk healer skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. However, due to his advanced age and the unpleasant events from years past, he rarely treated anyone anymore. Li Mu was afraid Tao Qingshan wouldn't survive long enough to reach a hospital in town, so he sent his mother to fetch old man Shui. At a moment like this, even if Shui was unwilling, he couldn't possibly refuse to help. Liang Meijin left swiftly and returned just as quickly. In no time, she brought old man Shui back with her. The moment he entered the room and saw Tao Qingshan lying on the Kong with a gray, lifeless complexion, Shui frowned deeply. He stepped up, grabbed Tao's wrist, and began taking his pulse. Anger has overwhelmed his heart. But more than that, his body is utterly broken down. Unless we can get an old mountain ginseng, I doubt he'll survive the year. Upon hearing this, Tao Yimei burst into even harder sobs. Meanwhile, Li Mu felt overwhelming guilt. How could he have been so impulsive as to reveal everything? Amei, I'm truly sorry. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have told Uncle Tao about Lu Mansong. Tao Yimei didn't know exactly what Li Mu had said to her father, but she also knew her father's health had already been failing for a long time. The hospital had already given up on him. My dad hasn't been well for years, the hospital told us. Her voice choked off as grief overwhelmed her. Still, Li Mu couldn't bear the guilt. He turned to old man Shui. Uncle Shui, if I can get an old mountain ginseng, does that mean Uncle Tao can be saved? 80% chance. That's the best I can promise. But, youngly, surely you're not thinking of going into the mountains to look for it? The mountain isn't safe to enter right now. Li Mu's eyes darkened. He stood up abruptly. It doesn't matter how dangerous it is. I must go. I caused this mess. I have to take responsibility. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, Li Mu turned and strode toward the door. Liang Meijin, though upset that her son had pushed Tao Qingshan into this condition, absolutely did not want her boy venturing deep into the wilderness for it. But with others present, she couldn't bring herself to openly stop him. If Tao Qingshan died because of her son, the Li family would forever carry the shame throughout the village. No hope of ever lifting their heads again. Her heart ached with anxiety, and she looked helplessly at Tao Yimei, torn between words. Just then, Tao Qingshan stirred on the Kong, slowly regaining consciousness. He weakly opened his eyes and whispered to Tao Yimei. Yimei, go bring Mu back. Don't let him go. It's not worth it. Tao Yimei nodded through her tears and immediately got up to follow. Coincidentally, Zhang Dajin walked in just then, carrying a basket. Seeing Li Mu storming out with a grim expression, she stepped forward in confusion and blocked his way. Muzi, what's wrong with you? Did something happen at home? Aunt Zhang, nothing's wrong at my place. Just don't let Yimei marry that bastard Lu Mansong. If he comes demanding marriage or dowry, give him this. Li Mu, seeing the genuine concern in Zhang Dajin's eyes, felt even worse. He pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and shoved it into her hand before striding out without another word. Zhang Dajin, stunned speechless by the 200 yuan, stood frozen in place, as if bewitched. Only when Tao Yimei came out and saw Zhang Dajin standing dazed in the yard, money in hand, but no sign of Li Mu, did she call out, Mom, have you seen Li Mu? That snapped Zheng Dajin back to reality. She turned to Tao Yimei and said, "That rascal shoved 200 yuan into my hand and ran off, saying I shouldn't let you marry Mansong. What on earth is going on?" As she spoke, Zheng Dajin looked again at the crisp bills in her hand. In all her life, she'd never held such brand new banknotes. Could it be that Li Mu had feelings for her daughter and was trying to snatch her away before the wedding? At that thought, Zheng Dajin eyed her exceptionally beautiful daughter. "Yimei, you're practically married already. Don't do anything that would shame Mansong, you hear me?" Hearing this, Tao Yimei flushed red with embarrassment and anger, stamping her foot. "Mom, what are you saying? Li Mu is..." In a few brief sentences, Tao Yimei explained what had just happened. After hearing it, Zheng Dajin frowned deeply and quickly said, "Then go chase after that boy at once. I'll go inside and ask your father what's really going on." With that, Zheng Dajin went into the house. But after learning from Tao Qingshan everything Li Mu had said about Lu Mansong, she became so enraged she nearly passed out. Thankfully, Lao Man and Liang Meijin were both present, preventing her from falling seriously ill from fury. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the situation, Tao Yimei ran far beyond her own courtyard but couldn't find a trace of Li Mu, not even at the Li family home. She grew frantic. "Li Mu, where on earth have you gone?" Chapter 28, A Rutting Wild Boar. Li Mu left the Tao family and headed straight for the Gao household in West Village. Tian Xiaohu, who had been waiting at the Gao residence, saw Li Mu return with a grim expression and immediately assumed the fox pelt hadn't sold. He hurried over to comfort him. "Brother Mu, if things don't sell well now, we can wait. We'll find a good buyer eventually." But Li Mu simply pulled a thick wad of cash from his chest pocket and shoved it all into Tian Xiaohu's hands. "This is money from selling fish and rabbits today, plus what we made selling fish and soft-shell turtles the past few days. Aside from 300 I took out today, it's all here. You hold on to this money carefully, don't go spending it recklessly. If anything happens and I don't come back, help take care of my family." With that, Li Mu turned to leave. Dumbfounded, Tian Xiaohu quickly grabbed his arm, eyes wide with panic. "Brother Mu, what's going on? Don't scare me like this." Grabbed like that, seeing the genuine worry in Tian Xiaohu's eyes, Li Mu's previously agitated mind instantly calmed. "Don't worry, I'm just heading into the mountains. Ran into Chef Jean from Lakeside Restaurant earlier. He wants wild mountain goods. I'm going in to check things out. Once I go in, I won't be back for 3 or 5 days. Carrying this much cash isn't practical. It could get lost in the mountains and be gone for good." He smiled as he spoke, his mood completely lifted from moments before. Tian Xiaohu was simple-minded and didn't think too deeply. "Then take ergo and Biaozi with you. More people means more safety, and they can help gather more stuff." Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. "No, not this time. I'm just scouting. Bringing others would only make things harder." With that, he turned, walked into the yard, picked up Old Man Gao's axe and machete, grabbed 5 or 6 corn buns cooling by the stove, and strode out the door. Seeing this, Tian Xiaohu still felt uneasy. He wanted to follow, but couldn't abandon the Gao family. His brother Mu had told him to watch over them. If he left now, Mu would definitely scold him. For a moment, Tian Xiaohu stood there, watching Li Mu walk away with his gear, jittering like an ant in a hot pan, helpless and anxious. The truth was, Li Mu wanted to go alone not merely to avoid inconvenience. In his previous life, out of curiosity, he'd once joined a mineral survey team deep into these mountains, and discovered several ginseng roots and rare purple lingji mushrooms in a secluded valley. But back then, he'd been with a team of 20 people, professional guides, full security support. Even when danger arose, they always managed to survive. Now, he was going alone, completely unprepared, to that same perilous place. He truly didn't want to drag anyone else into that kind of risk. Thinking this, Li Mu trudged forward, stumbling through uneven terrain toward the deep mountains. Relying on memories from his past life, he moved in stops and starts, surviving on a few dry corn buns as he pushed through for 3 full days and 2 sleepless nights. Finally, he reached the very spot where he'd once found ginseng and lingji mushrooms. Amidst a vast expanse of snow, it was the only place teeming with vibrant life. Li Mu knew why. The valley sat atop a natural hot spring, keeping the area lush and green even in winter. Yet such fertile places also carried greater dangers. He didn't dare let his guard down, carefully brushing aside underbrush, terrified of stumbling upon venomous snakes or insects that might end his life in an instant. But just as he finally spotted the patch where ginseng and lingji grew, he froze. There, right beside it, stood a massive wild boar, its eyes bloodshot red, snorting and rooting violently at the ground. Damn it, what rotten luck. He'd run into a rutting male wild boar. If that thing noticed him, it would gore him to death without hesitation. Just imagining it made Li Mu's legs tremble. Before encountering real danger, he had ambition and courage. Now, faced with life-threatening peril, he was nothing but a cowardly mouse, ready to kneel and beg Grandpa Pig to spare him. But as it often goes, fear invites what one dreads most. Li Mu planned to slowly retreat first, wait until the boar wandered off, then come back for the herbs. Yet no sooner had he taken 2 cautious steps than the boar, ears sharply tuned, abruptly turned its head. Its red eyes locked onto Li Mu. Its tusked mouth drooled thick saliva as it let out a low, threatening grumble. Li Mu immediately yanked the axe from his belt and began edging sideways toward the base of a birch tree. Running was pointless. His stamina wouldn't stand a chance against this beast. But climbing the slope? Maybe, just maybe, luck would be on his side. Thinking this, he quickened his pace. But before he could reach the tree, the boar charged at him in a blind rage. Those sharp, deadly tusks came at him like bayonets. Jaw clenched, Li Mu twisted his body desperately to dodge. The axe in his hand swung down with all his strength, slamming hard onto the wild boar's back. But this strike didn't kill the beast. Instead, the impact sent a jolt of numbness through Li Mu's palms, nearly knocking the weapon from his grip. He had no time to think. The boar, enraged by the failed charge and now wounded, turned even more furious. In a flash, it spun around and rammed into Li Mu, who was barely keeping his balance. Li Mu desperately swung the axe again, channeling every ounce of strength into a final blow aimed at the boar's head as the beast lunged forward. But the blade became lodged in the thick bone of the boar's skull. Hoping this strike would buy him another chance to escape, Li Mu lost his footing and crashed face first onto the ground, staring straight into the snarling muzzle of the beast. Putrid, sticky saliva smeared across his entire face, blurring his vision, as the maddened boar lifted him up and charged forward wildly. Fortunately, Li Mu reacted quickly. After only a few strides, he let go of the axe. With a loud thud, he dropped like a falling stone, crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground. The snow kicked up by the boar's furious sprint instantly buried him beneath a white blanket. How long passed, he didn't know. By the time night fell, a deep "Aolo" echoed through the forest, a tiger's roar. From the glistening white expanse, a bloodied hand slowly emerged. The blood on it had already congealed. It took Li Mu immense effort to pull himself upright. He staggered toward a large tree, leaning against it for what felt like an eternity before finally regaining his senses. He scooped up handfuls of snow, scrubbing his face over and over until his mind cleared completely. Looking up at the darkening sky, he summoned every last bit of strength and began crawling toward the green patch where the hot spring lay. Heaven had granted him a second life. Li Mu would not die so easily again. He hadn't yet gathered the ginseng and lingji mushrooms. He hadn't married off his elder brother. He hadn't stopped Tao Yimei from marrying that brute Lu Manchao. And there was his mother, his father, Tian Xiaohu, Gao Dai, and all the friends he'd made in his past life. Every single one of them now became the reason Li Mu fought to survive. Chapter 29. Gnawed down to the last bone fragment. It had been over half a month since Li Mu went into the mountains. Today was already the first day of the 12th lunar month, and Liang Meijin stood at the foot of the mountain every single day, gazing up the path, waiting for Li Mu to return. But day after day passed with no sign of him. Only wave after wave of disappointment. Word soon spread through the village about Li Mu's venture into the mountains. At first, people talked about it with curiosity and admiration, praising the young man's courage. But 3 days ago, when news came from Shiliu village that a tiger had descended from the mountain and injured someone, the tone changed. I doubt that kid Li Mu will come back alive. How many days has it been now? Still no sight of him. Exactly. What if he really ran into that tiger? Say something lucky for once. If Meijin hears this, it'll be like cutting out her heart. Under the large stone mill at the edge of the village, as usual, people gathered to chat idly. No matter the season, morning or evening, the spot always drew a crowd cracking sunflower seeds, peeling peanuts, and gossiping about who did what and whose family drama unfolded next. Though everyone harbored their suspicions, they still clung to a sliver of kindness, unwilling to declare outright that Li Mu was dead. But just as they were speaking, Li Jianjun approached with 2 younger men in tow. The real heartbreak hasn't even started yet. Li Jianjun shouted mockingly, immediately drawing every pair of eyes in his direction. His words also stirred anger among some. Fang Xiaoqiao was one of them. What do you mean by that, Jianjun? Li Mu shares the same surname as you. We're all from the same roots, same branch. Don't spout such heartless nonsense and try to harm others. The speaker was the same aunt who earlier told people to speak kindly. She was also Zheng Dazhen's cousin-in-law, the wife of village chief Tao, and had fled here years ago alongside Zheng Dazhen's family. She knew exactly why Li Mu had gone into the mountains. But everyone chose to stay silent on the matter, afraid that idle tongues would start slandering Tao Yimei. After all, Tao Qingshan's position had long been coveted by others. To put it bluntly, the moment Tao Qingshan died, someone would immediately take his place. As if I need to go out of my way to ruin a fool like Li Mu. He thought because he could hunt a couple rabbits, he could boldly charge deep into the mountains. Now, probably already gnawed down to the last bone fragment by a tiger. With those words, Li Jianjun spat viciously onto the ground. But he hadn't expected Tao Yimei, who had come looking for Fang Xiaoqiao, to hear every word. Li Jianjun, what nonsense are you babbling? Did your mom see Li Mu get eaten by a tiger? Tao Yimei spoke coldly, glaring at Li Jianjun with utter disdain. How am I making things up, Yimei? I didn't see it myself, but people from Shiliu village did. Li Jianjun, suddenly spotting Tao Yimei, brightened and hurried toward her, swearing earnestly. So what if Shiliu village saw something? Until I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. Tao Yimei snapped back. As she spoke, she slammed the large winnowing basket full of corn kernels down hard on the millstone. But these words stabbed at Li Jianjun like knives. He flushed with fury and resentment. Yimei, why are you defending Li Mu so fiercely? Even if you don't want to accept it, you can't deny the truth. The moment those words left his mouth, one of the 2 young men behind Li Jianjun quickly chimed in. That's right, Yimei. You're defending Li Mu so much, could it be that you two are? He wore a lewd smirk as he spoke. Tao Yimei turned red with rage and snapped. Pfft. Shameless creep. Without any proof, you dare slander people? I'll report you to the inspection squad later. Hearing this, Li Jianjun grew even more furious with Li Mu. They'd all grown up together with Tao Yimei. Why was it that every time, she always took Li Mu's side? If there wasn't something between them, he wouldn't believe it. A dark glint flashed in Li Jianjun's eyes. Then he quickly forced a grinning face and moved closer to Tao Yimei. Hey, Yimei, don't be mad. We're only saying this because we're worried about Li Mu, trying to figure out this terrible news. But before Tao Yimei could reply, a familiar, deep voice rang out from behind Li Jianjun. Worried about me? I sure didn't hear any concern in your voice. Li Mu spoke coldly. Everyone turned, and seeing Li Mu, their faces instantly lit with joy. Mu, you're finally back. Have you seen your mother? Fang Xiaoqiao spoke first, scanning Li Mu from head to toe. She noticed he was wrapped in a brand new green military overcoat and wearing a fresh lei foam cap, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Weren't you supposed to be in the mountains? Since when did the forest hand out military coats and lei foam caps? Seeing Fang Xiaoqiao's confusion, Li Mu quickly replied, I saw her. She took the things and went home. When I left, wasn't village chief Tao already sick? Now that I'm back, I should go tell him so he can stop worrying. As he spoke, Li Mu turned to Tao Yimei and said, How's your dad doing? Has he gotten better? Much better, but he's been worried about you. That day he told me to stop you, but I couldn't catch you. Ever since then, he hasn't stopped fretting. Tao Yimei smiled as she replied, casually picking up the winnowing basket filled with corn kernels meant for grinding. Come on, let me take you home first to see my dad. With that, Li Mu followed Tao Yimei away. As they passed Li Jianjun, Li Mu couldn't resist shooting him a scornful glance. Li Jianjun was furious inside. Goddamn bastard. What the hell are you so proud of? Though his curses were muttered low, Li Mu heard them clearly. Outwardly, he showed no sign of anger, but inwardly, he had already come up with several ways to deal with Li Jianjun. Yet before he could fully plan how to trap Li Jianjun, Tao Yimei gently asked, concern in her voice, Are you okay? Did you get hurt in the mountains? Her soft words sent a tingling warmth through Li Mu's ears, making his heart tremble slightly. He shook his head sharply, pulling himself together. Then he grinned and said cheerfully, Nothing serious. And anyway, scars make a man look cooler. Tao Yimei shot him an embarrassed glare and whispered, Can't you ever speak seriously? Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly responded, Of course I can. But there's plenty to share. Let's talk when we get home. It's not proper to discuss these things outside. Hearing this, Tao Yimei didn't press further. Once they entered Tao's house and saw Tao Qingshan, Li Mu wordlessly reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a red cloth bundle. Uncle Tao, this is some wild ginseng I brought back. Later, please have auntie send it over to old man Lao Man. So saying, Li Mu handed the red cloth bundle to Tao Qingshan. Stunned, Tao Qingshan took it gingerly and opened the cloth. Inside lay a nearly perfect wild ginseng root, almost as wide as 3 of his fingers. Before he could even recover from the shock, Li Mu dropped another question that caught Tao Qingshan off guard. Uncle Tao, how's Yimei's engagement going? Has the Lu family been giving you any trouble? Chapter 30. One day he'll fly to the skies. When Li Mu saw Tao Qingshan's grim expression and Zheng Dajin's instantly reddened eyes, he immediately guessed that the engagement hadn't been called off. What happened? Why don't they want to break off the marriage? Li Mu asked coldly, his voice edged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Zheng Dajin shot an angry glare at Tao Qingshan and said resentfully, Whose fault do you think this is? Your uncle Tao got sweet-talked in just a few sentences and completely lost his judgment. He actually believed that widow Lu was the victim and that Lu Monsong only got caught up in it because he was kindly helping out. So, you actually believed village chief Lu's story? The wedding still stands. You're still marrying Yimei off to him. Li Mu hadn't expected this turn of events. He had thought that since he'd already clearly explained everything to Tao Qingshan, and knowing the man's character, Tao would at least send someone to the hospital to investigate thoroughly. Confirm the affair between Lu Monsong and the widow Lu, catch them red-handed. Then there'd be no way the engagement could continue. But listening to Aunt Zheng's words, Li Mu took a deep breath, feeling drained as he looked at Tao Qingshan. Uncle Tao, did you not send someone to the hospital to check? Did you not try to catch them in the act? Pressed like this, Tao Qingshan instantly drooped like a wilted eggplant. Well, the day before yesterday, the Lu family came over. I couldn't control my temper and let everything slip. It was understandable for parents to lose their cool when their child faced such heartbreak. But to actually believe those people when they claimed they were framed, how could Uncle Tao fall for that? Li Mu found it hard to believe. If Tao Qingshan had become village chief, he must have had a sharp mind. Could it be that illness had clouded his judgment? Li Mu didn't dare say it out loud. Otherwise, Tao Qingshan might feel even worse. Never mind. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Not for any other reason, but because of how much you, Uncle Tao, have supported our Li family all these years. I can't just stand by and watch Yimei jump into hell. With that, Li Mu stood up to leave. Zheng Dajin quickly rose and grabbed his arm, then reached under the Kong mat to retrieve the 200 yuan Li Mu had previously given her, pressing it back into his hand. Nephew, take this money back. I won't say much else, but your kindness to our Tao family, we'll never forget it in this lifetime. Aunt, why are you saying this? Li Mu glanced at the money she pressed into his palm, hesitated briefly, but didn't refuse. Instead, he slipped the cash into his coat pocket and turned, walking straight out of the house. He genuinely wanted to help Tao Yimei, not for any ulterior motive. Only by accepting the money could the Taos truly believe his intentions were pure. Sadly, Li Mu walked all the way out of the Tao household without ever looking back to see the beautiful girl who followed him from her doorstep all the way to the village gate. She gazed after him with tender, longing eyes, watching his retreating figure fade into the distance, filled with reluctance. Inside the house, Xing Yizhen watched her daughter, who seemed turned to stone staring down the path, and sighed helplessly. That Li boy is a good one, but it seems he doesn't feel that way about our daughter. How can you say that? If he didn't care, would he go to such lengths to help us? I think, Tao Qingshan began proudly. But before he could finish, Zhang Dazhan shot him a look. Oh, stop it. Do you really think your daughter is a fairy fallen from heaven, loved by everyone? That Li boy carries around 200 yuan like it's nothing. He must have some real ability. I think he's like a dragon stranded in shallow water. Once he finds the sea, he'll soar into the skies one day. Zhang Dazhan spoke wistfully. Tao Qingshan tried to argue, but Zhang Dazhan had no patience for his rambling. She turned and left the room, using lunch preparations as an excuse. Meanwhile, after leaving the Tao home, Li Mu didn't go to the Lu household, nor did he return home. Instead, he headed straight to Tian Xiaohu's place. Xiaohu, are you home? Li Mu shouted as soon as he stepped through the door. Lying lazily on the gong, Tian Xiaohu shot upright at the sound, leaping off the bed like a spring. Grinning widely, he ran out barefoot, calling Brother Mu, without even stopping to put on shoes. Seeing her son's wild state, his mother instantly flared with anger. Xiaohu, you rascal, put on your shoes. But when she rushed outside holding the shoes, she saw Li Mu wrapped tightly in her son's bare hug, and her face instantly lit up with joy. Musie's here. Quick, come in and warm yourself. Aunt Xiao, I need Xiaohu for something urgent. I can't come in right now. Li Mu pried himself free from Xiaohu's enthusiastic grip. He pointed at the shoes still in her hand. Put those on first, grab a coat, and come with me. You got it. Tian Xiaohu replied cheerfully. In a flash, he snatched the shoes from his mom, tossed them onto the ground, and shoved his feet in. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhao quickly fetched a slightly used army green coat and a half-new lei foam cap from inside the house. Tian Xiaohu took the clothes with a grin and casually said, Ma, I'm heading out. Don't save dinner for me tonight. With that, he turned, quickly pulled on his coat, and followed Li Mu out of the courtyard. As they walked, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, how is it deep in the mountains? Did you run into any danger? The moment Tian Xiaohu spoke, his eyes shone with nothing but admiration as he looked at Li Mu. Li Mu didn't beat around the bush and replied directly. It was all right. I ran into a big wild boar, almost got the better of me. Luckily, I've got strong fate and ran into some soldiers who were hunting in the mountains. Li Mu downplayed the events, carefully omitting how he'd accidentally saved the soldiers by using a wild ginseng root. He also didn't mention killing a huge wild boar and a white tiger, then selling both to the military. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tian Xiaohu. It was just that some things were better kept between fewer people. I knew Brother Mu had great luck and wouldn't come to harm. That bastard Li Jiangguo kept insisting you were done for. Tonight, I'm gonna give him a beating, see how much more nonsense he dares to spout. But Li Mu raised his hand to stop him, smiling as he said, Enough. Revenge can wait. Right now, there's something extremely important I need your help with. At this, Li Mu deliberately lowered his voice. What is it, Brother Mu? Tian Xiaohu instinctively dropped his own voice in response. Seeing the serious look on Li Mu's face, he finally explained exactly what he needed from Tian Xiaohu. That thing. Well, we do have one at home. But Brother Mu, what exactly are you planning to use it for? That item was meant for male pigs. He hoped his brother wasn't planning anything sketchy with it. Seeing his hesitation, Li Mu didn't hold back and told Tian Xiaohu everything about Lu Monsong's actions. What? That lowlife actually dared to take advantage of Sister Ime. Tian Xiaohu burst out furiously, his fist clenching so tightly it made cracking sounds. Brother Mu, tell me what to do. I'm all in. Li Mu smiled and patted Tian Xiaohu firmly on the shoulder. Good man, Xiaohu. I knew coming to you would make this work. Chapter 31. One fire and everything's gone. Li Mu left home with Tian Xiaohu, carrying their things, heading straight for Lu village. At that moment, the Lu family was just about to have their lunch when Lu Mansong began staggering toward the courtyard gate. Lu Dezhong noticed this and instantly frowned, barking in anger. Where do you think you're going? If you're off to meet that young widow again today, I'll break your legs. Mansong froze at these words. A flash of coldness darted through his eyes, but he quickly turned around, wearing a silly grin. Dad, what are you talking about? She's carrying your precious first grandson right now. How dare you even mention it? At these words, Lu Dezhong grew even angrier. For over 30 years, he had been village chief. Who didn't speak well of him? Even people from neighboring villages praised him. Never before had his reputation taken a hit. And now, thanks to Tao Qingshan, a good-for-nothing pauper, publicly questioning them. If he hadn't been quick-witted and smooth-tongued, the engagement might have collapsed. It would have been bad enough. But being accused of marriage fraud? That would have brought unbearable shame upon the entire Lu family. The more Lu Dezhong thought about it, the madder he became. Clutching his tobacco pipe, he stomped over to Mansong in 3 strides, grabbed his ear, and growled under his breath. How can't you control that little piece of flesh between your legs? The wedding isn't even finalized yet, and already there's a child. What on earth do you plan to do once Tao Ime walks through our door? Don't worry about that, father. I want her, and I'll have my new bride too. Even if the Taos find out, they won't back out of this marriage. The woman I've set my eyes on will belong to me no matter what. Even if she dies as in Lu. Mansong spoke with a smirk, but beneath it flickered a cruel light in his eyes, like a bloodthirsty wolf starved for meat. Seeing this look, Lu Dezhong, who'd originally been furious, found his anger softening slightly. His expression even warmed a bit, almost pleased. Still, he cursed aloud, scram, scram, scram. Now that you've grown a backbone, don't come crying to me later when you need your mess cleaned up. Once released, Mansong shot off like a dog freed from its cage. Within moments, he vanished without a trace. Zhang Chuiyi, Mansong's mother, emerged from the kitchen carrying bowls and dishes. Seeing only Lu Daizhong standing alone in the yard, a shadow passed quickly across her eyes. I think the marriage with the Tao family is doomed. You should start thinking of other options. Lu Daizhong narrowed his eyes. Not a trace of his usual mild, honest demeanor remained. Instead, calculation and ruthlessness filled his gaze. No, Tao Qingshan won't last much longer. With his current situation, when he dies, they probably won't even afford funeral expenses. That village is so poor. How many people could lend them money? And even if someone did, one fire, and everything disappears. He spoke lightly, as casually as if telling a joke heard from someone else. But little did he know, every word was clearly overheard by Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu, hiding just outside the courtyard. Tian Xiaohu clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. If not for Li Mu holding him back firmly, he would have charged in and beaten Lu Daizhong senseless. Yet instead of letting him attack, Li Mu waited until Lu Daizhong entered the main hall for lunch, then quietly led Tian Xiaohu away. Only after walking a long way, nearly reaching the mountain pass, did Li Mu finally release Tian Xiaohu's hand. You're too impulsive. Storming in and beating someone up now wouldn't help Imei's family one bit. Instead, it'd give Lu Daizhong the excuse he needs to lock both of us up behind bars. Li Mu spoke calmly, then continued walking toward the widow Lu's house, the one he'd asked about earlier. Originally, he'd planned that if he couldn't catch Lu Mansong and the widow red-handed, he'd find a way to slip Mansong the same drug fed to boars. Surely the boy wouldn't be able to resist acting on his urges. He never expected this brat to be so pathetic, already engaged, yet still lusting after that young widow. So what do we do? Tian Xiaohu was furious. By nature kind-hearted, he'd never done anything immoral. As kids, when others stole fruit from trees in front of houses, he was the one picking up only fallen ones discarded by owners. To him, men like Lu Daizhong were monsters, evil enough to deserve execution. Beating him up would be far too lenient. But what he didn't know was that Li Mu was already thinking much further ahead. For someone who seemed so decent, Lu Daizhong had just spoken such chilling words. He must have done something similar before. Yet the Lu family had a solid reputation here in the neighboring village. Otherwise, how could he have become village chief? Still, one thing puzzled Li Mu. Although the Lu residence sat right in the center of the village, its surroundings were strangely empty. No neighbors nearby, just isolated plots of private farmland all around. Otherwise, Lu Daizhong wouldn't have spoken so recklessly. Wasn't it precisely because there was no one nearby? Even if someone came, he could clearly see them from his courtyard. It seemed he'd have to mention this to senior brother Gao later and ask him to find someone to look into exactly what kind of man Lu Daizhong really was. Lost in these thoughts, Li Mu arrived with Tian Xiaohu at the doorstep of Widow Lu. Crouching low, the two crept behind her house, positioning themselves right beside the back wall, where they could hear every sound from inside with perfect clarity. But the moans, and made Tian Xiaohu's face turn bright red. Stammering, he whispered to Li Mu, Muji, should we catch them right now? You go fetch the inspection team. Tell them someone's committing adultery. As Li Mu spoke, he subtly pointed toward the bicycle parked by Widow Lu's gate. A sturdy Air Baga model, clearly meant for a man. This bike was almost certainly Lu Mansong's. Tian Xiaohu, a boy who had never done anything wrong in his life, felt not a shred of guilt as he dashed over, grabbed the bike, and rode off swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Mu pushed aside a stack of dried corn stalks beside him and plunged deep into the pile. Inside the house, the battle had already ended. Lu Mansong's rough hands wandered over the slight bulge of Widow Lu's lower abdomen, and he chuckled. What name do you think we should give our son? I think Yaowang or Yaozu would be nice. Widow Lu sneered slightly before slowly saying, for a widow like me to bear a child, I'd count myself lucky if they don't drag the baby off and drown it in a piss bucket. And you? Would you dare claim them back? Do you really think Tao Imei would agree to raise my child? Whether she agrees or not isn't up to her. Let me tell you this, my son will only bear my surname. With that, Lu Mansong sat up and reached for his clothes. But Widow Lu suddenly grabbed his arm tightly, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Can't you stay a little longer? Once you're married and have a new wife, you probably won't even step foot here again. Lu Mansong let out a sly chuckle and slapped playfully at the soft flesh on her chest. Don't worry, I'll have both you and my household. After all, you're the real mother of my son. He poured on the sweet talk, smoothly coaxing her heart. Hiding inside the corn stalk pile, Li Mu nearly gagged at the display, but he held himself still. He couldn't afford to move yet. When the inspection team arrived, he needed to make sure they'd catch the adulterer red-handed. Chapter 32. He had already broken off the engagement. Li Mu crouched behind a stack of corn husks, carefully listening to the noises outside. Not until dusk, when Widow Lu was about to leave her courtyard to collect tofu, did Mansong finally emerge from the house and follow her out. What are you following me for? Go back inside and stay there. What if someone sees us? Widow Lu said anxiously, turning around to glance toward the gate of the yard. But Mansong sneered, slapping her hard on the shoulder blade. So what if they see? Are they actually going to go blabbing? In this village, my father's like an emperor made of dirt. If anyone dares say one bad word about me, I'll make sure they regret being born. His words were outrageously arrogant. Widow Lu knew it was true, but still, something about it irked her. She shot Mansong a sharp, embarrassed glare before continuing toward the courtyard gate. But no sooner had she stepped outside than she abruptly turned and pushed Mansong, who was trying to follow, back into the yard. Get back inside, quick. The inspection squad is here. She hissed in panic. Mansong froze at her words, a flash of viciousness and fear darting through his eyes. The inspection squad. What the hell are they doing in our village? Without another word, he dashed back into the house. Widow Lu, pretending nothing was wrong, set down the large bowl she'd been carrying for the tofu and began sweeping the courtyard with exaggerated nonchalance. Soon enough, the inspection squad entered the gate. Seeing them approach, Widow Lu hurried forward with a fake smile. Oh my, what wind blew you fine gentlemen into my humble little courtyard? You must have business. The team leader, seeing her feigned cheerfulness, only darkened his already stern expression. Someone reported you're keeping an illicit affair. We're here to search the premises. With that, he motioned his men toward the house. Widow Lu didn't try to stop them. Instead, she dropped to the ground and wailed loudly. Heavens, who's the heartless monster spreading such lies about me? How can a widow like me face the villagers after this? Her anguished cries were deafening. Within moments, a crowd gathered outside the courtyard. But just as quickly as they'd entered, the inspectors came back out. No one's here. This might be a malicious report. Get up off the ground. We'll explain to the villagers. At that cold, flat declaration, Li Mu, still hidden among the corn stacks, grew uneasy. Man Song was definitely inside. How could they not have found him? Could there be a cellar or something in Widow Lu's house? Not impossible. During the war years, nearly every household had dug secret tunnels or basements. Some had filled them and later, others repurposed them for storage. Hiding a person would be easy enough. Thinking this, Li Mu seized the moment when Widow Lu grabbed a squad member's sleeve and refused to let go. He darted swiftly out from behind the corn pile, circled to the front yard, then hid at the edge of the crowd. Pinching his nose and altering his voice, he called out, "How can no one be there? I just saw the village chief's son go into her house. Maybe he's hiding in a cellar. You didn't check thoroughly." The voice rang out clear. Everyone turned, not toward Widow Lu, but to where the sound had come from. But no one was there. Li Mu, clever as ever, had slipped aside the instant his words left his mouth, melting into the fringe of the crowd. Bundled up in his heavy coat with the collar pulled high, none of the onlookers noticed the stranger among them. The inspection squad, meanwhile, didn't waste time wondering who'd shouted. Back they went into the house. This time, Widow Lu truly panicked. "No, you can't go in, ruining my reputation like this. How am I supposed to live as a widow?" She cried and reached out to block them. But how could she hold back trained enforcers? Moments later, the team dragged Man Song out from somewhere inside. Just then, Chief Lu Daju arrived upon hearing the news. He rushed over to find exactly the scene unfolding. Forcing a polite smile, he stepped forward. "Gentlemen, what seems to be the trouble? It's just two young people being close. Surely no need to make an arrest." Close? A widow and a man already engaged to another woman? That's not close. That's adultery. You calling it affection now? You, Chief Lu, are you really trying to cover this up? The inspector was a tough one, unmoved by Lu Daju's flattery. Grabbing Man Song firmly, he moved to take him away. Lu Daju's smile instantly stiffened. He turned his gaze toward Widow Lu, still sitting on the ground, and his eyes were icy, poisoned with rage. Widow Lu met that stare and felt her blood run cold. She scrambled to her feet and threw herself in front of the inspection squad once more. He already broke off the engagement. We'd agreed he'd marry me. This isn't some dirty affair. Widow Lu wailed hysterically. But no sooner had she spoken than, before Lu Daju could even open his mouth, a sharp voice rang out from behind the crowd. Broken off the engagement? When did that happen? How come I don't know anything about it? Zheng Dajin pushed her way through the onlookers, accompanied by 5 or 6 village women and 7 or 8 burly men. She gave Widow Lu, her face pale with fear, a cold glare, then turned to Lu Daju and said icily, "Village Chief Lu, since our families have officially ended the engagement, we from the Tao family can't very well keep that dowry money you paid, over 20 yuan. It wouldn't be right." As she spoke, Zheng Dajin pulled out a thick wad of crumpled small bills from her jacket, clearly scraped together from various sources, and shoved them all into Lu Daju's hands. Lu Daju was instantly trapped, stammering helplessly with no words coming out. Finally, he let out an exaggerated sigh of regret, shot Widow Lu a venomous glare, and said, "Auntie Zheng, we truly acted improperly here. We'll certainly come to your home later to apologize properly. No need. It's best if we just pretend we never knew each other at all." Zheng Dajin showed not a shred of mercy toward Lu Daju. Before coming here, Little Tiger had repeated every word he'd overheard, exactly as he'd heard them. And now, she was still fuming with rage. With Zheng Dajin publicly returning the engagement and rejecting the match, there was no longer any ground to charge Man Song with debauchery. Li Mu felt deeply disappointed. Men like Lu Daju and his son were vicious and ruthless, the kind who, given even a sliver of breathing room, would quickly retaliate with vengeance. Thinking this, he eyed Lu Man Song coldly. The man who, ever since being caught, hadn't uttered a single word. Something about him had always felt off. If only he could use this moment to crush him completely, it would eliminate the threat for good. As these thoughts flickered through Li Mu's mind, his gaze shifted slightly. Yet at that very moment, Lu Daju suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, bowing desperately before Zheng Dajin and crying out, "Auntie Zheng, I'm so sorry." And with that, he bowed down to kowtow. Chapter 33. Isn't this just marriage fraud? Just as Lu Daju was about to kneel and kowtow, Li Mu swiftly reached out and pulled Zheng Dajin aside. "Village Chief Lu, what are you doing?" Li Mu spoke coldly. Behind him, Zheng Dajin wore an expression of clear indignation. Although it was true the Lu family owed the Tao family an apology, there was no need for such an extreme gesture as kneeling and kowtowing. But by acting this way, wasn't Lu Daju practically announcing to everyone that her Tao family was being unreasonable even when in the right? "Aunt Zheng, I don't mean anything bad. I just feel so deeply ashamed toward your Tao family, Lu Daju said, suppressing his inner fury while giving Zhang Dajun a pitiful look. He appeared so sorrowful it seemed he wasn't the one at fault, but rather someone who had suffered immense injustice. Save it, village chief Lu. If you truly felt guilty toward the Tao family, you wouldn't have allowed your son to do something so disgraceful. Don't even try telling me you didn't know that widow Lu is 4 months pregnant with your son's child. Li Mu sneered. As soon as these words left his mouth, the villagers who had come with Zhang Dajun all changed expressions. Especially Fang Xiaoqiao, Zhang Dajun's cousin, who immediately spat hard at Lu Daju. Your Lu family has absolutely no shame. The child's been in her womb for 4 months, yet you still dared propose marriage to us? Isn't this exactly marriage fraud? Get up quickly, stop pretending to be pitiful. You, a big village chief, don't kneel to us. We're afraid of bad luck from receiving such worship. The moment Fang Xiaoqiao spoke up, the other villagers also began shouting angrily. On the ground, Lu Daju's face shifted from pale to red, then back to pale again. Clenching his old teeth tightly, he rolled his eyes and suddenly fainted. 2 older men from the neighboring village, who had been watching outside the courtyard, rushed in at once, supporting Lu Daju as they pointed at Li Mu and the others, yelling furiously. What are you doing? Our village chief is kowtowing to you, and you still won't let go, even when you've already won? Hardly had they finished speaking when the crowd from the neighboring village surrounding the yard seemed to receive a signal and instantly grew defiant. Exactly. You think you can bully people all the way into our village? Do you think we have no men here? Shouting, they moved threateningly toward the courtyard. Seeing this, the inspectors stepped forward to block them. But unexpectedly, Li Mu suddenly stepped in front of those people, shouting coldly, What? Are you folks from the neighboring village trying to start a rebellion? When the Lius were caught in adultery earlier, you stayed silent. Now that Lu Daju's passed out from his own anger, suddenly you all wake up. It seems in your village, the chief's reputation means more than honor itself. As Li Mu spoke, his icy gaze swept across everyone present. Noticing how their eyes flickered and darted away, avoiding direct contact, he sneered contemptuously. Those who know say Lu Daju is a good village chief worthy of every man, woman, and child in your village protecting him. Those who don't know might think he's some tyrant or warlord ruling over you. The moment these words were spoken, every person present wore a different expression, some confused, some shocked, others fearful. The inspectors were all seasoned professionals, noting every reaction carefully, and immediately sensed something was off. Abnormal. Deeply abnormal. Something about the entire neighboring village felt strange. Having said his piece, Li Mu stopped looking at them and turned instead to Zhang Dajun, saying gently, Let's go, Aunt Zhang. Let's head back to our village. If the neighboring villagers love playing drama, let them perform alone. We've no time to watch their show. With that, Li Mu helped support Zhang Dajun and walked out. 2 middle-aged men who had lifted Lu Daju off the ground tried to speak up in protest, but after the supposedly unconscious Lu Daju pinched their arms, they fell completely silent. Soon, Li Mu escorted Zhang Dajun along with fellow villagers back to their own village. Along the way, upon learning that Li Mu had been the first to uncover Lu Mansan's misconduct, everyone praised him enthusiastically. Never would have thought it. The boy always seemed lazy and careless, yet when it really counts, he doesn't back down one bit. I don't think he's lazy at all. He just hates farm work. If he were truly lazy, would he have ventured into the mountains to find wild ginseng for Chief Tao? Right? Not only is he not lazy, but he's also incredibly brave. Everyone chimed in with comments like these. Yet at that moment, Li Mu spoke up calmly. About finding wild ginseng in the mountains, it was pure coincidence. My real goal this time was actually to look for chaga mushrooms. Chaga mushrooms? What are those? Zheng Changjin, supported by Li Mu, voiced the question on everyone's mind. In the 1980s, chaga hadn't fully risen in popularity yet. Few people knew about it, and those who bought it were mostly Russians. But the price was quite considerable. It wasn't until the 1990s that chaga mushrooms truly gained popularity, with people harvesting them trekking across every birch tree-filled region. Li Mu gave a simple, rough explanation of what chaga mushrooms were, casually mentioning the price as well. The buyer who contacted me said they pay 1 yuan per gene for light brown ones, and 3 yuan per gene for dark brown ones. What? 1 yuan per gene? What exactly is this stuff, anyway? How can it be so valuable? Li Mu's words were like a stone tossed into a still lake, instantly stirring up waves of excitement. But before everyone could finish discussing, Li Mu quickly added, To be honest, I wasn't even sure how to bring this up to folks in our village. After all, this thing is kind of like Lingji mushrooms. Right now, not many people know about it. If we go into the mountains, we're bound to find some. But we can't invite the whole village. After all, even among 9 sons of a dragon, each is different. If even one person isn't loyal, our entire business could fall apart. The words weren't pleasant to hear, but the truth was undeniable. No one was foolish. Everyone understood exactly what he meant. Seeing the others nodding along, Li Mu pressed on. Today, seeing Aunt Zheng bringing all of you here, I realized you're all people she trusts. People who aren't loose-lipped or careless. I trust Aunt Zheng, and I trust all of you. The real question is, do you have the courage to come with me into the mountains? Li Mu had expected his words to make people hesitate, especially after the recent incident with the tiger attacking someone. But to his surprise, the moment he finished speaking, several of the men immediately responded. Yes, I'm in. Count me in too. Seeing that everyone was willing to follow him, Li Mu felt genuinely delighted. Still, he knew he had to lay down the hard truths up front. You can all come with me into the mountains, but we'll wait until after the Lunar New Year. And above all, no one outside this group must know about this. If word gets out, and someone tries to sabotage us, then the whole thing falls through. Chapter 34. 1. Mei has no worries about marriage. Li Mu had made everything clear, and no one could find fault with what he said. Seeing that everyone took his word seriously, he turned to Zheng Changjin and said, Auntie Zheng, there's one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Zheng Dajin hadn't expected herself to be involved. She quickly replied, Mu, why are you being so polite with me? If it weren't for your help, Yimei would have fallen right into the Liu family's trap. As she spoke, Zheng Dajin's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly interjected, Auntie, let's not talk about that. Yimei will definitely marry into a good family in the future. At his words, the others immediately chimed in. Yeah, Auntie Zheng, Yimei is so pretty. How could she ever have trouble finding a good match? Exactly. Yimei has nothing to worry about when it comes to marriage. Hearing so many kind words, Zheng Dajin's expression softened, though she glanced at Li Mu shyly. Oh, look at me getting all emotional, she chuckled. All right, young Mu, tell me what you need my help with. I'd like you to help me collect wood ear mushrooms and hazel mushrooms in the village, Li Mu said without hesitation. He could do it himself, of course, but he wanted to give the Tao family a hand. Besides, Tao Qingshan was the village chief. With Auntie Zheng collecting goods, anyone thinking of causing trouble would have to think twice. That's it. No problem. Zheng Dajin laughed. This was clearly a money-making opportunity. What help was there about it? The boy Li Mu was simply finding a way to bring profit straight to their doorstep. Though deeply touched, Zheng Dajin didn't say it out loud. But Li Mu's request didn't only involve Zheng Dajin. Other women who had gathered nearby overheard the conversation and grew excited too. Where would these mushrooms be collected from if not from every household in the village? If supplies were low, their village sat right at the foot of the mountain. Those tree roots were teeming with such fungi. Things they once couldn't even be bothered to look at could now be sold for money. And this work didn't have to be done by men alone. Women like them could go gathering too. With this thought, several women exchanged glances, and unconsciously, smiles tugged at the corners of their lips. In high spirits, they all returned to the village, completely putting behind them the incident of Tao Yimei nearly being tricked into marriage. Now all they could think about was gathering together tomorrow and heading up the mountain to pick hazel mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. Seeing joy on everyone's faces, even Zheng Dajin forgot to ask Li Mu about any matchmaking matters and instead started chatting about the mushroom collection. Li Mu returned home, utterly pleased with himself. However, no sooner had he stepped through the door than he saw his mother, Liang Meijin, raising a broom handle and swinging it hard at him. Knowing full well he was in the wrong, Li Mu initially planned to just take a few hits to let her vent. Except he didn't expect his mom to be this furious. You little brat, you've really got guts now. Daring to go into the mountains alone? Just wait till I beat you to death today. The broom handle cracked apart after 2 or 3 heavy swings. Thinking it was over, Li Mu recklessly opened his mouth. Mom, if you're gonna hit me, at least put some strength into it. If you don't kill me, I'll still go back into the mountains after the new year. Before the words finished leaving his mouth, Liang Meijin spun around, grabbed the wooden-handled broom from the yard, and lunged at him. Realizing danger, Li Mu turned and fled. He had fishing to do tomorrow and needed to go to town. He couldn't afford to get injured. Now even angrier, Liang Meijin hurled the broom at his back. You little bastard, come back here and face me. But Li Mu ran faster than a rabbit. So fast the flying broomstick couldn't catch up. Li Guozhang, who had been secretly watching from inside the house, finally emerged with hands behind his back, strolling confidently forward. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, he smiled and said, Kid's grown up, sure has gotten capable. Then turning to Liang Meijin, who was still fuming, he added, Don't keep hitting him like that. What if he grows distant from us because of it? He's got zero talent. Born just to cause trouble, Liang Meijin shot back, giving Li Guozhang a sharp glare. She turned to go back inside, then abruptly came back, stepping close to Li Guozhang and whispering, How do you plan to handle your eldest son's bride price? Youngest son just gave you another 100 yuan, plus last time's 100. That's exactly 200. Isn't that enough for the bride price? Li Guozhang responded generously. Hardly had the words left his mouth when Liang Meijin slapped him sharply. What nonsense are you spouting? That money is our youngest son's blood and sweat. Are you really going to use his life-risking earnings to marry off your elder son? Do you have any conscience? With that, Liang Meijin shot him another fierce look. And I'm warning you, if your eldest son ends up unable to marry because of you, don't blame me for skinning you alive. With that, Liang Meijin turned and went back into the house, leaving Li Guozhang alone, scratching his head and muttering to himself, They're brothers after all, why split hairs over money? Besides, didn't the youngest son himself say we could use the money to marry off his elder brother? Li Guozhang was well aware that doing so wasn't entirely fair to his youngest son. But earlier, the boy had clearly said he wanted to earn money for his older brother's wedding. In his view, his wife was simply overthinking things. Maybe, his youngest son thought the same way too. Meanwhile, Li Jun had no idea that his parents, despite holding the money, were still fretting over how to arrange a bride for the eldest son. He had left the village and was walking directly toward Shitsuan. But halfway there, he unexpectedly ran into Tian Xiaohu, who looked dejected, walking with Li Jianjun slung casually over his shoulder, chatting as they went. Xiaohu, what's wrong with you? Li Mu quickened his pace and asked. To his surprise, the moment Tian Xiaohu saw Li Mu, his eyes instantly reddened. He shoved Li Jianjun aside with one hand and rushed straight to Li Mu. Brother Mu, the bicycle's been stolen. Stolen? Well, it wasn't ours anyway, Li Mu said with a chuckle, lightly patting Tian Xiaohu on the shoulder as he added. But still, we should report it to the inspection team. Don't want someone turning around and accusing us of theft later. At those words, Tian Xiaohu immediately nodded vigorously. Right, I'll go report it to the inspection team right away. But no sooner had he spoken than Li Jianjun, standing nearby, frowned slightly. Brother Mu, it wasn't our bike to begin with. If we report it stolen, what if they suspect we stole it ourselves? No way, I'll vouch for Xiaohu, Li Mu said with a smile. Noticing the uneasiness in Li Jianjun's eyes, he quickly added, besides, the inspection team isn't dumb. They can figure out a simple matter like this. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out across Li Jianjun's back. He was the one who had taken the bike. If the inspection team actually investigated and found out, Li Jianjun didn't dare think further. He forced a weak smile at Li Mu and said, yeah, Brother Mu, you really know how things work. Li Mu just smiled without replying, then turned to Tian Xiaohu and said, come on, I also have something to take care of at the inspection team. Let's go together. Chapter 35. Let me join you when you go fishing. When Li Jianjun saw Li Mu pulling Tian Xiaohu away, he didn't make any move to follow. Right now, all he could think about was how to avoid being caught by the inspection team for stealing Tian Xiaohu's bicycle. Li Mu glanced sideways at Li Jianjun, who stood there like a wooden post, dazed and foolish looking, and let out a quiet chuckle. Only after he and Tian Xiaohu had walked a good distance did Li Mu change direction, heading toward the path leading to West Village. Brother Mu, weren't we going to the inspection team? Why are we walking toward West Village? Tian Xiaohu asked, thoroughly confused. Li Mu turned back and checked that Li Jianjun was no longer in sight before answering leisurely. Don't worry. Someone will deliver your bicycle right to your doorstep. Who? The inspection team? Are they really that capable? Tian Xiaohu asked incredulously. Li Mu gave him a mysterious smile. Just wait and see. You'll understand soon enough. As they talked, they quickly arrived at the Gao family home in West Village. The house was bustling with activity. Gao Gotzi, who hadn't returned home in years, was chatting warmly with all the villagers coming to greet him. When he spotted Li Mu arriving with Tian Xiaohu, he immediately broke into a broad smile and rushed over. Muzi, come here. My mom and dad have been talking about you nonstop. If you'd waited any longer, I'd have had to go pick you up myself. With that, Gao Gotzi reached Li Mu and grabbed his arm, leading him inside the courtyard. The neighbors standing in the yard waved and greeted Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu cheerfully as they passed. Here come Muzi and Xiaohu. Hey, good day, Uncle, Aunt. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu replied with warm smiles. The three didn't linger outside and headed straight into the house. Inside, Grandma Gao was neatly dressed, playing cat's cradle with her young grandson, Gao Hutu, on the comm. Grandpa Gao wasn't in the room. Li Mu called out loudly. Auntie Gao Hutu. Muzi, you're here. Come, sit down. Your uncle went out to buy tofu. He'll be back soon, Grandma Gao said, her face lighting up at the sight of Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu. She then remembered to invite Tian Xiaohu to sit as well. Even Hutu, still busy with his string game, happily got up and scooted closer to sit in front of Li Mu. Uncle Mu, Brother Tian, have some candy, he said, pulling 2 candies from his pocket and offering them. Oh, white rabbit milk candy. This is top-tier stuff. Who gave these to you, little Hutu? Li Mu asked with a grin as he took the candies. My uncle bought them for me, Hutu replied shyly, yet clearly proud. His adorable expression made Li Mu instinctively reach out and ruffle the boy's hair. He accepted both candies, then casually handed Tian Xiaohu's portion to him, smoothly resolving Tian Xiaohu's hesitation about whether or not to take it. Seeing the 2 younger guys together, Gao Gotzi felt a warm glow in his heart. Still, he knew Li Mu must have come for a reason. After all, he had only dropped Li Mu off at home that morning. It made no sense for someone who hadn't seen their family in days to rush over so quickly just to visit the elders and kids. Alright, spit it out. What's on your mind, kid? Gao Gotzi cut straight to the point, wasting no words. Li Mu didn't beat around the bush either. Today, after I came back to the village, I helped the village chief's daughter break off her engagement with Liu's family from the neighboring village. And something fell off, not just with the Lius, but with people from that whole village. The neighboring village. Gao Gotzi knew exactly which village Li Mu meant. Their homes were close, after all. Back when he'd been running wild, he'd even visited that place. Almost everyone in that village shared the surname Liu. They were refugees who'd fled there years ago. Compared to other refugee villages, the people of Lin village were remarkably united. As for the village chief, Liu Deju, Gao Gotzi had never dealt with the man personally, but he'd heard he was extremely kind and gentle. But could someone truly that gentle survive leading his family through famine-stricken lands? Back when he was living recklessly, Gao Gotzi hadn't believed it. Now, after years in the military and countless undercover missions, he found it even harder to believe someone genuinely gentle could possess such survival skills. Forget it. Leave this to me. I'll coordinate with the inspection team and dig deeper, Gao Gotzi said gravely. Instantly, his entire demeanor shifted, cold and sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Li Mu, who had experienced such intensity many times across both his past and present lives, still felt momentarily awed by this aura. But it vanished as quickly as it came. Gao Gotzi swiftly changed the subject, redirecting the conversation to fishing. The plastic sheeting you asked me to get, my friend just delivered it. It's a large piece, more than enough for your fishing needs. He smiled and, without another word, turned and pulled a jute sack from behind the door, tossing it directly at Li Mu's feet. Li Mu immediately opened the sack with delight, and inside was indeed the plastic sheeting he had mentioned earlier. In the 1980s, plastic sheeting wasn't commonly used. Even when they went to the big market, people relied on willow-woven baskets. There were no convenient plastic bags that you could just fill and carry away. So something as thick as this plastic sheeting was even more rare. Only military-run vegetable greenhouses would use such material, and it was expensive and hard to come by. Big Brother Gao, thank you so much. Next time I go into the mountains, if I come across anything valuable, I'll make sure to save a share for you, Li Mu said with a cheerful grin. But the moment those words left his mouth, Gao Gotzi frowned. You're going back into the mountains again? Li Mu nodded casually. Someone's been buying wild delicacies and chaga mushrooms from me. It's good money. I can earn some myself and help the villagers make extra too. You really think things through, don't you? Then tonight, when we go fishing, take me along, Gao Gotzi said with a smile. He hadn't expected that Li Mu wasn't just thinking about himself, but also about the village folks. If Li Mu did well, maybe he could help everyone in the village earn more too. Thinking this, Gao Gotzi naturally brought up joining the night fishing trip. After all, he had requested 3 months of annual leave. Just staying at home would get boring sooner or later. Sure, we'll head out tonight. With Big Brother Gao joining us, we're bound to catch even more fish. Li Mu was clearly pleased at the idea of having Gao Gotzi along. If they caught enough large fish, perhaps through Gao Gotzi, he could even find new opportunities. After all, Gao Gotzi's former comrades were scattered throughout Mo. With that in mind, Li Mu quickly began preparing thoroughly with Gao Gotzi and Tian Xiao, waiting for Ergo and Biaozi to arrive so they could set off together. Unexpectedly, though, even as night fell, neither Ergo nor Biaozi showed up. Worried that something might have happened, Li Mu decided to go look for them. But no sooner had they left West Village than a figure came staggering out from the woods beside the road. Li Mu squinted closely and saw that it was none other than Li Ergo. Chapter 36, Murder. Murder. Ergo, is that you? What's wrong? Li Mu shouted as he quickly rushed toward Ergo. But his eyes darted around, catching sight of a dark shadow swiftly vanishing above the hillside from which Ergo had just run down. Before Li Mu could move to chase it, a military green figure dashed past him in a flash, speeding straight after the shadow. Li Mu tried to follow, but at that moment, Li Ergo collapsed right onto him. Immediately, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit Li Mu's nostrils. Ergo, you're hurt. Yet Ergo seemed not to hear him. His lips trembled as he mumbled, Murder, murder. Li Mu's heart leapt with alarm. He quickly turned to Tian Xiaohu and said, Hurry, go get people. Tell Uncle Gao Wu to bring the cart and rush Ergo to the hospital. Tian Xiaohu stood there stunned. He knew that Biaozi and Ergo were always inseparable. If Ergo was in this state, what about Biaozi? He didn't have time to think. As soon as Li Mu spoke, he turned and sprinted toward West Village. Meanwhile, Li Mu couldn't possibly leave Li Ergo behind. He quickly checked for obvious wounds on Ergo's body, brow tightly furrowed, his mind also worrying about Gao Jz, who had just gone chasing after the shadow. Fortunately, Ergo only had a stab wound on his side. The location was slightly off-center, and the cut wasn't deep. Only then did Li Mu let out a sigh of relief. He took off his coat, tore off the front panel of the new shirt he was wearing underneath, pressed it against the wound, and used his scarf to tightly bind it around Ergo's waist. Then, he gently addressed the still trembling Ergo. Ergo, listen to me. I'm Li Mu. Don't be afraid. I've already sent Xiaohu to call the village chief. Whoever hurt you won't dare come back, Li Mu said softly, doing his best to calm Ergo down. If he didn't manage to soothe him and allow him to release his emotions, there was a high chance Ergo would suffer serious psychological damage. Ergo sobbed uncontrollably for a long time, until the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. At that, his whole body stiffened with tension again. Don't worry, Li Mu reassured quickly. It's Xiaohu coming with Chief Gao. Xiaohu, Chief Gao, Ergo murmured, repeating Li Mu's words as he lifted his head and stared toward the approaching voices. By now night had fallen, but among the rushing crowd someone raised a torch high, clearly illuminating the figures of Tian Xiaohu and Gao Wu at the front. Only then did Ergo finally regain some awareness. He wiped his face roughly with his sleeve, only to accidentally pull at his wound, causing him to sharply inhale in pain. Then suddenly, he turned and grabbed Li Mu's arm tightly. It's Lu Mansong, from the neighboring village. He killed old Xia, the fisherman. Ergo burst out urgently, eyes filled with tears of fear and rage. It turned out that ever since the last time he'd gone fishing with Li Mu and made some money, Ergo and Biaozi had been eagerly hoping to join Li Mu again to earn more. Unfortunately, Li Mu had gone deep into the mountains searching for wild ginseng for Tao Qingshan. The two waited and waited, growing increasingly anxious. Eventually, they decided to visit the fishing spot where they'd worked with Li Mu and ask around if anyone else needed help. It wasn't guaranteed, they might not get hired, but if someone happened to need hands, why not try? And indeed, luck was with them that day. Among the regular fishermen on the river was a man named Xie Dong, who had recently acquired a large net and wanted to catch more fish. He was short on manpower, but unwilling to spend money hiring help. Seeing the two young men looking for work, he offered them 2 fish per haul of the net, enough to sell at the market for 3 or 5 yuan. They agreed. In the days when Li Mu was absent, the two had worked steadily with old Xia. Old Xia wasn't as generous as Li Mu, but they still managed to take home 1 or 2 fish each time. Deep down, the brothers were truly grateful to old Xia. They never imagined that today, a man who was alive and well would die right before their very eyes. Li Mu didn't know the full story, but sensing that Ergo was ready to speak, he asked urgently, where did he die? Wasn't Biaozi with you? He died on the riverbank. I didn't dare call Biaozi. I was afraid he'd. Ergo broke down completely, unable to continue. At that moment, the 8-foot-tall man wept like a helpless child. Li Mu didn't feel embarrassed by him at all. In fact, he inwardly admired Li Ergo's decision. Rather than turn back to seek help from his brother, Ergo had chosen to risk himself and lead the attacker away. Even if they had called for help, there might have been a chance to capture the murderer. But two kind-hearted young men facing a ruthless killer, one who killed without hesitation, their odds of victory were practically zero. As Li Mu thought this, he reached into his chest pocket and pulled out more than 100 yuan, pressing every note into Tian Xiaohu's hand. Xiaohu, take the money quickly and get Ergo to the county hospital. After saying this, he turned to Gao Wu. Uncle Wu, let's split into two groups. You take some people and head to the riverbank. Check whether old Xie is really dead. If he isn't, rush him to the hospital immediately. I'll lead the others after Gao Go. We can't let that bastard get away. All right, we'll do it your way, Gao Wu replied loudly. Then he immediately waved 5 men over and led them toward the riverbank, while the rest followed Li Mu into the forest. Li Mu had no idea which direction Gao Jiazi had gone chasing after the figure. Given how vast the mountains were, finding someone would be extremely difficult. Indeed, they'd already been searching for nearly half an hour without seeing a trace of anyone. Those following Li Mu glanced up at the pitch-black sky and listened to the strange sounds coming from deep within the woods, growing increasingly fearful. Hey, Li Mu, do you even know where you're going? How long has it been, and we haven't seen so much as a shadow? To be honest, I think we should just head back. It's completely dark now. Who knows what kind of thing might come leaping out at us? When one or two began speaking, the others quickly wavered as well. Hearing their complaints, Li Mu didn't grow angry. Instead, calmly addressing them, he said, "Give me a torch. We'll push forward for another half hour. If we still can't find anyone, then we'll go back." With those words from Li Mu, the group quieted down. One man took a torch and handed it to him. Yet upon receiving the torch, Li Mu didn't immediately move forward. Instead, he walked slowly, closely examining the trunks of nearby trees. Those trailing behind stared in confusion. What's Li Mu doing? Could those trees possibly tell him where the guy ran off to? Who knows? Let's just keep following him a bit longer. If we don't spot anyone soon, we're heading back. The few men with Li Mu muttered quietly among themselves. Yet at that very moment, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly echoed from ahead. Chapter 37, Slaughtering Boars, Tying Men, and Putting Out Fires. It's a wild boar. Quick, climb the tree. One of the terrified group suddenly shouted. Everyone instantly rushed to the nearest tree and scrambled up in panic. Only Li Mu stood motionless on the ground, his ears pricked up, intently listening to the piercing squeals of the wild boar. Seeing this, those already in the trees shouted desperately at him. Li Mu, you fool. What are you doing just standing there? Climb the tree quick. Wild boars are vicious. Don't be reckless. Just because you want a torch doesn't mean you go after a boar. Yeah, your life matters more. Get up here now. Just moments ago, these same people had been urging Li Mu to turn back. Now they were frantic, their eyes red with fear. Yet Li Mu acted as if he hadn't heard them at all. Instead of responding, he suddenly sprang forward like a coiled spring released. In a flash, he darted straight toward the direction of the noise. The people up in the trees watched in growing frustration and anger. What do we do? Why won't he listen? Never mind him. Let him get himself killed. We don't have to follow. Darn it, that kid's asking for death. Up in the trees, the group fumed and cursed in distress. Meanwhile, Li Mu reached the source of the boar's screams in no time. There, Gao Gotzi stood with a sharp dagger, drenched in blood, facing off against a massive wild boar weighing at least 300 pounds. Behind Gao Gotzi, Lu Manchong, his hands bound tightly with vines, shot a sinister, murderous look. As the boar charged again, Lu took the chance to ram into Gao Gotzi's back. Seeing this, Li Mu couldn't reach them in time. He swung the torch in his hand and hurled it straight at Lu Manchong's head. With a dull thud, Lu stumbled and collapsed. The flaming torch landed beside the roots of a pine tree covered in dry needles, instantly igniting a patch of fire. The blaze startled the 500-pound boar so badly that it let out a shrill cry, turned sharply, and slammed hard into a thick tree trunk, wide enough for 4 men to encircle. It struggled to rise, only to stagger wildly and crash into another tree. Asterisk crash. Crash. Asterisk after several loud impacts. The boar was completely disoriented, stumbling around like a drunken man. Though unsteady on its feet, it charged blindly straight toward Li Mu. Li Mu quickly pulled a sharp blade from inside his coat. A fish-killing knife, thin but razor-sharp. As the boar closed in, Li Mu twisted sideways, seized one of its ears, flipped onto its back, and straddled it before the animal could react. Then, in one swift motion, he drove the knife down. Thud, thud, thud. A few crisp sounds echoed. The boar's windpipe severed, and then it crashed heavily to the ground, sending snow flying. Li Mu had already leapt clear before the beast even fell. That was close. Good thing I came prepared, Li Mu muttered, wiping wild boar blood off his face. Without delay, he strode over to the fallen animal and delivered a deep stab straight into its heart. Watching Li Mu's smooth, precise moves, Gao Gotzi's expression darkened. The movements were too clean, too practiced, like someone with military training. More importantly, those exact techniques were ones he'd seen countless times in the army. But Li Mu had lived his whole life in this mountain village. How could he possibly know such skills? Flooded with doubt and suspicion, Gao Gotzi opened his mouth to ask, only to see Li Mu spin around and rush toward the tree that was rapidly catching fire. He tore off his jacket, scooped up snow in it, and dashed to smother the base of the flames, shouting loudly toward where the others had come. Hurry, all of you, come help put this out. Not far away, though they hadn't seen the fight, The group had noticed the glow. Now, hearing Li Mu's shout about extinguishing the fire, they moved as fast as monkeys, jumping down from their trees. They rushed to Li Mu's side and followed his lead, stomping and throwing snow to douse the flames. Winter forests were dangerously dry. Once a wildfire started, the consequences would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, Gao Gazi wasn't idle either. He first checked Lu Manchang's pulse. Finding him still alive, he swiftly tied him up with expert precision, binding his arms and legs behind his back like a hog ready for slaughter. Then he used Lu Manchang's own belt to secure the knots tight. By the time Li Mu and the others finally put out the fire, Gao Gazi had already secured the prisoner firmly. The group panted, exhausted, but as soon as they turned and saw the enormous boar lying dead beside Gao Gazi, blood pooling beneath it, their energy surged back. Gazi, your time in the army sure paid off. Caught a man and killed a boar. 2 birds with 1 stone. Gao Gazi merely smirked slightly and said quietly, don't credit me for either. Lu Manchang was knocked down by Li Mu's thrown torch. And that boar? Killed by Li Mu with a damn fish knife. Hearing these words, the others immediately turned to look at Li Mu, who was also sitting on the ground resting nearby. By the flickering torchlight, they noticed for the first time that his body was covered in bloodstains, and a layer of crimson frost had already formed on the fish-killing knife tucked at his waist. Li Mu, you little bastard, you're something else. Who'd have thought? You're all skin and bones, like a damn monkey, yet you fight like that. In an instant, the people who had followed Li Mu up the mountain looked at him with nothing but deep admiration. What's so great about it? Li Mu said with a chuckle. I once ran into a wild boar deep in the mountains, nearly got gored to death. Luckily, some soldiers were out hunting and saved me. To thank me for guiding them out of the forest, they taught me a few moves. Otherwise, today I'd have been done for 2. With that, he turned to Gao Gazi and continued. Gao brother, honestly, I'm wiped out. Could you chop a few more branches? Then we can rig up something to drag that big boar back. Truth be told, Li Mu's explanation sounded completely convincing. Even Gao Gazi found no flaw in his story. He knew full well that Li Mu had once led a military unit out of the woods. And when he'd arrived back then, he'd seen Li Mu himself watching those soldiers practice martial arts around a campfire. Still, what surprised him was how quickly someone could learn. Such talent was rare, even in the army. All right, you rest. I'll have the branches ready in no time. All suspicion and doubt now gone, Gao Gazi turned and began chopping. Soon, the branches were gathered. Li Mu stood up and, working alongside Gao Gazi, quickly assembled a seemingly haphazard tangle of sticks into a sturdy stretcher. Perfect. 1 to carry the boar, 1 for Lu Manchang. Li Mu called out to the others still resting in the snow. Let's go. We'll split into 2 groups and switch turns. Pick up the pace. At Li Mu's call, the men, who had wanted to rest longer, instantly rose to their feet. And so the group set off, alternating carriers as they trudged slowly down the mountain trail with torches in hand. Unaware that down below, the entire village, having heard that Li Mu had led a group of men into the mountains to hunt a fugitive, had already gathered at the foot of the hill with torches blazing, ready at any moment to storm the mountain in search of them. Chapter 38. As long as you're alive, money can always be earned. Time ticked by second after second, yet not a single person returned. On top of that, it was already pitch-black night. Unlike during the day when smoke from the forest could be seen by anyone passing by, no one had any clue where they had gone. Several families were just about to head up the mountain to search when Gao Wu, who had just returned to the village, stopped them. Don't make things worse, just wait patiently. Those kids aren't fools. If they couldn't catch up, they'd know to come back on their own. Gao Wu snapped angrily, though inwardly he was already cursing himself furiously. If I'd known, I should have led the group myself. Letting some half-grown brat take charge, I must have lost my mind. But before Gao Wu had even finished speaking, someone standing near the foot of the mountain suddenly shouted, they're back. They're coming. And with that, the man rushed up the hill, followed quickly by everyone else. Gao Wu tried to stop them, but it was already too late. These damn little runts. Think they can just do whatever they want now. Gao Wu grumbled bitterly, yet despite his words, a broad smile spread across his face as he quickened his pace and followed them up the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Gao Gazi, who were just leading their group down the mountain, were startled by the sudden surge of people rushing toward them from below. Could it be? The entire village is here? Li Mu asked in disbelief. Gao Gazi shot Li Mu an amused glance and said offhandedly, so you'd better think carefully. If you're going to lead people into the mountains, you have to guarantee their safety. If you're not fully prepared, I'd advise you not to go in at all. Hearing this, Li Mu's heart tightened. Truthfully, in his past life, he'd only ever entered the forest once with that survey team, and back then, most of the wildlife had already been hunted nearly to extinction. It wasn't anything like how frequent wild animals appeared now. As Li Mu thought this, he turned to look at the dead wild boar behind him. Don't worry, brother Gao. If I go into the mountains, I'll make absolutely sure I'm fully prepared. While Li Mu spoke with Gao Gazi, the villagers rushing up the hill had already reached them. Only when they saw that every one of their people had returned safely did someone finally notice Lu Manchang, who was being dragged on a wooden pole, along with the massive wild boar weighing over 300 pounds. Oh my god, is this the murderer? He doesn't really look like a killer, does he? A few bold and curious folks crowded around Lu Manchang, inspecting him head to toe, chattering loudly. But most of the villagers had their eyes fixed on the enormous wild boar. Good heavens, this boar is huge. This must weigh 400 or 500 pounds. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Gao Wu had originally intended to drag these reckless kids out from among the villagers and give them a stern scolding to teach them a lesson. But the moment he heard someone shout, "Wild boar," he immediately shoved his way through the crowd and pushed straight to the front. Ever since the village had stopped hunting in the mountains, how long had it been since anyone had seen wild boar meat? Seeing such a massive animal right before him, Gao Wu was so moved that tears almost welled up and rolled down the corners of his mouth. "Gaizi, did you guys hunt this?" "Yeah, Brother Mu killed it. The way he did it was incredibly clean," one of the men dragging the boar down the mountain said with a grin. He looked so proud, as if he had personally slain the beast. "Little Mu, you killed it?" Gao Wu stared at Li Mu in disbelief. Then, noticing Li Mu's blood-soaked clothes, he didn't even wait for an answer before believing it to be true. He hurried forward 2 steps and asked, "Little Mu, how about selling this wild boar to our village?" "Sure. It's so big, it'd cost me money just to hire someone to haul it. Might as well sell it outright and save the trouble." Li Mu smiled. Actually, he'd already been planning to do just that. Hearing Li Mu agree, Gao Wu's face lit up instantly. "Don't worry, I won't let you get a bad deal." "What bad deal? We don't need to talk about that stuff." Li Mu waved it off casually, then suddenly grew serious. "How are old Xia and Biaozi doing?" At this question, Gao Wu's expression darkened as well. "They say Biaozi went back to the village. He had absolutely no idea about the murder. As for old Xia, he was lucky. He barely survived. But truthfully, he owes it to you. If you hadn't given little Hu those 100-odd yuan, he wouldn't have made it." Li Mu didn't care about that. As long as the people were still alive, he felt genuinely relieved. As long as they're alive, that's all that matters. Money and possessions. So long as you're alive, you can always earn more. Yeah, that's true. Hearing Li Mu's words, Gao Wu's expression softened noticeably. Just as the two were talking, Gao Gaizi had already arranged for a horse-drawn sled to be brought over. He tossed Lu Mansong onto the sled, then turned to Li Mu and asked, "Muer, do you want to come with me to the county?" "Let's go. I want to check on Ergo anyway," Li Mu said, quickly climbing onto the sled. Gao Gaizi snapped his whip, and the horse started trotting rapidly, hooves clattering against the frozen ground. But as the horse picked up speed, icy wind carrying snow particles blew straight down their collars. Li Mu hurriedly hunched his neck and grabbed the quilt on the sled, wrapping it tightly around himself, then casually tossed another one to Gao Gaizi. To his surprise, Gao Gaizi didn't even reach for it. Instead, he glanced back at the still unconscious Lu Mansong and said, "Give it to him. Don't let him freeze to death. This guy's connected to a major case." "A major case?" Li Mu looked at Lu Mansong, bound like a pig about to be slaughtered, and suddenly a fragment of memory from his past life flashed through his mind. In the winter of 1978, the criminal responsible for a shocking robbery and murder case at the border was finally captured just before the Spring Festival of 1995. It was from a legal program about criminal cases, broadcast every night at 10 o'clock. But that show hadn't premiered until the year 2000, 5 years after the case had been solved. That's when the story was finally reported. At the time, Li Mu had been stunned because the suspect came from a village near his own. Since he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he'd only watched out of curiosity and then promptly forgotten about it. Now, unexpectedly, he had captured one of the suspects 13 years earlier than before. Li Mu drifted into deep thought, his mind vividly recalling the name and photo of the prime suspect in that border crime spree, apprehended just before the 1995 Spring Festival. Lu Mianin, Lu Mansong, they must be cousins. And according to the report, that border case wasn't a single crime. It involved 8 simultaneous cases. The brutal methods used and the horrifying state of the victims indicated just how vicious and deranged the suspects were. Lost in this brief flood of memories, Li Mu didn't notice that Lu Mansong, tied up beside him, had woken up at some point. Now, like a venomous snake ready to strike its enemy, Lu stared at Li Mu with cold, poisonous eyes, filled with malice. Chapter 39, What is Ultimate Bliss? With a dull thud, a clump of snow suddenly dropped from the treetop and slammed onto the sled. Li Mu's drifting thoughts snapped back instantly. He turned his head instinctively toward Lu Manchong, only to meet a pair of eyes brimming with venomous hatred. "Huh, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll rip your damn eyes out," Li Mu sneered, his wide tiger-like eyes flashing with fierce aggression. But Lu Manchong didn't show a shred of fear, only contempt. He shot back defiantly. "Go ahead. If you've got the guts, kill me then. You coward. Coward." Li Mu actually laughed in disbelief. Did this Lu Manchong even bother checking what state he was in right now? Tied up like a tightly wrapped Zongzi dumpling, yet still daring to talk big here. He really was a fucking idiot. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of Li Mu's lips. Gao Gotzi, who was driving the sled, frowned deeply. After all, Lu Manchong was currently a suspect. Once delivered to the investigative team, he'd be a serious offender. They couldn't afford any complications now. "Muer, you better not." Before Gao Gotzi could finish his warning, Li Mu's large palm cracked across Lu Manchong's face. Asterisk slap, slap star. "Yeah, I'm a damn coward. Maybe I won't kill your bastard ass, but let's see if I dare beat you so hard your own mother wouldn't recognize you." "Haha, you call that hitting me? Feels more like you're scratching my face for itch relief." Lu Manchong glared back with bloodshot eyes, teeth grinding furiously. If not for the ropes binding him, he'd have lunged forward and torn Li Mu apart with his bare teeth. "You still dare to mouth off? You damn fool." Li Mu snorted sharply through his nose, raising his hand again to strike. But just as his arm descended, a sudden memory flashed in his mind. The stories he'd heard in his previous life about how Lu Manchong abused Tao Mei. This fool used to drink himself into oblivion and then flog Tao Mei with a belt. The more she begged, the harder he struck. Come on now, today I'll give you something different. Li Mu let out a low, wicked chuckle. His sharp, shrill laugh pierced the silent night, sending chills down one's spine. Even Gao Gotzi flinched slightly, eyeing Li Mu with growing unease. Muer, don't go too far now, we're almost at the county seat. Don't worry, big brother Gao, Li Mu grinned broadly. I guarantee this little punk will get a first-hand taste of what ultimate bliss feels like. His gleaming white teeth seemed unnervingly eerie in the dark. Hearing those words, Gao Gotzi felt a strange discomfort deep inside, but he couldn't quite find the right word to describe it. Whatever it was, it sure didn't sound right. Yet Li Mu gave no further thought. He swiftly yanked the leather belt from his waist, reached over, and pulled down Lu Manchong's trousers. With a crisp snap, the belt cracked against his bare skin. Ah! Lu Manchong shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Before the echo of his scream had faded, another brutal lash landed. When he screamed again, his voice had already turned hoarse and broken. How's that feel, huh? Am I still such a coward or not? Li Mu wore a twisted smile, but his eyes were icy cold, like they'd been dipped in frozen water. Meanwhile, Gao Gotzi stood utterly stunned by what he saw. What the hell kind of person was Li Mu? His actions were brutal, so vicious they were nearly unbearable to witness. Muer, 2 strikes would have been enough. Might make things awkward later when we hand him over to the investigative team, Gao Gotzi said, not out of sympathy for Lu Manchong. It was just that, seeing him covered in bloody welts, one more serious beating might land him in the hospital. Was it really worth spending public funds healing trash like him? Then again, did Li Mu have some personal grudge against Lu Manchong? Gao Gotzi's mind raced. All he knew was that Li Mu had previously led people to help cancel the engagement of the village chief's daughter. Could it be because of that jilted girl? Lost in thought, he barely noticed as the sled rolled into the main street of the county town. Li Mu leapt off the sled, waved casually at Gao Gotzi, and strode away, pants slightly sagging, as he headed straight for the hospital. Gao Gotzi didn't stop him. Instead, watching Li Mu walk with that awkward gait of pulling up his trousers, then glancing back at Lu Manchong writhing silently in agony on the sled, unable even to whimper. Truly, one would never guess such a slender young man was capable of doing something like this. Shaking his head with a helpless smile, Gao Gotzi tossed a blanket over Lu Manchong and continued driving toward the investigative team. Li Mu strolled leisurely toward the hospital, almost reaching the entrance. As he passed by an alleyway, he suddenly heard a muffled woo-woo coming from within. Frowning, Li Mu turned sharply and stepped into the alley. There, he saw a man in a black padded jacket and a black knitted balaclava pinning a short-haired woman to the ground, one hand clamped over her mouth, the other tearing at her pants. TCH, pervert, Li Mu shouted, charging forward and delivering a fierce kick straight into the man's side. The man hadn't expected anyone to show up at this hour. Caught off guard, he failed to dodge and was kicked flat onto the ground. The woman beneath him scrambled desperately to her feet and immediately tried to run toward Li Mu. But unexpectedly, the man on the ground grabbed her by the ankle. Ah! The woman screamed in terror. Li Mu was taken aback. This bastard actually had the nerve to keep grabbing her even with a witness standing right here. Not only did he not flee, he dared lay a hand on her again. Today's really full of damn morons. In one swift step, Li Mu yanked the woman behind him, then swung his foot hard into the man's face. With a dull, umph, the man finally considered running. But before he could stagger to his feet, Li Mu followed up with 2 more kicks. This time, they landed squarely on his lower body. Ah! A sharp scream ripped through the air. Behind Li Mu, the short-haired woman's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Without thinking, she lunged forward, stopping Li Mu from kicking again, then rushed to the man and ripped off his hat. How could it be you? Seeing the man's face, the woman froze as if struck by lightning, completely paralyzed. Seeing this, Li Mu frowned and coldly demanded, "What? You know this damn pervert." Chapter 40. Don't let yourself be fooled. The dazed woman seemed not to hear Li Mu's words at all, unresponsive for a long while. Instead, the man lying on the ground had bloodshot eyes now, tears streaming down his face like he didn't have to pay for them. Li Mu saw this scene and almost rolled his eyes to the heavens. What are you crying about? I don't care what your story is. Today there's no way you're escaping the inspection team. Li Mu didn't want to waste words. He stepped forward and grabbed the man by the collar. Xuanhuan, don't let him take me to the inspection team. We've been dating for half a year. You know I love you so much. When the man heard Li Mu was going to take him to the inspection team, he panicked immediately. He reached out and grabbed the short-haired woman's hand, sobbing uncontrollably. It was as if he were the one being assaulted, not her. His weiqi could have soared into the sky. When Zhou Chunhua was called out like that, the blank stare in her eyes finally flickered with some awareness. But as she looked at the tear-streaked face of the man before her, hearing his words, her own tears welled up helplessly in her eyes. Yes, they had dated for half a year, but they'd only ever held hands, never crossing any lines. And just recently, she'd broken up with him, because their ideals were too far apart. She wanted to keep improving herself, but he wanted her to marry and stay home raising children. Yet she never imagined that right after they ended things, this man would do something like this to her. If word got out, how could she show her face again? Li Mu saw her hesitation instantly. In this era, relationships were taken extremely seriously, and people placed immense value on reputation. But Li Mu didn't care about any of that. He was someone who'd lived 2 lives. He wouldn't fall for such manipulative nonsense. Without a word, Li Mu raised his leg and kicked the man sharply in the groin. Stop spouting your bullshit at me. You think being in a relationship gives you the right to assault her? Even if married, if the woman doesn't consent, forcing yourself on her is still rape. With that, Li Mu turned to the short-haired woman. Miss, don't let this scumbag fool you. Break up with him immediately. Someone like him deserves nothing less than a bullet. What kind of love is this? Covering your face while doing despicable things. Are you planning to run away after you're done, ruining an innocent girl's life? Or will you ruin her, then hold her hostage with a pregnancy, chaining her down forever so she can't breathe? Fucking piece of trash. I've seen plenty of men like you. As he spoke, Li Mu fiercely kicked the man twice more. In his previous life, a young woman who worked as his secretary had been treated exactly like this, eventually driven to suicide by jumping from a building. And that shameless family even tried to blame him for employee exploitation. Luckily, his company had surveillance cameras installed at the time, which happened to capture footage of the woman being verbally abused and physically assaulted by her husband moments before she jumped. Combined with the forensic report, his company's reputation was preserved, avoiding major damage. Men like this, their existence was a disgrace to all men. Thinking of this, Li Mu spat on the ground with utter disgust. At that moment, xuanhuan finally regained her senses. Clenching her fists tightly, she stepped forward and punched the man twice in the face. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk. Zhang Gangtai, don't forget, we've already broken up. Then, xuanhuan stood up briskly and turned to Li Mu. Little brother, please help me take him to the inspection team. No problem. Li Mu replied without hesitation. Even if the woman had wanted to let this deadbeat go, he would still deliver him to the inspection team today. But Zhang Gangtai had no intention of going willingly. If he were truly charged with hooliganism, his entire life would be ruined. That said, Li Mu wasn't about to give him a chance. Listen, kid, don't even think about running. Otherwise, I'll kick your third leg off right here and now. So saying, Li Mu yanked the man to his feet, then picked up the scarf xuanhuan had dropped, quickly binding Zhang Gangtai's hands tightly. Still, that wasn't enough. Li Mu didn't want this bastard causing trouble halfway there. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the man's smelly socks from his foot and shoved it into his mouth. Better to prevent him from screaming later and drawing a crowd. That would only further damage the young woman's reputation. Once everything was set, Li Mu dragged the bound man toward the inspection team headquarters. Xuanhuan walked behind them, and whenever Zhang struggled even slightly, she'd step forward and kick him hard. This saved Li Mu considerable effort. Before long, they arrived at the inspection team office. Inside, officers had already taken turns interrogating Lu Montsong, but the man was as stubborn as iron. No matter how they questioned or threatened him, he remained completely silent. Gao Gaza saw his former squad leader, so worried he had actually started smoking, and frowned in concern. If nothing works, I can call Muzi over. Maybe he has a way to make him talk. Whoever it is, just get this son of a bitch to open his mouth. The squad leader snapped, crushing the cigarette out, his eyes blazing with determination. No sooner had he spoken than a member of the inspection team walked in, dragging Zhang Gangtai behind him. Li Mu followed closely. Gao Gaza was facing the door, and the moment he looked up, he spotted them. Muzi? What's going on? Came across some lowlife trying to assault a female comrade. I caught him red-handed. Li Mu replied with a smile. Gao Gaza didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His little brother really had the strangest luck. Seemed like trouble found him everywhere these days. But while Gao Gaza was merely surprised, the squad leader eyed Li Mu with sharp scrutiny. This is the Muzi you mentioned? Looks like he hasn't even grown a proper beard yet. Can he really handle this? Honestly, Gao Gaza wasn't completely sure either, but something inside him instinctively told him that this kid could pull it off. Muzi, the guy Lu Montsong won't say a word. Any ideas? Gao Gaza asked directly. Li Mu scratched his head casually. If he won't talk, fine. Let someone else do the talking instead. Let someone else talk? The squad leader looked baffled, a flicker of realization darting through his mind too quickly to grasp. He repeated, what exactly do you mean by that? Li Mu wanted to mention Lu Manin outright, but speaking too plainly might raise suspicion. So instead, he recounted the incident of catching the adulterer the other day, making sure to casually mention Gao Gaza as well. I already discussed this with senior brother Gao. People always say father and son on the battlefield, 7 brothers hunting tigers. Lu Montsong's been acting so brazen. Maybe one of his brothers knows something. If we apply pressure and amplify the answers we get, we'll surely force Lu Montsong into revealing the truth. And the more people involved, the more chaotic the story becomes. The more people questioned, the greater the chances of exposing contradictions. That remark snapped something into place for the squad leader. Exactly. They had studied the files. The border case couldn't have been the work of a single person. It had to be a gang operation. Now that they'd captured Lu Montsong, who'd been seen by witnesses, what about his accomplices? With clarity dawning, the squad leader slapped his thigh in realization. Damn it. How did we not think of this earlier? No matter how careful someone is, they'll slip up eventually. And the closer the relationship, the bigger the slip up. Chuckling, the squad leader immediately turned to call for men to go arrest people from West Village, only for Li Mu to speak up again. Since I've helped out here, could I get some kind of reward or something? Chapter 41. Zhou Ming, station master of the procurement station. What kind of reward do you want? The senior squad leader asked with a smile. Of course there would be rewards for something like capturing a serious criminal, but he still wanted to hear what this young man in front of him had in mind. If the request wasn't unreasonable, he didn't mind lending a hand. Haha, actually nothing much. Li Mu smiled sheepishly, then quickly brought up the issue of being chased around by market administrators whenever he tried to set up a stall at the marketplace. I just want to get a business license, but I don't know how to go about it. So, could you please change my reward into that? Li Mu looked at the senior squad leader with eager eyes. As for obtaining a business license, the squad leader naturally knew how it was done. However, Regulations were strict these days, and going through all the necessary approvals would take time. Still, when it came to pulling strings, he didn't actually know anyone who could help. This is simple enough, but whatever business you run must comply with the rules. Otherwise, even if I try to help, there's nothing I can do. Li Mu's request wasn't excessive, just a phone call to an old comrade in arms would settle the matter. Still, the proper procedures would need to be followed. No problem. I only plan to sell some mountain delicacies and wild goods. I'd never cheat or falsify anything, Li Mu said with a smile. Once this was settled, his future path would become much smoother. Just as Li Mu was feeling pleased, xuanhuan, standing quietly behind him, timidly spoke up. Excuse me, may I call my family first? Of course. The senior squad leader stepped aside to let her through. The office phone was one of the few working lines around, located right on his desk. Thank you, xuanhuan said gratefully, quickly stepping forward to pick up the receiver and dial. Seeing there was nothing more for him to do here, Li Mu said to the senior squad leader and Gao Gotzi. Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll head off now. I haven't even been to the hospital yet. With that, he turned and left the inspection team. After stepping out of the inspection team building, night had already fallen so deeply that visibility was near zero. Fortunately, the team had flashlights, and one was lent to him. With the flashlight in hand, he briskly made his way toward the hospital. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Li Ergo lying in bed wore a deeply worried expression. How on earth will I ever earn enough to pay Brother Mu back? Why worry so much? Do you think Brother Mu would come chasing after you for repayment? Tian Xiaohu lay on the other empty bed, yawning as he spoke. Ever since Li Ergo found out that his hospitalization had cost over 60 yuan, he hadn't stopped fretting. Again and again, he kept repeating the same words, worrying that he'd never be able to repay the debt. That's over 60 yuan, not 60 jiao or 6 yuan, Li Ergo exclaimed, unconsciously grabbing his hair in distress. Oh come on, you're overthinking it. 60 yuan? Just follow Brother Mu fishing a few times, and it'll be covered, Tian Xiaohu said casually. After all, Brother Mu had promised to help him earn money. Right now, the amount he'd already saved in the bank totaled 300 yuan. Once he saved a bit more, he could build a new house and marry a wife. The more Tian Xiaohu thought about it, the better he felt. But from Li Ergo's perspective, after spending several days fishing with old Xia, he knew making money from fishing simply wasn't feasible. Even if Brother Mu treated them like brothers, he couldn't possibly lose money just to hire them to fish. Thinking this way, Li Ergo became so distressed that his eyes welled up with tears. Just then, the ward door suddenly swung open. Tian Xiaohu turned his head, instantly springing up from bed. Brother Mu, how come you're here? Just came to check on Ergo, Li Mu said with a smile, walking over to Li Ergo's bedside. Before the latter could speak, Li Mu added quickly, you'll definitely have to pay the money back, but after the new year, you'll come with me up the mountain. We'll hunt rabbits, catch pheasants, pick wood ear mushrooms, gather hazel mushrooms. There are plenty of ways to make money. Work hard with me, and at most within half a month, at least within 3 to 5 days, you'll definitely be able to pay it off. The moment those words left Li Mu's mouth, Li Ergo stared wide-eyed in shock. Brother Mu, are you serious? Of course I am. When have I, Li Mu, ever told a lie? Li Mu smiled faintly, then walked over to Tian Xiaohu's bed. Move over a bit. I've been running around all day, exhausted and sleepy. Let me lie down for a while. Hearing this, Tian Xiaohu immediately got up, willingly giving up his warm spot under the covers to Li Mu and moving to the opposite empty bed, where he lay down. When he turned back, hoping to say a few more words to Li Mu, he saw that Li Mu had already closed his eyes and fallen fast asleep. Li Ergo responded with a soft, shoo gesture. That night passed dreamlessly. Li Mu slept deeply and soundly. After waking up and having a simple breakfast, he prepared to return to the village. He still had a few days before the Lunar New Year, plenty of time to earn more money. Although after the last time he had come out of the mountains with wild ginseng and sold it to the military unit, earning more than 2,000 yuan, this amount still wasn't even a fraction of what he wanted to make. But just as Li Mu was about to leave the hospital gate, someone coming from the opposite direction called out to stop him. Li Mu, xuanhuan shouted his name and quickly walked toward him. Right behind her followed a middle-aged man. Li Mu took a closer look and realized this person was actually familiar. xuanhuan, uncle, you two know each other? When the pair reached him, Li Mu smiled and greeted them. You know my brother-in-law? xuanhuan asked in surprise, turning to look at the middle-aged man beside her. The man chuckled and pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Without waiting for Li Mu to speak, he turned to xuanhuan and said, he's that young fellow who knows how to fish and catch rabbits. As it turned out, this middle-aged man was none other than the son of Grandma Lu, who had shared a hospital room with old lady Gao not long ago. Though Li Mu didn't know the man's surname or what he did for a living, luckily he had a good memory. He could remember a face after seeing it just once. So it's you. How convenient. Now my brother-in-law won't have to worry about you failing to deliver goods, xuanhuan said with a smile. But these words left Li Mu completely baffled. Goods? What goods? Seeing Li Mu's confused expression, the middle-aged man quickly explained. It's like this. I'm surnamed Zhou. I used to work at the supply and marketing cooperative, and only yesterday I was transferred to become station master at the procurement station. Procurement station. Zhou Ming. Wasn't he destined to become the top official in municipal commerce management in the future? Upon hearing the name of the place, Li Mu's eyes instantly widened. So, uncle, you're in charge of procurement? Then do you accept wood ear mushrooms, hazel mushrooms, things like that? Yes. We purchase all kinds of mountain delicacies and wild products, Zhou Ming replied eagerly. Noticing Li Mu's visibly excited expression, he immediately added, I heard from Xuanhuan that you're trying to get a business license to sell wild mountain goods. Do you currently have any inventory available? Of course. If you need some, I can deliver this afternoon, quality guaranteed, Li Mu responded without hesitation. This was an opportunity handed to him on a platter. He absolutely had to seize it. Chapter 42, 500 yuan in bridal gift, not a penny less. Alright, as long as your goods are up to standard, I'll add an extra 5 fan on top of the normal purchase price, Zhou Ming said generously. Deal. Then I'll send some over to you tomorrow, Li Mu replied with a smile. 5 fan didn't sound like much, but small amounts added up, and in 1980, even 5 fan could buy quite a few things. With the agreement with Zhou Ming settled, Li Mu felt genuinely pleased. However, he declined Zhou Xuanhua's offer to treat him to a meal. Right now, all he wanted was to go to the bank, withdraw 500 yuan, and head back to the village to start buying goods. Yet, just as Li Mu happily carried the money home, before even setting foot through his front gate, he saw his eldest brother anxiously clutching the arm of a middle-aged woman, pleading desperately. "Aunt son, please just wait a little longer, alright? By the Lunar New Year, I promise I'll find a way to come up with 500 yuan. Qianjin, it's not that I'm heartless or forcing your Li family to pay this 500, but my parents-in-law are pressuring us for this money. Otherwise they're going to marry off my xuanhuan to that widower in the county town. Your uncle is as stubborn as a block of wood. He only listens to his parents. What choice do I have?" Sun Erxi knew full well that given the Li family's circumstances, 200 yuan was already stretching them to the limit. In her heart, she truly wished to see her daughter married into their home. But, when she thought about those troublesome people back at her house, anger flared up inside her. The girl was hers, who gave them the right to decide her daughter's future and accept 500 yuan in bridal gift from that old widower. Now, if they couldn't come up with 500 yuan to call off the engagement with the widower, not only would her daughter's reputation be ruined, but her other 2 daughters would suffer by association too. Thinking this, Sun Erxi hardened her heart, shook off Li Qianjin's grip, and turned to leave. "It's only 500 yuan, we'll pay it." Li Mu strode into the courtyard, shouting loudly. When Li Qianjin saw Li Mu, his nose instantly tingled, and tears poured down his face uncontrollably. "Mu'er, big brother." Seeing his brother weep, made Li Mu feel even more choked with emotion. But today, though he did have the 500 yuan, he couldn't just hand it over so easily. "Aunt son, you go on home and wait," Li Mu said. "We'll come visit your family shortly to formally propose. Not a single penny will be short." As he spoke, he pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and waved it slightly in front of Sun Erxi. Sun Erxi had never seen so much money up close before. She stood there stunned for a moment, momentarily dazed. Then Liang Meijin came rushing out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the 500 yuan in Li Mu's hand, she hurried forward and snatched the cash away. "Look at you showing off. You think 500 yuan is something you can just give away on a whim? Who's going to repay it? Are you trying to burden your big brother and sister-in-law with debt before they're even married?" Furious, Liang Meijin scolded him harshly and shot Li Mu a fierce glare, silently warning him that if he dared say another word, she'd beat him senseless. Only then did she turn to face Sun Erxi. "You see for yourself, sister's son, the money, we've somehow managed to borrow it. The kids want this match, and we shouldn't ruin their hopes now." Sun Erxi understood exactly what she meant, but still, sighing deeply, she finally spilled the truth in full. "Li sister, I'll tell you the honest truth. My family never cared about the 3 revolutions and 1 sound. 1, we only wanted our daughter to be happy, and Li Qianjin is an honest, decent boy. We knew he'd treat Xuanhuan well no matter how much the bride price was. In fact, we planned to let her take half of whatever amount back with her. But who could have predicted that Xuanhuan's grandparents are such greedy people? And then the second son's wife started stirring up trouble, whispering all sorts of nonsense. Now, that entire 500 yuan has already been spent by the second son's family on their own daughter-in-law's 3 revolutions and 1 sound." At this point, Sun Erxi's face was full of bitterness. Still, she had to continue. "I'm truly backed into a corner. That's why I came early to discuss this with you." Li Mu now fully understood the situation. If that's how it was, then things would be even easier to handle. "Don't worry, auntie, just go back home," Li Mu said, a faint yet meaningful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. 500 is 500, we'll bring it ourselves. But let me make one thing crystal clear up front. We'll pay the 500, yes. But if your family tries to demand more later, don't blame us for making things ugly." Sun Erxi froze at his words. If the Li family actually arrived with 500 yuan in hand, those 2 old folks at home might very well try to raise the price again. And if things really turned ugly, Sun Erxi's heart clenched tight. Remembering how her daughter had knelt on the ground until her forehead bled begging not to be married off, she steeled her resolve. "Rest assured, the 500 yuan bride price will not change. If those 2 elders in my house cause any more trouble, I'll risk my life to make sure you can take Xuanhuan away." What Li Mu wanted was exactly Sun Erxi's attitude. If she had shown even a hint of hesitation today, he wouldn't have spared any mercy when he came to her home with people tomorrow. With the engagement settled, Sun Erxi didn't linger. She turned and left the Li family home in a hurry, eager to deliver the good news. But no sooner had Sun Erxi walked out than Liang Meijin jumped up in fury. "You little brat, where on earth did this 500 yuan come from? Mom, why are you making such a big fuss? Forget 500, give me another 500, and your son can still get it." Li Mu said proudly. He turned to Li Qianjin, who was still wiping tears, stepped forward, and casually slung an arm around his big brother's neck. "Big brother, what are you crying for? You're a real man. Besides, we won't be paying that 500 for nothing. I get a great sister-in-law, and you get a good wife. Hearing Li Mu's words, Li Qianjin's barely contained tears started flowing freely again, streaming down nonstop. His voice cracked as he tried to speak. Musi, you're too good to your big brother. I'll definitely find a way to earn money and pay you back. The money will be paid back, sure. But your younger brother here has plenty of ways to make cash. No need to worry. You just follow me and do as I say. Li Mu chuckled. Seeing Li Qianjin nod, he tightened his grip around his brother's neck and began leading him toward the house. Just as they took a couple of steps, however, Liang Meijian's sharp shout froze them in their tracks. What? Trying to sneak off? Think just because I've been feeling unwell these past couple days, I can't pick up a stick anymore? All right, let the two brothers talk a bit. Why are you screaming like that? If only you'd listened to me earlier and used Muur's money to secure the match. We wouldn't have faced all this trouble today. Li Guozhang chimed in, always quick to offer advice after the fact. But before his last word had even finished, Liang Meijian, already wielding the fire-stirring rod, spun around and smacked him hard with it. Li Guozhang let out a loud, ow, and practically leapt 3 feet into the air. Li Mu and Li Qianjin, completely unfazed by the scene, quickly hurried inside to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Chapter 43. Whoever takes the bridal gift must be the one to marry her. No matter how the Li family discussed using 500 yuan to send someone to the Zheng family on behalf of Li Mu's elder brother, the moment Sun Erxi returned from the Li household and reported that they were offering 500 yuan as a betrothal gift, chaos erupted at the Zheng home. Sister-in-law, you must have been tricked by the Lis. With their family so poor, how could they possibly come up with 500 yuan? Lu Tsuizhu sneered, clearly disbelieving that a family so destitute could produce such an amount. It seems the Lius have wind without fear of splitting their tongues. 500? Even if they scraped every rat hole in their house, they couldn't gather 2 yuan. Old Lady Zheng also looked disgusted. The Lis had always been peasants since their ancestors, born from the same village, who didn't know each other's situation. I wouldn't be so sure. The second son of the Zheng family extinguished his cigarette, but, recalling what had happened when Li Mu went up the mountain earlier, avarice flickered across his eyes. Don't forget, Li Mu once got Tao Qingshan a wild ginseng root. If sold, that alone would fetch at least 700 or 800 yuan. Wild ginseng, now that was something valuable. Old Lady Zheng suddenly grew interested. In her old age, possessing a high-quality mountain ginseng could do wonders for her health. Then let's ask the Li family to add 1 more wild ginseng, plus the 3 revolutions and 1 sound. My daughter is worth far more than money can buy. Old Lady Zheng spoke it as though it were nothing. But things never go exactly as one wishes. Sun Erxi, who had initially felt pleased, now burned with anger. But this wasn't the time to explode. She'd cause an uproar only after her daughter was married off. Ma, asking for so much, what if the Lis refuse? And don't even think about threatening to marry Xiangnan off to that old widower. You know he won't bring you any wild ginseng later. That reminded Lu Tsuizhu. She had already taken money from that old widower. If she broke the engagement, she'd have to return the cash. But returning it all? Absolutely not. The goods were meant for securing a bride for her precious son. Once inside her household, they weren't leaving. Before she could voice this thought, a familiar voice rang out from outside the yard. Is Anyzing home? This is Li Laosan's wife. We're here to formally propose marriage on behalf of our eldest son. As the words faded, Liang Meijian stepped into the courtyard, followed closely by her sons Li Qianjin and Li Mu. Sun Erxi quickly rose to greet them. Seeing that both young men behind Liang Meijian carried gifts, her heart swelled with joy. The Li family truly knew how to show respect. They'd agreed on 500 yuan, yet brought additional gifts. Such honor and dignity for her daughter. Oh my, I said you'd come today, but I didn't expect you so soon. Sun Erxi cheerfully led them toward the house, but just as they reached the doorway, Lu Tsuizhu stepped out and blocked their path. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Didn't we agree? Xiangnan is to marry Cui Dahai, the skilled worker from the county steel plant? Now you're welcoming the Lis again. Are you planning to marry her off twice? Her words were harsh. Sun Erxi's face instantly darkened. But before she could speak, Li Mu cut in sharply. Aunt Sun, have you already accepted another family's betrothal gift? No, it wasn't me. Sun Erxi blurted anxiously, afraid that even a moment's hesitation might make the Lis suspect something. Seeing her denial, Li Mu's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Whoever takes the bridal gift must be the one to get married. Please, Aunt Sun, call Sister Xiangnan out. We've brought the gift, and my elder brother will hand it to her personally. Good. I'll go get her right away. Sun Erxi answered eagerly, rushing off toward Xiangnan's room, terrified that even a second's delay might stir resentment in the Li family. Wait. Lu Tsuizhu blocked her again, scowling. I've never heard of betrothal money going to the bride instead of her parents. Are you trying to pull a fast one here? Auntie, this is my family's business. No need for you to meddle. Our betrothal gift will go straight to Xiangnan herself. If it hadn't been for what the second brother's family had just plotted, Sun Erxi might have been willing to negotiate with the Lis calmly. But now she saw clearly, apart from herself, no one in this household truly cared about her daughter. Everyone else wanted to sell her off piece by piece. Sister-in-law, don't think I enjoy interfering in your mess. But remember, we haven't divided the household yet, and our mother still rules here. Lu Tsuizhu sneered dismissively, turning to Old Lady Zheng, who sat upright in the main room. Old Lady Zheng's narrow, triangular eyes scrutinized Li Mu and his older brother Li Qianjin like livestock at market. Her gaze upon Li Mu was hungry, as if eyeing a plump slab of meat, while she glanced at Li Qianjin as though he were nothing more than a lump of dirt. Greed and disdain appeared simultaneously in one person's eyes, forming the starkest contrast. But Li Mu merely tugged at the corner of his mouth and coldly said, "What do we care whether your family divides or not? We're here to betroth Zhang Xiangnan, that's all." Before the words had fully settled, Xiangnan, who had come running at the sound of their voices, already reached Li Qianjin's side, her delicate face flushed red. "Qianjinji, you're here. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you home as my wife." Li Qianjin's dark face also carried a faint blush, yet his clear eyes had never looked so resolute as they did now. Watching from the side, Li Mu felt both heartache and joy, yet there was always someone determined to ruin the moment. "You big girl, who told you to come out? Get back inside right now. At your age, blushing and flirting with a man in front of outsiders. Don't you have any shame?" Old Lady Zheng narrowed her triangular eyes, spewing venomous words, each one sharp and bitter. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, turning directly toward Old Lady Zheng. "Xiangnan Jie is about to become my sister-in-law. What's wrong with her having a few words with my elder brother? This isn't the feudal era anymore. No more keeping men and women apart before marriage, letting parents decide everything. Anyone pushing that old nonsense could get reported. Violating marriage freedom violates the marriage protection law, and that means jail time." Li Mu wasn't afraid to exaggerate. People like the Zheng family were nothing but bullies at home. If this went to the county, they'd probably wet themselves in fear. And anyone collecting bride price without the woman's consent, forcing marriage against her will, that's treated as trafficking women. With the current crackdown underway, once caught, you won't be out for 8 or 10 years. No sooner had these words left his mouth than Sun Erxi, without waiting for the Zheng's reaction, turned to Li Mu with anxious disbelief. "Little Mu, are you telling me all this is true?" "Of course it's true. I was just at the inspection squad yesterday, catching a fugitive. The squad captain himself told me so." Li Mu didn't hesitate to invoke his old squad leader to lend weight to his claim, and he felt absolutely no guilt about it. Chapter 44. Today is the perfect day to register the marriage. With Li Mu's words, Sun Erxi felt even more confident. In truth, she had long seen things clearly. No matter how well you treated someone else's son, he would always belong to another family. Even with biological brothers, it was the same. Let alone this so-called brother who treated her like a dog, summoning and dismissing her at will. How could she possibly expect his son to care for her in old age? Fine. Then I, as Xiangnan's mother, will make the decision about her marriage today. With that, Sun Erxi turned to look at Xiangnan. "Xiangnan, are you willing to marry Li Qianjin from the Li family?" Of course she was willing. Xiangnan shyly nodded, glancing up into Li Qianjin's joyful eyes before quickly lowering her head in embarrassment. But Sun Erxi wasn't satisfied with her quiet reply. She raised her voice again, shouting, "I'm asking you, say it out loud." Xiangnan blushed deeply and shot a resentful look at her mother. Yet her mother wore a stern expression, her gaze sharp as she pressed once more. "Answer me now, don't hesitate." "I'm willing," Xiangnan replied without hesitation, meeting her mother's increasingly piercing stare. Her heart pounded. She didn't dare waver even slightly. No sooner had her words fallen than Li Mu spoke up. "Since my sister-in-law agrees, and mother has already consulted someone for an auspicious date, today is indeed a good day. The sleds are waiting outside. Big brother, take your bride to the county seat and register the marriage right away." Upon hearing this, Li Qianjin immediately took Xiangnan's small hand in his. "Come on, Xiangnan. Once we've registered, we'll be legally married. Not even the emperor himself could tear us apart." How could Xiangnan possibly object? She had long wished to marry Li Qianjin, but feared being forced by grandma and second uncle's family into accepting a widower's bride price. For days, she'd lived in constant anxiety, afraid the Li family wouldn't come calling simply because they couldn't afford the bride price. She'd even thought of running away to find Li Qianjin herself. But her second aunt acted like a guard dog, practically camping on her Kong just to keep watch. Still, though Xiangnan was eager beyond measure, she cautiously glanced toward her mother. Everyone else in this house could go to hell, except her mother. "What are you looking at me for? If you want to go, then go. Once you're married off, one big burden lifts from my shoulders." Though Sun Erxi felt a pang of sorrow, she understood clearly. If she didn't seize this chance now, she might ruin her daughter's life forever. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Zizhu burst into wailing. "This is outrageous. How can you just drag someone off to register a marriage without any formal engagement gift? Isn't this kidnapping under the guise of marriage?" "That's right. You can't just take my granddaughter away like this." At that moment, old lady Zheng finally spoke up. Li Mu, however, didn't even spare them a glance. He pulled 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it directly to Sun Erxi. "Auntie son, take these 200 first. It's for wedding supplies for my sister-in-law. These 300 are the betrothal money we agreed upon earlier. As for the promised 3 rotations and 1 sound, rest assured, I'll make sure my sister-in-law gets them before the Lunar New Year." Sun Erxi took the money, stunned and overjoyed. But she was a reasonable woman. She would never keep all 500 yuan for herself. Before she could speak, however, Liang Meijin stepped forward at Li Mu's signal, warmly taking her hand. "Mother-in-law, today's the wonderful day the children are registering their marriage. The wedding may need to wait a bit longer, but celebrations still deserve celebrating. Come on, let's call over the relatives and head together to the state-run restaurant for a proper feast." So saying, Liang Meijin linked arms with Sun Erxi and gently pulled Xiangnan along, leading them both out of the courtyard. Lu Zizhu saw this and instantly turned red with panic, stomping her feet frantically as she screamed at old lady Zhang. "Mom, are you really going to let the eldest family's daughter walk away like this? What about all the bride price and gifts we already accepted? So what do you want me to do? If you think you can stop them, go ahead and try. Old lady Zeng wasn't foolish. From what the Lees had just said, it was clear they had come prepared. Then she looked outside. The sleds were already moving. 2 sleds, not only carrying members of the Li family, but followed closely by 6 tall, burly men. The Zhengs were outsiders here. How could they possibly stand against local strongmen? Besides, if the Li family truly possessed what second son claimed, they were a golden goose that laid eggs. Old lady Zeng might have favored her younger son, but she wasn't stupid enough to kill the goose for its eggs. The Mu family entered the county town, not only to register the marriage for Big Brother in Xuanhuan, but also to deliver wild game and mountain delicacies to the Lakeside Restaurant and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Knocking on the back door of the Lakeside Restaurant, out came not xuanhuan but a young man who looked barely older than Li Mu. Who are you? Do you even know where this is, banging on the door like that? The young man frowned, casually sizing Li Mu up from head to toe, his face full of disdain. I'm looking for xuanhuan, head chef Jean. Li Mu got straight to the point, smoothly pulling out a pack of Shangbation cigarettes and slipping it into the young man's pocket. All right, wait here, the young man said, his expression softening slightly as he turned and shut the door again. The others following behind Li Mu exchanged confused glances. Muzi, why'd he just leave like that? You think he doesn't want our stuff? None of them understood Li Mu's relationship with xuanhuan. Even if they'd heard earlier about delivering goods to the Lakeside Restaurant, they'd still been skeptical. After all, in their minds, the Lakeside Restaurant wasn't a place ordinary people could just walk into. But no sooner had their doubts left their lips than the small door swung open once more from the inside. Out stepped a plump middle-aged man, clearly at least 40, smiling warmly as he approached Li Mu. You've finally come, young brother. Are you the one bringing me those good things? Xuanhuan chuckled, then glanced curiously behind Li Mu. His eyes sparkled with sharpness and anticipation. Li Mu didn't waste words. He walked straight to the sled and lifted one of the cloth bags, untied the rope. Inside were rows of glossy black fungus, dark and pristine with frost, all high-grade quality. Excellent. This is top quality indeed. Xuanhuan picked up a piece, sniffed it, confirming it was fresh dried produce. Then he turned his eager eyes to the other large cloth sacks on the cart. What's in these? Li Mu smiled, then handed a knife to Xuanhuan. See for yourself. Guaranteed to satisfy. You're being mysterious, aren't ya? Xuanhuan grinned widely, already suspecting the bags must hold something precious. Yet the thrill of uncovering it himself made his excitement rise even higher. But just then, Li Mu spoke up. Though, this time the supply isn't much. I can't give it all to you. I still need to deliver some to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Chapter 45. In business, Trikoi is blessing. Who's gonna sell to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative when they pay less than I do? I'm offering you a much better price. Xuanhuan spoke with great confidence. The prices offered by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had always been low. Nowadays, only those afraid of being labeled as profiteers would still go there. Anyone with a bit of common sense or awareness of current policies would avoid selling to them. Li Mu, of course, understood this perfectly well. Having lived through another life, he saw farther than most. Rather than selling to the cooperative, it made far more sense to sell directly to Zhou Ming. I know, Chief Jean, that money isn't an issue for you. But if it were just what I gathered myself, I'd naturally sell it all to you. However, as you can see, we've brought several gunny sacks full of samples already. If you buy this batch, you won't need to restock for over a month at least. These are goods villagers have worked hard day and night to gather. We can't keep storing them at home forever. Li Mu didn't spell it out, but Xuanhuan immediately grasped his meaning. You're right. If every time you come, you bring such large quantities, I honestly won't be able to keep up. Xuanhuan laughed as he replied, continuing meanwhile to inspect the remaining goods. There was 1 sack of dried black fungus, 2 sacks of hazel mushrooms, and 2 gunny sacks of hazelnuts. Every item of excellent quality, clearly carefully selected. Reserve half for me. The other half should be enough for you to sell to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He called someone over to fetch bags and began dividing the goods in half, all the while reminding Li Mu, but let me tell you, this amount still isn't nearly enough for our New Year needs. When can you bring me more? In a couple of days, Li Mu said without committing immediately. Though the village wasn't short on these items, he didn't intend to neglect fishing or rabbit hunting for them. When I come to town next to sell fish, I'll bring you another half sack of each kind. Half a sack? That's not enough. Xuanhuan reacted sharply upon hearing this, pointing at the remaining stock. If you can't deliver at least a full sack per item, don't bother going to the cooperative. All right, Li Mu said hesitantly, frowning slightly. I'll push the villagers to work harder. But Xuanhuan showed no leniency. This was peak season for banquet bookings, and daily customer traffic was heavy. If Li Mu couldn't keep up deliveries, he'd have to find another supplier, and he wanted Li Mu to understand that clearly. Just so we're clear, if you fail to deliver on time, I'll find someone else. And don't come crying to me afterward. Xuanhuan said this smilingly, as if joking, but Li Mu took it seriously. Don't worry, Chief Jean. 2 days is 2 days. If we run short at home, I'll go into the mountains myself to get them for you. Good. Then it's settled. Xuanhuan chuckled and slapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Spotting staff moving the dried goods into the kitchen to weigh them, he added, come on, let's go check the scale. Weigh now, pay now. But Li Mu waved him off. No need. Outsiders aren't allowed in the kitchen. I trust you, Chief Jean. You won't quibble over a few cents worth. All right then. At least you understand that. Satisfied, Xuanhuan nodded and didn't insist, personally overseeing the weighing instead. Outside, One of the 6 burly men who had accompanied Li Mu, a man with a thick beard, stepped forward cautiously. "My child, could they possibly shortchange us?" Li Mu smiled. "Uncle Ganzi, even if they shave off a bit, it's only natural. Isn't it just like when we buy things ourselves? Who doesn't want a little extra advantage? As the saying goes, a fool refuses a bargain. So long as we don't end up losing, the deal's worth doing." Li Ganzi thought it over and realized there was truth to that. Still, seeing that only hotel staff were inside and none of their own men were monitoring the scales. But what if they? Unconvinced, Li Ganzi tried to say more, but before he could finish, another dark-skinned, stern-faced man behind him yanked his arm hard. "Enough. What ifs? Just listen to my child. With him around, what's there to worry about? Fourth uncle, I'm not doubting him exactly. I just don't want us to get cheated." Still suspicious, Li Ganzi turned and muttered sheepishly like a scolded child, addressing the younger man, who was at least 7 or 8 years his junior, with sudden timidity. Li Siming shot him a disgusted look, then glanced apologetically at Li Mu. "My child, don't mind him. Ignore him. In business, there's an old saying, to lose a little is to gain a blessing. Your 5th great-uncle used to say that all the time." Old 5th granduncle knew all about Li Mu. In his younger days, he had carried a pole on his shoulders and hawked sundries from village to village. Though just a peddler, if one didn't have a silver tongue, a sharp mind, and know how to handle situations well, not a single coin could be earned. And Li Siming and Li Ganzi both belonged to the same branch of the family as old 5th granduncle, Li Siming's elder brother, who was also Li Ganzi's grandfather. That was exactly why, the moment Li Siming spoke up, even the toughest, fiercest man in the village instantly fell quiet. The weighing's done. 29 Jin 6 liang of black fungus, 48 Jin 3 liang of hazel mushrooms. As Jin Dachuan called out the weights and stepped outside, Li Mu didn't have time to respond to Li Siming, but turned immediately to reply. "Then we'll call it 30 Jin for the fungus, and 48 Jin for the mushrooms." "No, I can't let you lose out like that. Black fungus at 1 yuan per Jin, that makes 30. Hazel mushrooms at 3 yuan per Jin, that's 147. As he spoke, Jin Dachuan began pulling money out from inside his coat. A total of 147 yuan. "Count it." When the money reached his hands, Li Mu didn't say anything further, but instead of counting it himself, he immediately passed it over to Li Siming. "Fourth uncle, please count and keep it safe." Seeing the money handed directly to him, Li Siming didn't hesitate or refuse. He took it and started counting right away, while the other 5 burly men gathered around him, watching closely and murmuring along. 115. Li Mu only glanced briefly, then turned back to talk with Jin Dachuan again. "Earlier you mentioned chaga mushrooms. While I was in the mountains for something else, I actually found a piece. Not sure if it's what you meant." As he spoke, Li Mu fetched from the nearby sledge a cloth sack, roughly the size of 4 large pears. Before he could hand it over, Jin Dachuan had already snatched it into his own hands and hastily untied it to look inside. Yes, that's exactly it." Jin Dachuan exclaimed with delight, yet wisely did not remove the mushroom. Instead, he quickly retied the bag and pressed a thick wad of bills straight into Li Mu's palm. "Isn't this too much?" Though Li Mu didn't know the current price of chaga, this bundle of cash was easily 5 or 600 yuan. Chapter 46, looks down his nose. Not much. This thing's bound for the Russians. They always pay generously," Jin Dachuan said with a grin. A chunk of birch polypore this large, and in black gold color too, was worth far more than 5 or 600 yuan, perhaps even 5 to 6,000. "The Russians? Chef Jin, you've got connections there." Li Mu had already suspected as much, but since Jin brought it up himself, he decided to play along and probe a little. "Wouldn't call it connections. Just that some Russians come to Lakefront Hotel often, like my cooking, so we've chatted a few times. But don't worry, young brother. No matter how much I charge the Russians, I'd never let you take a loss." Whether he took a loss or not, Li Mu didn't really care. He only listened half-heartedly. After all, there wasn't much domestic demand for this stuff now. Only the Russians treasured it like gold. But in later years, when demand boomed back home, a single piece of black gold birch polypore would be worth millions, not to mention its collectible value. Having pocketed the money, Li Mu turned just as Li Siming tucked his payment away too. The two exchanged glances, confirming the amount was correct. Li Mu bade Jin Dachuan farewell with a smile and turned to leave, leading everyone toward the procurement station behind the supply and marketing cooperative. But as soon as they reached the entrance, they were stopped. "What are you doing? What's going on? Do you even know where you are, barging in like this?" A man wrapped in a thick military overcoat, wearing a lei foam cap tilted lopsidedly, looked down at Li Mu and his group with disdain. Seeing this, Li Mu immediately hopped off the sledge, pulled out a pack of Shangbation cigarettes, and stepped forward with an apologetic smile. "Brother, we're here to deliver wild forest goods. Could you do us a favor and let us through?" The man took the pack, first sniffed beneath his nose, then lazily drawled. "No way you're getting in. The season for buying forest goods is long over. You came too late." Hearing this, Li Mu couldn't help but frown. Just yesterday, Zhou Ming had told him the procurement station still needed mountain delicacies. How could things have changed so quickly? Li Mu glanced past the gate into the compound. Indeed, no one was around. But he trusted Zhou Ming wouldn't trick him and make him come all this way for nothing. "Then, brother, can I at least go inside to look for someone? Find someone? Who?" The moment he heard Li Mu wanted to see someone, the man grew instantly alert, his voice rising sharply. Li Mu's eyes darkened slightly, though a smile remained on his lips. "I'd like to see your station, Chief Lu." "Oh, you're looking for Chief Lu? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The man, who moments ago wore nothing but contempt, instantly transformed into a grinning fool. Tucking the cigarette pack into his coat, he personally rushed over to open the iron gate. Li Mu quickly hopped back onto the sledge, grabbed the reins, cracked the whip, and drove in. Inside, he looked toward the procurement desk where the clerk and accountant should have been stationed, but found it completely empty. He promptly jumped off the sledge and said, "Uncle C, you stay here with them. Wait quietly, I'll be right back." "Got it. Go ahead." Receiving Li Siming's reply, Li Mu hurried toward the small room at the front, its door bearing a white nameplate. Peering through each window in turn, he finally spotted Zhou Ming in the last room, bent over paperwork, writing furiously. Knock knock knock. At the crisp rapping sound, the previously closed door quickly stirred with the scrape of a chair and footsteps approaching. Li Mu stepped back instinctively, and just then, the door swung open from the inside. "Li Mu, come in, come in." Zhou Ming, seeing him, broke into a broad smile and reached out invitingly. "I won't come in. Just step out and check if what I brought meets your standards. Then I'll know whether I can bring more over in a couple days." Li Mu shook his head, clearly in a hurry and showing no intention of entering. "All right then, I'll come right over." Seeing Li Mu's urgency, Zhou Ming didn't insist. He turned, went back inside to put on a heavy military coat, then followed Li Mu toward where their sledge was parked. But before they reached it, they saw two groups clashing angrily, nearly coming to blows. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you taking our stuff? What do you mean our stuff? Looks to me like you stole it." "Bullshit. May any son I have be born without an asshole, if I'm lying." "Like you're even capable of having a son. Big brother Gon, let's talk reasonably. No need for violence." Seeing Li Gon grab the gatekeeper by the collar, fist raised ready to smash his face, Li Mu rushed over yelling, grabbing Gon's arm and pulling it down. Li Gon remained furious, shouting at the man, "You scumbag. Say that again, I dare you. And what if I do? It's you." The man tried to retort, but when he caught sight of Zhou Ming standing silently before him, face stern and unreadable, he instantly shut up. Zizhao Station Chief. Zhou Ming's face had darkened beyond measure. He'd been so anxious over failing to procure any mountain goods that painful sores had formed in his mouth. And yet this man dared to slander ordinary villagers bringing in goods, accusing them of being thieves and robbers. "Brother, didn't we just clearly state at the gate that we're here to deliver forest products and see Station Chief Liu? I even gave you a pack of Shangbation cigarettes. How can you turn around and treat us like this?" Li Mu exclaimed furiously. He never expected that within moments of leaving, this guard would come back, trying to drive people away again. "Who said anything about turning on you? You're the ones deceiving me. Chief Liu was transferred long ago. How come you're still coming here looking for him? Do you even know what you're doing?" The man shouted as if enraged, yet kept shooting nervous glances at Zhou Ming, an obvious sign of guilt. "If Chief Liu's been reassigned, then I'll see the new station chief. You saying they don't accept mountain goods now? I need to ask the chief myself for clarification." "You're not the chief. You can't just decide whether or not things are accepted. And before I could even raise my question, I'm already suspected of theft." Li Mu wasn't backing down, and his tone carried far more authority than the gatekeeper's. From the moment outside the gate, he'd sensed something off. Now it seemed clear. Chief Liu must have messed up in his duties, which was why Zhou Ming had been sent here as replacement. To prevent himself from being demoted again, Chief Liu had likely arranged for this gatekeeper to block anyone attempting to sell forest goods. Li Mu's guess was accurate, give or take. Only one detail was wrong. The gatekeeper hadn't been bribed into compliance. Rather, he had been placed there directly by Chief Liu, serving not only as guard but also as inspector. Any goods had to pass his scrutiny first. Only after he approved their quality would delivery be allowed inside. Adding this extra layer meant there was ample room to manipulate profits. Li Mu had heard rumors about how this procurement station operated, though previously it had nothing to do with him. But now, if someone dared play dirty tricks on him, Li Mu wouldn't stop until he crushed them completely. "Ganzi, go call the inspection team. I won't deliver my goods here today no matter what. I want to find out exactly who the real thief is." Chapter 47. It was him who took the bribe. When Li Ganzi saw Li Mu speak like that, he turned to go find the inspection team. "Little brother, I admit our comrade here was in the wrong, but is it really necessary to involve the inspection team?" Zhou Ming frowned deeply, speaking with an anxious expression. Yet when he looked at Li Mu's eyes, they clearly gleamed with a hint of excitement. Li Mu waved his hand decisively. "No, this matter must involve the inspection team. Brother Ganzi, when you get there, tell them Li Mu is reporting that not only are people in this procurement station taking bribes, but also slandering and framing others." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Ganzi ran straight out of the procurement station without hesitation, as if afraid he'd be stopped if he slowed down even a bit. But the man guarding the gate looked at Li Mu as if he were some kind of joke, completely unconcerned. "Call the inspection team? Fine, call them. I'm clean. What's one lousy pack of cigarettes worth as a bribe?" The man cursed angrily, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and hurling it to the ground. Still not satisfied, he stomped on it fiercely twice more. This whole chain of actions made Li Mu break into laughter. "Big brother, I'll give you credit for nerve. But I wonder how brave you'll feel when the inspection team shows up and orders you to pay back the money." "Spit. I've got no money. Take my life instead." The man spat hard on the ground, glaring at Li Mu with eyes like knives. If looks could kill, Li Mu would have been dead 3 times over by now. Zhou Ming hadn't expected Li Mu to provoke things so badly. He feared old Liu might actually resort to violence if this continued. "All right, old Liu. You took someone else's stuff. That's just the fact. This cigarette money will come out of your wages." Wanting to mediate, Zhou Ming tried to act as peacemaker. But his words didn't calm anything. Instead, they ignited even greater fury in old Lu. Don't you dare act all high and mighty with me. If Station Chief Lu isn't around, there's still Director Sunday. You don't have the damn authority to deduct my wages, you old bastard. Old Lu sneered, shooting Zhou Ming a contemptuous side-eye, full of disdain. Hearing this, Zhou Ming's face darkened instantly. Fine. Since you won't listen to me, then I'll go fetch Director Sun myself right now. With that, Zhou Ming stormed toward the small door leading to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative Hall, not showing the slightest fear. Seeing this, old Lu once again spat furiously onto the ground. Li Mu snorted mockingly, then turned and climbed back onto the sleigh, waiting calmly for Li Ganzi and Zhou Ming to bring the inspectors. Though the inspection team wasn't close by, Li Mu bet they'd arrive first. Sure enough, before long, Li Ganzi returned with members of the inspection team. The team leader was none other than one of the two inspectors who had previously gone to the neighboring village to arrest Lu Mansong. You too, this man right here took a bribe and slandered us, Li Mu said immediately, pointing directly at old Lu, then gesturing to the crushed cigarettes on the ground. That's the evidence. He took my cigarettes, but refused to do his job, then accused us of stealing items from the procurement station. When I exposed him with just a few words, he stomped my cigarettes to pieces. It's clearly an attempt to destroy evidence. I didn't. That was. Old Lu stammered, stunned by how fast the inspection team had arrived. If they took him away, besides losing the cigarette money deducted from his wages, he might even be locked up for a few days. And if he lost his job because of this, it simply wouldn't be worth it. But how could he explain himself? Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. Old Lu quickly forced a smile, hurriedly pulling out a fresh pack of cigarettes and offering it to the two inspectors. But the older inspector coldly slapped his hand away. None of that nonsense. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll hear everything properly at the inspection team office. All of you, come with us. Turning to Li Mu and the others, he nodded curtly. Li Mu replied promptly, no problem. We'll head over ourselves. Without waiting for the inspectors to take action, Li Mu subtly signaled to Li Siming and strode confidently toward the exit. Old Lu watched them walk off with such confidence, then glanced at the inspectors, whose faces practically screamed, hurry up already. In the end, he had no choice but to obediently follow behind. Upon arrival at the inspection team, following standard procedure to prevent collusion, they were separated for interrogation. But the facts stood clear. The details each person provided differed slightly, yet the core events matched perfectly. Meanwhile, the more old Lu tried to defend himself, the more contradictions emerged from his own mouth. In the end, Li Mu and his group walked out of the inspection team without any penalties, while old Lu was detained for his long-standing practice of accepting bribes. Muzi, should we go back to the procurement station now? Li Ganzi asked hesitantly. They had just caused a scene there. It might seem unwise to return. Yet their sleigh and mountain goods were still left behind. They couldn't just abandon everything, could they? Of course we're going back. We haven't even sold our goods yet, Li Mu said with a laugh, walking briskly toward the procurement station. But one short-statured man among them wore a worried look. After all that's happened, will they even take our stuff? They will. How could they not? Not only will they accept it, but the price will definitely be higher than what others get. Li Mu replied confidently. As he spoke, he had already led the group back to the procurement station. Zhou Ming was waiting at the gate. Seeing Li Mu approaching with his people, he immediately stepped forward with a smile. Come on, let me see the good stuff you've brought me. The goods are definitely top quality. I just want to know what price you're offering, bosso. You promised it'd be 5 fen higher than others' buying rate. Don't go back on your word now. Li Mu spoke cheerfully, as if joking with Zhou Ming, but in truth, it was another gesture of goodwill. It didn't matter whether he could actually get the high price or not, as long as it wasn't lower than originally agreed. Zhou Ming naturally understood what Li Mu meant. On a personal level, giving Li Mu a favorable price was absolutely no problem. But professionally, he still had to inspect the goods before setting a price. He couldn't just boast, and then have subpar goods that wouldn't sell even at a roadside stall. His position as deputy chief hadn't even warmed the seat yet, and it'd already be over. Let's check the goods first. If the quality is good, the price will surely be high. Even as he spoke, Zhou Ming quickened his pace, pulling Li Mu along until they reached the sleigh. Li Siming and Li Ganzi, who had followed closely behind, immediately stepped up, jumped onto the sleigh, and undid the tightly bound hemp sacks. Director Zhou, take a look. These are all our top-grade products. Large, clustered black fungus, perfectly clean hazel mushrooms. And these hazelnuts and pine nuts, they're all uniform in size. The shelled kernels are bigger than the roasted snacks sold in markets. Li Mu explained carefully, every word an honest description without exaggeration. So tell us, what price do you think is fair? Chapter 48, just a reminder. Fine goods, every single one of them is top quality. Zhou Ming had originally planned that if Li Mu brought in low-grade items, he'd classify them as medium grade, and by extrapolation, he'd add a little extra price, making it seem reasonable enough. He never expected Li Mu would surprise him like this. The reason the purchasing station was currently short on supplies was precisely because they lacked high-quality goods presentable enough to be given as New Year gifts. In previous years, they'd handpick from what they collected. Finding even a single piece or pod of such quality was rare, occurring perhaps once in every 1,000, or at best once in 100. They would gather these fine specimens, package them into gift sets, and present them to foreign traders or guests. Now, however, everything Li Mu brought in was actually superior to what they normally set aside for gifting. 50 cents for wood ear mushrooms, for yuan 50 for hazel mushrooms, and 6 yuan per gene for hazelnuts and pine nuts. If you've got more stuff like this, bring it all in before the 15th. Zhou Ming declared without hesitation, his eyes showing not a hint of criticism. Li Mu was extremely satisfied with these prices. He immediately sent Li Siming off to weigh and settle the payment, while he himself pulled Zhou Ming's arm and walked him aside to a quieter corner. Director Zhou, do you buy chaga mushrooms? Chaga? I've heard the Russians treasure it, but demand isn't high. Huh, you want to sell that? Zhou Ming had long heard of chaga and knew its price remained high, but few people looked for it, and even if someone found it, there wasn't always a buyer around. I've already sold one. As Li Mu spoke, he gestured with his hands to indicate the size. One this big, the head chef at Huban restaurant gave me this much. 50. Zhou Ming asked tentatively, knowing nothing about chaga's real market value, so 50 yuan was about as high as he could guess. 500. Li Mu stopped playing games, stating the figure nearly outright. 500. Zhou Ming's eyes widened instantly. That price was unbelievably high. If only he could secure this business. The thought flickered through Zhou Ming's mind briefly, but then he remembered the challenges of distribution and pricing and quickly shelved the idea. It's not the right time to buy now, maybe later, Zhou Ming said regretfully, but before he could finish, Li Mu cut him off. Director Zhou, I'm not talking about chaga. I'm saying it's easy money dealing with the Russians. Li Mu didn't need to say more. With Zhou Ming's shrewdness, all it would take was writing a detailed report to figure out how to profit from Russian buyers. As for himself, it wasn't yet time for him to directly engage with foreigners. A few thousand yuan wouldn't even make a ripple in international trade. All right, I'll think it over, seriously think it over. Zhou Ming once again owed Li Mu a favor, and his gaze now carried added respect. Then remembering what his mother had told him, he hurriedly added, whenever you have time, come visit my home. My mother insists on meeting you in person. She wants to thank you for saving my younger sister. I'll wait until after Chinese New Year. I'll come pay my respects properly then. Li Mu replied with a smile. It really wasn't appropriate to receive thanks right away. For one, it might harm the young woman's reputation, and second, given Zhou Ming's position, any undue attention could lead to gossip and possibly affect his career advancement. But during the new year? Perfectly natural. A small vendor visiting the director of a procurement station to wish him good fortune. Hearing Li Mu's words, Zhou Ming didn't press further. He simply smiled and said, fine, whether it's New Year or not, someone will always be home whenever you come. With that, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and turned back toward his office. Though the procurement station didn't have many staff, there were plenty of watching eyes. If he stayed any longer with Li Mu, who knew what rumors might spread by tomorrow? After seeing Zhou Ming leave, Li Mu went over and sat by the sled, waiting for Li Siming to return from settling accounts. No sooner had he sat down when Li Ganzai approached, his wide eyes filled with curiosity, fixed firmly on him. Muer, what did Director Zhou say to you? He said to bring another batch like this in a few days. As Li Mu spoke, he waved to Li Siming, who was emerging from the accounting room, beaming broadly. Fourth uncle, we're heading home now. Ah, Li Siming responded joyfully, hurrying forward in quick, eager steps till he reached the sled. Seeing his excited demeanor, the others were just about to ask how much money they'd received, when Li Mu spoke first. Let's talk about it at home. Right, let's discuss everything back home. Li Siming echoed him, though his voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. With the two most capable and senior figures agreeing, no one else dared to raise the question of the settlement amount. But they were only too hesitant to ask. Deep down, their curiosity was itching uncontrollably. Seeing them one by one scratching their ears and exchanging covert glances, eager to ask, but not daring to, Li Mu quickly steered the conversation towards something far more intriguing than the settlement. Uncles, elder brothers, now that you'll have some money, what's the first thing each of you wants to do? I'm gonna marry a wife. Li Ganzai was the first to speak, his face glowing with excitement, eyes practically sparkling. What? You've got someone in mind, Ganzai? Li Siming asked curiously. As the boy's actual uncle, he couldn't help but take interest despite his young age. But at this question, Li Ganzai instantly turned embarrassed. And no, I just want to get married, that's all. Though he wouldn't admit it, others clearly knew the truth. Liar. He's lying. That kid's sweet Xuanhuan Shanxing from Nanshan village. A gruff voice rang out, teasing without mercy. Then, seeing Li Ganzai's foolish grin spread wide with teeth showing, everyone knew the words were true. So it's that girl, huh? Don't worry, I'll talk to your mother right away and send someone over to propose. Li Siming thumped his chest proudly, playing the role of decisive patriarch perfectly. Li Mu found this so amusing he nearly laughed aloud, and suddenly felt mischievous enough to tease his fourth grandfather a bit. Fourth grandpa, you're no spring chicken either. Ever think about finding us a fourth grandma? The moment those words left his mouth, every pair of eyes in the group snapped toward Li Siming. His face turned bright red in an instant. It took him a long while before he finally stammered. A fourth grandma? Of course I'll marry one someday. I just haven't met the right one yet. With our fourth grandpa full of knowledge, he's probably after a college graduate. Grinning broadly, Li Ganzai chimed in, and everyone burst into spontaneous, knowing laughter. Yet at that very moment, as Li Mu turned his head aside, he couldn't bring himself to smile at all. Forgotten memories from his past life suddenly surged forward, crystal clear now, impossible to ignore. Chapter 49. If you've got the guts, go sell it yourself. The sudden surge of memories from his past life left Li Mu stunned and deeply pained. In his previous life, Li Ganji had finally married Hu Shanxing, and they even had a pair of twin babies, a boy and a girl. To support his family, he went to work at the hardest and most exhausting brick kiln. But once he left, he never came back. Left alone to raise the children, Hu Shanqing had no choice but to remarry. Yet before she could even complete the marriage, both kids died from encephalitis brought on by high fevers. Unable to bear the trauma, Hu Shanqing threw herself into the creek the next day. By the time someone found her, her body was already bloated beyond recognition. And then there was Li Siming. Back in 1990 of that former life, he'd gone to the city to work for a while, but returned without any money. Later, a man in a suit came to his home. After an argument, the man left behind 30,000 yuan. But Li Siming stuffed every bill into the stove firebox. The very next day, he hanged himself in his room with a length of hemp rope. As for the others, Li Mu closed his eyes tightly. In his memories, their lives were filled with laughter, tears, and endless quarrels. But ultimately, everyone had lived miserably. Though Li Mu didn't understand why these memories had suddenly become so clear, he now felt a deep sense of responsibility. These brothers who trusted him and wanted to follow him toward prosperity, he absolutely couldn't let them suffer in poverty again. With this thought, his mind raced throughout the journey, frantically brainstorming ways to make money for everyone. Selling snacks, sugar-coated haws, nutcakes, fried meatballs, roasted nuts. Dozens of ideas flickered through his head one by one, but none were suitable. Either too expensive to start or lacking necessary resources. Just as the sled was nearing the village, they ran into Li Jianjun coming the opposite way on his own sled. Hey, Li Mu, you're back. How'd your mountain goods sell? I heard the purchasing station pays less than what you'd get at the market. Li Jianjun spoke mockingly, his face brimming with smugness and schadenfreude. Didn't make much money, but at least it wasn't a total loss. Li Mu replied casually with a smile, glancing over at the fish loaded on Jianjun's sled. Jianjun, you planning to sell those fish in town? Yeah, been doing it for days. What? Just because you, Li Mu, can sell fish, I'm not allowed to try. Li Jianjun shot back sharply, resentment lacing every word. They'd grown up in the same village, practically brothers since childhood. Why did Li Mu always get praised like some kind of hero, while Li Jianjun was looked down upon? If Li Mu could do it, so could he. Man, what are you talking about? I'm not part of the Commerce Bureau. I don't go around regulating people, Li Mu said, refusing to engage further. With that reply, he urged his sled forward, swiftly passing Jianjun by. Out of sight, out of mind. Whether Jianjun would later get chased by Commerce Bureau officers in town was none of Li Mu's concern. Without giving Jianjun another glance, Li Mu missed the fact that right after he passed, Jianjun spat fiercely behind him. Damn prick. This scene happened to be seen clearly by the few sitting on the rear sled. Li Ganji, never one to hold his temper, immediately pointed at Jianjun and shouted, Li Jianjun, you good-for-nothing punk. Who the hell are you cursing? Want me to make sure you can't sell a single damn fish? Mind your own damn business. Doesn't matter who I curse anyway. It's not you. Jianjun whipped his sled faster, and his mocking words barely reached Ganji's ears before someone else spat loudly, muttering, that Li Jianjun is truly despicable. But Li Siming furrowed his brow, scooting closer to Li Mu to whisper, Musi, with all those fish heading straight to town. He won't get caught by the Commerce Bureau, will he? Last time I saw, they chased you across several blocks. Li Mu hadn't expected that his own run-in with the Bureau had been witnessed by Siming. Then why didn't you help me, fourth uncle? Huh? Who says I didn't? I helped. Those officials only caught up to you later. Hearing this, Li Mu began to recall the details more clearly. Right now, the crackdown on street vendors was at its peak. The Commerce Bureau officers chased small sellers like they were hunting murderers, one more relentless than the next. The fact that he managed to shake them off back then might not have been due to his speed after all. Then I really owe you thanks, fourth uncle. How about I count you in on this new way I've got to earn money this year? Now you're speaking sense. Li Siming's face broke into a satisfied grin, then proceeded to explain what had actually happened that day. It was me and Ganji. We took turns leading the officers down the wrong alleys, helping you escape. Right now, with enforcement this strict, the money you made selling fish wouldn't even cover the fines. We're from the same village, and I'm your elder. I couldn't just sit by and watch you get ruined. These were his true feelings, spoken plainly and sincerely. Li Mu was genuinely moved for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and shot back. Then why didn't you warn Li Jianjun, fourth uncle? He's practically your half-nephew. Li Jianjun's mother had remarried into the family, becoming the wife of Li Siming's own second elder brother. That kid's got nothing but bad intentions. Can't count him as one of us. Li Siming's face twisted with clear disgust as he said this. But Li Mu didn't pry further. Instead, he steered the conversation toward the gear Li Jianjun used for fishing. Fourth uncle, suppose Jianjun really does get chased by the Commerce Bureau later. Once that happens, he won't have the heart to keep selling fish. How about you buy his equipment from him when that time comes? What? You're not afraid of the Commerce Bureau either? Li Siming knew Li Mu had made good money from fishing before, but given how strict the authorities were cracking down now, buying gear seemed unnecessarily risky. Hehe, we've already gotten our permit. I'll have it in hand by the next delivery. As he said this, Li Mu wore a wide, proud grin. You sly dog. If you manage to get a permit, then consider it done. I'll make sure to get that gear from Jianjun for you. With those words from Li Siming, Li Mu finally breathed easy. As for how exactly Siming would pull it off, that wasn't his concern. He only cared about the outcome. Chatting and laughing, they guided the sled right up to village chief Tao Qingshan's front yard, where several women were already seated inside the courtyard. Young and old alike, they watched the group of men walk in with cheerful expressions, their eyes darting to the now empty gunny sacks on the sleds. Without saying a word, smiles naturally crept onto their lips. Li Mu didn't wait for them to ask. He spoke first. Aunties, cousins, pick someone to represent you all so we can settle the accounts. We'll go over each household's share, make sure everything matches, then split the money accordingly. At Li Mu's words, the women in the courtyard immediately began chatting excitedly among themselves. Meanwhile, Li Mu stepped into the yard and instinctively glanced around. What's going on? Where's Tao Yimei? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he hurried toward the house, only to find Tao Yimei stepping out just then. The two bumped into each other head-on. Chapter 50. No problem, let's settle up. You're back, Muzi. Quick, come inside and warm yourself. Tao Yimei gave Li Mu a soft smile, her beautiful face blooming like a tender flower about to open. Just looking at her made one's heart flutter. Yeah, I'm back. How's Uncle Tao doing? Is he feeling better? Li Mu quickly suppressed the stirring in his chest as he responded and stepped into the house. On the kong by the low table, Tao Qingshan was just finishing up writing when he saw Li Mu enter. He immediately smiled and pushed the ledger beside him forward. Quick, sit down and take a look. This is another batch we collected this morning, exactly according to the specifications you asked for. Think everything can be sold. As long as it meets the specs, no matter how much, I can sell it all, Li Mu said, already sitting on the kong as he picked up the ledger Tao Qingshan had pushed over and glanced through it. A few hundred gene of goods, if their quality stayed high, they could practically monopolize the procurement station. Don't go talking big now, Tao Qingshan warned seriously. This is everyone's hard work, getting up early and working late. Don't let them end up with nothing in the end. Tao Qingshan wore a stern expression, not because he doubted Li Mu, but as village chief, he always thought of the collective first. Uncle Tao, don't worry. Li Mu snapped the ledger shut and slid it back toward Tao Qingshan. When have I ever spoken empty words? All right then, if you say so, I'll feel at ease. Tao Qingshan pushed the ledger aside and glanced toward his daughter standing in the doorway, her eyes filled only with Li Mu. Looks like his daughter's heart had truly been captured. Little Mu, between the ginseng you brought, helping us cancel the engagement, my Yimei. Before Tao Qingshan could continue, Li Mu quickly interrupted. Truth be told, he really did care for Yimei. But if he started something with her now, people might accuse him of repaying kindness with ulterior motives. And worse, there'd surely be gossipers claiming that Li Mu had risked his life hunting wild mountain ginseng and spent money dissolving the engagement because he and Yimei were already secretly involved. It wouldn't bother him much. He was used to talk, but Yimei was such a good girl, he couldn't bear to let slander stain her name. Uncle Tao, why bring that up again? Li Mu laughed lightly. Didn't we already settle this? Don't go overthinking things. Even without this situation, I'd still find ways to win your favor. And without your supervision over these mountain goods, do you think I could collect them so smoothly? Li Mu finished with a smile just as Li Siming, having finished reconciling the accounts, walked in and handed his ledger to Li Mu. Muzi, how should we distribute the money? Li Siming rubbed his hands, nearly frozen red like carrots, and stamped his feet against the cold. Though Li Mu took the ledger, he didn't even glance at it. Instead, he asked directly, so how much did we make in total this time? With the new year approaching, though temperatures had slightly risen, it was still well below 15 degrees. These aunts and mothers had braved the biting wind outdoors just to sort goods for extra income. This money needed to be distributed fairly. Lakeside Restaurant paid 147, the procurement station paid 265, totaling 412 yuan. Li Siming answered without hesitation, though on the way back he must have repeated those numbers hundreds of times. Yet speaking them aloud now still felt unreal. And it wasn't just him. Sitting on the kong, Tao Qingshan stared wide-eyed in shock. What? Over 400? How do we make so much? Not surprising, Li Mu replied simply. We selected everything to the highest standard. Of course the price reflects that. But deep down, Tao Qingshan knew it wasn't that simple. In past years, others from the village had tried selling mountain goods at the procurement station. No matter the quality, buyers always found excuses to reject shipments to avoid payment. Still, the secrets behind the system weren't something Tao Qingshan could openly discuss. Li Mu didn't dwell on Tao Qingshan's thoughts. He took the bundle of cash from Li Siming's hand and turned toward the yard. Everyone, put down what you're doing. Listen up, Li Mu has something to say. At his words, every person in the courtyard turned their gaze to him. First, as agreed, I take a 20% cut for selling everyone's goods. The workers who help deliver the goods get paid by me, whether it's favors owed or gifts given. That cost falls on me too. The money's been collected. Total, for 112 yuan. We'll round down 12 yuan, leaving 400. 20% of that, 80 yuan, is mine. The rest will be divided according to the records held by Granduncle Li, which Siming has already verified with each of you. If there are no objections, we'll distribute the money now. No sooner had Li Mu finished speaking than someone in the crowd immediately called out in agreement. No problem. Let's settle up. Everything was agreed on beforehand. What's there to hesitate about now? Yeah, come on, fourth uncle, hand out the money. My little grandson's been craving meat for so long. Once I get my share today, I'm definitely buying him a gene of meat. As several people chimed in agreement, Li Mu immediately pulled out the cash, took his 80 yuan, and handed the rest to Li Siming. Li Siming didn't dawdle either. With his ledger in hand, he divided the total according to each person's contribution by weight. Exactly how much each one should receive was now perfectly clear. But Li Mu didn't pocket the 80 yuan right away. Instead, he called over the other 5 men who had helped deliver the goods to town. Everyone except Li Siming. We get 2 yuan per trip to the county, paid on the spot. As he spoke, Li Mu immediately took 10 yuan from his 80 and distributed it among them. While handing out the money, he added a few words. In 2 days, we're heading out again. If you're free, save the time. If not, just let me know early so I can arrange for someone else to take your place. The men, receiving their money, were all ecstatic. Just by helping with the delivery, they'd effortlessly earned 2 whole yuan. Now, hearing Li Mu say there'd be another run, who wouldn't want to earn that again? Only a fool would pass it up. I'm free. We're all free. Yeah, we're available. With Li Ganzi taking the lead and nodding eagerly, the others also grinned widely in agreement. Only after Li Siming had finished distributing all the shares did Li Mu step forward, pulling out 5 yuan he'd prepared earlier and handing it to Li Siming. Fourth uncle, this is your rightful share. For helping deliver goods, keep the accounts, and distribute the payments. Going forward, I'll be counting on you for all of it. What's this now? You rely on me, and give me only this. Li Siming stared in shock at the crisp 5 yuan note, momentarily stunned. This was 5 yuan, not 50 fun. He refused outright, waving his hands. No, too much. Too much. You really don't know what real money looks like, Li Mu said mockingly, rolling his eyes as he forcibly shoved the bill into Li Siming's hands. Chapter 51. Don't blame the latrine when you can't shit. Li Siming held the money, still feeling a bit uneasy about it. But before he could say anything, a furious roar came from outside the yard. Li Mu, you get your ass out here. Li Jianjun stormed into the courtyard, eyes blazing, carrying an ice pick like he was ready to kill someone. The aunts and older women who had just collected their money from inside the house were immediately startled by his appearance. Li Jianjun, what the hell are you doing? Little Mu, did he do something to you? You stay out of this. Anyone who protects that bastard Li Mu today, I'll fight him to the death. Li Jianjun raised his ice pick toward the women speaking up, shouting at them with such ferocity that he looked like a rabid wolf. Of course, he must have been stopped before even reaching the county town. All his fish seized by the market officers. Not only seized, but he'd likely been slapped with a hefty fine too. Li Mu strode forward calmly until he stood in front of the older women, then smirked coldly at Li Jianjun. Stop barking. Isn't it just because your fish got taken before you even made it into town? Isn't it because you didn't make a cent selling them, and actually ended up paying the market officers a fat fine? You brat. So you knew all along. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Jianjun grew even angrier. No wonder Li Mu hadn't reacted when he mentioned going to sell the fish. This punk had been waiting to see him fail. Piss off, you damn bastard. You've got a black heart. Li Jianjun spat fiercely on the ground, his bloodshot eyes burning with rage. But Li Mu didn't flinch. Instead, he sneered coldly. Give it a rest, Li Jianjun. Don't blame the latrine when you can't shit. You caught those fish on your own, didn't partner up with me, and going to sell them in town? That was your idea, not mine. I didn't drag you there kicking and screaming. At those words, Li Jianjun turned as mute as a frog with its mouth sealed shut, his fury completely bottled up inside. It couldn't come out, yet wouldn't go down. He just bulged his eyes, glaring daggers. Finally, after a long silence, Li Jianjun managed to mutter, no matter what, you knew about the market officers in the county cracking down on people. Why the hell didn't you warn me? Jianjun, now that's where you're wrong, Li Siming interjected. Seeing that Li Mu had already explained everything clearly and Li Jianjun was still making a scene, he stepped in to support Li Mu. When we left the county town earlier, we didn't see any market officers either. How could we possibly warn you? Hearing the full story, several of the women standing nearby rolled their eyes. It's your own bad luck, don't go blaming others. Yeah, seriously, not a real man at all. 3 women make a stage. A crowd of women turns it into theater within theater. Li Jianjun was just about to retort when he spotted Tao Yimei supporting Tao Qingshan walking out from the house. The moment he saw them, his angry bluster instantly deflated. Village chief, he stammered, head bowing so low it seemed like he'd lost his neck altogether. Enough, Tao Qingshan said firmly. Everyone here knows the truth. Stop making a fool of yourself. But Li Jianjun still looked dissatisfied. A whole cartload of fish, seized, gone. And on top of that, he'd had to pay 20 yuan in fines. His fishing gear alone had cost 30 yuan, all sunk without a trace. But Tao Qingshan gave him no chance to continue. Jianjun, go home. Everyone just received their money for the wild goods today. They're all happy. Don't ruin it. Wild goods? So Li Mu really had sold all the wild goods after all. Li Jianjun glanced around, noticing the piles of unsorted forest products and the villagers still lingering near Tao Qingshan's gate. Shock and jealousy flickered quickly in his eyes. Why was it that everything Li Mu touched turned to success, while everything he himself tried ended in failure? With that thought seething in his mind, Li Jianjun drove his ice pick hard into the ground. Li Mu, you better pray I never catch you fishing again, or we ain't done. And with that, he stomped furiously out of Tao Qingshan's courtyard. Watching his retreating back, one would think of a stray dog snarling spitefully after failing to scavenge a bite. TSK, what a disgraceful display, Xing Dajin frowned, unable to hold back her complaint. Then she turned to Li Mu. Mu, don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. Whatever happens, your uncle's got your back. I won't let him bully you. Don't worry, Auntie Zeng. I'm aiming for big things. I won't stoop to his level. Li Mu smiled, showing no sign of being shaken or discouraged by Li Jianjun's threats. Uncle Tao, Auntie Zeng, everyone. Nothing more for me to do here, so I'll be heading back. Oh, and don't forget to go buy some meat later. Now that we've got money, might as well treat ourselves to a good meal first. After receiving nods and agreements from everyone, Li Mu finally left the Tao household. The several men who had accompanied him to deliver the goods, along with Li Ganji's team leader, followed them part of the way. As they walked, chatting and laughing, they quickly put the earlier incident completely behind them. Soon, Li Mu waved goodbye to them and headed home alone. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw his mother, Liang Meifan, sweeping the floor with a broom, the whole house clean and fresh inside and out. Mom, have my brother and the others come back yet? Li Mu asked with a smile, glancing into the room. It didn't look like anyone was there. They came back long ago. Your brother took your sister-in-law back to her parents' home again. They're not officially married yet. After all, once the wedding's done, she can start living here. Liang Meifan spoke with a smile on her lips, completely different from her old self, who used to glare at Li Mu as if every word between them was vinegar. Li Mu couldn't help but click his tongue twice in mock disbelief. Look at you, so cheaply pleased. Anyone seeing this would know your son's getting married. Otherwise, it'd seem like you just picked up a gold nugget. Get lost. You little rascal, don't tease me. Liang Meifan stopped her sweeping, hurried over in 2 or 3 steps, and gave Li Mu a swat on the butt with the broom. Only after glancing around to make sure no one else was nearby, did she lower her voice and whisper, "How much money did you make today, huh? Come on, tell Mom all about it." Li Mu grinned, then fished around in his chest pocket, pulling out a 50 yuan note. 50 more yuan. Son, you really are something now. At the sight of the 50 yuan bill, Liang Meifan's eyes instantly lit up, but she didn't take the money. All right, put it away quickly. From now on, save your own money. Don't go spending recklessly, or you'll end up with nothing saved for when you want to marry. Listening to his mother's words, Li Mu's thoughts drifted back to his past life. But soon, the aged face of his mother from that former life merged with the younger woman standing before him now. Mom, he said softly, do you really think that's all your son is capable of? I've already earned enough for my wife fund long ago. Chapter 52, Building a House After the New Year. As Li Mu spoke, he gently pulled Liang Meifan into the house and reached into his jacket, dumping all the money he had onto the com. 100 yuan bills, 50 yuan notes, 10s, 5s. This pile of cash startled Liang Meifan completely. Where'd you get all this money? You little rascal, don't tell me you've done something bad, she exclaimed, quickly gathering up the scattered bills. There were exactly 725 yuan in total. That was way too much. This is just the beginning, Li Mu said with a grin. Your son will only earn more from now on, never less. He spoke cheerfully, his face glowing with pride and ambition impossible to hide. Then, maybe this is enough to buy you a proper job in the county, she muttered, still stunned by the sum. I think. Money was good, nobody hated money. But if it meant taking risks to make it, Liang Meifan clearly preferred stability for her son over dangerous gains. Ma, what are you talking about? A stable job? At most you'd earn a few dozen yuan a month. How could that compare to what I'm making gathering mountain goods and fishing? Li Mu cut her off before she could protest further, quickly adding, keep this money. I've got more where this came from. When you and Baba decide, clear 2 more plots beside our yard. Come spring, we'll build a new house. He'd been planning this for a while. Originally, he'd intended to fix the housing situation first, then help his eldest brother get married. Ideally, so his brother could move into the new home before tying the knot. But now, they'd have to reverse the order, marriage first, then house. Thinking this over, Li Mu continued, but we still need to spruce up the house before Lunar New Year. If you're short on anything, just let me know. Hearing these thoughtful words, Liang Meifan's eyes turned red, tears welling up. Son, you've really grown up. Must have been some serious good karma in my past life to be blessed with a little money god like you. Though her tone was light, even playful, her heart was truly moved. Li Mu, however, couldn't bear seeing his mother cry. He quickly said, all right, Ma, don't cry. I'm heading out to buy meat. Lots of aunties in the village are buying today. Wait too long and you won't get good cuts. With that, he turned and left. Liang Meifan hastily wiped the tears forming at the corners of her eyes and called after him loudly. Don't buy too much. And don't get your father any alcohol. He'll start bragging again after one sip of that cat's pee. At her words, the already distant Li Mu raised his hand and waved without turning back. Still barely 15 or 16, yet already carrying the full weight of their entire family on his young shoulders. Thinking of everything that had happened lately, Liang Meifan turned away again, unable to stop the tears from falling. Meanwhile, Li Mu strode confidently toward Zhang the butcher's place at the edge of the village. No sooner had he stepped inside than he spotted 2 aunties who'd previously settled accounts for wild goods at Tao Qingshan's place. Oh, Mu'er, you're here. Mu'er, did you just come back home? Both aunties greeted him warmly, and Li Mu smiled in return. Aunties, here too? What are you having tonight? Dumplings or stewed meat? Dumplings. It's almost New Year. We gotta have dumplings first. Yeah, we're making dumplings too. In Northeast China, the ultimate meal combo was dumplings and pig slaughter dishes. When people wanted meat but also needed to save money by not buying too much, dumplings were the perfect choice. And although life was still tough, it was better than those past years when they'd barely had enough to eat. Hearing them talk, Li Mu chimed in with a laugh. I love dumplings too. My ma always used to say half-grown boys eat their parents dry. We only had dumplings once a year back then. This year, I'm gonna eat till I've made every penny count. Laughing and chatting, Li Mu stood with the 2 women when Zhang the butcher himself emerged from the house upon hearing voices, smiling broadly. Here we go, folks. Today's pork is fresh. I brought it in myself before dawn. Take a look, pick your spot. By now, the 4 of them had gathered around the table where the pork was laid out. Back then, selling meat wasn't like modern times, where you picked whatever cut you wanted. Instead, the butcher decided which piece to sell. By too much, and he might not have enough to go around. By too little, and he wouldn't bother cutting. Also, people back then generally preferred animal fat, lard or pork fatback oil, for cooking. So buyers usually wanted fatty cuts with lots of white, not much lean meat. This piece here's good, thick fat, not much lean. You can render plenty of oil from it, Zhang said with a smile, raising his cleaver, as if to cut. One of the aunties panicked immediately. Just one gene. I only brought money for one gene, nothing more. She feared Zhang might chop off 4, 5, or 6 gene with one swing, and she wouldn't be able to pay. The other auntie took advantage of the moment to quickly point out her chosen cut. Don't forget to let Li Mu know, she added, giving him advice. Little Mu, you go for the front shoulder cut. Looks like more lean, but it's got a thick layer of fat underneath. The front shoulder meat, located right at the base of the front leg. Thanks, auntie. I'll take that piece then, and throw in 2 marrow bones too. I'll boil them up for soup at home. I'll take 1 bone as well. Big bones stewed with cabbage are delicious. Li Mu chatted and laughed with the auntie as they wrapped up all the meat. But just as Li Mu was about to leave with his purchase, Zhang the butcher's wife, Lu Chui, suddenly hurried out from inside the house. Little Mu, wait a second. Smiling, Lu Chui called after him and quickly approached, her face beaming. You're what, 17 now? Any girl you like? A girl he liked? Tao Qingmei. Tao Qingmei's beautiful face flashed through Li Mu's mind instantly, and a warm flush spread across his cheeks. No, auntie, are you trying to set me up? That's right. My niece just turned 18. Takes after me, such a pretty girl. Looking at Lu Chui's round, plump face, like a ball of meat, Li Mu barely suppressed a wince, though he kept his expression polite. Auntie, I'm still too young. Ma said I can't start dating until I'm 20. With that, clutching his meat like a rabbit darting away, Li Mu sped off toward home. Behind him, Lu Chui's voice boomed. Then just come by and meet her first. No way. Absolutely not. His legs spun like wheels, practically turning into a blur. He ran so fast he feared Lu Chui might actually chase after him. In his past life, he'd seen Lu Chui's niece before. 18 hands tall, weighed over 200 gene. She stood like a massive iron tower. Still, she was hardworking and knew how to manage a household. Truly a great partner for someone. Maybe if she were introduced to Tian Xiaohu. Wonder if Tian Xiaohu would agree? As these thoughts passed through his mind, Li Mu reached his front gate. To his surprise, the yard, which had been quiet moments ago, was now filled with bursts of laughter. Puzzled, he stepped toward the house and saw his mother sitting on the kong, surrounded by 3 women, all smiling brightly at her. The scene looked almost like a queen being adored by her court. Chapter 53, we're not short on money. Come on, Aunt Liang, that one girl is such a good match. She's got 3 older brothers, every one of them capable and reliable. If your Musy marries her, why would he ever need outside help? Just having those elder brothers-in-law around would be more than enough. No sooner had the woman in the flowered padded jacket finished speaking than another woman, dressed in a blue flowered coat, chimed in right after. Even so, nothing beats a well-off family. The Chun family has 2 daughters, one already married into the village chief's family in Nanshan village, and the younger one 16 now. Not only is she beautiful, but her sewing skills are unmatched. You see, these cotton shoes were made by that Chun girl herself. They'll keep your Musy's feet nice and warm. When you're picking a wife, you need someone who truly cares. As she spoke, the auntie tried shoving the shoes toward Liang Meifan's arms. But before they reached her, a bag of 20 caddies of high-grade white flour blocked the way. 20 gene of premium flour. That's the Sun family's sincerity. You all know the accountant's son has only the one daughter. If Musy marries her, the accountant's position will go straight to him. Think about it. Over 10 yuan a month, no reliance on brothers, never lacking food or clothes. The elderly woman in a plain black padded coat smiled sweetly, instantly overshadowing the other 2 with her words. Liang Meifan, for a moment, felt dazed. The girls being proposed really did sound better and better. Had this happened before, she'd have been completely swayed. But now, Liang Meifan thought of the 700+ yuan her son had given her earlier, and her mind cleared in an instant. At that very moment, Li Mu walked into the house. Aunties, the 3 families you mentioned are indeed impressive. Had you come earlier, when my family was struggling financially, I might have gritted my teeth and agreed. But now, my family isn't short on money, and frankly, I, Li Mu, have no intention of getting married. The moment he spoke, Liang Meifan didn't react much. In her eyes, her son was still young and already making good money. If people were lining up to arrange matches now, his prospects could only get better later. But the 3 matchmaking women weren't taking this lightly. Young Musy, how can you not want a wife? Yeah, look at your older brother, he's already married. You should start preparing too. That's right, it's unacceptable not to marry. Wait a few more years, and all the decent girls will be taken. What will be left for you then? Just moments ago at odds with each other, the 3 suddenly united in their front, trying desperately to change Li Mu's mind. But Li Mu was determined to disappoint them. Flower Jacket Annie, yes, the Wang family does have 3 brothers. But you forgot to mention their daughter is simple-minded. And Blue Jacket Annie, while the younger Chin sister does so well, hasn't she also made plenty of shoes for other men around here? And as for the only daughter of the Sun family, you're telling me she isn't already carrying a child? With that one outburst, Li Mu shattered the reputations of all 3 families one by one. The 3 matchmakers' faces instantly darkened. Especially the woman in the black coat. She shot upright, pointing at Li Mu furiously. You little brat, don't go spouting nonsense. Are you saying we 3 would collude just to trick you? Li Mu chuckled. I don't know if you're colluding or not, but the facts are what they are. Whether I marry is my decision. Coming to my mother won't change anything. And even if I do look for a wife, I won't need you 3 to find her for me. With that, Li Mu stepped aside from the doorway and gave a slight nod of his head. Please, leave. And don't come back. The 3 women flushed deeply, faces shifting from fury to embarrassment. In all their years as matchmakers, none had ever been thrown out like this. Fine, don't get too cocky. You'll be begging us for help someday. Yeah, just wait and see what happens to you. Humph. Each spat angrily as they passed Li Mu, shooting him venomous glares along the way. Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Once they were gone, he turned to Liang Meifan with a grin. Ma, what kind of dumplings are we making tonight? Dumplings? Who's making dumplings? You've offended 3 matchmakers. See who dares set up a match for you in the future. Though inwardly Liang Meifan resented the 3 women's dishonesty, everyone knew marriages required introducers and matchmakers. Now, with all 3 offended, her Li Mu might actually struggle to find a wife later, even if he wanted one. Then I won't marry. At worst, I'll stay single my whole life. Li Mu stood defiantly, neck stretched, clearly unbothered. But those words were like a spark hitting gunpowder. Liang Meifan snatched up the broom handle from the Kong bed and swung it at Li Mu. Used to being hit, Li Mu leapt aside like a monkey, darting far away in a single bound. He spun around and dashed out of the house. Ma, you go ahead and wrap dumplings. I'll head to the county later to see Ergo and Xiaohu. Go on, go on, go on. If you're going, leave now. Don't wait until dark. You'll end up getting carried off by a bear. Liang Meifan's eyes bulged as she swung the broom handle from the Kong bed with full force, and it cracked hard against Li Mu's back. This exact scene was witnessed by Li Qianjin, who had just returned from the Zheng family's place. He quickly rushed forward and carefully patted the spot where Li Mu had been struck. Hey, are you hurt? Did it break anything? Li Mu immediately grimaced in mock agony. Of course it hurt. It definitely broke something. Big brother, from now on the family's counting on you. I'm gonna be a wanderer from this day forth. Spouting nonsense, he didn't wait for his mother Liang Meifan, who was glaring furiously and already pulling off her shoes, to come after him. Li Mu had already bounded far away. Li Qianjin hurried to stop the furious Liang Meifan, chuckling as he said, Ma, what's wrong? How did your younger son upset you? Everything about him upsets me. Liang Meifan snapped bitterly before turning and storming into the house. Seeing how angry she was, Li Qianjin didn't dare press further. Anyway, judging from Li Mu's behavior, it seemed like nothing serious had happened. Meanwhile, after leaving home, Li Mu was pondering whose sleigh he could borrow to go to the county again when, right ahead, he saw Gao Gotzi driving his sleigh straight toward him. Big brother Gao, why are you here? Li Mu wore a bright smile seeing Gao Gotzi approaching, though at the same time he felt deeply puzzled. You little brat actually have the nerve to ask. Gao Gotzi clearly found it both irritating and amusing. Yesterday, after returning from the county, you didn't even say a word to me. I thought you were still in the hospital. Only today did I find out you'd already come back. Li Mu sheepishly scratched his head. Well, I didn't want to disturb you while you were busy, so I came back on my own. Disturb me? You couldn't possibly disturb me. In fact, I've got something I need your help with. Gao Gotzi grinned, flicking his head toward the sleigh. Get on first, then we'll talk. Li Mu quickly jumped onto the sleigh and asked, all right, big brother Gao, tell me, what do you need me to help with? Chapter 54, Back into the Mountains. Li Mu never expected that Gao Gotzi actually wanted to take him back into the mountains again. One of my old superiors from the team needs some wild ginseng, so I'm thinking of heading deep into the forest to look for one. Gao Gotzi explained his purpose. Entering the forest was dangerous, especially since he was looking for wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old. It wouldn't be easy to find such a thing without going deep. And once they went in, they'd be gone at minimum for half a month. So are we leaving right now? Li Mu asked without hesitation, though he knew he still needed to prepare properly before heading into the woods. After all, there were fierce wild beasts deep in the mountains. The knife he had used last time wouldn't stand a chance against something like a tiger. We'll need a few more people and proper gear, Gao Gotzi said as he cracked his whip, urging the sled forward toward Li Mu's home. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly called out, Brother Gao, I'm already on the sled. Why are we going to my house? Aren't you supposed to tell your family before heading into the mountains with me? Besides, I haven't officially come by to thank uncle and aunt yet. As he spoke, Gao Gotzi glanced sideways at Li Mu, whose face clearly showed a hint of nervousness, and couldn't help but let a faint smile curl his lips. He had thought this kid was fearless enough to climb straight into the sky, but it seemed even he had things he feared. With just that glance, Gao Gotzi had already brought the sled to a stop in front of Li Mu's yard. Inside, Li Guozhang was measuring up his own house, mentally calculating how he'd renovate it when spring came. Who would have thought he, Li Guozhang, could have such a capable son like Li Mu? In just a few days, not only had he helped his eldest son get married, but he'd also provided the money to rebuild their home. Earlier, when his wife told him about it, he hadn't dared to believe it was real. Haha, no wonder he's my flesh and blood. He's really something. The final word, bitchin', died on Li Guozhang's lips as he turned around and saw Gao Gotzi standing there in a military greatcoat. Gao Gotzi strode forward confidently, carrying half a pig in his left hand and 2 15-pound fish in his right, each step steady and strong. The sheer physical presence, coupled with a cold, disciplined aura, made it obvious he was a soldier. Then his eyes fell on his youngest son Li Mu trailing behind, shifting his gaze nervously, scratching his head one moment, then his nose the next. *TSK. Now he fully understood what people meant when they said comparing oneself to others brings death, and comparing goods brings disposal. Uncle, I'm Gao Gotzi from Xuanhuan village. This is the first time I've come to visit as Li Mu's sworn elder brother. I didn't bring much. Hope you don't mind, Gao Gotzi said, stepping aside to reveal Li Mu behind him. Sworn elder brother? Since when did that happen? Li Mu was momentarily stunned, but seeing Gao Gotzi waiting expectantly for him to introduce things, and noticing the faint disdain and confusion in his father's eyes, he quickly forced a smile. Yeah, he's my sworn elder brother. Dad, why don't you invite him inside? As he spoke, Li Mu reached out to take the two heavy items Gao Gazi had earlier refused to let him carry. One misstep, and he nearly toppled over under their weight. You're weak. Definitely need training. Gao Gazi spoke coolly, but instantly exuded the oppressive authority of someone used to command. In his past life, Li Mu only knew Gao Gazi had risen to the rank of regiment commander. Now, with the major border case solved, Gao's military merits would surely be substantial. Li Mu wasn't sure whether he'd be promoted further, but one thing was certain. Gao Gazi had secured his position as full regimental commander. Exactly. He does need training. Spends summers lying on the Kong sunbathing like a lizard. Winters lying there hibernating like a bear. No sense of manhood at all. Li Guozhang snapped, glaring harshly at Li Mu, then instantly breaking into a radiant, sunflower-like smile directed at Gao Gazi. Come, please come in and sit down. My Mu'er must have accumulated blessings over countless lifetimes to have earned you as an elder brother. Watching his father fawn so obsequiously, Li Mu felt utterly embarrassed, yet couldn't suppress the warmth swelling in his chest. In his previous life, he had merely been a close junior friend of Gao Gazi's. This time, Reborn, that junior friend had become a sworn brother. Now that they were bound by familial ties, they were practically brothers by blood, infinitely closer than they had ever been before. And having an elder brother ranked as a regimental officer in the army, that gave him confidence wherever he went. Thinking this, Li Mu couldn't feel anything but joy. But Gao Gazi waved off the invitation. Uncle, I won't come in. I just stopped by to tell you. I want to take Mu'er into the mountains for half a month to toughen him up. Sure, go ahead. Not just half a month, half a year if you want. Li Guozhang laughed heartily, not a trace of hesitation in his voice. Hearing this, Li Mu's eyes lit up immediately. Then Dad, I'm off with Brother Gazi. Let Mom know when I'm gone. Without waiting for a reply, Li Mu turned and ran out of the yard. Gao Gazi raised an eyebrow. So this Li Mu kid was afraid of someone after all, and that someone was clearly his mother. Uncle, we'll be on our way then. No sooner had Li Mu and Gao Gazi left the Li household than Liang Meifan emerged from the house. Who was just here? And nobody. At that question, Li Guozhang immediately stiffened as he recalled Gao Gazi's earlier words. But who was Liang Meifan? The moment she heard the hesitation in Li Guozhang's voice, she knew he was hiding something from her. Li Guozhang, you tell me the truth right now. Who the hell was here? She grabbed his ear hard, her voice low and threatening. With no choice, Li Guozhang spilled everything. Exactly what had happened with Gao Gazi and Li Mu, leaving out not a single detail. So it's like that, huh? You don't want your son anymore. Why didn't you stop him from going into those deep mountains? Don't you know exactly what kind of kid our son is? Furious beyond words, Liang Meifan ground her teeth so hard she wished she could bite this brainless man to death on the spot. But Gao Gazi is with him. He's from the military. He won't let anything happen to our son, Li Guozhang insisted, full of faith. After all, soldiers were protectors of the people. They always took risks themselves to keep civilians safe. Bullshit. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my son, you're out of this house. Enraged, Liang Meifan kicked Li Guozhang square in the chest, sending him sprawling onto the snow. Still unsatisfied, she stomped twice more on his backside before finally feeling a bit better. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Gao Gazi, riding their sled, didn't leave the village immediately. Instead, they made stops at Tao Qingshan's and Li Siming's homes. Tao Qingshan was easy to deal with, but Li Siming required extra caution, so Li Mu gave him careful instructions. Fourth uncle, while I'm away, you must deliver the goods properly. And no matter what, don't get into any conflicts with anyone. Even though we know Zhou, the station chief at the purchasing office, and we're working through him, there are other chiefs at that office too. One wrong word, one misstep, and our channel could be cut off. And even if they refuse to take our goods, whatever you do, don't go asking Chief Zhou about it. Wait until I come back. Chapter 55, The Forest Ranger's Code. Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. Nothing's gonna go wrong, Li Siming assured, thumping his chest. After all, his ancestors had been merchants. He still remembered the fundamental principles of doing business by heart. With Li Siming's promise, Li Mu finally felt at ease and rode off on the sled with Gao Gazi, leaving the village behind. Yet after they'd left the village, Gao Gazi didn't immediately head toward the woods. Instead, he steered the sled eastward. This sparked Li Mu's curiosity. Gazi brother, where are we going? The forestry station. We can borrow guns there. Gao Gazi answered briefly, but Li Mu's eyes lit up at once. Hunting rifles. In his previous life, he'd gone hunting before. But back then, in Russia, for a few thousand yuan you could get not just hunting rifles. Any kind of firearm was available. Just thinking about it made his blood race. Still, it also brought back memories of his past life. The forestry station in the 1980s was even larger than the entire inspection team. To enter, one needed a work permit. And the forestry station was arguably the wealthiest place around. Every house in its residential compound was built with brick and tile, unlike the mud brick homes that were still common in their village. He recalled several classmates who came from the forestry station. Most returned there after graduation, though a few had even made it to university. Exactly who they were, he couldn't quite recall right now. Only one name came to mind, Lin Jiadong. His father had been a hero at the forestry station who died fighting a fire. Later, Lin Jiadong took over his father's post and had remained guarding the forest ever since. He even appeared on television once during an operation capturing a poaching gang. As Li Mu pondered this, 5 figures appeared standing at the gate of the forestry station's administrative area. The leader among them wore clothes and carried himself so similarly to Gao Gazi that, if not identical, he was almost certainly related. Comrade Gao, No sooner had Gao Gotzi stopped the sled than the man strode forward, snapping a sharp military salute directly in front of him. Are the supplies ready? Gao Gotzi asked coldly, wasting no words. All prepared, sir. The man shouted his reply so loudly that Li Mu's ears rang. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him handed him 2 hunting rifles and a green satchel full of ammunition, which he quickly passed over to Gao Gotzi. But just as Gao Gotzi reached out to take them, the man pleaded urgently. Captain Gao, let me come with you. What? You really think this kid, who hasn't even grown proper hair yet, knows how to use these? Li Mu bristled at this remark and glared at the man. Who are you calling immature? Who do you think can't use it? His outburst drew a curious look from Gao Gotzi. You know how to use this? Of course. Isn't every village equipped with hunting rifles? I've known how to handle these since I was a child. Not hesitating to boast, Li Mu snatched one of the rifles from the man's hands when he saw both Gao Gotzi and the other man eyeing him skeptically. In one swift motion, he spun around, loaded the gun, aimed at a wild pheasant suddenly flying overhead, and fired. Bang! The bird, just spreading its wings out of the bushes, dropped lifelessly to the ground. Li Mu held the rifle with a smug grin. Well, how's that for skill? Without another word, he ran off with the rifle toward where the pheasant had fallen. Moments later, he emerged from the brush, proudly holding up a hefty 3-pound wild pheasant. Seeing this, Gao Gotzi raised an eyebrow, then turned to the other man. Satisfied? We're heading into the mountains, not into battle. We're here to search for something. Convinced, the man reluctantly handed both rifles and the green shoulder bag over to Gao Gotzi. Then at least let me send a couple more men with you, Captain Gao. They were planning to patrol the woods anyway. Trying hard to avoid rejection, he added the explanation hastily. Fine, let those 2 come then. Gao Gotzi agreed indifferently. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Mu came running back, holding the pheasant and grinning. Gotzi brother, let's roast this one. It'll be delicious. Gao Gotzi glanced at the pheasant, then pointed to the 2 men beside him. These 2 will come with us. Help at last. Li Mu smiled and greeted them cheerfully. Hello, brothers. The 2 men politely returned the greeting. Comrade, I'm Zhang Feng. Everyone calls me Shan Feng. Comrade, I'm Zhao Lei. People call me Delitzi. Zhang Feng, Zhao Lei, combined. Didn't that sound just like Lei Feng? What a coincidence. Li Mu nodded with a smile. Hi, I'm Li Mu. Most folks call me Musi. After this brief round of introductions, they set off toward the forest. Yet this journey deep into the woods would prove far more difficult than they had anticipated. The heavy snowfall began on the 6th day after Li Mu and the others entered the forest, making it impossible to turn back. To avoid getting lost in the blizzard, the group quickly reinforced a snow shelter using what they had available. The 4 of them huddled inside the snow den, patiently waiting for the storm to pass, diligently clearing the entrance every day. When thirsty, they drank water boiled from snow. When hungry, they ate the cornbread they'd brought along, supplemented by the occasional pheasant or hare that Li Mu had managed to hunt during their days in the mountains. Who knows how long this is going to keep up? After Zhang Feng dug out the entrance again, only to find it already blocked by snow nearly up to his shins, he stared at the endless drifting flakes outside and couldn't help but frown deeply. Let's wait 3 more days. If it doesn't stop by then, we'll probably have to wait another 3, Li Mu said lazily from the back of the shelter, arms tucked into his sleeves. He had taken the night watch the previous evening and hadn't slept all night, so exhaustion was overwhelming him. As he spoke, he kept yawning. 3 days? You really think it'll stop in 3 days? Zhao Lei glanced skeptically outside. To him, it didn't seem like the snow showed any sign of stopping. In fact, it looked like it was getting heavier. He voiced his doubt, intending to ask Li Mu for his opinion, but as he turned, he saw that Li Mu was already snoring. This kid sure falls asleep fast. Zhao Lei smiled slightly and turned to Gao Gotzi. Hey Gao, what do you think about recruiting this kid into the army? Not a good fit. This kid only has making money on his mind. Our military life wouldn't suit him at all. Gao Gotzi replied with a chuckle and a shake of his head. Zhang Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged glances. Logically, the comment made sense, but somehow, it still felt a little off. Just as the 3 fell silent for a moment, a strange sound suddenly came from outside the snow den. Crash, crash, as if something were crawling through the snow. Li Mu, who had been catching up on sleep, jolted awake instantly. Without waiting for the others, he quickly scrambled to the entrance and peered cautiously through the crack. Through the swirling white haze, he spotted a massive tiger, over 2 meters long, its fur golden yellow with black stripes, advancing toward them with fierce, piercing eyes. Chapter 56. The tiger fled, but the bear arrived. With the tiger outside, Li Mu quickly waved his hand behind him. Zhang Feng, confused, was just about to push past Li Mu when Gao Gotzi suddenly grabbed his arm and passed the hunting rifle into Li Mu's hands. Without even turning his head, Li Mu raised the rifle and fired, bang, directly at the approaching tiger. The deafening gunshot not only scared the tiger away, but also shook the snow from the trees, sending it cascading down in heaps. The gap they had just cleared moments earlier was instantly buried under fresh snowfall. Li Mu didn't speak right away. Instead, he carefully brushed away the snow and, seeing no sign of the tiger outside, finally let out a breath of relief. That was close. It was an adult tiger. So what? Don't we have a hunting rifle? Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. After his military discharge, he'd been transferred to the forestry station, but hadn't yet seen a tiger in person. Still, he'd often heard the old-timers brag about shooting tigers with their rifles. With 4 of them here and 4 rifles between them, why should one tiger be a problem? Hey man, Li Mu shot Zhang Feng an exasperated look. Have you even memorized the forest guard rules yet? That big tiger's been classified as a rare animal since 1957. Killing one lands you behind bars. Even though the slogan, protecting wildlife is everyone's responsibility, wasn't widespread yet, laws protecting extremely rare large animals like the Siberian tiger had already existed since 1957. In another year or two, it wouldn't just be tigers, even black bears, foxes, tree frogs. You wouldn't be able to hunt any of them freely anymore. If a wild pheasant jumped into your pot by itself, they'd still charge you for illegal possession. Xuanhuan truly didn't know this. He'd only been at the station for less than a week. They'd given him the forest guard manual, sure, but he'd barely flipped through a few pages and hadn't had time to memorize anything yet. Doubtful, Zhang turned toward Zhao Lei and nudged him with his elbow. Lazy, does our rulebook really say we have to protect tigers? I think so. When we get back, I'll take a proper look. Zhao Lei wasn't certain either. They had both just arrived at the forestry station, transitioning from soldiers defending the nation to guards spending their days watching over trees. Truthfully, there was a bit of inner imbalance. Seeing how little they knew about forest regulations, Li Mu began to guess at their mindset. Right now, their main duty was protecting the trees. But in a few years, the focus would shift, not just preventing timber theft, but increasingly cracking down on poaching and destruction of wild plants. But that was the future. For now, this forest remained a vast treasure trove. Before the era of strict enforcement, normal hunting and gathering hadn't yet spiraled into rampant abuse. A glint flickered in Li Mu's eyes. To make real money, one had to rely on the deep mountains. But for sustainable wealth, one needed animal husbandry, livestock farming, and aquaculture as the foundation. All this had already been planned in his mind. Once he saved enough money, his first goal would be leasing the small river bend. While thoughts drifted far, Li Mu never stopped moving. In no time, he cleared the snow blocking the entrance and crawled cautiously out of the underground shelter. But the moment he stood up straight, before he could even scan his surroundings, a fierce gust of wind roared toward him from behind. Instinctively ducking low, Li Mu started to turn around when, thud, a massive dark shadow crashed down right in front of him. Dang it, a black bear. What's it doing out here? Li Mu had no time to think. He raised his hunting rifle and fired at the charging beast. Yet even as he pulled the trigger, the bear twisted its body and lunged forward with a ferocious roar straight at him. Li Mu couldn't reload in time. One massive swipe from the bear slammed directly onto the barrel of his rifle. The tremendous force sent both rifle and man flying sideways into a snowbank. At that same instant, two thunderous gunshots rang out. Bang! Bang! Muzi, Gao Gotzi, and the other two had just emerged from the shelter and witnessed the entire scene. Without hesitation, all three drew their guns and fired 3 rapid shots. Bang! 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 At the bear, which finally staggered and collapsed heavily into the snow. Seeing this, Gao Gotzi immediately rushed over to Li Mu. Muzi, are you alright? After shouting twice, the figure lying in the snow finally stirred. I'm fine. My ears are just ringing. Li Mu replied shakily. As he struggled to get up, he noticed something strange beneath where his face had been pressed into the snow. It was reddish. Could it be ginseng? His heart skipped a beat. Quickly adjusting his hat that blocked his vision, he whispered, Gezi bro, I think I landed on some ginseng. Ginseng? At those words, Gao Gotzi's heart tightened too. He quickly helped Li Mu to his feet and looked closely at the spot where he'd been lying, brushing away the snow. Bright red and dotted with small berries. Even just poking its head out of the snow, it was unmistakable what this was. Ginseng, it really is ginseng. Gao Gotzi couldn't help but get excited. Now this was truly, after long searching in vain, success comes without effort. Li Mu, however, could only give a bitter smile. We really must have 9 lives. We dug our shelter right at the bear's front door. I bet this thing was guarding it all along. That big tiger earlier probably came for this too. Animals' sense of smell far surpassed that of humans, and creatures knew well that precious herbs like ginseng were edible too. To them, this stuff was just as valuable. As soon as Li Mu said that, Gao Gotzi noticed for the first time a huge hollowed-out tree cavity just behind their underground shelter. He remembered clearly, when they arrived, there had been nothing there. Well, not quite nothing, just a pile of snow. They'd thought the snow cover in that spot looked too thin, not good for blocking wind, which was why they chose their current mound to dig into. Turns out, it wasn't that the snow was too shallow. It was because underneath lay a semicircular burrow. The black bear wasn't just preparing to hibernate. It didn't want to bury itself completely alive. So now what? The ground's frozen solid. How are we supposed to dig up the ginseng? Gao Gotzi snapped back from his thoughts, momentarily stumped. The ground's hard as rock. We'll need to dig trenches around it first, and start a fire to thaw the soil before we can dig. Li Mu spoke solemnly. He'd finally managed to get back on his feet, but he felt completely drained. The bear's blow had sapped every ounce of strength from his body. If he could, he'd want someone to lay out a big bed for him right then. He wouldn't get up for 3 whole days. What about the bear though? What do we do with this damn bear? Zhao Lei looked troubled as he stared at the massive creature. It was enormous. There was no way they could drag it by force. Skin it. Break down the bones. Li Mu said firmly. Every part of this black bear was treasure. Aside from the hide, its heart and gallbladder were both rare medicinal ingredients impossible to come by easily. Chapter 57. Poisonous mushrooms in the hazelnut mushrooms. Having found a wild mountain ginseng of sufficient age, and even bagging a black bear, Li Mu had perfectly completed this trip into the mountains. Yet just as Li Mu cheerfully carried 2 bear paws and knocked on the back door of Lakeside Hotel, the young man who came to open it frowned darkly upon seeing him. Again you? Get lost. Don't come here again, or we won't be polite. Hearing such angry words, Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine, confusion spreading across his face. Brother, what's wrong? I've been going into the woods these past few days with some buddies, getting fine goods for Chef Jean. I haven't shown up in over half a month. How could I have offended you? Only then did the young man suppress his anger slightly, replying coldly, it's because of the people you brought along. We always buy your goods at high prices and never shortchange you. But you, here, the young man's eyes suddenly reddened. You actually mixed poisonous mushrooms into our hazelnut mushrooms. Poisonous mushrooms. At those words, Li Mu's eyes went wide and blank, his hands clenching tightly into fists. Did Chef Jean get poisoned? Of course it was Chef Jean. If he hadn't had the habit of tasting every dish before serving, our restaurant would have been ruined. The young man spat out angrily, but then paused mid-sentence, suspicion dawning on him. How did you know it was Chef Jean who got poisoned? If it were a guest, your restaurant would already have been sealed, Li Mu said, taking a deep breath before pulling another pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering it to the youth. Brother, I'll get to the bottom of this later. But please, do me a favor and call Chef Jean for me. I've brought him Bear Paws. Bear Paws. The young man had initially refused to help, but at the mention of Bear Paws, he hesitated. All right, wait here. I'll go ask. After a moment of thought, he finally agreed. Still, he didn't take the cigarettes Li Mu offered, instead shutting the door firmly behind him. Li Mu could only squat by the doorway, waiting. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen of Lakeside Hotel, Chef Jean was tearing his hair in frustration. I need to create a unique dish now. Where am I supposed to find anything special at a time like this? That kid Li Mu hasn't shown his face for over 10 days. Just wait until I see him. I'll make sure to pay him back good with that poison mushroom incident. Even as he said so, Chef Jean knew his top priority now was finding some exceptional ingredients. Master, that Li Mu is here again, he says. Before the young man could finish speaking, Jin's eyes lit up and he rushed out immediately. Outside, Li Mu once again encountered the daughter from that stylish, glamorous mother-daughter pair who had previously bought his fox pelt, the wavy-haired, strikingly attractive young woman. You're that guy, the one who sold fox fur, rabbits. The glamorous woman blurted out in haste. Hello, beautiful ladies. Li Mu stood up with a smile, straightening his crooked hat. Even so, he couldn't hide his disheveled appearance. This time, however, the woman showed no trace of disdain. Instead, her gaze shifted toward the two gunny sacks behind him. What rare treasure have you brought this time? A smirk tugged at Li Mu's lips as he said, nothing much, just a black bear pelt and 2 bear paws. A black bear pelt. Bear paws. Quick, show them to me. 2 voices rang out simultaneously, one from outside, one from inside, different interests driving them, yet both brimming with excitement and urgency. This sack contains the black bear pelt, 1,000 yuan. These are the 2 bear paws, 500 yuan. If you think it's too expensive. Li Mu stared straight at them, struggling to name what he considered the highest possible price. But before he could finish, the glamorous woman spoke first. Deal. I'll get the money right away. And Chef Jean didn't hesitate a bit either. He pulled out cash immediately. No problem. Here's your money. Seeing the 500 yuan thrust before him, Li Mu grinned and snatched it happily, stuffing it all into his jacket. Then, turning around, he handed the sack containing the 2 bear paws to Chef Jean. Chef Jean, I'll absolutely tighten control over the mushroom supply from now on. But, will you still take my goods? I can take them, but only yours. As for anyone else's. Chef Jean made his position crystal clear. Li Mu didn't try to haggle further and simply replied, got it. You can rest easy. I intend to do long-term business with you. I'd never cheat you. Good. You understand. Now I've got work to do. Next time, don't just bring any wild animal. You can also bring fish. I want suitable ones too. Chef Jean had already decided Li Mu was capable and knew the rules. No need for more words. Having said that, he turned and headed back into the kitchen. Wait until these bear paws are cooked, then everyone will be amazed. No sooner had he left than the elegant beauty approached, pulling 1,000 yuan from her wallet and shoving all of it into Li Mu's hands. Put the stuff in my car. Sure thing, sis. Li Mu happily agreed. The graceful woman's lips curled into a subtly charming smile. You really are smooth talking. I let you sell me something, and suddenly I'm your sister now. Of course, you're willing to buy from me. That means you respect me. Back a few decades ago, I'd definitely call you young Mississippi. Nowadays, we value equality. Calling you sister is both a sign of respect and gratitude. Li Mu chuckled warmly, every word sincere, not a hint of insincerity. That made the elegant woman look at Li Mu with even greater warmth in her eyes. My name is Jolie, call me Ligia from now on. Got it, Ligia. Li Mu responded cheerfully, swinging the gunny sack he was carrying into the trunk of Jolie's compact car. And give me another 5 fox pelts too. I need top quality ones for gifts. Jolie spoke again, watching as Li Mu carefully placed the goods and gently latched the trunk shut. Her smile softened slightly. No problem. I'll gather them for you in the next few days, but pure white ones. I can't guarantee those. Li Mu replied, then gave the trunk an extra push downward to make sure it was securely closed before brushing snowflakes off his hands. That's fine. As long as the pelts are intact, color doesn't matter. Jolie was straightforward. Wild foxes could only be taken as they came, unlike rabbits, which were often farmed. Then, Ligia, just wait for me to collect enough pelts, and I'll have Chef Jean pass along a message to you. Li Mu grinned as he answered, already overjoyed inside. Chapter 58. A bear's gallbladder can make quite a few medicines. Li Mu tucked the money from selling the bear pelt and bear paws into his chest, but instead of heading straight back to the village, he went first to the procurement station. The man guarding the gate outside the procurement station had changed. The way he stood upright and proper, he must have been a retired soldier too. Li Mu immediately felt respect well up inside him, and even his voice carried a touch of reverence. Brother, I'm looking for Station Chief Zhou Ming. Is he around? Station Chief Zhou is here. What's your name? I'll go ask if he'll see you. The man spoke briefly and crisply, without any unnecessary words. Li Mu didn't waste time either. I'm Li Mu. I've brought villagers here before to deliver mountain goods. Li Mu, right? Then wait a moment. The guard repeated his name and turned toward the square administrative building. Li Mu waited outside. Not long after, Zhou Ming arrived with the man. At this point, Li Mu wasn't sure whether Zhou Ming knew about the poisonous mushrooms, but regardless, he needed to clarify things with him now. You finally showed up, young man. I heard you went back into the mountains again. What good things did you bring out this time? Zhou Ming smiled as he spoke, circling Li Mu while glancing over him. Seeing no injuries on him, he added, good. Doesn't matter what you got. It's just good that you're safe. Li Mu felt deeply touched, yet he couldn't help but dampen Zhou Ming's cheerful mood with cold facts. Uncle Zhou, do you know about xuanhuan from Lakeside Hotel being poisoned by mushrooms? Li Mu asked quietly, his eyes tense as they fixed on Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming chuckled softly, teasingly remarking at Li Mu's anxious look. You've got sharp ears, kid. Did you come straight from Lakeside Hotel? Didn't they throw you out? No. Xuanhuan's a good man. He didn't blame me for the poisonous mushrooms. On top of that, he bought the bear paws I brought. Saying this, Li Mu quickly turned and pulled from the sled a snowball wrapped in several dry tree leaves. This is the bear gallbladder. Take it to a skilled physician and have them prepare a few prescriptions for your mother. It helps treat liver and gallbladder conditions. Zhou Ming hadn't expected Li Mu to remember this. His mother was indeed hospitalized due to poor liver function. But still, though he wanted it, he couldn't just accept it freely. If you sold this to a pharmacy, it'd probably fetch quite a price, right? Zhou Ming took the package while asking. Li Mu had anticipated this exact response. Without hesitation, he held up 2 fingers. 200 yuan. That's not expensive at all. Once dried into powder, 1 bear gallbladder can be used in many different medicines. He delivered the sentence with dramatic emphasis, making Zhou Ming laugh out loud. All right, I know how you tick. I'll definitely pay you, but only after I've checked with a doctor who can legally take such a thing. Then I'll give you the money. Clearly, Zhou Ming didn't believe Li Mu's claim of 200 yuan. After all, black bears were something half the hunters wouldn't even dare to hunt. They looked clumsy, yes, but their fighting strength was formidable. Under normal circumstances, no hunter would bother with them. Fine then, Li Mu said. Your call. But, there's one more thing I need to talk to you about. He hesitated slightly, lowering his voice even further. You're going to mention the mushrooms, right? Don't worry, we resort every batch we receive. We ensure none of the toxic ones get through. Zhou Ming knew exactly what Li Mu was worried about, so he decided not to beat around the bush and told him outright. Uncle Zhou, that's not what I'm worried about. I want to know, did any poisonous mushrooms come up from our village's deliveries? Li Mu lowered his voice even more, afraid someone else might overhear. Don't worry, none did, Zhou Ming replied with a smile. Only then did Li Mu finally relax completely. After the incident, that fellow Li Siming from your village came to see me. Honestly speaking, those poisonous mushrooms at Lakeside Hotel might not have even come from your village. But since the case didn't escalate, and Chef Jean, who was poisoned, didn't push further, we couldn't investigate properly. That was exactly what Li Mu thought too. But thinking it, and saying it aloud to Xuanhuan were 2 different things. He'd have to wait and find another chance later to casually mention it. He couldn't let others think they were deliberately shifting blame. That would be worse than mistakenly sorting a bad mushroom. Got it. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for the heads up. I'll head back now. I haven't even gone home yet after coming down from the mountain. Having gotten the answers he needed, Li Mu didn't linger. He climbed onto the sleigh borrowed from Gao Gaza and headed straight back to the village. By now dusk had fallen. Li Mu didn't stop anywhere else, just went straight home. At the Li household, dinner had already finished. The 3 family members sat together neatly on the heated brick bed, discussing plans for building a new house and applying for a plot of land in spring. Who knows when the kid will come back? We'll have to ask him about building the new house. Li Guizhong frowned, feeling deeply uneasy. That day, he'd just acted on impulse. How could he have agreed to let his son go into the mountains? Half a month of blizzards, and he had no idea how his son was doing. But the moment he mentioned Li Mu, Liang Meifan exploded like a firecracker lit at the fuse. How dare you even talk? If anything happens to Mu, I'll make sure you don't live to see it. With that, she kicked Li Guizhong 3 times straight in the rear. He winced with each blow but didn't dare move away. Opposite him, Li Qianjin's eyes welled up. As the eldest son, with his father being useless, he should have been the one holding the family together. Now everything rested on his younger brother's shoulders. If anything happened to him, he'd carry the guilt for life. Yet just as the house was filled with noise and chaos, loud knocks suddenly rang out at the door. Open up quick, or I'm gonna freeze to death. Li Mu had barely entered the yard when he heard the arguing from inside. No matter when, it was always the same, his dad getting scolded. Used to find it annoying before, but after half a month away from home, the sound now felt strangely comforting. It's Mu. That little bastard is back. Liang Meifan cried excitedly, sliding off the Kong to open the door. But Li Qianjin, sitting closest to the door, was faster. As the door swung open, Li Mu, already dusted with a layer of snow, shook himself off and stepped quickly inside. He went straight to the head of the Kong, shoving his hands into the warm padding beneath the quilt. Damn, it's freezing out there. Don't know if it'll ever warm up before New Year, Li Mu said, sniffling hard. But his words fell flat. Not a single person responded. They were all staring at him from head to toe, checking for any sign of harm. Li Mu smirked slightly and said proudly, "Hey, what are you all looking at? I'm fine. Not only that, I made another bundle of money. I'll see old village chief Tao tomorrow and get 2 plots approved. We'll build a big 6-room house, big enough to include my future bride's new home too." Chapter 59, a lifetime might not earn this much. As soon as Li Mu spoke, Li Qianjin burst into tears with a loud wah before Liang Meizhen and Li Guozhang could even say anything. "Brother, can we just never go into the forest again from now on?" "Oh come on, brother." Li Mu shook his body, finally pulling his hand out from under the quilt. "What are you crying for? You scared me half to death. I can't avoid going into the forest. The success of my future business depends on it. Besides, I've already taken a deposit." The lie slipped easily off his tongue, but the money he pulled out was undeniably real. 2,300 yuan, 1,500 from today's sale of bear hide and paws, and the remaining 800 he'd brought along when entering the mountains. So much money. "Son, what kind of business are you running exactly?" Li Guozhang and Liang Meifan stared at the stack of cash spread across the Kong, their eyes widening like copper bells. Over 2,000 yuan. They might not earn this much in 10 years, 20 years, even a lifetime. Just look, I made this much in 1 or 2 trips. And I'm not going alone anyway. Your worries are unnecessary, Li Mu said lightly. Then noticing Li Qianjin still wiping away tears, he quickly added, "Hey, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Could you fix me something to eat?" Right. I'll get right on it," Li Qianjin replied, immediately turning toward the main room. Li Mu glanced again at Li Guozhang and Liang Meifan, who were busy stroking each banknote, then took off his military overcoat and hung it on the rack before speaking once more. "I've thought it through. From now on, I'll lead people into the mountains to gather mountain goods, while brother focuses on fishing down by Zaihido. No need to go every day, just once every few days is enough. The two of us working together. How could we fail to make money? Plus, you're married now, brother. Once you and sister-in-law have nieces or nephews, there'll be plenty of expenses. We can't make any real money just scraping by farming." As he spoke, Li Mu casually sat back on the Kong, gathering all 2,300 yuan into a neat pile. Then he pulled out 300 and handed them to Liang Meifan. "This is for the family. The rest 2,000. I have other plans, so I won't leave it here." Hearing this, Liang Meifan's eyes widened even further. "So what? You think this is just like pulling down your pants to fart? Some kind of joke?" she snapped. "Mama, what are you saying?" Li Mu frowned, giving her a serious look. "I'm not joking. I really need that money." Liang Meifan pursed her lips, feigning indifference. "Fine then, it's your money. Spend it however you want." "But son," she continued, "the village chief said land will be redistributed next spring. With 4 people in our household, we should get around 10 mu at least. Even if grain doesn't sell for much, we can't let the land go to waste." To a farmer, land was heaven and earth. Li Mu remembered a lyric from Zhao Benchen's skit Red Sorghum modeling team on the 1997 Spring Festival Gala. "Land is mother, labor is father." That single line perfectly captured farmers' deep affection for their fields. "We'll definitely farm the land," Li Mu reassured her. "Even if my brother and I can't manage everything, we can always hire help later." Just as he finished speaking, Li Qianjin walked back and carrying reheated food. "Brother, dumplings and stir-fried eggs, come eat." "All right," Li Mu smiled, turning to take the plate of dumplings, burying his head in it without looking up once. Judging by how ravenously he ate, he'd been starving. No one could imagine how those past 10-odd days in the mountains had been for him. All 3 family members gathered around Li Mu, watching him eat intently. One cautioned, "Don't choke." Another asked, "Is it enough?" While someone else hurried to pour tea and water. Like a prince surrounded by admirers, Li Mu ate until he was completely full. And once sated, drowsiness set in quickly, especially for someone like Li Mu, who hadn't had a proper night's sleep in over 10 days. At this point, being allowed to return home and sleep on the Kong was more than enough. He'd have slept soundly even on bare ground. Seeing how utterly exhausted he was, the family didn't press him to keep talking. They quickly made up bedding for him and sent him off to sleep. And what a deep sleep it was. Li Mu slept straight from evening till noon the next day. When he finally opened his eyes, he nearly jumped out of his skin to see Li Siming staring intently at him. "Damn it. Fourth uncle, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know people can die from fright?" Li Mu shot upright, yawning widely as he reached toward the edge of the Kong. There, instead of the old padded jacket he'd worn into spring, sat a thick new black cotton padded coat. This wasn't just waking up. This jolt nearly made his brain fall out. "Mom, where's my old padded jacket?" Li Mu shouted suddenly, startling Liang Meifan, who was holding the old garment and about to dunk it into water. She slipped on the ground and nearly sprained her back. "What are you yelling for? Like a dog's biting you." Liang Meifan stormed into the room with the jacket in hand. But when she saw Li Mu sitting there shirtless, his torso covered in bruises, blue and purple marks, her nose stung with sudden emotion. Yesterday, the boy had stripped down and slipped under the quilt. Within less than a minute, he was snoring. At the time, she'd only felt sorry he must not have slept well in the mountains. Now she realized, it wasn't just lack of sleep. He'd been suffering. "Oh my god, why are you crying again? Just give me the jacket quick. I've got something hidden inside." Urgently, Li Mu reached out and yanked the jacket from Liang Meifan's arms, quickly feeling through the lining. His fingers closed around a stiff piece of paper that made a crisp crack sound. He slid his hand into a small hole inside and pulled out a neatly folded square of thick paper. He unfolded it carefully, checking it over. Seeing it was intact, he finally sighed in relief. Liang Meifan, now curious, leaned in to see what could be so precious. She didn't know until she looked, and then she nearly jumped. A bank deposit slip. 1,200 yuan deposit slip. Thank goodness it's not ruined. Otherwise, cashing it would have been a real headache, Li Mu said, handing the slip to Liang Meifan. Mom, you make sure to keep this safe. I'll need it for something big next spring. Though Liang Meifan didn't know exactly what Li Mu meant by something big, she didn't press him in front of others. Li Siming might technically be the eldest in the Li family, but they were distantly related, branches apart. Among outsiders, family loyalty might hold strong, but among fellow clansmen, that was never guaranteed. All right, I'll keep it safe for you, Liang Meifan said softly, tucking the slip carefully into her inner pocket, already thinking where to hide it once she was alone. Now seeing Li Mu trying to pull the old jacket back on, she quickly objected. Why wear that old thing when you've got a new one? Put it on. With that, Liang Meifan snatched the old jacket from Li Mu's hands and threw the new black cotton padded coat at him. Now get dressed, move it. Chapter 60, New Coat, Old Coat. Unable to argue with his mother, Li Mu had no choice but to put on the new padded jacket and leave home with Li Siming. Muzi, I don't know how to say this. When you left, you entrusted me with handling the mountain goods delivery, a big responsibility. But inside Li Mu's house earlier, Li Siming had been struggling with how to bring it up. Now he finally knew what to say, yet as the words reached the tip of his tongue, they burned like fire in his chest. Never mind, fourth uncle. I already know. The head chef at Golden Harvest said he wouldn't buy our goods anymore, but this time, when I went myself, he made it clear he'd accept mine. In the future, I'll have everyone hand over their harvest to me. I'll deliver them personally. Li Mu spoke simply, but Li Siming understood. The matter wasn't nearly that straightforward. If Li Mu was going to make all the deliveries from now on, he'd be taking on far greater risks. And once that path was taken, Li Siming didn't dwell on it further. No matter what, if they were to keep making money for the village, this was currently the best solution. There won't be any problem with the procurement station either. But Station Chief Zhou definitely won't buy only from us. He'll accept goods from others too. As more people deliver, prices will inevitably drop. Even if they rise later, it'll follow market trends, and Lakeside Hotel won't pay less than the procurement station. And by building a good relationship with Lakeside Hotel, we'll actually secure prices in the future that will only be higher than the procurement stations, never lower. With Li Mu laying everything out clearly, Li Siming finally felt his anxiety settle into his gut. Still, there was one more thing he needed to clarify with Li Mu. I didn't tell the villagers about the poisonous mushrooms. First, I didn't want to kill their motivation. Second, I feared no one would dare deliver again. I didn't want to stir up trouble unnecessarily. Li Mu paused mid-step, and Li Siming's heart clenched instantly. Did I mess up? Li Mu shook his head. No, wait until we get to village Chief Tao's place. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a mistake, just incomplete. But this wasn't something to point out directly. He wanted Li Siming to see it with his own eyes so he'd never repeat such an error. After all, Li Mu couldn't do this alone. He needed help, and trustworthy help at that. So Li Siming was worth investing in. They hadn't walked far before reaching the gate of Tao Qingshan's courtyard. The yard was bustling with weighing activities. As Li Mu watched villagers handing over black fungus and hazel mushrooms, immediately hung on scales and counted without inspection, his brow furrowed slightly. Fourth uncle, is this how you've been accepting goods now? Li Mu turned to Li Siming. The cold tone instantly jolted Li Siming's heart back into tension. Yeah, with snow falling these days, I told everyone to sort it home first. It's just too cold out here. Hearing this, Li Mu strode quickly toward Li Ganji, who was manning the scale. Ganzi brother, how many people have you weighed so far? Do you remember whose each portion belongs to after weighing? Just started. This is the first batch. Li Ganji replied with a smile, not pausing his work. But as he reached to jot down the weight in his notebook, Li Mu stopped him with a hand. Uncles, aunties, sisters and brothers. All of you. Let me tell you, I just returned yesterday from the county procurement station. Some low-life scoundrel mixed rubbish and impurities into our mountain goods before delivery. It caused our whole village to suffer. The price dropped 50 cents per gene. And worse, from now on, if anyone delivers substandard goods, regardless of whose, not only will their entire batch be rejected, but nobody from our village will be accepted. So please, before you deliver, check your goods carefully yourselves. Let's avoid getting stuck in a situation where truth can't be proven. No sooner had Li Mu finished than the waiting villagers burst into loud chatter. How could someone do such a thing? That's despicable. Nephew, we'd never do anything so wicked. We've been waking early and working late, strictly following every rule. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. Some gritted their teeth, wishing they could tear the culprit limb from limb. I know none of you would ever do such things. But to protect ourselves, I ask everyone's cooperation. Starting today, all goods must first be emptied into baskets and inspected before being weighed and packed. It adds some trouble, but it gives everyone peace of mind. If anything goes wrong, we'll have witnesses. We won't let anyone be wronged. With that, Li Mu turned and grabbed the sack currently on the scale. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted loudly, "Hey, old Li Three's son, don't think you're fooling us with your fancy talk. Fourth uncle didn't even mention anything about price cuts, so why are you the one bringing it up and saying the procurement station lowered our prices?" The moment he spoke, several others immediately chimed in. Many turned their eyes toward Li Siming. Li Siming's face flushed red on the spot, and he quickly retorted, "Everyone should listen to Li Mu. It's all because of him that the procurement station is even willing to take our goods. We owe that entirely to his connections." With that said, many of the villagers suppressed the suspicions they had just begun to feel. But the middle-aged man still pressed on, refusing to let go. Even if little Moo secured the connection, it's us who do the hard work. Why should everything he says go without question? Upon hearing this, Li Mu didn't show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, exactly. Getting the goods ready, that's all your effort. I, Li Mu, am just the one doing the talking. But then again, if you all want to keep selling through me to the procurement station, you'll have to follow my rules. If you don't, then by all means, go straight to the procurement station yourselves. With that, Li Mu turned to the woman standing at the front waiting to have her goods weighed. Aunt Gao, will you be selling through me, or would you rather deliver it yourself? The woman called Aunt Gao hesitated, torn for a moment. What that man said made sense. For over 10 days while Li Mu was away, he still took his cut every time. This one time alone, she'd lose more than 2 yuan. I'll deliver it myself. With those words, she yanked the bag of hazel mushrooms, already weighed, back toward her. Once one person chose to leave and sell on their own, the others followed, taking their goods and walking away. As they left, they grumbled under their breaths. We only came here because of old Fourth's reputation. How dare this kid Li Mu come back and start causing trouble? Fourth uncle doesn't say a word. If he led by example and sold through him, we'd be happy to follow. One complaint after another rang out. Li Mu listened to their muttering, not the least bit angered. Instead, he watched them almost like an amused spectator. Chapter 61, a handful of roasted hazelnuts. Where there was trouble, there was also praise. Still, a few people chose to deliver their goods to Li Mu, letting him pour out and inspect the dried wild products they had carefully sorted before weighing them. But only a handful came, mostly elderly folk too tired or unwilling to make the trip into town. Li Siming stood by, deeply embarrassed and slightly panicked, stepping toward Li Mu. Muzi, I'm really sorry, look at this mess. It's fine. If I can't sell mountain goods, I can still fish. Honestly, fourth uncle, you should have told everyone about the poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, you'd be putting them in danger. Li Mu said this openly, not trying to hide anything from those around. An old couple who had just finished weighing their black fungus and hadn't yet left froze upon hearing this. Their eyes widened in shock. Poisonous mushrooms? Were there poison mushrooms mixed into our village's goods? Though elderly, the couple were sharp-minded. Otherwise they wouldn't have chosen to stay and hand over their harvest to Li Mu for delivery. They never expected to hear something so terrifying. Yes, poisonous mushrooms were found in our hazel mushrooms. They were delivered to a restaurant, but the chef tasted the dish during preparation and caught it in time, preventing mass poisoning. Li Mu revealed the full truth without hesitation. The couple recalled his earlier words. Little Mu, you're doing the right thing. Food meant to be eaten must be handled with care, especially mushrooms, since many species look nearly identical. Little Mu, please check ours extra carefully. We can't have any poisonous ones slipping through. The two elders urged him repeatedly. Li Mu quickly assured them. Don't worry, we'll inspect everything thoroughly. Hearing that, the couple finally felt reassured and left. No sooner had they gone than Tian Xiaohu arrived, followed closely by Li Ergu and Zhang Biaozi. Brother Mu, you're back. Brother Mu, Brother Mu. All three stood well over 1.8 meters tall, yet they treated Li Mu, barely over 1.7, with utmost respect. You three coming is perfect. I was just about to find you, Li Mu said with a smile. At those words, the three grew even more excited, especially Tian Xiaohu. Brother Mu, does this mean we can go fishing again? It had been nearly a month since they last fished, ever since Li Mu got busy collecting wild mountain goods and heading deep into the forest. Not that they couldn't fish on their own, but once caught, they didn't know how to sell the fish. Li Jianjun had tried selling fish before, but he was caught by market regulators before even reaching the county town and ended up paying a fine instead. So they dared not fish, at least not for sale. They couldn't set up stalls in town for fear of being stopped, and the market booths required both payment and an introducer. Of course we're fishing. This afternoon is perfect. We'll prepare more nets. And we'll trap rabbits and foxes too. I've come up with a new kind of trap. We can test how well it works. With that, Li Mu turned to Li Ganzi and Li Siming. Fourth uncle, Brother Ganzi, go ask the brothers and uncles who helped with deliveries if anyone wants to join me for fishing and trapping. Fishing pays 5 kwai per person per day. Rabbits are 4 kwai each, foxes 20. If you're in, we leave right after lunch. Hearing this, how could Li Ganzi and Li Siming refuse? That's more than what delivery pays. Who wouldn't go? Li Ganzi laughed, immediately gathering the others who had helped with deliveries and telling them the news. Sure enough, all 4 of the remaining men agreed without hesitation. They all knew about the poisonous mushrooms and strongly supported Li Mu's actions today. As for Li Siming's earlier suggestion to keep it quiet from the villagers, they felt a bit uneasy inside. Luckily, head chef Jean, respecting Li Mu, hadn't pressed charges. Otherwise, they'd all have been hauled off to the inspection team. And if that happened, every one of them who sold mushrooms to hotels would end up behind bars. Though they felt bitter about it, Li Siming was their senior in age and status, so they couldn't say much. After finalizing the fishing plan, Li Mu dismissed the group, urging them to go home early, rest, eat a good meal, and save their strength for work that afternoon. As for Li Mu, he was at Tao village now, so naturally he had to visit village chief Tao. Uncle Tao, Aunt Zeng, Li Mu greeted as he entered the house. Come in, sit down quick. Zeng Changjin had heard Li Mu speaking outside and wanted to step out to help, but Tao Qingshan stopped her. She felt utterly frustrated by it. Now seeing Li Mu enter, she hurriedly invited him to sit at the warm corner of the Kong, then placed a generous handful of freshly roasted pine nuts on the small table in front of him. Have some. They were stir-fried by Yi Mei, very fragrant. With that, Zheng Changjin turned and fetched a small cloth bundle from the cabinet. She opened it and pushed it directly in front of him. 200 yuan. Count it, Muzi, see if it's right. Li Mu looked at the money handed to him and didn't hesitate at all, instead carefully counting each note. 200 yuan, not a single fin missing. Aunt Zheng, you're amazing, making this much so quickly. As if I earned all this myself. It was Imei. She took the leftover pine nuts and hazelnuts we had sorted out and sold them at the market. Add that to my mountain goods earnings, and that's how we reached this amount. Just today, she went to the market again, Aunt Zheng said with a smile, her eyes brimming with pride. Li Mu hadn't expected Tao Imei would actually go sell roasted snacks. He casually popped one of the soybeans from the table into his mouth. Still 5-spice flavor, and so crunchy. Tasty, right? This is something she learned from her grandmother when she was little. Never thought she'd remember, let alone turn it into something profitable. As Aunt Zheng spoke, the smile on her lips deepened. Then later, I'll head to the market and buy a few jean myself. Good for snacking when we chat. Li Mu chimed in, genuine delight evident in his eyes, not the slightest bit forced. But just then, Tao Qingshan suddenly asked, Mu Zi, what do you think of Li Siming as a person? Fourth uncle? He's too emotional. Gets things done properly, sure, but lacks tact. He doesn't know how to maneuver or calculate. If we were to arrange a match between him and Imei, I really don't think it would work. Li Mu assumed Tao Qingshan was asking about Imei's marriage prospects and answered carefully. To his surprise, Tao Qingshan replied, what if I let him take over my position instead? Li Mu found the idea unexpected but not shocking. That could work. Fourth uncle may be roughly my age, but he does hold seniority in terms of Beifeng. Making him village chief might keep some people in line. That wasn't exactly high praise. Tao Qingshan hesitated, his brow furrowing tightly. If he can't handle it, would you consider taking the role yourself? No way. I don't want to be village chief. Li Mu quickly refused. Being village chief is exhausting. You have to please everyone, maintain balance everywhere. No, I'd rather focus on making money. Chapter 62, Undignified. When Li Mu said that, Tao Qingshan was both annoyed and amused. You little rascal, all you care about is making money. If you do a good job as village chief, the money will flow in like water anyway. That pittance from being village chief? Not worth my time. When I make money, I aim big. Li Mu spoke with such boldness that even Tao Qingshan couldn't help but secretly nod in approval. Good. Ambitious. But still, you have to take on this role of village chief. What? Uncle Tao, don't joke around with me. At those words, Li Mu quickly stood up from the Kong, staring at Tao Qingshan in disbelief. I'm not joking. I mean it. You must be the next village chief. Tao Qingshan's tone was firm, showing no hint of jest, which left Li Mu flustered. He scratched his head, puzzled. Uncle Tao, what are you playing at? I've only just returned. How can you ask me to become village chief already? I don't have the ability for this. Tao Qingshan looked him up and down as if inspecting a freshly born piglet, then tapped his pipe against the edge of the Kong. Muir, don't rush to refuse. I've seen how you handled the wild goods business when you went back to the county. You're sharp-minded, decisive, brave, and strategic. This village needs someone like you to lead it. Hearing this, Li Mu became even more uneasy. He waved his hands hurriedly. No way. Uncle Tao, you know I value freedom. Making me village chief would tie me down completely. Besides, I'm not much of a talker. I'll end up offending people. He hadn't even married yet, nor established himself. Weren't there plenty of elders in front of him who were older and higher ranked? But Tao Qingshan seemed to see right through his thoughts. After taking 2 more puffs of his pipe, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Fine. I admit I was testing you. Since you don't want it, I won't force you. Li Mu thought of Li Siming hiding the truth about the poisonous mushrooms, clearly knowing deep down he had reason to resent him. Though Li Mu managed to smooth things over afterward, the grudge lingered. Tao Qingshan took another couple of drags on his tobacco pipe. Who else can we count on if not Li Siming? You're perfectly healthy yourself, Uncle Tao. If you step down now, how will you maintain authority in the village later? Li Mu saw right through Tao's trap. He knew exactly what was going on, but he also realized he had no choice but to play along. Tao Qingshan coughed out some phlegm, his expression turning serious. Muir, don't dodge the issue with me. I know my own body. These past couple of years, I've been declining steadily. Don't say that, Uncle Tao. With your health, you could easily serve another 10 or 8 years. Li Mu hurried to comfort him. After leaving Tao's house, Li Mu turned the corner straight back home. Liang Meifan was sitting in the courtyard, picking beans. Seeing Li Mu return, she looked up and asked, Muzi, why are you back so soon? Did everything get settled? Yeah, all taken care of. This afternoon, I plan to go fishing with Ganzi and the others, try out that new idea. Upon hearing fishing, Liang Meifan frowned. Fishing? It's freezing cold out. The river water is icy. Don't catch a chill. Don't worry, Ma. I'm dressed warmly. Nothing's gonna happen. Li Mu thumped his chest proudly to show he was strong and sturdy. You fool. Get inside quick. It's windy out here. Liang Meifan scolded, setting aside her beans and pulling Li Mu into the house. Inside, Li Mu told her every detail of his conversation with Tao Qingshan. Li Guozhang sat on the Kong, chewing on his tobacco pipe. After listening, Liang Meifan's expression grew grave. So old man Tao wants you to succeed him as village chief? Li Mu sighed helplessly. Yes, Ma. I've barely settled back in. Don't even understand half of what's happening. And suddenly they want me to be village chief? How can I possibly manage that? I really don't want to do it. Li Guozhang finally spoke up. Then why didn't you speak well for your fourth brother? Wouldn't it bring honor to our family if Siming becomes chief? Liang Meifan shot him a glare. You think I don't know Siming's temperament? If he becomes village chief, he'd stir up chaos in no time. We can't risk ruining the whole village just for a bit of false pride. Hearing his younger brother criticized, Li Guozhang felt irritated. That's not fair. Sure, fourth brother's straightforward, but that's because he's honest-hearted, not malicious. And besides, if he becomes chief, wouldn't he look after us relatives? Pa, if he truly cared for family, he wouldn't have sent Mu'er to risk his life collecting those poisonous mushrooms. Look what happened today. Mu'er nearly got mobbed by villagers when the truth almost came out. Shamed by his wife's words, Li Guozhang fell silent. He really did want his own brother to become village chief, so they'd have someone in a position of power to rely on later. But Liang Meifan wasn't wrong either, given Li Siming's temperament. Who knew what kind of trouble he'd stir up if he actually became chief? All right, both of you, stop arguing, Li Mu said helplessly, cutting off their quarrel. Ma ba, don't worry. Old Town knows what he's doing. Anyway, what's for dinner? What are we eating today? Stewed green beans and cornbread. As she spoke, Liang Meifan carried the dishes into the house. The moment Li Mu caught the smell, his hunger hit him full force. He quickly helped her set the food on the table. So delicious. Ma, your cooking is unbeatable. Li Mu grabbed a piece of cornbread and took a big bite. Seeing her son enjoy the meal, Liang Meifan felt happy inside. Slow down, nobody's competing with you. Where's the Gu? Why isn't he here? Li Qianjin wasn't in the room. Normally, he'd be home by mealtime. Why wasn't he around today? He went out with your sister-in-law to check the county town for any work they could do, wanting to earn a few extra coins to help cover your wedding expenses. Li Mu nearly got a toothache from that. Big brother hasn't even built a house for his own wife yet, and now he's thinking about arranging my marriage? Li Guozhang chuckled. Why not? The house can wait. You're making money now. You'll get married before you know it. Hearing that, Li Mu almost choked on a green bean and had to gulp down water to recover. Bah, aren't you jumping the gun a bit? I just started earning some cash, and you're already pushing me into marriage. I'm not ready mentally. Liang Meifan gave Li Mu a light smack on the head. What's there to fear about getting married? Look at your older brother. He's doing just fine with his wife. You're just overthinking things. Li Mu rubbed the spot where he'd been hit, let out a silly laugh, and didn't push back on the subject anymore. After dinner, Li Mu put on his military-style padded coat and headed to the yard to gather his fishing gear. Li Guozhang passed by and glanced over. What are you taking all this stuff for? Aren't you going fishing with Ganzi and the others? Chapter 63, Brawl. You can't catch enough fish with just one net. You gotta take a few more and bring back a good haul, Li Mu said as he packed up. Hearing this, Li Guozhang was pleased. All right then, take plenty. Catch as much as you can. We'll finally get to taste some fresh fish. Li Mu nodded, finished gathering the fishing gear, and headed out. By then, Tian Xiaohu and the others were already waiting at the village entrance. Seeing Li Mu appear, they quickly rushed over. Brother Mu, what you got there? Tian Xiaohu stared curiously at the tools in Li Mu's hands. Just nets and fishing gear, what else? Li Mu laughed and patted Tian Xiaohu on the shoulder. Brother Mu, where are you planning to fish this time? Back to that old spot again. Li Ergo joined in. Nah, we're trying somewhere new, downstream. Might have more fish there. With that, Li Mu led the group out of the village. They chatted and joked along the way until they ran into Li Jianjun, who was walking with a sour expression, lost in thought. Seeing him, Li Mu teased, Jianjun, what's eating you? Your face is longer than Changbai Mountain. Li Jianjun felt unlucky seeing Li Mu again. Everywhere he went, there Li Mu was. And now surrounded by so many people, that made him even angrier. Nothing, just not in a good mood, Li Jianjun snapped. Li Mu instantly understood, it was still about being caught while fishing earlier. That's all in the past, don't dwell on it. Today we go fishing, make a nice profit. What do you say? Li Mu said, patting Li Jianjun on the shoulder. Go to hell, what are you scheming at? Don't think I don't know. You just want to laugh at me. Li Jianjun violently shrugged off Li Mu's hand and turned away furiously. Li Mu didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled. Jianjun, you really need to work on your temper, or how will you ever get along in the village? Not your business. Mind your own damn affairs. Li Jianjun shot back, refusing any goodwill. Li Ergo had a short fuse. He stepped forward and shoved Li Jianjun hard. What did you say? Brother Mu's trying to help you, and you can't even tell right from wrong. Li Jianjun stumbled, nearly falling. He exploded with rage. What the hell? Why'd you push me? In an instant, the two were locked in a scuffle. Li Mu rushed in to stop them. Enough. Stop it, both of you. What are you doing? But they were too angry to listen, trading punches and kicks wildly. Tian Xiaohu and the others hurried to help pull them apart. It took a while before the crowd managed to separate them. Li Jianjun stood panting, glaring at Li Ergo with burning hatred. Li Ergo glared back defiantly, eyes wide with anger. So because you earned a bit of stinking money, you think you're somebody? Today I'll show you exactly how many eyes Horse King has. Li Jianjun shouted, lunging toward Li Ergo again. Li Mu quickly blocked him. What are you doing? We're all neighbors here. What's there to fight for? Ergo, ignore him. You know how he is. Li Ergo was still fuming, but since Li Mu had spoken, he backed down. Fine, Brother Mu, I'll listen to you. But this isn't over. If he ever speaks to me like that again, I won't hold back. Hearing this, Li Jianjun grew even angrier. Oh yeah? You want to beat me up again? Think I'm scared of you? Seeing the two about to clash again, Li Mu quickly intervened. All right, enough. Let's go. Move. After they'd walked far away, Li Jianjun winced in pain, wiped his face, and saw blood streaking his hand. His skin had broken open. Damn it, Li Ergo really hit hard. Li Jianjun spat angrily. Meanwhile, Li Ganzi and Li Siming, along with the delivery crew, were already waiting by the river bend. Seeing Li Mu and the others arrive, they hurried over. Mu, why were you so late? We've been waiting forever, Li Ganzi said with a smile, though his eyes flickered toward Tian Xiaohu and the others behind Li Mu. Li Mu brushed snow off his coat. Had a little trouble on the way, delayed us a bit. When Li Siming saw Li Mu had arrived, he quickly stepped forward and gestured to the men behind him. I called everyone I could. Is this enough? Li Mu nodded. Plenty. Too many people would just cause problems. We'll set the nets in shifts, keep things quiet. Tian Xiaohu was stunned. Set nets? The river hasn't even thawed yet. How are we supposed to fish? This is just pointless. But Li Mu smiled mysteriously. That's where you're wrong. I've got my ways. Curious, everyone crowded around, eager to learn what trick Li Mu had up his sleeve. Li Mu took a small bottle from his pocket, poured out some black powder, and sprinkled it evenly over the fishing net. What's that stuff? Tian Xiaohu asked curiously. This is my special medicinal powder. It attracts fish. Li Ganzi sniffed the air, then slapped his thigh. Isn't this that black fish bait? Back when I was in the county, I saw folks using this to catch fish. Works like magic. Smells strong enough to knock you over. Once fish catch a whiff, they'll be belly up in no time. Ganzi's got a sharp nose. That's exactly what it is. I picked it up last time I was in the county, from an old fisherman. He told me this stuff is mighty effective. No need to wait long after casting the net. Guaranteed a full haul. In truth, such miracle fishing powders hadn't yet appeared on the market in the 1980s. This formula was based solely on Li Mu's memories. At that time, people didn't know fish were especially drawn to earthworms, redworms, or fermented grain leftovers. Li Mu had asked Liang Meifan for some leftover fermented grains, scraps of rice, and vegetable waste, mixed in a bit of cow and chicken manure, boiled the whole concoction in a pot for a while, then dried it and ground it into powder. Liang Meifan hated seeing good food go to waste and kept muttering that her son was squandering money. Still, deep down, she hoped he'd actually catch some fish and bring home some income. Li Mu hadn't told her the real purpose. She would have definitely stopped him, calling it unhygienic and dangerous for digestion. But Li Mu knew better. The powder wasn't meant to be eaten by the fish, just to lure them. What harm could come from that? Besides, he'd already tested this method once, scattered a handful into a small creek bend, and within moments, fish gathered in swarms. Hearing this, everyone grew excited and urged Li Mu to set the nets quickly. Hold on. First, let me tell you all how we'll split the earnings. At the mention of money, everyone perked up, not wanting to miss a single word. Li Mu cleared his throat. Fishing pays 5 yuan per day per person. Rabbit is 4 yuan each, fox 20 yuan each. I'll pay double for those. If we catch wild boars, roe deer, or anything bigger, we'll negotiate separately. Fair enough. Everyone agreed, it was reasonable. Li Siming's eyes flickered as he began calculating. Chapter 64, Trying to get a bargain. Muzi, you've set such a fair price. Us brothers following you will definitely work hard, Li Siming said with a grin, slapping Li Mu's shoulder like they were the closest of buddies. Li Mu smiled back. Of course, we're all neighbors and kin here. I won't shortchange anyone. As long as everyone gives their best, the money won't be lacking. Li Ganzi and the others quickly chimed in. Muzi, don't you worry. We'll give it our all, won't let you down. Li Mu nodded, then began assigning tasks. All right then, let's start casting the nets. Brother Gon, take a few men over there. Just be careful not to tear the net. Xiaohu, you and Ergo go that way. Spread it evenly. Fourth brother, you take your group over there. Let's split up. We'll finish faster this way. The group called out their assent and moved off, but Li Siming stayed put. Noticing he hadn't budged, Li Mu urged him. Fourth brother, why aren't you moving? Go on, lead your team to cast the nets. Li Siming chuckled. Muzi, how good is this powder of yours really? I hope we're not going to waste our time for nothing. Li Mu thumped his chest proudly. Fourth brother, just trust me. This stuff works great. I tested it once myself. Results were fantastic. As long as we follow the plan, these fish aren't going anywhere. Hearing that, Li Siming waited until the others had drifted further away, then leaned in close to Li Mu's ear and whispered. Muzi, if this powder really works this well, you'd better save me some extra. I want to try it on my own later. Li Mu burst out laughing. Fourth brother, now you're just trying to get a bargain out of me. Do you know how hard it was to make this stuff? Don't go wasting it. Li Siming's face dropped instantly. Muzi, now you're talking nonsense. We're all from the same village. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Fourth brother, you've misunderstood. I'm not suspicious of you, but this powder isn't plentiful. I want to keep what little I have for all of us to use together. Li Mu remained cautious. After all, preparing the powder was extremely laborious. If Li Siming used too much secretly, there wouldn't be any left for the others. All right, fourth brother, no more talk. After this fishing run, if there's any left, I'll give you some. That's final. With that, Li Mu turned away and walked off to urge the others to hurry with the nets. Huzi, pull your hand back. Are you stupid? Sprinkle like that. The fish haven't even arrived yet, and you'll stink everyone out. Spread it evenly. Don't waste good stuff. As he spoke, Li Mu strode over to Tian Xiaohu, snatched the bottle of powder from his hand, and demonstrated himself. Watch closely, like this. Even spread, no waste. Tian Xiaohu scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Brother Mu, it's my first time doing this. I'm just not very good at it yet. Li Mu crouched down, scooped a handful of ice chunks floating on the river surface, and frowned slightly. This ice still hasn't fully melted. We need to speed things up and finish laying the nets ASAP. Tian Xiaohu and the others quickly followed suit, crouching low and beginning to sprinkle the powder carefully. Seeing everyone working with enthusiasm, Li Mu turned and went to check on the other groups. Li Ganzi's team had already finished setting their net and were standing by the bank waiting for Li Mu to inspect. Li Mu approached Li Ganzi and patted his shoulder. Brother Gon, You guys did well. Net's intact. Good job. Muzi, don't you worry. We've done this plenty of times. This little task won't trip us up. Limu nodded, then moved from one group to another, inspecting each net. Finding everything in order, he finally felt reassured. By now, dusk was settling in. Limu glanced up at the sky, mentally calculating the time. Everyone, push a bit harder. Let's finish laying all the nets before dark. Limu shouted. All redoubled their efforts, and finally, just before nightfall, the last net was successfully laid. Standing on the riverbank, Limu looked out at the neat rows of fishing nets across the water. All right, everyone worked hard today. Let's head back and rest. We'll come early tomorrow morning to haul them in. With that, Limu led the group back toward the village. Back in the village, Limu told everyone to go rest. He himself headed to Li Ganzi's house, wanting to discuss the net hauling plans for tomorrow. When Li Ganzi saw Limu arrive, he hurried to meet him. Muzi, what brings you here? Something up. Limu smiled. Brother gone. I came to talk about tomorrow's net hauling. We need to get up early. Aim to pull the nets before sunrise. If the fish stay trapped too long, they'll start dying. Li Ganzi nodded. Sure thing, Muzi. You say the word, I'll do it. I'll get up early tomorrow and go wake everyone. Limu had wanted to bring up Li Siming, but after some thought, decided against it. After all, they were all in the same boat now. Better to wait until after this fishing job was done. Limu gave Li Ganzi a few more reminders about tomorrow's net hauling plans before turning to leave. As soon as he walked into his house, he saw Li Qianjin sitting dejectedly on the edge of the Kong. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing Li Qianjin like this, Limu already had a rough idea. What else could it be? Got completely turned away in the county town. Didn't find work. Got laughed at instead. Zhang Meifan marched in carrying a steaming bowl of soup, which she placed onto the table without much care, clearly irritated. Hearing this, Limu understood exactly what had happened. His big brother must have hit another dead in looking for a job. Brother, don't take it too hard. Finding work depends on timing and fate. Maybe tomorrow you'll land something great. Li Qianjin sighed deeply. I know how things are. Jobs in the city aren't that easy to come by. Besides, I'm not educated. Bosses wouldn't even look twice at someone like me. When Limu heard that, he immediately objected. Brother, you're thinking about this all wrong. So what if we're not educated? We've got strength, skills, and we're willing to work hard. Why shouldn't we find good jobs? The 1980s were still early days of reform and opening up. While the spring breeze hadn't quite reached this little mountain village yet, life had gotten considerably better. At least no one needed to worry about going hungry anymore. Limu patted Li Qianjin on the shoulder. Don't you worry, brother. I may not have many talents, but I can certainly help someone get a decent job. Once this fishing is over, I'll take you to the county town myself and find you good work. But Li Qianjin wasn't keen. That won't do it all. You've got your hands full with this fishing business. How can I make my younger brother take time out for me? And you know how I am. I'm not good with words. Even if I go to the county, I probably won't amount to much. Enough. Zhang Meifan couldn't stand listening any longer. She grabbed a broom and started swatting at Li Qianjin. Stop your whining. Muzi is kindly trying to help you, and you're not even grateful? If you keep lazing around like this, you'll never amount to anything in life. Seeing his mother getting serious, Li Qianjin quickly scrambled aside. Ma, why resort to violence? No fighting at home. Muzi, talk her down. I'm already thinking of ways, see? Limu quickly stepped forward to pull Zhang Meifan back. Ma, stop hitting brother. He just hasn't seen things clearly yet. Once he does, everything will be fine. Zhang Meifan huffed and threw the broom down. The boy's just asking for a beating. Yet, from the corner of her eye, tears began to well up. Chapter 65, Fooling Around. This won't work, that won't work either. Limu thought of how hard his older brother had struggled in his previous life just to find work, how much hardship he'd endured, only to lose his life in an accident in the end. In this lifetime, he was determined to help his brother find a good job and live a better life. With that in mind, Limu looked at Li Qianjin seriously and said, Brother, listen to me. I'll help you find a job, one that's definitely better than farming at home. Li Qianjin still hesitated. But I've got no education. What could I possibly do if I go to the county? Limu smiled. Don't worry, brother. You don't need formal education for every job in the city. Besides, aren't you a carpenter? That skill is in high demand there. I'll ask around and see if there's any carpentry work where you can put your skills to use. Hearing this, Li Qianjin's eyes lit up instantly. Really? You mean my skills might actually be useful in the city? Zhang Meifan dropped her broom and slumped down on the edge of the Kong, sighing deeply. It's easy enough to find work, but making money's another story. Living in the city costs more. If he doesn't find the right job, it'd all be for nothing, just pointless trouble. Others might not know, but Limu was well aware that carpentry didn't have much market here now. But wasn't every furniture shop and renovation company in the city in need of carpenters? As long as the craftsmanship was good and prices were fair, there'd never be a shortage of work. And in a few years, the wave of economic reform would sweep across the South, where humid conditions meant ordinary households needed solid, durable wooden furniture. Carpentry would definitely thrive. Limu patted his chest confidently, assuring Zhang Meifan, Mom, you just leave it to me. Maybe I don't have many talents, but I can definitely help brother find a decent job. After this fishing trip, I'll take him to the county and find him good work, guaranteed to earn good money. What kind of job? Li Guozhang let out a surprised, from outside, rushing in with a worried look on his face. Muzi, where are you off to? I heard from villagers you're planning to lead everyone out fishing. Where have you been running around again? Smelling like alcohol. Did you go drinking with that idiot brother of yours who yells when he stubs his toe? We agreed today we discussed the fishing plans. Why did you go drink instead? The moment Li Guizhong stepped inside, Jiang Xuefan caught the smell of liquor. She turned from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of hot soup, which she set on the table. Her voice carried clear disapproval. What's gotten into you? We agreed today was for discussing the fishing plans. Why'd you go drink? You reek of alcohol. What kind of example is that? Chastised, Li Guizhong grew embarrassed. He scratched his head and explained, I just had a few extra cups with the brothers, that's all. I'm happy, okay? Our Musie's about to lead everyone fishing. I couldn't help celebrating. Li Mu didn't even pause from cracking sunflower seeds. Dad, did you go boasting again? Li Mu sighed helplessly and shook his head. Dad, why do you keep doing this? I just finished arranging everything with everyone, and you go out drinking and bragging. That's not helping, it's making things harder. Seeing Li Mu upset, Li Guizhong quickly offered an apologetic smile. Musie, don't be mad. I'm just excited, that's all. Besides, I was promoting you, letting people know you're organizing the fishing. Isn't that a good thing? Li Mu could only respond with exasperated amusement. Dad, are you really helping me, or are you causing me trouble? If we end up catching nothing, people will laugh at me because of your big talk. Jiang Xuefan chimed in from the side, scolding, exactly. You old man, always messing things up. Musie finally has a good idea, so stop getting in the way. Under their criticism, Li Guizhong deflated, scratching his head and muttering quietly. I just wanted to help Musie out. How'd it turn into making trouble? Li Mu dreaded nothing more than his old man getting excited and blabbing uncontrollably. If they made money, fine, but if they didn't, or made too little, his reputation in the village would be ruined. How could he ever lead anything again? Thinking this through, Li Mu fixed his father with a serious look. Dad, could you please drink less in the future, and stop going around boasting? When you do that, I can't hold my head high in the village. You know our family situation. Now I finally have an idea to organize everyone and get things moving. You really shouldn't be making it harder. Alright. I'll drink less, won't go blabbing anymore. Happy now. Jiang Xuefan shot him a sharp glance. With snow melting soon and spring planting coming, you better stay home and focus on tending the fields. Jiang Xuefen's face clouded over at the mention of it. With 4 of us in the family, we should be able to get a few mu of good land. We could plant some crops and have a decent harvest, she said as she ladled a bowl of hot soup for Li Guizhong and placed it before him. Li Mu grabbed an ear of corn and took a bite, chewing as he asked, Mom, what should we grow in the fields? Northeast China's black soil was precious, almost magical. Almost anything planted there would grow well, and grow abundantly. Jiang Xuefan sighed. What we grow depends on the production team's orders. We can't just decide for ourselves what to plant. It has to be approved by the team. Usually it's sorghum, corn, soybeans, staple crops every year. Nothing ever changes. Li Mu fell into thought. He remembered that in his previous life, around this time, some villagers had secretly started growing vegetables and melons to sell in the city, making quite a bit of money. If he could grow something special and sell it in the county, he'd definitely earn a good profit. At the thought, Li Mu's eyes lit up. He turned to Jiang Xuefan and said, Mom, could we grow something different? Like strawberries or watermelons? Jiang Xuefan looked startled. Musie, where did you hear about such things? Can we even grow strawberries and watermelons here? Li Mu smiled. Mom, why not? The climate and soil here are rich and strong. Anything will grow. Besides, city folks love eating strawberries and watermelons. If we grew them, we'd surely fetch a high price. No way. Don't go causing trouble. Every year we have to deliver grain and public taxes to the team. You can't just plant whatever you want. How can you be so reckless? Hearing Li Mu's suggestion, Jiang Xuefan immediately became anxious and set down her bowl. Seeing her worry, Li Mu quickly explained, Mom, I'm not saying we do it right now. I'm just saying that if we ever get the chance later, we could give it a try. Chapter 66. Envy. Go to hell. Just talk is cheap. Li Mu tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Lying on his back with arms behind his head, he stared at the dim oil lamp. Li Qianjin was woken by the noise. Li Guizhong rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, Musie, what's wrong with you? Why are you tossing around like this in the middle of the night? Dad, I'm just feeling troubled. I can't fall asleep. Don't worry about those troubles now. Wait till morning light comes. If you don't get proper sleep now, how will you have energy tomorrow? After saying that, Li Guizhong rolled over and quickly fell back asleep. Li Mu didn't close his eyes until the latter half of the night. He slept straight through until dawn, when Jiang Xuefan yanked him off the Kong bed. Musie, why are you still sleeping? Get up quickly. Everyone's waiting for you to eat. Li Mu rubbed his eyes, dazed as he looked at Jiang Xuefan. Mom, what time is it even? Why eat already? Jiang Xuefan tidied up the bedding while replying. What time do you think it is? Look outside. It's broad daylight already. Hurry up, wash your face and brush your teeth, then come eat. Only then did Li Mu notice that it was fully bright outside, sunlight streaming through the window onto the Kong. He quickly climbed down from the bed, got dressed, washed up, and walked into the main room. Breakfast was already laid out on the table, steaming bowls of corn porridge and a few wild vegetable dumplings. Li Mu sat down, picked up one of the dumplings, and took a bite. Then came the voice of Li Ganji from outside. Musie, are you up yet? Li Mu quickly put down the dumpling, wiped his mouth, and shouted back, Ganzi brother, I'm up. Just wait a minute, I'll be right out. Ah, you haven't even finished eating, don't rush off so fast. Finish your meal first. Li Mu had no choice but to sit back down and hurriedly ate the rest of the dumpling, drank 2 gulps of porridge, then set down his bowl and chopsticks and headed out. Seeing Li Mu appear, Li Ganji quickly stepped forward. Musie, eaten yet? If not, come to my place. My wife just made fresh pancakes, smells so good. I've eaten. Where are the others? Li Ganji pointed toward the riverbank. They're all down by the river, waiting for you to go cast nets together. Li Mu nodded and headed toward the river. When he arrived, everyone was already gathered, waiting for him. Li Siming was getting impatient, staring intently at the net they'd set yesterday. Will we even catch any fish? My heart's racing, feels like chaos inside. Don't worry, the fish won't escape. Come on, start from Hutzi's end. Just pull up the net according to yesterday's positions. With that, Li Mu led the group in hauling in the net. Everyone followed the assigned spots, gripping the net tightly. Soon, one after another, lively, jumping fish appeared before their eyes. Tian Xiaohu, seeing this, broke into a wide grin. Haha, we really caught fish. Brother Mu, your method really works. This must weigh dozens of gene at least. Li Mu smiled. It's definitely more than just dozens of gene. Let's weigh it later and see. Everyone scrambled to remove the fish from the net and place them into prepared bamboo baskets. Before long, the baskets were full. Looking at the overflowing fish baskets, Li Mu felt incredibly joyful. This fishing trip would not only allow everyone to enjoy a hearty feast of fish, but also bring in some money to help support their households. Musi, look at mine. I feel like my catch is pitiful. Just tiny fry, not a single big fish. Li Siming complained while removing fish. Li Mu glanced over and saw that Siming's basket indeed held nothing but small fry, not a large fish in sight. He smiled and said, Fourth brother, remember, haste makes waste. Fishing takes patience. Don't rush. Hey, I've got a dark, huge fish here. Come take a look. Li Ganji suddenly shouted, and everyone rushed over. Sure enough, struggling violently in Li Ganji's net was a large black fish, desperately trying to escape. Seeing this, Li Mu laughed. Ganzi brother, your luck is truly amazing. You actually caught such a big black fish. Li Ganji grinned proudly. Haha, ain't it the truth? My luck's unbeatable. Let's stew this black fish later. Let everyone taste something fresh. Brother Chuzi, save this fish and sell it to a restaurant. It'll fetch a great price. Black fish are rare. City restaurants fight over them. Upon hearing this, Li Chuzi's eyes lit up immediately. Really? So this black fish could actually sell for top dollar. He quickly removed the black fish from the net and carefully placed it into a separate basket, afraid of injuring it. Li Siming watched enviously. They were fishing the same river. Why was Li Siming so unlucky? After all that effort, all he'd caught were tiny fry, not even a trace of a decent-sized fish. He was so anxious inside, like an ant on a hot skillet, pacing in circles. Even Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi, who were coming with Li Mu to fish for the first time, had their nets full when they hauled them in. Seeing the lively, jumping fish in their baskets, both of them couldn't stop grinning. Zhang Biaozi patted Li Ergo's shoulder and laughed. Ergo, look at our luck. First time following Brother Mu fishing, and we've already caught so many fish. We'll eat well this time. Li Ergo also smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. Yeah, Biaozi, our luck's really good. Brother Mu's method truly works. From now on, we'll follow Brother Mu. We're definitely going to make big money. Li Siming felt even more envious. Restaurants wouldn't even glance at tiny fry. They couldn't fetch a good price either. It itched inside his chest like being scratched by a cat's paw. Unbearable. He glared at Li Mu, his eyes almost shooting flames. Musi, how come your method works so well? I've been fishing all this time, yet I only got these little fry? Seeing Li Siming's anxious expression, Li Mu chuckled and comforted him. Fourth brother, don't worry. Fishing also depends on fate. Maybe soon you'll catch some big ones. Just wait a bit more. Don't rush. After saying that, Li Mu turned and went to check other people's nets. Hearing Li Mu's words, Li Siming felt a bit better inside, but still couldn't resist peeking into his own fish basket again, hoping a miracle might appear. Unfortunately, no miracle came. His basket still held only tiny fry. He sighed, helplessly shaking his head. Just then, he suddenly heard cheers erupt. It turned out that Li Ganji had pulled up another big fish. He looked at that large fish with envy, the itch inside growing even stronger. There's no way my luck could be this bad. Li Siming gritted his teeth and decided to try once more. Picking up his net, he walked to another spot and began casting his net. Chapter 67, The Big Market. This time, he laid the net with particular care, executing every movement precisely, finishing by scattering the medicinal powder residue evenly. After setting the net, he stood still, eyes locked on the water, not wanting to miss a single detail. Others' fish baskets were gradually filling up too. Though the sizes varied, their catch would certainly bring in a decent side income. Li Mu paced along the riverbank, occasionally instructing everyone where to add more nets or adjust positions. He knew it all like the back of his hand. As the sun climbed higher, glinting across the rippling surface of the river, Li Mu judged the time right and called out. Let's pull in the nets. Time to head into town. Today's the 15th, the big market day. Let's go. We'll sell all the fish and get a good price. Li Siming was still busy finishing his work when he hurried after them, shouting, Musi, wait up. I haven't pulled my last few nets yet. Li Mu walked over and almost couldn't believe what he saw. Fourth brother, why did you dump all the medicine directly into the net? If you use too much, the fish will be poisoned. How can we sell them for a good price then? Hearing this, Li Siming froze. Well, I thought if I used more medicine, we'd catch more fish. So now what? What should I do? These fish might be unsalvageable. Li Siming panicked. Musi, you gotta help me out here. This is my first time fishing with you. If these fish are ruined, how am I gonna face the villagers back home? Fourth brother, you're being too eager for quick results. Fishing takes patience, you can't rush it. We'll let this one slide, but remember next time, never overuse the medicine powder. Li Siming nodded repeatedly. Yes, Musi, I understand. I'll be careful next time. Seeing how anxiously Simon looked, Li Mu felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they were from the same village. If he could help, he should. He thought for a moment and said, "All right, fourth brother. First, pick out all the fish that were soaked in the medicine powder. Don't mix them with the others. When we get to town, I'll see if I can find someone to take them off your hands." Li Siming's face lit up instantly. "Really? Musi, you're truly a man of your word. I'll sort them right away." With that, he got to work, carefully separating the medicated fish and placing them into a separate basket. Everyone else finished packing up as well, preparing to set off for the county seat. Tian Xiaohu casually plucked a blade of grass, twirling it between his fingers. "Muge, why go at midday? Are we walking there?" Li Mu glanced at the sky. The sunlight had grown quite intense, and nodded. "Yeah, let's walk. It's not far. Plus, walking lets us enjoy some sunshine, warms us up a bit." Everyone agreed cheerfully, happy to make the journey on foot. And so, the group set off in high spirits, following the winding path toward the county town. Along the way, they met people from other villages who eyed the fish in their baskets with envy and curiosity. Some stopped to greet Li Mu and his companions, asking where they'd caught so many fish and how they'd managed such a haul. "Oh, just randomly fishing around. No real secret." Li Mu laughed. "Just lucky. We ran into a school." The listeners shook their heads, clearly disbelieving him, convinced that Li Mu must be hiding some special fishing technique. But Li Mu didn't mind. After all, he had spent a long time figuring out his methods through trial and error, and luck always played a part. Not every trip yielded such a bountiful catch. Chatting as they walked, they soon arrived at the county seat. The market was even livelier than expected. Crowds bustled through the streets, stalls overflowing with goods, snacks, toys, and all kinds of agricultural products. Li Mu's group found a spot to set up their stand. An old man smoking a tobacco pipe beside them looked at their large group and the fish-laden baskets with surprise. "Kid, you've really done well. Haven't seen you in a few days, and already you've brought in so many fish. These look great, very fresh." Li Mu smiled. "Old sir, you have sharp eyes. All of these were caught just this morning, fresh as it gets." The old man nodded approvingly. Good quality. If you sell well today, you'll make quite a profit." Hearing this, Li Mu felt pleased. "Thanks for the good omen, sir. We're setting up now. If you want any fish, come take a look." With that, Li Mu began working, helping everyone unload the fish from the baskets and lay them out on the stall. They set down the fish baskets. No sooner had they finished arranging everything when several people gathered around. "Wow, these fish look excellent, really fresh. These ones are still alive. Look at those scales, they're clearly just caught. How much are you selling them for?" Li Mu smiled and replied, "Brothers and sisters, these fish were just caught this morning, super fresh. As for the price, it's reasonable. You can pay whatever you think is fair." Zhang Ergo and the others chimed in, helping to hawk the fish. "That's right. We caught every one of these ourselves, absolutely fresh. You won't be disappointed if you buy some. How about 5 yuan for this one?" Li Mu heard this and began calculating in his mind. The fish was indeed fresh, but 5 yuan seemed a bit low. After all, they had worked hard to catch these, and judging by the quality and size, they could definitely fetch a better price. So he smiled and shook his head. "Brother, your offer is a little too low. Just look at this fish, lively and jumping, its scales shining brightly, clearly just pulled from the water. This kind of fish, at least 8 yuan per jean." Upon hearing this, the man hesitated. 8 yuan? Isn't that a bit expensive?" Li Mu chuckled. "Brother, don't think it's pricey. We got up super early to catch these. They're incredibly fresh. And look at their size, each one handpicked. Truly worth every cent. If you doubt me, go check other stalls. See if the fish there are really any better than ours." Hearing Li Mu's words, the man looked at the fish again, clearly growing interested. He thought for a moment and said, "All right then, I'll buy a few just to try them out." Li Mu's face lit up immediately. "Great. Just wait a second. I'll weigh them for you right away." After weighing the fish, Li Mu quickly bagged them and handed them over. The man took the bag, paid, and stuffed it into a cloth sack behind him among his companions. "Xiaohu, you keep track over there how many jean we've sold. We need to know the numbers so we can split the earnings later." Xiaohu nodded, pulled out a small notebook, and began carefully recording everything. Li Mu continued calling out to other customers, and before long, a crowd had gathered around their stall. Seeing how fresh the fish looked, people kept asking about prices, eager to buy a few. Li Mu and the others were busy as could be, weighing fish and collecting money nonstop. "Hey, do you have more in the baskets behind you?" Chapter 68, Building a Reputation. Li Mu glanced back at the fish basket covered with a white cloth. Li Ganzi instinctively answered, "We've still got." His foot was suddenly stomped on. Li Mu quickly changed his tune. "That's all we have left. Take a look, everyone, anything you want? We're about to pack up and head home." Hearing this, the crowd immediately rushed over, scrambling to buy the remaining fish. While keeping order among the buyers, Li Mu swiftly weighed the fish and collected payments. In no time, every last fish was sold out. Li Mu looked at the thick wad of cash in his hand, licking his lips, feeling utterly delighted, as if he'd just swallowed a mouthful of honey. Counting the money, he realized they'd made quite a substantial profit from this fishing trip, enough to support their family comfortably for a while. After securing the money, Li Mu turned to see Li Ganzi clutching his injured foot, grimacing in pain. "Musi, why'd you step on me?" "Brother Gans, we need to stay low-key. If people know we still have fish, the price will drop. Keep quiet about it." Li Ganzi instantly understood. Right. You're absolutely correct. We should keep a low profile so no one takes advantage. So we're not selling these anymore." He glanced at the fresh fish still hidden under the cloth. "They're really fresh. We'll sell these to Lakeside Restaurant. Li Mu wasn't just thinking about selling fish piece by piece. He wanted to build a name, make more people aware that their fish were high quality and incredibly fresh. That way, they'd have better sales channels later and could command higher prices. Everyone present nodded in agreement. If they could supply fish to a restaurant, the price would be far higher than retail. Li Mu skillfully took a shortcut to the back entrance of Lakeside Restaurant. Just as luck would have it, Jean Dajiang was squatting there smoking a cigarette, looking relaxed and carefree. When he saw Li Mu and the others approaching, his eyes lit up and he quickly stood to greet them. Well, what brings you here today? Got some good stuff again, huh? Haha. I've been waiting for your fish. I've had guests asking every day whether we have anything fresh lately. Honestly, I'm getting tired of saying no. Jean Dajiang laughed, but his eyes never left the fish basket in their hands. Brother Jean, what perfect timing. We just caught these fresh today. Brought them specially for you. With a smile, Li Mu pulled back the cover of the basket, releasing a strong, clean scent of fresh fish into the air. Jean Dajiang leaned closer and saw the fish still jumping energetically inside the basket, their scales glinting brightly in the sunlight. He nodded repeatedly, impressed. Excellent goods. Excellent. These are clearly super fresh, top quality for sure. Musi, how do you manage to catch such fresh fish like this? Li Mu just smiled. Brother Jean, don't worry about how we caught them. Just tell us. Are you going to take them or not? Hearing this, Jean Dajiang burst into laughter. Take them? Of course I'll take them. How could I possibly pass up fish this good? Name your price. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, Brother Jean, you're a long-time customer. We won't beat around the bush. We'll offer them at market rate, 5 yuan per Jean. What do you say? Jean Dajiang frowned slightly. 5 yuan per Jean? Musi, that's a bit high. Sure, your fish are fresh, but restaurants still have to watch our costs. Can you come down a little? To be honest, Brother Jean, we carried this entire load straight to you without stopping. We were terrified the fish might die off the water and lose freshness, so we rushed here as fast as possible. You know yourself, if the fish aren't alive, they're worth almost nothing. We did this all so you'd get the freshest catch possible. Just look at them. They're still jumping around full of life. If you agree they're fresh and top quality, then the price is justified. Don't you think so, Brother Jean? Looking at Li Mu's sincere expression and then back at the lively fish thrashing in the basket, Jean Dajiang felt his resolve weakening. After a pause, he said, All right, Musi, I admit your fish are indeed fresh and high quality, but 5 yuan is still a bit steep. How about 450 per Jean? What do you say? Li Mu considered this. It was slightly lower than his asking price, but not unreasonable. And since Jean Dajiang was a repeat customer, future opportunities remained. He nodded. All right, Brother Jean, 450 it is. How much do you want? Jean Dajiang grinned. Musi, your fish are excellent quality. I naturally want a large amount. Tell you what, I'll take all of them. Let me know the total. Li Mu's face lit up with joy. Quickly, he pulled out each fish from the basket, weighed them one by one, and calculated the sum. A total of 560 Jean, Brother Jean. Please check if the number looks right. Li Mu handed over the final figure. Jean Dajiang took the bill Li Mu handed over and examined it carefully before nodding. Musi, your math is correct. It's indeed 560 Jean. All right, I'll pay you right away. With that, Jean Dajiang pulled out a stack of red bills from his pocket, counted them, and handed them to Li Mu. Here you go, Musi, 2,800 yuan. Count it and make sure it's right. Li Mu took the money and carefully counted it, confirming the amount was correct before giving himself a mental pat on the back. Brother Jean, now that spring has just begun, are you planning to roll out any new dishes at the restaurant? Musi, you've hit the nail on the head. This spring, we're planning to launch a series of seasonal spring specials, one of which will feature the kind of fresh perch you bring us. Perch? You mean the fresh perch we just caught here? That's quite a coincidence. Brother Jean, tell me, how are you planning to prepare it? Steamed, or perhaps braised in soy sauce? Perch was Li Mu's favorite. Tender flesh, exquisite flavor, whether steamed or braised, it was always exceptional. Jean Dajiang smiled and said, Musi, you really know your stuff. Exactly right. We're going to make a steamed perch dish and also serve a braised version, so our guests can enjoy something fresh. Your fish are so fresh and high quality, the dishes will turn out perfectly. At most restaurants, fish dishes centered around perch, steamed for its delicate freshness, braised for its rich depth. But Li Mu found it dull. Every restaurant did the same thing. To attract customers, something innovative was needed. Li Mu pondered for a moment. Brother Jean, what if we tried innovating a bit with how we prepare the perch? For example, a two-ways perch, half steamed to preserve the natural flavor, and half prepared spicy and sour. That way, we'd satisfy guests who prefer mild flavors while also catching the attention of those who like bolder tastes. Jean Dajiang's eyes lit up at once. Hey, that's a great idea. A spicy and sour perch. That sounds pretty interesting. Li Mu wasn't a chef, so he stopped there, saying no more. Chapter 69, Hong Ta Shan. Jean, what are you doing? Jean Dajiang was suddenly startled by this unexpected shout, so startled that the cigarette in his hand nearly dropped to the ground. He turned around and saw a tall, dark-skinned man striding toward him with long, quick steps. In no time, the man was right in front of him, patting his shoulder. Jean, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you forever. Jean Dajiang recognized the familiar face and immediately grinned. Hey, it's Heisey. What brings you here? What do you need? What else could it be? Came to drink with you, of course. I heard your restaurant just got some good fresh stock. I figured I'd come taste it for myself. Jean Dajiang instantly understood what Heisey meant. He patted Heisey's shoulder back. You couldn't have come at a better time, Heisey. We just got a fresh batch of sea bass. I'm about to have the kitchen whip up a few special dishes. Come on, Let's head back there and let the chef show you what he can do. Haizi noticed Li Mu and the group of young people standing nearby, their clothes shabby and worn, and couldn't help but feel curious. He glanced at the youths, then back at Jean Dajiang. Dajin, who are these kids? Why are they all gathered here? These are the ones I told you about the other day, the ones who caught the bear. Never thought we'd run into them here today, Jean Dajiang said with a smile, introducing them. Haizi's interest immediately perked up. Oh, so these are the lads who caught that bear. Impressive, impressive, young men full of talent. Tell me, how exactly did you catch it? Li Mu and the others felt awkward when Haizi brought up the bear. They hadn't expected him to mention it now. After all, they hadn't really caught the bear through skill or planning. It had been pure luck. But since the topic was out in the open, they couldn't very well hide it anymore. So Li Mu briefly recounted the story, carefully leaving out the part where he'd been chased and humiliated by the bear. Instead, he focused on how they'd cleverly used a trap to capture it in the end. After listening, Haizi nodded repeatedly. Not bad at all. Truly, the younger generation is something to watch. You catching a bear proves you've got real ability. If you ever get more good stuff like that, come find me. I'll give you a fair price. His tone was half serious, half joking, and everyone laughed. Absolutely. Next time we get anything good, we'll definitely come straight to you. Brother, which restaurant are you with? Next time, I'll definitely stop by and check it out. Inwardly, Li Mu was thinking that Haizi seemed like an honest, straightforward man, someone who might even become a future customer. Haizi laughed heartily. My place is 2 streets over, the Black Wind Fort restaurant. Drop by anytime you're free. I'll treat you boys to a fine meal and let you taste our signature dishes. Don't be shy, we'll cover dinner tonight. Li Mu and the others replied gratefully. Thank you so much, brother. We'll definitely come. Jean Dajiang added with a grin. All right, Haizi, treat these young men well today. They're my honored guests. Muzi, don't hold back. Order whatever you want. Dinner's on me. Hearing that, the group became even more delighted. Thanks so much, Brother Jean and Big Brother Haizi. We'll make sure to enjoy every bite. And so, the whole group followed Haizi and Jean Dajiang to the Black Wind Fort restaurant. The building was large and impressively decorated. The moment they stepped inside, a rich, mouth-watering aroma filled the air, making their stomachs rumble. Haizi and Jean Dajiang led them to a spacious private room. Haizi confidently called out the orders to the waitress. First, stir-fried kidneys, sweet and sour pork, braised lion's head meatballs, and don't forget the stewed chicken with mushrooms. That's our signature dish. You absolutely must try it. Listening to the list of dishes, Tian Xiaohu and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. They hadn't eaten a proper meal since leaving their village. When the food arrived, they eagerly grabbed chunks of meat and stuffed them into their mouths. Oh, what a glorious taste. After stuffing themselves and draining the last drops of alcohol, Li Mu slipped out to relieve himself. On his way back, he stopped by the cash register, pulled out 2 red bills, and pressed them into the cashier's hand. Settle the tab for that private room, and please give me a pack of cigarettes. The middle-aged cashier glanced toward the room. The boss said it's on the house. He's covering tonight. Just eat well and enjoy yourselves. Sis, take it anyway, Li Mu insisted, slipping the money into her palm. I snuck out here specifically to pay and buy smokes. Your service has been amazing. How could I not leave you something? Oh no. If the boss finds out, he'll scold me. I said no charge, so no charge. Take it back, kid. Seeing her sincerity, Li Mu didn't press further. All right then, just give me 2 packs of good cigarettes. I'll definitely come back and support your business next time. Seeing how insistent Li Mu was, the cashier dad smiled and took out 2 packs of cigarettes from under the counter, handing them over. All right, little brother, I'll give you 2 good packs. You guys eat well and drink up. Come back again next time. Will do, sister. When Li Mu returned to the private room, Li Siming was already deep in lively conversation with Haizi and Jean Dajiang, chugging straight from the liquor bottle. Li Mu glanced outside. The sky was getting dark. He stood up and said, Brothers, today's been great. We made a nice bit of money, and we've met 2 outstanding older brothers in Haizi and Brother Jean. Truly, double the joy. It's getting late, and we're all full. How about we call it a night and meet again another time? Everyone nodded in agreement. They gathered their things and said their goodbyes to Haizi and Jean Dajiang. Haizi and Jean Dajiang stood as well, walking them to the door. Before parting, Haizi gave Li Mu's shoulder a firm pat. Muzi, you young fellas are something else, talented and capable. If you ever come across anything good in the future, don't forget to come find me. Li Mu grinned and nodded. Of course. Rest easy, brother. Whenever we've got good goods, you'll be the first we come to. With that, the group left Black Wind Fort restaurant and began the journey back to their village. Hey, boss, these bills. The cashier there rushed out holding 2 red banknotes, but Li Mu and his friends had long disappeared into the distance. Haizi sobered up a little. Whose money is this? The cashier did pressed the money back into Jean Dajiang's hand. Boss Jean, you take this. That young lad insisted on paying, but how could I accept it? Jean Dajiang laughed heartily upon hearing this. This kid, he's really something. Well then, just keep it. Consider it a tip for your service. The cashier dad waved her hands frantically. No, absolutely not. Our restaurant has rules. We can't accept tips from customers. There were also 2 packs of cigarettes, boss. Look at this. The cigarettes Li Mu had bought were Hongtashan, the most popular brand in the 80s. 2 packs were quite a sum. When Jean Dajiang heard about the cigarettes, half his drunkenness vanished instantly. Chapter 70. What do you mean by that? He waved his hand. Keep the cigarettes. Just split them among the brothers. Everyone worked hard today. This little something is a reward for all of you. Hearing that, the cashier did have finally smiled and accepted both the money and the cigarettes. Jean Dajiang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled, watching Li Mu and the others walk away. Jean Dajiang turned to Dahe beside him. Dahe, what do you think of these youngsters? Dahe rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Not bad. That kid Li Mu, he's got brains. He'll accomplish something big in the future. Look how he acted today. Neither humble nor arrogant. Knew exactly when to step forward or back. And coming up with that new way to cook base? Really sharp guy. Next time he comes, let me know. I'm short on fresh goods right now. By the time Li Mu and the group returned to Lijia village, night had already fallen. Houses throughout the village glowed with lights, smoke curling gently from chimneys into the darkening sky. All right, let's divide up the money. Huzi, bring out the ledger. We'll split it according to the records, so everything's fair and no one gets shortchanged. As he spoke, Li Mu pulled out the thick stack of cash from his pocket. Tian Xiaohu opened the notebook and began checking the scrawled entries line by line. First up is Ganzage. You caught the most fish, 2 baskets, 23 fish total. That's 695 yuan. Ganzage, go ahead and count it, see if it's right. Ganzage took the money, his rough fingers carefully counting each bill. When he finished, he grinned widely. Right, that's correct. Exactly that much. Li Mu then handed the next portion. Then there's Huzi. You had 1.5 baskets, 15 fish, for 150 yuan. Go ahead and count it. Tian Xiaohu counted the bills carefully, confirmed they were correct, and smiled too. Muji, this math checks out perfectly. One by one, Li Mu distributed the money to the others. Finally came Li Siming, but now there was only 700 left. After subtracting Li Mu's original 500 investment, only 200 profit remained. Siggy, here's your 100. But Li Siming didn't reach for it. He glanced at Lazizi's basket of fish, frowning slightly. What? Is my share really just this much? His tone shifted, and suddenly the atmosphere grew awkward. Li Mu explained calmly. Siggy, it's not like I'm trying to cheat you. You caught fewer fish today, and several died on the way back. That affects the payout. We're splitting fairly based on quantity and quality. But Muzi, I put in the same effort as you. You can't treat me like this, Li Siming said, clearly dissatisfied. Li Mu looked at him, understanding what was going through his mind. He sighed. Siggy, I know you're upset. But you saw today's situation. Our catch was limited, and the quality varied. We have to split fairly, based on actual results, so everyone feels it's just. But Muzi, I really did catch quite a few fish. And those that died on the way, that wasn't my fault. Li Siming still wouldn't let it go. My catch was a bit smaller, sure, but fine, whatever. I'll take this 100 as a lesson learned. But moving forward, we need clear rules. I won't be the only one losing out. Lazizi, Li Ergo, and Zhang Biao stayed silent, exchanging glances. Only Tian Xiaohu spoke up. We shouldn't dwell on this too much, Siggy. Today was unusual. We all saw how fair Muzi was. Nothing to complain about. From now on, we work harder, catch more fish, make more money. Isn't that better? Li Siming, already a bit drunk, grew even more aggressive. Xiaohu, don't speak for him. He's clearly targeting me today. I can't swallow this insult. Li Mu's expression darkened. He raised a hand, stopping Tian Xiaohu from replying. Siggy, can we talk privately for a moment? Li Siming froze at the words, then nodded slowly and followed Li Mu off to the side. Li Mu faced him, serious. Siggy, what you said back there went too far. I know you're unhappy, but saying things like that puts everyone in an awkward spot. We're brothers, out here working together to make money. So what exactly do you mean by talking like that? What do I mean? I've busted my ass all day, worked just as hard as you, and end up with only this little sum? Of course I've got complaints. Li Siming's voice rose, spittle flying toward Li Mu's face. Fine. Here, take my share. I'll say today's accounting was wrong and recalculate. But Siggy, you need to understand. We're partners in this labor, not one owing the other. Your effort? We all see it. But payouts follow the rules. With that, Li Mu pulled another stack of cash from his pocket, counted it out, and handed it to Li Siming. Here's 500. Add your previous 100, that makes 600. That's the most I can give you. Take it. Tian Xiaohu stood nearby, idly pushing snow around, watching their movements. Why is Muji giving so much money to Siggy? That's not right. We agreed earlier that we'd split the money based on the quality of the fish. Li Ergo and Zhang Biao both understood what was happening. Li Siming felt uncomfortable, his face flushing red one moment and pale the next as he stared at the money in Li Mu's hand, completely at a loss. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. Li Mu pressed the cash into Li Siming's palm and patted his shoulder. Siggy, we're brothers. We're out here making money together, and I don't want a small matter like this to ruin our harmony. Take this money and stop overthinking it. Come on, Siggy. At the village entrance, everyone went their separate ways. Tian Huzi glanced at Li Mu, clearly wanting to say something, but holding back. Li Mu pretended not to notice. When he got home and lifted the thick curtain, Jiang Xuefan stepped out from the room and saw his grim expression. What's wrong? Why are you walking in with such a sour look? She hurried up to him, reached out, and touched his forehead. You don't have a fever, so why do you look like this? Li Mu let out a sigh and told her everything that had happened that day. After listening, Jiang Xuefan exploded. What? How dare Li Siming treat you like that? Does he even have a conscience? You guys went out to work together. How could he start causing trouble just because he got less money? And on top of that, you didn't even make much yourself, yet you ended up paying him 500 yuan out of your own pocket? Are you out of your mind? Li Guozhang came out as well. Jiang Xuefan immediately turned on him. Look at you, such a spineless man. Your son gets mistreated, and you don't even step forward to say a word. Li Guozhang was utterly confused, scratching his head. What happened? Son, how were you mistreated? Tell me everything. Li Mu shook his head helplessly. Dad, it's nothing. It was just a small misunderstanding. We've already settled it. But Jiang Xuefan wouldn't let it go. Misunderstanding? I think Li Siming was deliberately picking a fight. Don't worry, Muzi. I'll go confront him tomorrow. Li Mu quickly grabbed her arm. Mom, forget it. Don't go. We really did settle it ourselves, and I don't want the whole village knowing about this over such a trivial thing. After all, Li Siming was still his elder. He couldn't afford to completely break relations over something this small. They'd still have to live in the same village, seeing each other every day. It would be awkward if things got too strained between them. Chapter 71. You're looking for trouble. The next morning, Li Chuzi arrived at Li Mu's house early, looking flustered. Muzi, it's bad. Something serious has happened. Li Mu had just stepped out of the house. Seeing Chuzi's anxious expression, his heart sank. He quickly asked, What's wrong, brother Chuzi? Calm down and tell me slowly. Chuzi took a breath, still anxious. Fourth brother, he went straight to the village chief's house this morning, demanding justice. He's saying you deliberately gave him less money yesterday. Li Mu was baffled. Didn't I give him all the money yesterday? Why would he go complain to the village chief? He frowned, utterly confused. Chuzi scratched his head. I don't know either, Muzi. All I heard was from Auntie at the village entrance. Fourth brother showed up at the chief's place first thing, shouting that he'd teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Li Mu felt a surge of anger. He never expected Li Siming to be so unreasonable. He'd already handed over the money yesterday, yet the man still wouldn't let it go. All right, I understand. You go back first, brother Chuzi. I'll head over to the village chief's place myself. With that, Li Mu strode toward Tao's house. As he walked, his mind churned over the situation. Tao Yimei stood guard by her front gate, clearly anxious, pacing back and forth. When she saw Li Mu approaching, she rushed over. Muzi, you're finally here. Uncle Siming is inside, telling the village chief all sorts of things about you. Li Mu glanced at the tightly closed door, his temper flaring even higher. When did he get here? Not long ago. My father's in there listening. There are also 2 members of the inspection squad inside. I don't know what they're doing here. Li Mu couldn't understand how things had been fine yesterday, but exploded like this morning, now involving the inspection squad. He knew deep down this was Li Siming trying to save face. No matter what, as an elder, he couldn't accept being bested. He must have come to use the authority of the village chief and the inspection squad to force a resolution in his favor. Come here, Muzi, your uncle wants a word with you first. Chuzi pulled Li Mu aside. He lit a cigarette, took a long drag, then spoke slowly. Muzi, I know you're a sensible kid. We all saw what happened yesterday. You did give Siming his share. But you also know how he is. Proud. Used to getting his way around the village. Today, he probably feels humiliated and just can't swallow his pride. Li Mu listened, feeling helpless. He nodded. Uncle, I understand. But with the inspection squad involved, I'm afraid this could escalate. Chuzi sighed. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm worried about. But our village rules must stand. Everything should be fair and reasonable. When you go in, explain everything clearly to the village chief and the inspectors. They're fair people. They won't take sides blindly. Your fourth uncle might be proud, but he's not completely unreasonable. If we talk it through, he'll probably see sense. Li Mu shook his head. Are you sure, brother Chuzi? I call him uncle, but look at how he acted yesterday, and now dragging this to the chief's house. Bringing in the inspectors? Does that look like someone who wants to reason? Chuzi took a deep puff, flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it underfoot, and said helplessly, Muzi, I know this is tough, but no matter what, he's still family, blood thicker than water. We've got to try and mend this. Can't let outsiders laugh at us. Li Mu wasn't blind to this truth, but his heart was heavy with resentment. If this wasn't handled well, it wouldn't just damage his reputation in the village, it would shame the entire Li family. Tao Yimei whispered to him, Mu go, aren't you going in? In? Of course I'm going in. Li Mu snapped. I've never feared anyone. Composing himself, Li Mu strode forward, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The room was thick with smoke. Village Chief Tao Qingshan sat in the main seat, puffing on his pipe, his face stern. 2 members of the inspection squad stood nearby, taking notes. Li Siming stood opposite the chief, hands on hips, face red with rage, shouting nonstop. The moment Li Mu entered, Li Siming's eyes locked onto him like a target found. Chief, you must stand up for me. This Li Mu deliberately shortchanged me yesterday. When I confronted him today, he even tried to hit me. Li Mu flared with anger the instant he heard this. Chief Tao, please don't believe my uncle's lies. Here's what really happened yesterday. Li Mu proceeded to recount the entire incident of the money division, exactly as it had happened, to the village chief and the inspection officers, including every detail. How Li Siming had been unhappy with his share, how Li Mu had explained, and how he'd even given him an extra 500 yuan to make peace. After listening, Tao Qingshan's expression softened slightly. He turned to Li Siming and said, Siming, I now understand what happened. Mu and the others divided the money yesterday based on the quality and quantity of the fish. That was the rule everyone agreed upon. You can't just cause trouble because you received less money. Hearing this, Li Siming immediately panicked. Village chief, you can't favor him like this. I've known you my whole life. He's just a younger generation member. How can you take his side? Tao Qingshan frowned. Siming, what are you saying? Call everyone who was there yesterday. We'll have each person speak. Only then can we clarify the truth. The inspection squad is here. They will handle this fairly. You don't need to worry. A member of the inspection squad stepped forward and politely asked Li Mu. You led people to fish in Xiaohito yesterday, correct? Li Mu nodded. Yes, we went fishing in Xiaohito yesterday, and many people can testify to that. The inspector then turned to Li Siming. Did you receive your share of the money yesterday? Li Siming felt uneasy but still forced himself to answer firmly. I did get it. But it was too little. Li Mu deliberately targeted me. The inspector furrowed his brow. Then did you receive any extra money? Li Siming froze, caught off guard by the question. He stammered. Well, that was something he voluntarily gave me. It doesn't count. Voluntarily gave it to you? Then why are you coming to the village chief's house making a scene? Why involve our inspection squad at all? Do you realize this constitutes disturbing public order? Li Siming was instantly speechless. In truth, he had been pushed by his wife at home, who kept insisting he shouldn't back down, whispering that Li Mu must still be holding a grudge over the poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, why would he suddenly give less money and then add an extra 500 yuan? Clearly, he was trying to buy silence. He had assumed that by blowing the matter out of proportion, bringing in the village chief and the inspection squad, he could humiliate Li Mu and make him lose face in the village. Yet everything had turned out completely opposite to what he expected. Tao Qingshan looked at Li Siming with deep concern and said earnestly, Siming, I'm not trying to scold you, but what you've done today really isn't appropriate. Mu and the others divided the money according to the established rules yesterday. Why didn't you raise your concerns openly at that time? Now you've escalated things to this point, making everyone look bad. Chapter 72, The Orican People. Li Siming kept his head down, saying nothing. One of the inspection team members looked at Li Mu, then at Li Siming, and said, All right, we understand what happened. From now on, both of you follow the rules properly. Don't cause such a ridiculous scene again. With that, the two inspectors left the village chief's house. It was the first time Li Mu had been visited by the inspection team, and though he felt somewhat uneasy inside, he was mostly calm. After all, he had done nothing yesterday to feel guilty about. Fourth brother, I'm asking you one thing. Have I ever wronged you? Or has Li Mu ever done anything to betray you, that you treat me like this? Confronted by Li Mu's question, Li Siming instantly felt guilty. He kept his head lowered, unable to meet Li Mu's gaze. Tao Qingshan watched the two men and sighed. Enough, don't argue anymore. Mu, your fourth brother acted impulsively today, just let it go. Siming, you should be ashamed too. Mu has only tried to help you earn money, yet instead of being grateful, you've caused such a fuss. From now on, both of you behave yourselves. Don't give the villagers more reason to laugh at us. Shamed by the village chief's words, Li Siming turned red in the face. With his head still down, he muttered softly, I didn't mean to. I just felt uncomfortable in my heart. Seeing Li Siming like this, much of Li Mu's anger faded away. Fourth brother, I know you're upset, but you have to understand, we're family. We came out here together to make money. We can't let something small destroy everything between us. If you really can't stand me, then from now on we'll go our separate ways. I won't stop you. But if you're willing, keep working with me. I promise I won't let you suffer any loss. No, I'll definitely stay with you. Li Siming quickly replied, his expression full of remorse. I swear I won't let something like this happen again. After everyone dispersed, Jiang Xuefan grabbed a broom and stormed toward Li Mu, furious. You foolish child. Why are you so stupid? After how Li Siming treated you, you still defended him, and now you're letting him work with you again. Aren't you afraid he'll trip you up next time? Li Mu dodged the broom swings. Mom, please don't be angry. Everything's already settled. Fourth brother knows he was wrong, and he won't do it again. Jiang Xuefan finally put the broom down, but remained dissatisfied. Settled? You're just too soft-hearted. You'll always be taken advantage of. Your father is such a spineless man, hiding in the room smoking all day, never helping with anything. Relying on him, our family will never get ahead in life. I'll go talk to Li Siming myself. How could he act so unreasonably? Yesterday you gave him his share of the money, and today he went straight to the village chief's house to cause trouble. How shameless. But Li Mu had other plans. I think fourth brother didn't really want to confront me. It was fourth sister-in-law behind it. Fourth sister-in-law always loves to take little advantages. When she saw her cut was smaller yesterday, she must have pushed Siming to come after me. Mom, don't go. If you do, the situation will only get harder to resolve. Hearing this, Jiang Xuefan grew even angrier. What? Are you afraid of Li Siming now? That Yinglian has always looked down on us. If we don't go give her a piece of our minds, she'll just become even more arrogant. Li Mu hurried to calm her down. Mom, please don't get worked up. It's not that I'm afraid of her. I'm worried you'd end up getting hurt. Think about it. Yinglian is exactly the kind of person who would twist things around if you argue with her. In the end, we'd just be hurting ourselves with anger. Yinglian was Li Siming's wife, notorious throughout the village for her sharp tongue and unreasonable nature. In Li Mu's previous life, Li Siming had remained unmarried for years because of Yinglian's meddling. Even when he finally married, they fought constantly. After Li Siming hanged himself, Yinglian immediately took the compensation money and remarried someone rich as a concubine, never even returning for his funeral. Li Mu had no intention of involving his family with someone like Yinglian over such a petty matter. He took Jiang Xuefan's hand and pleaded, Mom, please don't go. Things are already settled. We still have to live in this village for years to come. If we really push Yinglian too far, who knows what rumors she'll spread about us. Jiang Xuefan knew Li Mu made sense. In the 10-mile radius surrounding Lijia village, no one could out-talk Yinglian. Don't worry, Mom. Trust me. Fourth brother will taste bitterness soon enough. Jiang Xuefan looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? What kind of bitterness could he possibly face? Li Mu smiled mysteriously. Mom, don't ask. Just wait and see. Though curious, seeing that Li Mu wouldn't explain further, Jiang Xuefan dropped it. After that incident, although Li Mu and Li Siming's relationship never returned to what it once was, they also avoided further conflict. They still had to catch fish. Li Mu gathered Tian Xiaohu and the others to meet by the riverbank, and made a point of inviting Li Siming along. He wanted to see what attitude Li Siming would show today. When everyone arrived, no one paid attention to Li Siming. They all crowded around Li Mu, asking about yesterday's visit from the inspection team. Left standing alone, Li Siming's face darkened, but he didn't lash out. Li Mu noticed, but chose to ignore it. He called everyone to get ready. They still had to go to the Xiaohido area to fish today. Along the way, Li Siming remained silent. When they reached Xiaohido, Li Mu singled out a few people. Brother Chuzi, you take Dazhuang and ergo to fish by the riverbank. Lay the nets first. Here's the medicine powder. Be careful not to spill it on yourself. Li Mu handed over a small packet of powdered medicine. He had used up quite a bit of his junior high school chemicals again last night, especially preparing this powder to scatter into the river to stun the fish, making them float belly up and much easier to catch. Chuzi took the packet. Then what are you gonna do? I'm taking the other brothers into the mountains. We need to gather some wild game too. We can't just rely on fishing. Life's gotta have flavor. Li Mu smiled, saying no more, and led Tian Xiaohu and the rest deeper into the forest. The mountains were rich with wildlife, especially at this time of day when animals came out searching for food. The group entered the woods empty-handed. Tian Xiaohu scratched his head. Boss Li, how are we supposed to catch anything like this? Don't rush. Follow me. He led them along footprints buried in the snow, pushing further into the deep woods. The forest was quiet, broken only by the occasional bird call or rustling leaves stirred by the wind. Li Mu walked carefully, scanning the surroundings, seeing not a soul. Strange. It should be right here. Boss Li, what are you talking about? Deep in the northeast forests, there wasn't just wildlife. There was also a people hidden among the dense woodlands, the Orican. Legend had it they had lived here for generations, surviving by hunting, masters of horseback riding and archery, true experts of the wilderness. Chapter 73, Liquor Starter. Li Mu had once heard the elders in the village speak about the Orican people. They were different from the Han Chinese. They had their own tribes and rules, and rarely interacted with outsiders. If he could learn just a couple of their skills, hunting and fishing would become much easier in the future, and the others wouldn't have to rely on him alone. Let's go look for people. If we happen to meet the Orican, we might pick up a few tricks. Tian Xiaohu's eyes lit up at once. Really? Then can we become skilled forest hunters too? Li Mu smiled, but didn't elaborate, leading the group deeper into the mountains. They walked for a long time. Everyone was growing tired, yet there was still no sign of anyone. Brother Mu, did we take a wrong turn? Li Mu shook his head. No, I remember clearly. It's this way. In his past life, he remembered vividly how one sleepless night, after drinking several strong shots of liquor, he wandered deep into the mountains, driven by some sudden impulse to hunt a tiger and show it off proudly. He never found a tiger, but instead encountered a pack of wolves. The terror and despair from that moment still haunted him to this day. Just when he thought he would die beneath their fangs, the Orican appeared. They drove away the wolf pack and saved his life. The sight of over a dozen wild wolves being chased off barehanded left Li Mu utterly stunned. He tried to thank them, but the Orican merely gave him a cold stare before turning and vanishing back into the woods. It had been only a single encounter, yet Li Mu had never forgotten it. The Orican's physical prowess and archery skill had left him in awe, and ever since, he'd hoped for another chance to meet them, to learn even a fraction of their craft. Just as the group began losing hope and preparing to return, a rapid series of footsteps echoed through the trees. Li Mu stiffened, signaling everyone to hide. Figures burst out from the forest, clothed in animal hides, bows in hand. It was the Orican. Aren't they freezing? Half their arms are exposed. Do they want to die of cold? Before Li Mu could stop him, Li Siming muttered under his breath. The Orican had already spotted them. They turned sharply, arrows aimed directly at the intruders, their expressions stern. Li Mu quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. Elders, we're villagers from Li Village. We mean no harm. We only wish to learn a little knowledge about surviving in the forest from you. The Orican did not lower their weapons. One of them spoke broken Chinese. Han people? What are you doing here? Li Mu hurried to explain. We came into the mountains to hunt game. We didn't realize we'd ended up here by accident. This is our land. Get out now. What do you mean your land? Is your name written on the ground? The mountains belong to everyone. Anyone can come. Li Siming grumbled beside them. Li Mu shot him a glare, warning him to stay silent. The Orican's faces darkened further. One stepped forward, fully drawing his bow, aiming straight at Li Mu's chest. He had guessed correctly that Li Mu was their leader. Han dog, get out. Invade our land. You seek death. Li Mu could feel the killing intent radiating from them. There was no room for confrontation now. Elders, we meant no offense. We'll leave at once. With that, he turned and gestured urgently for everyone to retreat. But Li Siming wasn't ready to give up. Are we really just leaving like this? What about the game we came for? Li Mu glared at him, his voice low but sharp. Do you want to die? Can't you see they've already drawn their bows? Move. Only then did Li Siming grasp the danger. He fell silent and scrambled away with the others. All along the retreat, the group trembled with fear, expecting pursuit at any moment. It wasn't until they were far from that stretch of forest that they finally dared breathe again. Brother Mu, those Orican were too fierce. We didn't provoke them. Why react like that? Li Mu shook his head. They've lived here for generations, surviving by hunting. This forest means everything to them. Our intrusion upset them naturally. So, will we come back here to hunt later? Tian Xiaohu asked. Li Mu pondered a moment. Let's wait for some time. For now, we should stay quiet and avoid causing trouble. Meanwhile, Li Chuzi had cast his net and was waiting for tomorrow's catch. Seeing them return empty-handed, he looked puzzled. Why didn't you get any game? There's plenty in these mountains. Li Mu smiled. Just bad luck today, we didn't run into anything. But it's fine. We still have fish. No one will starve. Hearing that, Li Chuzi stopped questioning. The group returned to the village as dusk fell. Li Mu turned toward the end of Li village, heading to the Huang household, the home of the widow Huang Xiui. Huang Xiui lived alone with her 2 children. She had married Huang Laowei, the village distiller, not long before he died of illness, leaving behind her and their 2 young children to struggle on their own. But no one dared to mistreat Huang Xiui, all because her liquor-making skill was second to none in the entire Li village. The alcohol she brewed was richly fragrant, smooth on the palate, and left a lingering aftertaste. It was an essential drink for every wedding or funeral banquet in the village. Everyone called her Huang the Immortal, hoping she would brew more fine liquor so they could enjoy a few extra cups during festivals. Li Mu walked up to Huang Xiui's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Huang Xiui opened it and saw Li Mu standing there. "You're Li Mu, right? Come in quickly, have a seat." Warmly welcoming him, Huang Xiui led Li Mu inside. The room was simply furnished but neat and tidy. Her 2 children were sitting at the table eating steamed buns. Upon seeing Li Mu, they shyly hid behind their mother. Smiling, Huang Xiui gently patted their heads. "Don't be afraid. This is Brother Mu from our village. When he comes to visit, you must treat him well." The 2 children nodded, peeking out from behind their mother and looking timidly at Li Mu. Li Mu smiled at them and pulled out a few candies from his pocket, handing them over. "Here you go, brothers and sisters, have some candy." Seeing the sweets, their eyes lit up with excitement. They reached out eagerly, took the candies, and sweetly said, "Thank you, brother." Seeing how kind and gentle Li Mu was, Huang Xiui couldn't help but feel even warmer toward him. She poured Li Mu a cup of water and asked, "Muzi, what brings you here today? Is there something you need?" Li Mu took a sip of water to moisten his throat and said, "Auntie Huang, I was wondering if you have any spare liquor starter left? I'd like to buy some from you." Hearing this, Huang Xiui looked troubled. "Muzi, it's not that Auntie won't help you, but I don't have much liquor starter myself. I still need some to make my own batch of wine." Li Mu felt disappointed upon hearing this, yet he didn't give up. "Auntie Huang, I know the starter means a lot to your family, but I truly need some badly. What if I pay you now first, and once you've made more wine, you could sell me a portion in return? Would that work?" Huang Xiui looked puzzled. "What do you need liquor starter for?" Chapter 74, Gossip and Speculation. I just wanted to try my hand at brewing some wine myself. You know, Auntie Huang, my husband at home has always liked a drink or two, so I thought I'd make something special to satisfy his craving." Huang Xiui looked at Li Mu with confusion. "Muzi, you're putting me on the spot here. Brewing wine isn't easy. It's a complicated process. Without several years of experience, you can't produce anything decent. I'm not talking about ordinary wine. I want to try making strong liquor, something different, something unique." Hearing this, Huang Xiui frowned slightly. "Strong liquor? Muzi, this isn't something to play around with. Strong alcohol hits hard. Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Just tell me what kind of wine you want, and Annie will get you the materials. I'll make sure your husband drinks like a king. But don't go messing with strong spirits. It'll ruin your health." Li Mu's eyes lit up at her words. He asked first, "What's the strongest liquor you've got?" Huang Xiui thought for a moment. "The strongest I have is called xuanhuan. This stuff is fierce. Most people can't handle more than a sip or 2. Li Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xuanhuan? Then I'll take 2 cups to start." "Nonsense. Do we need formalities between us? If you want a drink, I'll treat you. But Muzi, you must promise Annie, 1 cup only, maybe 2. Don't overdo it. Your body won't thank you." Saying that, Huang Xiui went into the house and fetched a bottle of xuanhuan, pouring Li Mu a glass. Li Mu raised the cup and downed it in 1 gulp. A wave of heat surged from his throat straight to his head, jolting his entire being. What a great liquor! He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Seeing Li Mu's delight, Huang Xiui beamed. "If you like it, Muzi, come anytime. Auntie will always have it ready for you." "Auntie Huang, your wine is excellent, but today I came because I want to ask you to brew something even stronger, something several degrees fiercer than this xuanhuan, something that can ward off cold. I brought some herbs. Could you take a look and see if they can be added to the brew to increase its strength?" So saying, Li Mu pulled out a small packet of herbs from his pocket and handed it to Huang Xiui. She took the herbs, sniffed them carefully, and frowned slightly. "These herbs? Muzi, where did you get them? The smell is rather unusual." "Don't worry, Auntie. These are wild herbs I gathered from the mountains, completely non-toxic. I was just thinking they might help create a special kind of liquor." Huang Xiui hesitated. In all her years of brewing, she'd never experimented with herbs. If anything went wrong, it would damage her reputation. But seeing the eager look in Li Mu's eyes, she found it hard to say no. After a pause, she said, "Your idea is bold, Muzi, but I've never brewed with herbs before. Here's what I'll do. I'll try using these herbs first. If the result is good, then I'll sell it to you. How does that sound?" Li Mu's heart leapt with joy. "Auntie, thank you so much. Don't worry, the herbs are perfectly safe. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." Seeing how earnest he was, Huang Xiui felt more confident. "All right then, Muzi, you go home now. I'll let you know once the liquor is ready." Li Mu nodded gratefully and stood to leave. As he stepped out of Huang Xiui's home, he felt an extraordinary lightness in his heart. He had full confidence in her skill. In his previous life, Huang Xiui had established herself firmly in Lijiao village through her exceptional brewing talent. Her 2 children had lived comfortably because of it. She had been among the first to become a myriad yuan household, sending both her children to university, a feat that made her family the envy of the entire village. Back at home, Only Li Guozhang sat on the kong, puffing away at his pipe. When he caught a whiff of alcohol as Li Mu entered, the old drunkard's eyes lit up immediately. Musi, where'd you get such fine liquor? Quick, let your old man have a taste. Dad, I haven't touched any. I got this bottle of xuanhuan from Annie Huang. I'll keep it for you until you're feeling better. Li Mu placed the cup on the table and sat down beside the kong. Li Guozhang grumbled, "Humph, now you're bossing me around. Hand it over, your old man's drinking tonight." Helplessly, Li Mu shook his head and passed the cup to him, cautioning, "Then just a little, don't hurt yourself." Li Guozhang snatched the cup and drained it in one go. A warm current slid from his throat into his belly, revitalizing his whole body. Haven't tasted such strong liquor in ages. Musi, this is good. Pour me another. Drink, drink, drink. Is that all you ever do? Jiang Xuefan stormed out of the kitchen, rolling pin in hand. With one swift punch, she struck Li Guozhang in the back. He winced in pain, and the cup slipped from his fingers, shattering on the floor, spilling wine everywhere. You old hack, how can you be so heartless? Li Guozhang rubbed his back, grimacing in pain. Jiang Xuefan shot him a glare. Drink, drink, drink. That's all you ever think about. Just look at your body. How much longer do you think it can take this abuse? Keep this up and you'll drink yourself into the grave. Seeing the tension, Li Mu quickly stepped in to mediate. Ma, don't get angry. Dad's just been craving a sip, that's all. You were supposed to go out to the mountains, weren't you? How come you came back empty-handed again? There are plenty of wild game out there. Why didn't you catch anything? Li Mu gave a bitter smile. Ma, I just couldn't find any. You know as well as I do that game isn't so easy to come by in these woods. The village was small, and that was its curse. One tiny incident would spread like wildfire, and soon the whole village knew. And sure enough, no sooner had Li Mu stepped through his door than the news of his empty-handed return began circulating. By early morning the next day, people had already gathered outside Li Mu's house, chattering away from all sides. Look who it is, the guy with nothing but noise to show for himself. What happened this time? Back empty-handed again. No kidding. I was counting on him to bring back some games so my kids could have a proper meal. Looks to me like he's all show and no substance. Looks good, but useless when it counts. Li Mu listened to the gossip from beyond the door, his temper flaring. Jiang Xuefan stood with hands on hips, hurling curses, ready to storm outside and confront them. Li Mu quickly grabbed her arm. Ma, don't go. Let them say whatever they want. We'll just ignore it. How can they talk about you like that? I'm going out there to give them a piece of my mind. Li Mu pleaded. Ma, if you go out there, you're playing right into their hands. The more we care, the more they enjoy it. If we act like we don't hear them, they'll eventually tire themselves out. After hearing Li Mu's words, Jiang Xuefan realized there was some truth in what he said. She swallowed her rage and stayed inside. But Li Mu knew she wasn't truly letting it go. How could anyone? Coming home empty-handed was already shameful enough. Now, to be mocked and gossiped about by the entire village. No one could bear that without bitterness. Chapter 75, The Cicadier. But Li Mu didn't pay any mind to the gossip. Right now, the most important thing for him was to find a way to obtain the fermentation starter and brew strong liquor. Only by producing strong liquor could he prove his worth and earn the villagers' respect. Thinking this, Li Mu decided to visit Huang Xiuyi's house again to see if there had been any progress on her end. He arrived at Huang Xiuyi's doorstep and gently knocked. After a moment, Huang Xiuyi opened the door. Seeing it was Li Mu, she smiled and said, Musi, why are you here again? Did you come because you're craving Annie Huang's fiery brew? Annie Huang, I came today to ask about the herbal liquor experiment. How is it going? When Huang Xiuyi heard this, her expression turned somewhat serious. Musi, to be honest, I've tried brewing several jars using the herbs you gave me, but many batches went bad. Come inside and have a look. Li Mu's heart tightened slightly, and quickly followed Huang Xiuyi into the house. She led him to the backyard and pointed at row after row of wine jars. Look, Musi, all these jars contain liquor brewed with your herbs. But strangely, each batch tastes off. Some are sour, some bitter. Not a single one turned out right. Hearing this, Li Mu felt disappointment creeping in, yet he forced himself to stay calm. Don't worry, Annie Huang. Let's first figure out what exactly went wrong with these batches. Huang Xiuyi nodded, then uncorked one jar and poured a cup for Li Mu. Li Mu picked up the cup, sniffed it, took a sip, and slightly furrowed his brows. There's definitely an odd medicinal flavor in this. One that seems overly strong. Huang Xiuyi tasted it too and nodded. Exactly. That's what I thought as well. If I use less herb, the liquor lacks its characteristic kick. If I use more, it becomes unbearably bitter. Who would want to drink such harsh stuff? Musi, I'm afraid your herbs just won't work. Li Mu couldn't taste the unique, memorable flavor of the strong liquor he'd enjoyed in his past life. He clearly remembered that in that lifetime, Huang Xiuyi had successfully brewed outstanding liquor with these very herbs, an unforgettable drink that even led him to later meet that exceptional hunter remarried for the second time. So why, in this life, couldn't they recreate that same flavor? Puzzled, Li Mu sampled a few more batches from different jars. All were similarly flawed, overpowered by medicinal bitterness, undrinkable. Frowning, he refused to give up. Auntie, could it be the ratio of herbs is wrong? Or perhaps something about the brewing method? Huang Xiuyi shook her head. Musi, my brewing method has been passed down through generations, never failed before. As for the herb proportions, I used exactly the amounts you specified. There shouldn't be an issue there. Now even more perplexed, Li Mu pressed. Then what could be causing this? Auntie, think carefully. Could there be something you overlooked? Huang Xiuyi paused, thinking hard. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. That's right, Musi, I just remembered. These past few days while I was busy brewing, I forgot to collect spring water. The water from my workshop is ordinary. We usually use fresh mountain spring water to balance the flavor. With all the trials using your herbs, I completely forgot. Let me go fetch it. Is it from behind the western hill? Huang Xiui nodded. Yes, exactly, the west hill. The spring water there is crystal clear, sweet, and cool, perfect for brewing. Normally I'd go myself. I know the path well. But Li Mu insisted. Auntie Huang, you've already done so much for me these past days. Let me get the spring water. You rest at home. Once I bring it back, we'll try again. Seeing how determined he was, Huang Xiui didn't push back. All right then, Muzi. Be careful on your way. Li Mu acknowledged her, picked up a wooden bucket by the door, and headed toward the western hill. The western hill wasn't far from the village. After walking about 15 minutes and pushing through thick brambles and weeds, he found the spring, now completely frozen over. Though the spring was normally clear and sweet, now the ice sealed it tight. It would take some effort to extract any water. Staring at the frozen spring, Li Mu located a sharp stone and carefully began chipping away at the ice surface. Finally, a small opening cracked open, and clear spring water started trickling out. Li Mu quickly placed the bucket beneath the flow to catch the cool, sweet water. The stream was slow, would probably take half an hour to fill. The air grew colder, wind howling, making Li Mu shiver uncontrollably. While waiting, he figured he might venture deeper into the woods to look for firewood and warm himself. With that thought, Li Mu walked further into the forest. Not far ahead, he spotted a pile of dry branches. Delighted, he hurried over and gathered them into a stack. Just as he was preparing to start a fire, he suddenly heard a strange sound. The sound seemed to come from deep within the woods, faint and intermittent, like a ghostly whisper. Li Mu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, but then he thought to himself, what was there for a grown man like him to fear? Gathering his courage, he followed the sound deeper into the forest. He hadn't gone far when he spotted a wild deer. Its fur glistened with health, and its antlers stretched long like ox horns. One of its legs was caught in a hunter's trap, and it was struggling painfully. Li Mu's eyes lit up. It was a sika deer. Sika deer were rare and valuable. Deer antler and deer blood were top-grade medicinal ingredients, while the meat was exceptionally delicious. A thought struck Li Mu. He would first rescue the deer, then take some of its blood for brewing liquor. Perhaps that could enhance the potency of his spirit even further. He crouched quietly, scanning the surroundings. After a while, he detected no movement, nor any sign of hunters. It seemed whoever set the trap had already left. This was his lucky break. Drawing the dagger strapped to his waist, Li Mu swiftly slashed open the sika deer's neck. Blood surged out instantly, splattering across his face. The cut was precise, small enough to preserve the integrity of the hide for a higher price, yet sufficient to collect blood for brewing. With that in mind, Li Mu severed the trap's grip on the deer's leg and gently lowered the animal to the ground. Taking out a cloth bag he carried with him, he dressed the wound carefully to prevent excessive blood loss. Then, he pulled out a small porcelain vial and began slowly collecting the deer's blood, drop by drop. Staring at the bright red liquid filling the bottle, Li Mu felt a surge of excitement. This deer blood was an exceptional ingredient for liquor. With it, his plan for strong spirits became far more promising. After tending to the deer, he grabbed it by the hind legs and dragged it to a hidden spot deep in the woods, deciding to stash it safely for now. He'd return after fetching the spring water to finish processing it. Once the deer was concealed, Li Mu doubled back and resumed chipping away at the ice. Chapter 76, Deer Hide. Fortunately, the ice wasn't too thick. After some effort, he finally filled the wooden bucket with clear, sweet spring water. Li Mu hoisted the bucket and started back home, satisfied. Though the wind was biting, his heart felt warm. Back at Huang Xiui's place, Li Mu poured the mountain spring water into the large jar used for brewing alcohol, then eagerly took out the deer blood. When Huang Xiui saw Li Mu return so quickly, bringing deer blood no less, she asked, Muzi, you're fast. Where on earth did you get this deer blood? Li Mu chuckled and briefly recounted his encounter with the sika deer earlier. Hearing this, Huang Xiui exclaimed, Muzi, are you crazy? If the wildlife inspectors find out, you could be fined for illegally hunting protected wildlife. In serious cases, you could even end up in jail. Honestly, Auntie Huang, don't worry, Li Mu replied casually. That sika deer was caught in a hunter's trap. I just saved its life and took a little blood. It's not like I actually killed it. This doesn't count as illegal hunting, right? But now Huang Xiui looked even more concerned. Muzi, don't be naive. Even if that deer was trapped, it's still the inspector's business, not yours. Stay out of it. If they catch you, your thin frame won't survive their harassment. Seeing how worried she was, Li Mu felt a warmth in his heart. Don't worry, Auntie. I know what I'm doing. That deer would have died anyway if I hadn't helped. I've already buried it properly. When the hunter can't find it, it'll just rot in the woods. We'll only use a bit of the blood for brewing. Then at least its death won't be in vain. Only then did Huang Xiui relax. Alright then, you'd better head home now. I'll try brewing with the deer blood tonight. If it works, we can figure out what to do next. Li Mu nodded, carefully handing over the deer blood and giving her a few last reminders before turning to leave. The sky had darkened, and there were hardly any people on the road. After walking a few steps, Li Mu suddenly veered off the path and made a detour toward the back mountain, his mind still turning over Auntie Huang's idea of using deer blood in liquor. He knew these hills well. He could probably find his way home blindfolded. He'd found the deer blood by sheer luck nearby earlier. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the route until he tripped. But Li Mu was nimble. He staggered, caught himself, brushed dust off his clothes, and laughed wryly. Looks like all my luck today went into finding that deer. Continuing deeper into the back mountain, he mentally calculated when he'd go to town to sell the deer hide for a good price. Deer hide was even rarer than bear hide. If he could sell it to wealthy city folk, it would fetch a high price. The back mountain wasn't large. Before long, Li Mu reached the spot where he'd buried the deer during the day. By moonlight, he located the hidden spot from earlier, pushed aside weeds and dead leaves, and revealed the massive body of the sick deer. Under the dim light, he carefully inspected the area and confirmed no wild animals had come near. Only then did he relax. Thankfully, there weren't any predators around here. Otherwise, the deer would have long since become someone else's meal. With that thought, he prepared to drag the deer home. But the animal was enormous. It took him great effort to haul it all the way to the roadside. By now, night had fully fallen. All around was silence, broken only occasionally by the chirping of insects. Li Mu wiped sweat from his brow, already soaked despite the winter cold, and caught his breath before hoisting the deer onto his shoulder and heading home. All along the way, he moved cautiously, afraid of alerting village dogs. Luckily, everything went smoothly, and he made it back without incident. Li Guozhang and Jiang Xuefen had been waiting for him. When they saw him walk and carrying a huge sick deer, they froze in shock. Muzi, this dark thing, is that a sick deer? Boy, where on earth did you get such a big one? Li Guozhang asked in astonishment. Li Mu took off his coat, shaking snow and dirt from it, and grinned. Dad, Mom, don't be surprised. I found this sick deer by accident today in the western back hills. I figured we haven't had meat in a while, so I dragged it back to add some richness to our table. Anyway, it belongs to us now. Tomorrow I'll process it. We'll finally get to taste what deer meat tastes like. Jiang Xuefen's eyes widened with concern. Muzi, tell me you didn't steal this deer. We can't get involved in anything illegal. Did you run into any inspectors on the way? Li Mu almost laughed. Mom, what are you thinking? I saved this deer. There was still a hunter's trap clamped on its leg. I wouldn't dare steal something like this. Only then did Jiang Xuefen relax. Good. This deer is really huge. We've never eaten game this big before. Li Guozhang itched with excitement. How come no one in the village had seen it? This was something to really show off. Seeing her husband's smug expression, Jiang Xuefen knew exactly what he was thinking. How to flaunt this catch in front of the villagers. Irritated, she snapped. Old man, don't go blabbing around. This sick deer was saved by Muzi, not stolen or snatched. Don't you dare get him into trouble. Hearing that, Li Guozhang quickly nodded. Right. We should keep a low profile. Wouldn't want others getting jealous. With that, Li Guozhang and Jiang Xuefen started working on the deer together. Li Mu sharpened his knife, ready to help break down the animal. He first removed the deer's 4 limbs, then cut off the head, and began skinning it. Deer hide was valuable. He couldn't afford to waste any. After skinning, he cleaned out the internal organs, chopped the meat into chunks, and set them aside to stew the next day. They worked through most of the night until finally finishing. Li Mu wiped sweat from his brow and looked at the room full of venison, a quiet pride swelling in his heart. Now his family would finally get to taste something special. With that thought, he turned off the light and went back to his room to sleep. That night, Li Mu slept especially soundly, dreaming of his whole family gathered around, feasting on fragrant venison and drinking strong liquor brewed with deer blood, laughing and warm together. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Li Mu got up. Jiang Xuefen squinted groggily. Where are you off to? Haven't even warmed your spot on the Kong yet. Why get up so early? Mom, didn't I tell you last night? I'm going to the county town to sell the deer hide. You forgot. Jiang Xuefen suddenly remembered. Yes. See how forgetful I've become. Go on then. Hurry up, and be careful on the road. Li Mu acknowledged her and grabbed the deer hide, quickly heading out the door. Chapter 77. I'll take this hide. Li Mu carried the deer pelt on his back and hurried swiftly, soon arriving at the county town. The town was bustling with activity. People thronged the streets, and stalls of all kinds lined the way, displaying a dazzling array of goods. Weaving through the crowd, Li Mu searched for a stall that bought animal hides. After walking only a short distance, he spotted a booth with a sign reading, Hides Purchased. The vendor was a middle-aged man with a thick beard, busy haggling with a customer. Li Mu approached and laid the deer pelt on the counter. Boss, take a look at this deer hide. How much is it worth? The man glanced up at Li Mu, then at the pelt, his eyes flickering with surprise. Well now, this is high-quality sick deer hide. Young man, where did you get this? Li Mu grinned. No point hiding it from you. I came across it by chance in the hills yesterday. So boss, what's this pelt worth? The man inspected the hide carefully. After confirming it had no flaws, he finally spoke. Young man, this is top-grade material, glossy fur, excellent texture. It's worth at least this much. He wagged his finger in the air. Li Mu's heart leapt. He had expected a decent price, but this seemed even higher. Trying to remain calm, he asked. Boss, are you saying 5,000? The man shook his head and smiled wryly. 5,000? You're dreaming too big, son. I meant 500. Li Mu froze in disbelief. He had thought this hide would fetch at least 5,000. To hear the vendor offer just 500 stunned him. Boss, that price is way too low. This sick deer hide was obtained at great personal risk. Can't you offer more? The man laughed. Son, while your hide is good quality, it's not the only one around. I handle all kinds of pelts here every day. Seen plenty like it. For a hide like this, 500 is already generous. Hearing this, Li Mu grew angry inside. He knew the man was deliberately underbidding, but there was little he could do. The deer was poached secretly, so he couldn't make a scene. Still, he suppressed his rage and tried to negotiate. Boss, you know how rare sick deer hides are. That price is simply too low. Can't you add a bit more? The vendor, an old hand at this trade, saw a young, gullible face before him. Youngster, your hide might be good, but it's replaceable. I see all sorts of pelts come through here daily. Think I haven't seen boys like you before, coming in with some decent hide thinking they can strike gold? Dream on, kid. Now, are you selling or not? If not, take your pelt somewhere else and see if anyone will pay you more. Li Mu turned and walked away. The vendor spat and sneered behind him. What kind of trash brings junk like that to me? Real case of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Now Li Mu was troubled. If he couldn't sell this hide for a fair price, wouldn't all his effort go to waste? Better try elsewhere. Perhaps there was someone who truly knew its value. Carrying the pelt, Li Mu wandered through the alleys and streets of the county town, searching for potential buyers. One stall after another, he asked prices, but each response deepened his disappointment. Some vendors claimed the price was too high. Others didn't recognize the pelt's worth at all, disparaging it as worthless junk. Wandering all the way to the edge of town, Li Mu finally noticed a leather shop that looked quite upscale. He stepped inside, placed the pelt on the counter, and said to the attendant, "Where's your boss? I've got a top-grade sick of deer hide to sell to him." The attendant glanced at the pelt, eyes widening slightly with surprise. Without delay, he ushered Li Mu into an inner chamber. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes stepped out. He picked up the hide and examined it closely, turning it over with care. A look of approval crossed his face, clearly satisfied with the quality. "Young man, this deer pelt is indeed exceptional. Shiny fur, soft texture. Truly prime merchandise." Hearing this, Li Mu's heart warmed. Finally, he'd found someone who recognized quality. Keeping a straight face, he asked, "Then sir, how much would you say it's worth?" The man smiled gently and raised his hand, gesturing in midair. "Here's what I'll do. I'll give you 1,000. How does that sound?" Li Mu quickly calculated. While still below his expectations, the offer far surpassed what previous vendors had quoted. Plus, judging by the man's refined appearance, he seemed reputable, a man of status who wouldn't swindle him. With that in mind, Li Mu nodded. "All right, 1,000 it is. Deal. Good. Straightforward, lad. I'll have someone bring the money right away." He then instructed the shop assistant to fetch the money. A moment later, the attendant returned with a thick stack of banknotes and handed them to Li Mu. Li Mu took the money and counted it carefully. After confirming it was correct, he finally handed the deer pelt over to the middle-aged man. Thanking the man, Li Mu turned and left the leather shop. First, he went to a general store and bought a bag of salt and some seasonings. Remembering he still had venison at home to cure, he hurried back. As soon as Li Mu stepped through the front door, he saw xuanhuan busily preparing in the courtyard to preserve the venison. "Ma, I'm back, and I've got the money." Li Mu waved the banknotes in his hand, a bright smile on his face. Xuanhuan looked up. Seeing the cash in her son's hands, surprise flickered in her eyes. "You sold it already? So quickly? How much did you get? Ma, can you guess?" She shot him a playful glare. "Tell me already, don't keep me in suspense." Li Mu then said proudly, 1,000. The shop owner knew its worth. He recognized the quality of this deer hide right away. Hearing that, xuanhuan was overjoyed. "That much? Muer, you really are something." Li Mu handed the money to his mother and added, "Ma, I also bought some salt and spices. Let's start curing the venison right away, otherwise it'll spoil." Xuanhuan nodded. Just then, his older brother Li Qianjin returned from outside. "Big brother, I need to talk to you." Li Mu briefly recounted how he'd sold the deer pelt for money and purchased the salt and spices. Hearing this, Li Qianjin was delighted. "Muer, you're really growing up. Getting 1,000 for that pelt. It's no small sum. Here, big brother, you take the money." Li Qianjin froze, shocked that his younger brother would hand him the earnings. "Muer, what are you doing? You worked hard for this money. I can't take it." But Li Mu firmly pressed the cash into his brother's hands. "Big brother, you know how things are at home. Father is getting older and can't handle heavy labor, and Ma struggles running the household alone. You and sister-in-law just got married. You'll need money to build a new house when spring comes. Everywhere we turn, there's expense. As your younger brother, how can I stand by and watch you suffer? Take this money. Buy sister-in-law something nice. Consider it my little gift." Chapter 78, Deer Blood Wine. Listening to his younger brother, Li Qianjin's eyes grew slightly moist, but he adamantly refused to take the money. "You really think I'm that kind of person? Don't be so formal with me. You have to take this money. If you don't, it means you don't consider me your brother." Xuanhuan stayed silent as she listened. Her second son, Li Mu, had always been kind-hearted, thinking of family before himself. But Li Qianjin was a proud man. He didn't want to accept charity from his brother. Seeing the stalemate, Xuanhuan finally spoke up. "Just take it. Once you've built your new house and life gets better, you can pay him back later. You surely don't want Xiangnan living in that leaky, broken-down mud hut forever, do you?" Hearing this, Li Qianjin fell silent for a moment before slowly accepting the money, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Muzi, thank you, brother. Once I've built my new house and life improves, I'll definitely pay you back." Li Mu smiled. "Big brother, we're family. Don't speak of paying back or not. As long as you're living well, I'm happy." They chatted a while longer before Li Mu stood to leave, saying he wanted to go check the back mountains to see if he could hunt anything else. Xuanhuan looked concerned. "Be careful, Muzi. Don't get yourself into danger like last time." Li Mu acknowledged her words and then turned away. He walked toward the back mountains, passing Huang Xiuye's house along the way. He knocked on the door and called out, "Auntie Huang, are you home?" Coming. Huang Xiuye's voice came from inside, full of surprise and eagerness. She hurried to the door and flung it open. Seeing Li Mu standing there, she broke into a wide smile. "Come in quickly, Muzi. Perfect timing." The wine's already warmed up, just waiting for you. Hurry, come sit down. The moment Li Mu stepped inside, he caught the scent of medicinal herbs. It was instantly familiar. It was exactly like the smell from his previous life. Here, Musi, give it a taste. Huang Xiaoyi handed him a small bowl filled with dark brown medicinal wine. Deer blood's already mixed in. It's incredibly nourishing. Try it and tell me how it tastes. Li Mu took the bowl and drank it in one gulp. A warm stream surged from his throat straight through his entire body, quickly spreading as a surge of strength throughout his limbs and bones. This deer blood wine truly lived up to its reputation. It was powerfully restorative. Putting the bowl down, he exhaled a puff of hot breath and praised. Excellent wine. Auntie Huang, your skill is unmatched. This deer blood wine is 1,000 times better than those so-called premium brands sold outside. Huang Xiaoyi laughed so hard she could barely close her mouth. You smooth talker. The girl who marries you will sure be lucky. Here, have another bowl. I've got plenty more. Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. No, auntie. I'll take this batch with me today. Here's 100 yuan. Please take it as payment. He pulled out a red banknote, but Huang Xiaoyi quickly pushed it back. Musi, what are you doing? It's just a pot of wine. How could I possibly take your money? If you like it, there's more at my place. Just come and get it any time. But Li Mu insisted on pressing the money into Huang Xiaoyi's hand. Auntie, please don't insist on refusing. Your deer blood wine is extremely valuable. It's far more precious than even my roe deer pelts. You must take this money. Otherwise, I won't dare come back next time. Seeing Li Mu's determination, Huang Xiaoyi reluctantly accepted the money, her heart warming with emotion. Li Mu carefully packed the deer blood wine into a cloth bag, slung it over his shoulder, said goodbye to Huang Xiaoyi, and continued toward the back mountains. As he walked, he savored the lingering taste of the deer blood wine, thoughts swirling in his mind. This wine is truly miraculous. If I could produce more of it and sell it in the county town, I might make quite a profit. At the thought, Li Mu quickened his pace. Soon, he reached the back mountains and ventured deeper in. There was a well-trodden path beneath his feet, evidence of regular foot traffic. Beyond that lay the uncharted depths of the dense forest, a place no one had ever entered. After walking an indeterminate amount of time, Li Mu suddenly noticed a faint movement ahead. He stopped, held his breath, and listened intently. The sound seemed to come from not far ahead. Faintly, he also heard a low, guttural growl. Moving cautiously forward, he parted the thick underbrush, and suddenly found himself in an open clearing. Not far ahead, a massive figure was pacing slowly. It was a huge black bear, covered in thick, dark fur, its eyes glowing with menace as it sniffed at something on the ground. Nearby, lying lifeless, was a wild boar that had already been eviscerated. Li Mu sucked in a sharp breath. He began to turn and leave, but accidentally stepped on a dry branch, which snapped with a loud crack. The bear instantly lifted its head, fixing its eyes on Li Mu. Its lips curled back, revealing sharp fangs, and it let out a deep, menacing growl. I'm in deep trouble now. This is serious. In the blink of an eye, the black bear lunged toward Li Mu like a bolt of dark lightning. Li Mu quickly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the bear's attack. He steadied himself and stared at the enormous beast before him, frantically devising a plan. This bear was immensely strong, with thick, tough skin. If he went head-to-head, there was no way he could win. All he had was his hunting knife. He needed to rely on wit, not strength. Boom! Another thunderous crash. The bear charged again, this time faster and more powerful than before. Startled, Li Mu rolled across the ground just in time to evade the blow. He scrambled to his feet and retreated behind a large tree, preparing to use the terrain to his advantage and outmaneuver the beast. Seeing that its strike had missed, the bear grew even more furious. It sniffed the air wildly, searching for Li Mu while letting out deep, guttural roars. Li Mu crouched behind the tree, hardly daring to breathe. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the bear's attention shifting toward the wild boar lying nearby. Apparently, chunks of raw meat still clung to the boar's carcass, leftovers from the bear's earlier feeding. An idea flashed through Li Mu's mind. Quietly circling out from behind the tree, he picked up a stone and hurled it with all his strength toward the boar's body. Bang! The rock struck the corpse, creating a sharp, sudden noise. The bear flinched violently, snapping its head around toward the source of the sound. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu dashed out from behind the tree and fled in the opposite direction. The bear let out an enraged roar and prepared to give chase. But just then, a searing pain shot through its abdomen. It turned out the boar had been the bear's prey, but in its final moments, the dying animal had used its tusks to slash a gash into the bear's belly. Though the wound wasn't deep, it now proved to be the bear's undoing. Chapter 79, Making Acquaintances. The black bear rolled on the ground in pain, its wailing cries echoing through the mountains. Li Mu took the chance to run even farther, until he was certain the bear could no longer catch him. Only then did he lean against a large tree, gasping for breath. He glanced back and confirmed the bear wasn't following. He finally breathed a little easier. Then he turned and met 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. Arg! Damn it! Li Mu nearly jumped out of his skin. He blinked and saw 3 shirtless Orcan men standing not far away, eyeing him with curiosity. Their skin was dark, their build strong and burly, radiating a wild, untamed aura. Li Mu's heart jolted. Were these 3 Orcan men friend or foe? Suppressing his panic, he forced himself to stay calm and asked cautiously, "Brothers, what are you?" One of the Orcan men burst into laughter and said in broken Chinese, "You again?" Hearing that, Li Mu froze. He studied the man more closely. Something about him seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place where they'd met before. Seeing Li Mu's blank expression, the man continued. A few days ago, you entered our territory with some people. Our folks spotted you. We wanted to teach you a lesson, but seeing you were just a young kid, we let it go. Never thought we'd run into you again here today. Another Orcan man looked Li Mu up and down. Did you lead that bear here? Li Mu's heart tightened. He quickly waved his hands in denial. No, I just happened to run into it by chance. Nothing to do with me. So if you say it's nothing to do with you, it isn't? This back mountain is our land. You trespass without permission and then end up facing a bear? Who would believe that story? The first speaker drew his hunting knife from his waist and slashed it through the air with a sharp whoosh, making Li Mu flinch violently. Li Mu inwardly groaned. He knew the Orcan men were fierce by nature, unpredictable in their actions. If he couldn't explain himself properly, he might get into serious trouble. After a moment's thought, he decided to placate them first and look for an escape later. Putting on a friendly smile, he said, Brothers, you know how dangerous these mountains can be. I really didn't mean to come here. How about this? I'll treat you to a drink as an apology. What do you say? Drink? What kind of drink? Li Mu patted the cloth sack on his back and grinned. I've got a jar of fine deer blood wine here, made from the blood of spotted deer. It's extremely nourishing. I guarantee you'll love it once you taste it. At the mention of deer blood wine, all three Orcan men's eyes lit up with interest. Having lived deep in the mountains their whole lives, surviving on hunting, they had tasted every kind of wild game and herb there was, but something like deer blood wine was completely new to them. They crowded closer, curiously eyeing the sack on Li Mu's back. Seeing their reaction, Li Mu felt hopeful. Things were looking up. Carefully, he reached into the sack and pulled out a small jar of deer blood wine, handing it to one of the Orcan men. The man took the jar, popped off the lid, and instantly a rich aroma of alcohol mixed with medicinal herbs filled the air. He brought the mouth of the jar close to his nose and inhaled deeply. This is good stuff. You must have added rare medicinal ingredients, right? Without waiting for an answer, he tipped the jar and gulped down a big swig. As the liquor slid down his throat, he felt a warm current rise from his dantian, spreading instantly throughout his entire body. Every limb and bone felt as though washed anew, utterly refreshing. He set the jar down, exhaled a plume of wine-scented breath, and was just about to take another sip when the second Orcan man snatched it away. Hey, don't just drink it all yourself, you gotta share with us. And with that, he lifted the jar and poured a generous mouthful down his own throat. His face immediately lit up with bliss. The third Orcan man, left behind, stamped his foot in frustration. You two are too much. How can you leave me out? He grabbed the jar from the other two and started chugging it without hesitation. In no time, the entire jar of deer blood wine was drained dry. They wiped their mouths, nodding in approval. Great drink. Got any more? Brothers, Li Mu said apologetically. This deer blood wine took me great effort to make. That was the only jar I had, and now it's gone. But if you enjoyed it, I can certainly make more for you. Really? That'd be fantastic. One of the Orcan men clapped Li Mu on the shoulder and laughed. Little brother, you've got real talent. If you could brew more and sell it in our village, you'd make a fortune. With that single jar of wine, the distance between them vanished. But I was just lucky to come across a deer that one time, Li Mu said deliberately, feigning hesitation. It'd be hard to find another again. The ingredients for this wine aren't easy to get. Hearing this, the Orcan man burst into laughter. What's so hard about that? Little brother, just come with us back to our village. We may not have much else, but wild game. We've got plenty. Want any kind of deer? We'll hunt it down for you. Li Mu's heart stirred, yet he purposely wore a hesitant look. But isn't the back mountain your territory? I broke in without permission. Aren't you angry? Forget about that. The man waved dismissively. We Orcan people value friendship above all. Since you're willing to share such fine wine with us, you're our friend. And when a friend comes, how can we not treat him well? The Orcan man thumped his chest proudly, then was instantly slung over the shoulders of his two companions as they laughed loudly and strode deeper into the forest. Come on, little brother, let's head back to the village for a proper feast. Our wives and kids gotta taste your amazing wine too. Half pushed, half dragged forward by the two men, Li Mu couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He'd hit the jackpot. Not only did he score a free meal of fine meat and drink, he'd unexpectedly made friends with the Orcan people, and now had a chance to enter the legendary back mountains to search for premium ingredients for his wine. This trip was more than worth it. Following the Orcan men, Li Mu ventured deeper into the woods. After circling through a dense stretch of forest, the land suddenly opened up before them, revealing a wooden stockade village ahead. At the entrance, several Orcan women were busy drying hunted game. They looked up as the men approached. Who's that? One murmured, eyeing Li Mu's attire. Looks like a Han. Auntie, where's your husband? The lead Orcan called out. I want to take this young man to meet the greatest hunter in our village. One of the women lifted her head, recognized the man leading the group, and smiled. Oh, isn't that Ollie? You're back. Your elder brother's still out hunting, hasn't returned yet. Who's this with you? Ollie slapped Li Mu's shoulder heartily and laughed. This is my young friend Li Mu. He brews an incredible wine. I ran into him in the back mountains and brought him home. Auntie, you gotta give him a warm welcome. Chapter 80, Sworn Brotherhood. Upon hearing this, the Orcan woman immediately welcomed him warmly. Which village are you from? Lee's village. Oh, Lee's village, quite a distance from here. How did you end up alone in these back mountains? The Orcan woman asked curiously. Li Mu scratched his head with a grin. Well, I heard there were deer in the back mountains, so I thought I'd come see if I could hunt one and use its blood to brew some wine. Luckily, I actually ran into one. But though I managed to catch the deer, I nearly ended up eaten by a black bear instead. The Orcan woman's eyes widened in surprise. A black bear? You certainly have courage. Those bears aren't to be trifled with. Still, surviving its jaws, you must truly have great fortune and fate on your side. Li Mu chuckled sheepishly, inwardly relieved. If not for his quick wits, he would probably already be digesting inside that bear's stomach. The Orcan woman led Li Mu into the village, arranged a place for him to stay, and ordered a sheep slaughtered. Inside the hut, thick animal hides hung on the walls. A faint aroma of roasted meat mingled with wood smoke filled the air, and soft dried grass padded the floor beneath his feet. Big brother. He's right in here. Ollie pushed aside the curtain and stepped in, followed by several Orcan men clad in furs, hunting knives at their waists, their faces rugged and bold. As soon as they entered, they sized Li Mu up. Li Mu shot to his feet. Greetings, elder brothers. The eldest Orcan man, over 70 years old, had snow-white hair and beard, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing, radiating an imposing aura even without anger. He looked Li Mu up and down, then nodded slightly. Not bad. A fine young lad. Ollie, you said this youngster brews excellent liquor? Ollie quickly nodded. Yes, big brother. I met him just now in the back mountains. He treated us to deer blood wine. The taste was absolutely incredible. Better than anything we've ever drunk. 100 times superior. Now the old Orcan man grew interested. Oh, deer blood wine. Let me taste it. With that, he sat down beside the fire pit in the hut, and gestured for Li Mu to bring the wine. Earlier, Li Mu had divided the brew into 2 jugs, one already emptied, the other still full. Li Mu quickly fetched the small jug from his cloth bag and handed it to the elderly Orcan man. The old man took the jug, pulled out the stopper, and peered inside. Goji berries, antler velvet, ginseng. You've got quite the collection of medicinal herbs in here. He brought it close to his nose, sniffed lightly, then set it aside without drinking. Speak now. What is it you really want in these back mountains? Li Mu's heart tightened. He knew this question wasn't easy to answer. Any misstep might spark suspicion or hostility. He forced a calm smile. Honestly, I don't have any special purpose. I simply heard the back mountains are rich in herbs, so I came to gather some for brewing wine. The old man waved dismissively. I've been dealing with your Han people long enough. I can see through your little schemes. Ollie says he's already seen you twice back there, and this time you came bearing wine. You're clearly well prepared. Speak plainly. Whose orders are you following, and what is your true purpose in our territory? Seeing how sharp the old man was, Li Mu decided not to beat around the bush. Brother, I won't lie, I did come prepared, but I'm not sent by anyone. I have my own reason for coming. The old man raised an eyebrow. After game. No, I've heard your people are unmatched hunters. I came here to learn your hunting skills. The old man's eyes flickered with surprise, then he burst into laughter. Want to learn our hunting ways? You're quite the imaginative one. The Orcan have lived off hunting for generations, surviving in these mountains for countless years. If we claim to be first, no one dares say second. You wish to learn? That can be done. Li Mu waited eagerly. Skills like these required apprenticeship. They couldn't be mastered overnight. His heart leapt with joy. He bowed deeply. Thank you, elder brother, for accepting me. I'll study hard and won't let you down. The old man waved a hand. Don't thank me yet. There are conditions. Name them. I'll accept anything. Li Mu thumped his chest firmly. The old man studied him, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Good. Then I'll speak plainly. If you want to learn our hunting ways, you must follow our customs, adopt the ways of our land. Li Mu nodded vigorously. Of course, I will obey without fail. The old man continued. First, you must respect our beliefs and traditions. No offense shall be tolerated. Second, you must be diligent and eager to learn. No laziness allowed. Third, the skills you learn must be used only for hunting, never for improper or evil purposes. Li Mu agreed solemnly. Rest assured, elder brother, I will uphold every condition. And as for this wine, you must bring us a jug every 5 days so we can taste something fresh. If the wine is good, we Orcan people will never treat you poorly. Done. I'll make sure you have plenty. As long as you elder brothers are willing to teach me your hunting skills, I can brew as much wine as you need. Li Mu thumped his chest proudly, his face beaming with confidence. The old Orcan man burst into hearty laughter. Good. That's spirit. I like a young man like you. Since that's settled, from now on, you're one of us Orcan. Now tell me, what kind of animals do you want to hunt? Foxes, bear pelts, and sables. Bears. You actually dare to think about hunting bears? Those aren't things to be taken lightly. Well then, there's a dense forest just behind these mountains. Come with us now. The old Orcan man stood up, leading Li Mu and several Orcan men toward the thick woods behind the mountain. By some method, the Orcan moved completely silently, their footsteps light and leaving not a sound even upon the snow-covered ground. They followed a winding path deep into the forest. After walking for about half an hour, the old Orcan man suddenly stopped and pointed toward a clearing ahead. Look, that's the black bear's den. Li Mu followed the direction of the old man's finger and saw indeed a clearing before them. Piles of dead branches and fallen leaves lay scattered about, and there was a burrow nearly half a person's height, its entrance partially hidden by thick weeds. The black bear isn't in its den right now. See those messy footprints on the ground and the disturbed branches? It clearly just left not long ago. The old Orcan man said to Li Mu, wait here. We'll go take a look. With that, he led several Orcan men forward, approaching the den with utter silence. Li Mu stood tense and still, glancing nervously around. After a long while, the old Orcan man and the other men emerged from the den, each carrying a newly captured bear cub. Chapter 81, Bear Hunt. The cub was furry and looked incredibly cute, but its limbs were already bound by the Orcan hunters, completely immobilized. What the hell? They actually caught it already. Li Mu stared wide-eyed at the cub in the old Orcan man's hands, barely able to believe what he was seeing. Will catching this cub attract the mother bear? The moment Li Mu asked, he realized the question might have been redundant. After all, the Orcan people were masters of these forests. Their knowledge of prey and hunting skills far surpassed anything an outsider like him could comprehend. Sure enough, the old Orcan man chuckled and said, "Don't worry. We were very careful when we took the cub. We didn't alert the mother. Besides, black bears here usually live alone. A single cub won't draw other bears. If one does come, even better, then we'll kill it." Boom. Speak of the devil. From deep within the forest burst a massive black bear, eyes bloodshot, roaring so loudly it shook the air. Li Mu's legs nearly gave out. The maddened mother bear charged straight toward the old Orcan man and the men with him, moving as swiftly as a black lightning bolt. Quick as a flash, the old hunter hurled the cub into Li Mu's arms behind him and shouted, "Run! Take the cub and go! This bear's gone wild." Li Mu caught the heavy cub without hesitation and immediately turned, sprinting toward the edge of the forest. Behind him, the mother bear roared and pursued relentlessly, while the old man and the others threw themselves in her path, blocking her advance. "Ollie, stop it! Don't let it reach Li Mu!" the old Orcan man bellowed. Ollie stepped forward instantly, standing squarely in the bear's way. Knife in hand, he faced the charging beast. The bear lunged at Ollie, who nimbly sidestepped the attack. Seizing the moment, Ollie swung his blade at the bear, but its hide was thick and tough. The knife only left a shallow gash. Incredibly thick skin. Ollie swung a few more times, but each strike merely scored faint white lines across the bear's body, causing no real damage. Enraged, the bear unleashed another deafening roar and lunged again. Ollie dodged once more with quick reflexes. "Brother, what do we do?" "Ollie, fall back," the old Orcan man shouted. In one fluid motion, he drew a massive bow from behind and aimed it at the frenzied bear. He released the bowstring with force. The arrow shot forward like lightning, piercing the air. Whoosh! The arrow struck the bear directly in the left eye. The bear shrieked in agony, its entire body trembling violently. It wildly swiped at its face, trying to dislodge the embedded arrow, but to no avail. The old man's aim had been flawless. The arrow plunged deep into the bear's skull. Blood spurted like a fountain, staining the surrounding snow red. The enormous bear thrashed on the ground for a few moments, then collapsed lifelessly, motionless at last. The old Orcan man lowered his bow, approached the dead bear, examined the wound, and confirmed it was truly dead. Li Mu hadn't run far and witnessed the entire scene, deeply shaken. What incredible archery! What about the cub? Li Mu asked. The old Orcan man glanced at the cub, then at Li Mu. "We'll leave it here. We can't carry it back. Its fate is up to heaven now. We'll drag this black bear back instead. You can have the pelt and the paws. That'll be your reward for today's hunt. As for the cub, we Orcan follow a rule. We hunt only full-grown animals, never kill the young. That's our tradition." "Got it." Ollie and the others began dragging the bear away, while the old Orcan man stayed with Li Mu, continuing their walk through the woods. "I've heard that Xuanhuan people grind certain animal bones into powder and mix them into medicine to cure illnesses. Is that true?" Li Mu nodded. "Yes, it's true. Animal bone powder can be used in medicine to strengthen tendons and bones. It's effective for ailments like rheumatism and fractures. But it depends on which animal's bones, tiger bones, deer antlers, things like that. Only those have strong effects." The old Orcan man raised an eyebrow. "Huh, Xuanhuan folks sure know your remedies. We Orcan have our own healing ways too. For example, black bear bile clears heat and detoxifies. It treats fevers. And deer antler soaked in liquor can boost strength and health. I'm planning to sell the fur. Will you be angry, brother?" "Why would I be angry? We Orcan value generosity and openness. The fur you hunted belongs to you. Do whatever you want with it. If you're willing, you can also trade some animal pelts with us for medicinal herbs or game. That way, we both get what we need." The old Orcan man laughed heartily, appearing extremely open-minded. Li Mu's heart lifted with joy. He had been worried the Orcan people might take offense at him selling animal skins, but now, hearing the old man speak like this, he felt completely at ease. "Then I thank you, brother. Once I've taken care of these pelts, I'll surely bring some over to trade with you for herbs. First, let me teach you a few tricks on hunting foxes and sables." The old Orcan man led Li Mu to the edge of a dense forest. The trees here were thick, prime territory where foxes and sables often appeared. The old man pointed ahead. In winter, after snowfall, foxes and sables leave tracks in the snow. Follow those tracks, and you'll find their dens. But be careful. Foxes and sables are very cunning. Their dens usually have multiple exits. Observe closely, or you'll be outsmarted. Together, the old Orcan man and Li Mu searched the snowy ground for fox and sable tracks. Before long, they spotted a trail of fox footprints. The old man crouched down. "Look at these tracks. The front paws are wide, the back one's narrow. That's typical of a fox. And see how deep the prints are? This fox is heavy, likely an adult." He stood up and continued following the trail forward. "Stay close behind me. We need to be cautious. Don't let the fox escape." Soon, they reached a patch of shrubs. The old man halted and pointed at a hole ahead. "See there? That's the fox's den." Li Mu followed the direction of the old man's finger. Ahead was a burrow partially hidden by weeds. The entrance wasn't large, but it looked well concealed. Take a guess, how many foxes are inside? Li Mu couldn't tell and just guessed wildly. One big and one small. Wrong. Look at how the grass near the entrance is slightly flattened. That means a fox has just come or gone. Chapter 82. Returning with abundant spoils. The Orcan elder gestured for Li Mu to stay quiet. He crept cautiously toward the den, pressed his ear against the entrance, and listened intently to the sounds from within. There's an adult fox inside, probably with a few cubs. You come listen. Li Mu quickly moved to the entrance, mimicking the elder's posture by pressing his ear against the opening and listening carefully. He heard faint squeaks and the soft padding of footsteps echoing from inside. His heart leapt with excitement. There really are cubs. Well, did you hear it? This fox is cunning. We'll need a good plan to catch them all at once. Brother, I'll follow your lead. What should we do? Fox dens have multiple exits. First, we seal off all but one. Then we set a trap at the remaining exit. When the fox comes out, it's caught. Li Mu nodded eagerly. Brilliant idea. Let's get started right away. The Orcan elder led Li Mu around the fox den, searching for alternate exits. Soon, they found two others and tightly blocked them with branches and stones. Returning to the main entrance, the elder pulled out a large net and several ropes from behind his back and began setting up the trap. Li Mu watched closely, silently admiring the elder's hunting skills. The trap was both clever and well hidden. Any fox that triggered it would stand no chance of escape. Once the trap was ready, the elder led Li Mu into a patch of nearby shrubbery, where they crouched and waited in silence for the fox to appear. Minute by minute passed. Li Mu grew restless and was about to speak when the elder abruptly stopped him. The elder raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, then pointed toward the den entrance. Following the gesture, Li Mu saw a fox's head slowly poke out. It looked around cautiously, detecting nothing unusual, before finally emerging from the den. No sooner had the fox taken a few steps than it triggered the trap. The net snapped shut, ensnaring it completely. TSK, TSK, TSK. The elder chuckled proudly. Huh, got it. This fox may be sly, but it still fell for our trick. Li Mu grinned as well. He rushed forward, watching the struggling fox tangled in the net, excitement swelling in his chest. Brother, your trap is truly ingenious. I wouldn't have spotted it myself. There are more foxes around here. You hunt on your own now. If you don't bring down two adults before nightfall, don't dare call yourself one of us Orcan. Hear me? Two. All right. The elder sat himself down on a rock and lit his pipe. Li Mu took the hunting knife the elder had given him, and, copying the elder's manner, began scanning the snowy ground for fox tracks. The prints appeared and disappeared across the snow. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, carefully recalling the methods the elder had taught him for identifying animal trails. After a while, he spotted two clear sets of fox tracks on a stretch of open snowfield, and immediately began following them. Not long into the pursuit, however, the tracks suddenly vanished, leaving only endless white in every direction. Li Mu grew anxious. He halted, looking around helplessly. Just then, a faint sound reached his ears. He snapped to attention and quietly moved toward its source. Parting a cluster of bushes, he finally saw three foxes. Lucky break. All three were full-grown, huddled together. He advanced step by step, closing in until he was less than 10 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu lunged forward, swinging his hunting knife at the foxes. Caught completely off guard, the three foxes panicked and scattered in all directions. Li Mu acted swiftly. One clean slash struck the hind leg of a fox. It yelped in pain, collapsed onto the snow, writhed briefly, then lay still. The other two foxes, seeing their companion fall, fled even faster. Humph, still a bit green, the Orcan elder muttered, tossing aside his pipe and walking over. He picked up the dead fox, then skillfully skinned it with practiced hands. Not bad. To bag a fox on your first solo hunt. You've got some talent. Li Mu grinned sheepishly, pride swelling within. But as he glanced toward the two foxes that had escaped, a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. Too bad. Those other two got away. Never mind. You should have stayed calmer just now. Don't be so hasty. Hunting foxes is all about patience and skill. You charged in like a tiger spotting prey. Next time, wait until those two foxes let their guard down, then strike. Come on, let's keep searching. We might still pick up their trail. The Orcan elder led Li Mu deeper into the dense forest, following the faint footprints left by the two fleeing foxes. The tracks in the snow appeared and disappeared, but with his rich experience, the elder carefully examined each mark, guiding Li Mu steadily along the trail. After walking for quite some time, they finally arrived at a secluded valley. In the center lay an open clearing scattered with dead branches and leaves, along with fox droppings and strands of fur. Look, said the elder, pointing at the traces on the ground. This must be where those two foxes have been resting. Surrounded by thick trees, the valley had only one narrow exit. Brother, let's set a trap right here. When the foxes return, we can catch them both in one go. You set up the trap this time, the elder instructed, letting Li Mu take charge while he stood by to guide him. Following the elder's example, Li Mu laid the large net flat on the ground, camouflaging it carefully with twigs and leaves, leaving only a small opening visible. He then scattered some fruit, favorites of foxes, near the entrance as bait. Once the trap was ready, the elder and Li Mu hid behind a nearby rock. This time, the foxes indeed fell for the trick. They entered through the narrow valley passage, sniffing the air as they moved toward the trap. The two foxes clearly hadn't sensed any danger, still absorbed in their search for food. Suddenly, one of them stepped on a twig covering the trap, causing a faint snapping sound. Instantly alert, the fox lifted its head and looked around, but it was too late. As it took another step forward, its body plunged into the net. The other fox, seeing this, panicked and turned to flee. But Li Mu was quick. He hurled his hunting knife, striking the escaping fox precisely in the front leg. The animal let out a sharp cry and collapsed onto the snow. Li Mu rushed forward and secured both foxes tightly. Huh, good job, lad, this time you did well. Chapter 83, Blueberries. When Li Mu carried the heavy sack back home, his eldest brother Li Qianjin was anxiously squatting at the village entrance. Muzi, where have you been? Mom and Dad have been waiting for you to eat. Why are you only coming back now? And what's in that big sack? Li Qianjin fired off a string of questions. Li Mu smiled, set the sack on the ground, and patted it. Big brother, take a guess. What is it? It's dripping blood. Don't tell me it's wild animals. Li Mu nodded with a mysterious smile. You're right. Inside are fox and bear pelts I hunted. Tomorrow I'll take them to the county town to sell. Another good payday. Hearing this, Li Qianjin widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Li Mu. Muzi, you actually hunted wild beasts? How? How is that possible? You never knew how to hunt before. Li Mu laughed heartily and slapped Li Qianjin's shoulder. Times change, big brother. Now I'm learning hunting skills from that Orican elder. The fox and bear pelts prove it. I'll sell them in town tomorrow for a great price. A tinge of envy crept into Li Qianjin's heart. Muzi, you really are something. You actually caught wild animals. So how do you plan to sell them? I'll head to the market first, check the prices around, then find buyers. Big brother, wanna come with me? Li Qianjin shook his head. I can't. I still need to help out at home. You go ahead. Fine. If you want anything, I'll bring it back for you tomorrow. No thanks. Are you going alone? Won't you take Huzi along? This afternoon he came looking for you. Seemed pretty disappointed when you weren't here. But he said once you're back, you should go see him. He has something to tell you. Did he say what it was about? Before leaving, Li Mu had already sent Tian Xiaohu and Li Chuzi to fish at the little river bend. Whatever they caught was theirs for now. After this round, he planned to go see Tian Xiaohu tonight and get the details straight. The two brothers walked into the house. Zheng Xiangnan was sitting on the Kong chatting with Jiang Xuefen. You're here too, sister-in-law. Zheng Xiangnan looked up with a bright smile. Come, I roasted some sunflower seeds myself. Try them, they're delicious. She genuinely liked her young brother-in-law. She found Li Mu filial, capable, and deeply impressed by how he'd built a house for Li Qianjin first. Thanks to Li Mu, her own standing in the family had grown much stronger. Thank you, sister-in-law. Li Mu grabbed a handful of seeds, sat down on the edge of the Kong, cracked seeds as he chatted with Zheng Xiangnan and Jiang Xuefen, and overheard talk about land distribution. The village chief says the day after tomorrow we'll decide how fields are divided. If they follow last year's method, our household has more people. We'll get several extra mu. Your brother was thinking, once we get the land, we should plant more crops and harvest more grain. Li Mu chimed in. What kinds of good crops could we grow? I remember last year our corn and sorghum yields were solid. Should we stick with those two again this year? Zhang Xiangnan couldn't get a word in, just listened as they talked. Jiang Xuefen thought for a moment and said, that's fine. Corn and sorghum are hardy and drought resistant. But we should try growing other things too, like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Those yield well too. Li Mu perked up. Mom, let's grow blueberries. Blueberries? What's that? Jiang Xuefen looked puzzled. She'd never heard of such a crop. Indeed, in 1980s northeastern China, resources were scarce. Many fruits and crops common today were rare luxuries back then. But Li Mu remembered that in the future, blueberries would become a popular fruit in northeast China, delicious and highly nutritious. He figured if he could grow blueberries now, they might fetch a good price and let his family taste something new. So he shared his idea with Jiang Xuefen and Zheng Xiangnan. Blueberries are a kind of fruit, sweet and tangy, packed with nutrients. They can be made into jam, dried snacks, and more. I read about them in a book. The soil and climate here are perfect for growing blueberries. If we succeed, we won't just have fresh fruit for ourselves. We can sell the surplus too. Zheng Xiangnan listened, her eyes lighting up. Oh my Muzi, that's a brilliant idea. If we can really grow them, that'd be wonderful. We'd have another crop and an extra source of income. But have you even seen blueberries? You've never grown them before. Can they even survive here? Jiang Xuefen still harbored doubts. She'd never seen a blueberry and didn't know whether such a crop could thrive on northeastern soil. Li Mu shook his head. I haven't grown them either, but the book says it's possible. We can give it a try. If it fails, no harm done. If it works, we gain extra income. But what if the land gets ruined? When Li Mu heard this, he quickly explained, Mom, hear me out. Blueberries are really worth a try. I know you're worried the land might go to waste, but we can start by planting them on a small patch. If it doesn't work, we can just switch back to corn and sorghum. Jiang Xuefen had farmed for decades and understood crops much better than Li Mu. She knew their growth conditions and environment well. As for blueberries, she'd never even heard of them, let alone grown them. She shook her head again, still unconvinced. Muzi, I know you mean well and want to earn extra money for the family. But this land is our livelihood. If we plant something unreliable and ruin the soil, what then? Your father would scold us both if he found out. Not to mention, where would you even get the seeds? No one sells them. Where on earth are we supposed to find blueberry seeds? Li Mu knew exactly where to get them. In big cities, there were specialized nurseries cultivating blueberry seedlings, especially in the greater and lesser Xing'an ranges and the Changbai Mountains, where wild blueberries were abundant. Locals often picked them as a tradition. Mom, don't worry, the seed issue I can handle. I know a friend who works in the city. He might be able to help me get some blueberry seeds or seedlings. Really? You actually know someone working in the city? Li Mu lied smoothly, face calm and sincere. Yes, Mom. I met a friend while I was in the city. He's a good guy. I mentioned wanting to grow blueberries at home, and he said he'd keep an eye out and see if he could find any seeds or seedlings. Jiang Xuefen didn't take his words seriously and turned to chat with Zheng Xiangnan about daily matters. After dinner, Li Mu left to find Tian Xiaohu. Their home sat at opposite ends of the village, just a few hundred meters apart. Treading through the snow, Li Mu reached Tian Xiaohu's house in no time. He gently knocked on the door. After a moment, it creaked open, revealing Tian Xiaohu's honest, simple face. Chapter 84, Falling Out. Brother Mu, come on in, it's cold outside. Tian Xiaohu warmly pulled Li Mu into the house. Inside, the stove crackled with heat, making the room cozy and warm. Not seeing his parents around, Li Mu casually asked, "Why are you home alone?" Tian Xiaohu scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "My mom and dad went to help Grandpa Li from the neighboring village with farm work. His son's away working in the city, leaving only the old couple at home. With spring planting coming up, they're short-handed, so my parents went over to help out." Li Mu rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Tiger, I came to see you about something. How did the fishing go today at Xiaotao?" Tian Xiaohu patted his chest proudly. "Don't worry, Mu Ji. I caught dozens of fish with Chizi Ji. They're all out back. Go take a look." With that, Tian Xiaohu led Li Mu to the backyard. There, a large wooden tub was filled to the brim with fish, wriggling and jumping vigorously, clearly fresh and lively. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Good job, Tiger. You guys did great today. These fish will sell for a good price." Tian Xiaohu grinned and scratched his head again. "Mu Ji, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't taught us how to fish, we wouldn't have caught nearly this much. Tomorrow, let's call Chizi Ji and the others, head into town to sell the fish, then check the market for buyers for our fox pelts and bear hide. I'm thinking the furs will fetch a high price. We'll make a nice profit, just you and me." Hearing this, Tian Xiaohu's eyes lit up. "Really? No wonder I couldn't find you earlier. You went into the mountains by yourself." Li Mu didn't mention the orc and hunting techniques, just smiled and said, "Yeah, Tiger. Got lucky today, caught a few foxes, and even got one bear pelt. Tomorrow, we'll go together and sell everything, turn it into some cash." Tian Xiaohu stared at him in envy. "Mu Ji, you really are something. Actually managed to hunt those beasts. I wish I could be half as skilled as you someday." Li Mu gave Tian Xiaohu's shoulder a friendly pat. "Don't rush it, Tiger. Just keep learning from me, and you'll be bringing down game in no time. Together, we'll work hard and make life better for our families." The two chatted a bit longer before Li Mu took his leave, only to run into Li Siming and He Yinglian. He Yinglian shot him a sideways glance, her voice sharp and bitter. Well, if it isn't our busy, important man. Back this late, huh? What fancy goods you got there?" Li Mu still remembered how He Yinglian and Li Siming had stabbed him in the back, but he didn't feel like arguing with her now. He simply replied calmly, "Nothing much. Just some fish and game I hunted. Planning to sell them in town tomorrow." Hearing this, He Yinglian's eyes brightened instantly. "Oh, Mu Ji, look at you, all capable now. Actually caught these yourself? Mind giving us a share?" Li Mu shook his head. "No, I need all of it for selling. Fourth uncle, fourth aunt. If that's all, I'll be going now." Without waiting for a reply, Li Mu walked off without looking back. He Yinglian glared at his retreating figure, stamping her foot in anger. That ungrateful bastard. Now that he's got some skills, he doesn't even recognize his own kin anymore. Li Siming tried to calm her. "Enough, Yinglian. Mu Ji's grown up, he's got his own mind. We shouldn't push him." She snorted. "I just can't stand that smug look on his face, acting like he's something special." Li Siming didn't respond, but inside, he was already calculating. Once Li Mu sold his catch and made money, maybe he could squeeze some out of him. The next morning, he was jolted awake before sunrise by a loud commotion. The sound of xuanhuan angrily smashing bowls and plates, shouting, "You come here before anyone's even up?" Recognizing Li Siming's voice, Li Mu frowned, wondering, what does this guy want, showing up so early? He quickly dressed and stepped down from the Kong bed, entering the outer room. There stood Li Siming at the door, looking awkward as xuanhuan glared at him. xuanhuan held a broken bowl in her hand, furious. "What do you want? We don't have extra food to feed freeloaders." Li Siming forced a smile. "Big sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I didn't come for food. I'm here to see Mu Ji. Need to talk to him about something." Li Mu stepped forward. "Fourth uncle, what is it you need?" Li Siming glanced at Li Mu, then at xuanhuan, hesitated a moment, and said, "Mu Ji, could you lend me a bit of money? I'm a little tight on cash lately." Li Mu felt a flash of irritation. This Li Siming never works, always idling around, and now he dares ask me for money? Still, he couldn't outright refuse, a relative, after all, so he replied, "Fourth uncle, I don't have much cash right now either. The game I hunted hasn't been sold yet." Li Siming's eyes lit up at once. "Then can you sell me the game first? I'll pay you right now." Li Mu shook his head. "No, I've already decided to go to the county town today to sell it. Fourth uncle, if you really need money, I can help you find some work, so long as you're willing to put in the effort." Hearing that he'd have to work, Li Siming's face immediately fell. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, Mu Ji. Your fourth uncle's old bones aren't fit for labor anymore. I'll just go borrow from someone else." Anyone who heard this would find Li Siming's words rather unpleasant. Who in their right mind would insist on buying something before it was even sold, acting as if the other person had no choice but to comply? Li Mu thought exactly the same, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he replied calmly, "Fourth uncle, then go ask someone else. I really don't have any spare money." Now Li Siming was embarrassed, standing there awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or leave. Seeing this, Li Mu didn't want to say more and turned to go back inside. Li Siming panicked and grabbed Li Mu's arm. "Mu Ji, your fourth uncle knows I treated you wrongly in the past, but this time, I'm really desperate. Just help me out this once." xuanhuan, seeing them tugging at each other, yanked Li Siming's hand off Li Mu's arm and snapped, What are you doing? Can't you speak properly without grabbing people? Li Mu looked at Li Siming and sighed. Fourth uncle, it's not that I don't want to help, but I truly can't right now. All the game and fish I've hunted are meant to be sold in town today for cash. My household is tight too. I simply don't have extra money to lend you. How can you say you don't have money? You'll have it once you sell them. Just lend it to me first. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Li Mu's expression hardened. Has fourth aunt been troubling you again? What do I owe your family? Every time you come crawling when times are hard. Haven't I helped every single time? Now, before I've even sold a thing, you're here trying to snatch my goods. What kind of behavior is this? Chapter 85, Young Master Zhao. Li Siming was furious. How dare this young brat talk like that? Things had really gone too far. You little bastard, how dare you speak to your elders like that? I'm your fourth uncle. Li Siming trembled with rage, pointing his finger straight at Li Mu's nose. As if you deserve that title. Jiang Xuefan rolled up her sleeves and marched toward Li Siming, livid. Li Siming, do you still have the nerve to show up here? What exactly does our musi owe you? Every time you come, nothing good ever follows. Now you want to snatch something from our musi. Do you have any shame left? Scolded mercilessly by Jiang Xuefan, Li Siming turned pale and flushed in turns, utterly speechless. He knew he was in the wrong. He shot Li Mu a vicious glare and spat bitterly. Fine, you win. I'm leaving. Don't come crawling to me later when you need help. With that, Li Siming stormed off, flinging his sleeve behind him. Jiang Xuefan glared at his retreating back and spat on the ground. What a piece of trash. Musi, don't bother with him. Let's go eat. Li Mu nodded and followed Jiang Xuefan into the house. After dinner, Li Mu packed the fish he'd caught and the game he'd hunted, then set off for town with Tian Xiaohu. They hitched a ride on a neighbor village's tractor this time. Otherwise, walking there would have taken forever. Once in town, the two first hauled the fish over to Lakeside Restaurant, but Jean Dajiang wasn't around, and the waitress wouldn't make a purchase from them. But the fish couldn't wait, they'd spoil fast. They needed to find a buyer quickly. Carrying the fish, Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu wandered through town, asking several restaurants and fish vendors, but everyone who saw the fish shook their heads. Too common. Not worth anything, they said. Tian Xiaohu looked disappointed. But didn't we catch these in Xiao Hollow? Why aren't they worth anything? They looked fine when we caught them. Li Mu frowned too, puzzled. The fish really did look good. So why were they so worthless? He thought for a moment, then said to Tian Xiaohu, don't worry, Tiger. Let's keep asking around. This town's big. We can't possibly fail to find a single buyer. And so, they trudged onward, carrying their load through the streets. Li Mu turned around. There stood Dahei, leaning casually against a brand new Forever bicycle, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, staring at Li Mu in shock. Been a few days, what happened to you? These fish, this game, all caught by you. Dahei's astonished eyes darted between Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu. Big brother He. Li Mu called out, greeting him warmly. After some brief small talk, Dahei asked, so what are you up to? Why are you lugging fish around? Li Mu gave a wry smile. Well, I caught some fish and came to town hoping to sell them for a bit of cash. But every restaurant and vendor says they're too common, not worth much. Haven't found a buyer yet. Dahei burst out laughing. Yeah, those fish are pretty ordinary. Restaurants and vendors see them every day, nothing special. But if you want to find a buyer, I know just the place. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Really? Big brother He, tell me, who is it? Come on, I'll take you there. Dahei hopped on his bike and led Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu through alleyways and side streets until they stopped in front of a small local restaurant. Li Mu eyed the humble eatery skeptically. Big brother He, do you really think this little place will buy our fish? Dahei clapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Relax. The owner's my friend. He loves using fresh ingredients. Sure, your fish are common, but they're fresh. That's what matters. He'll definitely take them. Reassured, Li Mu walked inside with Tian Xiaohu and Dahei. Sure enough, just as Dahei predicted, the restaurant owner beamed when he saw the fish and eagerly accepted them, paying them full market price. Here, count it. 500 yuan. Take it. Dahei handed them the money. Li Mu counted. It was exactly 500. Boss, what's on the menu today? Suddenly, a group of young people in trendy jackets and flashy clothes poured into the restaurant. Dressed sharply and speaking with confidence, they stood out starkly against the modest atmosphere of the diner. The moment they stepped in, they started shouting their orders. The boss grunted, humph, and hurried over, wearing a broad, eager smile. Got fresh fish today, the signature braised fish. You folks are in luck. Braised again? Can't you offer something new? The leader of the group, dressed head to toe in designer labels, was either a wealthy local kid or someone back home visiting from the city. Having lived in the big city too long, he found town food hopelessly unoriginal. His palate had become too refined, too demanding. The boss didn't take offense. Still smiling, he said, how about sweet and sour pork then? Again this? Today I specifically want fish. You give me something fresh, come up with a new way to cook it. The boss was flustered. Young master, you're really putting me on the spot here. My little restaurant only has so many dishes. If you want freshness, aren't these fish fresh enough? Seeing his friend being hassled, Dahei stepped forward and casually slung an arm around the arrogant young man's shoulder, chuckling. Well, young Master Zhao, where'd you pop up from? Come here just to cause trouble for my friend. When the young man called young Master Zhao recognized Dahei, his expression instantly brightened. Oh, Dahei, what are you doing here? Dahei laughed heartily. I brought my friends here to eat, and right when we sit down, you start making things difficult for us. Young Master Zhao turned to look at Li Mu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your friend? Just crawled out of some farmland. His words carried subtle mockery. Li Mu looked so poor and plain that he simply didn't fit, as someone who could be friends with a guy like Dahe. But then again, Dahe was always unpredictable. His circle of friends couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Tian Xiaohu's eyes flared with anger, but Li Mu quickly held him back. He knew who young Master Zhao was: powerful family, influential connections, a big name in the county town. His father was a local official, and his mother ran a sizable shop. The young man had long relied on his family's power to act arrogantly around town, bullying others without fear of consequences. Years ago, he'd bought a piece of worthless land that everyone mocked him for, but within a year, that land suddenly skyrocketed in value. A residential complex was built there, turning the Zhao family into instant millionaires. Young Master Zhao's fortune multiplied several times over, and he became the first person in town to own a private car. Someone like him was untouchable. But Li Mu had an idea. So all he wanted was a fresh take on fish? Fine. He just happened to have a plan that could give young Master Zhao exactly what he craved. Something both fresh and extraordinary. Brother Zhao, you've been to the big city. Have you heard of squirrel-shaped fish? Chapter 86, a novel gimmick. When the young Master Zhao heard the term squirrel-shaped fish, he perked up. What's that? Squirrel fish? Never heard of it. Tell me about it. Young Master Zhao said, looking at Li Mu with genuine curiosity. Squirrel fish is a traditional Jiangsu dish, named for its resemblance to a squirrel. To prepare it, you first scale the fish, remove the gills and innards, then clean it thoroughly. Next, starting from the pectoral and ventral fins, cut off the head, split it open, and flatten it with your palm. Then slice along the body to create 2 connected fillets, removing all bones in the process. After that, make vertical and diagonal cuts on one side of the fillet, then cross-cut at an angle, deep enough to reach the skin but not cut through. Once done, the scored flesh resembles the fur of a squirrel, very visually striking. Finally, coat the fish in starch, deep fry until golden and crispy, then pour over a sweet and sour sauce. And there you have it, a perfectly balanced dish in color, aroma, and flavor: squirrel fish. Young Master Zhao listened intently as Li Mu described every step. Wow, sounds amazing. I absolutely must try this squirrel fish. Boss, make me one right away. Hearing this, the restaurant owner looked hesitant. Well, my little shop has never prepared this dish before. I'm afraid I might mess it up and disappoint you, young Master Zhao. Li Mu patted the owner on the shoulder and smiled. No worries, boss. I've just explained the entire method to young Master Zhao. Just follow what I said, and you'll be fine. And if you're short on ingredients, I've got some freshly caught fish here, still wriggling. Upon hearing this, young Master Zhao grew even more excited. Exactly. Use his fish. Big Hey, your friend here really knows how to treat people. Dinner tonight is on me. Big Hey laughed heartily. All right then, I won't hold back. Musy, Hoozy, we're in for a real feast today. So the owner began bustling around, following Li Mu's instructions to prepare the squirrel fish, practically dragging Li Mu into the kitchen. Brother, I've never made this dish before. He hadn't even heard of it until now. Don't worry, boss. It's actually not that hard. Just follow my steps carefully, and it'll turn out great. Trust me, once it's done, young Master Zhao will be more than satisfied. The owner eyed Li Mu skeptically, but decided to give it a shot. He called over an assistant, then started working on the fish. Li Mu stood by watching closely. When he saw the owner instinctively begin carving the flower pattern knife cuts, his movements clearly awkward and clumsy, Li Mu quickly stepped forward. Boss, your scoring technique isn't quite right. You should cut diagonally like this, keeping the depth even. Only then will it puff up into that squirrel-like shape when fried. Following Li Mu's demonstration, the owner copied the motion, and sure enough, the fish flesh now bore fine grooves resembling squirrel fur. He examined his work proudly. Huh, looks just like squirrel hair. Not bad, eh? Not bad at all. But there are still a few key details, like controlling the oil temperature and heat level during frying, plus getting the ratio of sweet and sour sauce just right. These can make or break the final texture and appearance. As he spoke, Li Mu helped the owner mix the sauce, deftly measuring vinegar and sugar into a bowl, then pouring it into a pot to simmer gently over low heat until thickened and glossy. This smell perfect. Now where's the flour? The owner hurried over to a cabinet, pulled out a bag of flour, and handed it over. Right here, just opened, never used. Li Mu took it, skillfully coated the fillets in the starch, and gently lowered them into the hot oil. As the temperature rose, the fish turned golden brown, crisp, and aromatic, filling the kitchen with an irresistible fragrance. Okay, time to take it out. The owner quickly fished out the fried fillets and placed them on a serving plate. Then, following Li Mu's directions, he evenly drizzled the simmered sweet and sour glaze over the top. And just like that, the dish was complete, a masterpiece of color, scent, and form. When brought to the table, the squirrel fish instantly captured everyone's attention. The golden exterior was crispy, the inside tender and juicy, while the glossy sweet and sour sauce offered a perfect balance of tangy and sweet, emitting an appetizing aroma. The fish lay shaped like a lifelike squirrel, so exquisitely presented that no one wanted to be the first to disturb it. Young Master Zhao stared at the dish, eyes lighting up. Unable to wait any longer, he grabbed a piece and popped it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he nodded vigorously, praising without pause. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Big Hey, drooling at the smell, couldn't help himself. He reached for his chopsticks, eager to snatch a bite. But Li Mu lightly tapped his hand. Hey G, don't rush. Let young Master Zhao taste it first. Big Hey chuckled sheepishly and drew back. I'm just so hungry. Musy, your squirrel fish smells incredible. I could smell it from way over there. Well, of course, this recipe's a family secret. The flavor's naturally unmatched. With that, Li Mu placed another piece of fish onto young Master Zhao's plate. The young master ate with great relish, praising it continuously. The entourage attending him stood utterly stunned, then one by one picked up their chopsticks and began sampling the squirrel-shaped fish themselves. In no time, the small restaurant echoed only with sounds of chewing and praise. After eating several pieces, young Master Zhao gestured for the others to sit down. He pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and slapped it on the table with a loud thwack, declaring magnanimously, "Boss, dinner tonight is on me. Bring out 3 more squirrel-shaped fish. Let everyone have a taste." Hearing this, the owner beamed with delight and hurried off to prepare them. Li Mu went to assist as well, closely supervising every move the owner made, making sure nothing went wrong and risked disappointing young Master Zhao. Tonight's meal was being hosted by none other than young Master Zhao himself, making him happy would guarantee booming business for the little restaurant in the days ahead. As he helped, Li Mu guided the owner step by step through perfecting the squirrel-shaped fish, from scoring the fillets, frying the fish to golden perfection, to drizzling on the sweet and sour sauce, explaining every detail so the owner could grasp the essence of the dish. The owner listened attentively and worked meticulously. Before long, 3 beautifully prepared squirrel-shaped fish were ready. Big He and Tian Xiaohu got their share too. One bite in, both burst into continuous praise, calling it an otherworldly delicacy. Crispy outside, tender inside, perfectly balanced between sweet and sour, leaving an endless aftertaste. Musi, you've absolutely nailed this squirrel fish. It's even better than what those big restaurant chefs serve, Big He said with his mouth full, giving a thumbs up while devouring another chunk. Tian Xiaohu nodded vigorously, cheeks stuffed, mumbling unclearly, "Brother Mu, how did you even know how to make this dish?" Squirrel-shaped fish was a classic Jiangsu delicacy, not introduced to northern regions until the 20th century. At first, northerners didn't take to its flavor. The preparation was labor-intensive, and its sweet-sour profile didn't align well with their preference for stronger, salter tastes. But now, novelty was exactly what they needed. Actually, it's quite a coincidence. I figured it out myself. I once saw the recipe in a book and found it fascinating, so I thought I'd give it a try. Never imagined it'd come in handy today. Chapter 87. Show your skills. Young Master Zhao looked at Li Mu with renewed respect. "Well, I'll be, kid, you're actually quite talented. You can even make squirrel-shaped fish? Alright, I really enjoyed today's meal. Next time I'm free, I'll definitely come back to your little restaurant for a bite. Remember to cook me that squirrel fish again." Dahe quickly explained that Li Mu wasn't actually the owner of the small eatery. He's just a friend helping out today. He happened to be here when young Master Zhao came by and just showed off a little skill. Never expected His Excellency would enjoy it so much. Young Master Zhao was in a particularly good mood today, and finding that Li Mu was around his own age, they hit it off after chatting for a bit. Before leaving, he gave Li Mu an address. "Next time you come into town, come find me. I'll treat you to a meal. I won't forget what happened today." Li Mu smiled and agreed, though he understood it was just polite talk. He couldn't seriously go looking for the man. Someone like young Master Zhao being willing to speak with him as equals was already generous enough. He shouldn't push his luck. Li Mu saw young Master Zhao off outside, watching him climb into a small automobile that drove away with a honk. Only then did he turn back into the restaurant, finish his own meal, wipe his mouth, and get ready to leave with an empty fish basket and Tian Xiaohu. Hey, little brother, wait a second." The boss rushed out from behind the counter and shoved several banknotes into Li Mu's hand. "Today was all thanks to you too, especially you, young man. That squirrel fish was absolutely amazing. You brought in so many customers. Take this as payment for your hard work." "Brother, we can't accept this." Li Mu tried to refuse. "You're way too kind. We managed to sell our fish today largely because of your help. There's no way we can take money from you." But the boss insisted. "Don't be so modest. That squirrel fish brought me a flood of customers today. It might even become the signature dish of my little place. You have to take this. And hey, will you keep delivering fish in the future? From now on, I'll only buy from you. And if your cooking stays this good, I'll pay extra. Let's grow together, win-win." Dahe chimed in. "Tiger, teach me how to make that squirrel fish, would you? Your skills are incredible. If I could serve that dish at my restaurant, business would explode." Li Mu glanced at the restaurant owner. Seeing no objection, he continued. "Big bro Dahe, you're flattering me. This is just something I figured out on my own. No secret recipe or anything. If you really want to learn, I'll show you. But first, call over the chef from your restaurant. Let him learn it properly so you can start serving it there." Hearing this, Dahe lit up with excitement. "Really? That's fantastic. Come on then, let's head to my place. I'm taking these guys with me." The boss laughed and scolded. "Get out of here, you mule." Unfazed, Dahe chuckled and called back. "Bro, I'm taking them to my place now. I'll come back and drink with you another day." With that, Dahe grabbed Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu and led them out of the small restaurant, hopping on their bicycles and riding toward his own establishment. It was just past the lunch rush. The Black Wind Inn was nearly empty. As Dahe pulled Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu into the kitchen, he bellowed loudly, Lao Zhao, get over here quick. I've brought you a master." A stout middle-aged man poked his head out from behind the stove, eyeing Dahe with confusion. "What master? Dahe, who'd you drag in this time?" "Haha, this is Brother Li Mu. He's got a specialty dish that'll blow your mind." Lao Zhao was busy tending the wok, apron tied tight, hands greasy with oil. But at Dahe's words, his interest perked up. "What dish? Let me see it." Dahe laughed heartily and pushed Li Mu forward. "Right here, this is Brother Li Mu. His squirrel fish? Absolutely unmatched. I had a bite at the little restaurant earlier. It was heavenly." "What fish?" Lao Zhao thought he'd misheard, staring blankly at Dahe and Li Mu. Squirrel fish. In winter? Where'd you catch a squirrel, Dahe? Are you cracked in the head? Lao Zhao wasn't one to mince words, and eyeing Li Mu. Just a kid. He couldn't believe this boy was some culinary expert. Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. This Lao Zhao had quite a sense of humor, mistaking squirrel fish for actual squirrels. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, Master Zhao, you misunderstood. Squirrel fish isn't made from real squirrels, it's the name of a dish. Now Lao Zhao finally got it. He scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. Oh man, look at me. Misheard the name completely. Squirrel fish? Never heard of it. Can you really cook it? Li Mu nodded confidently. I can, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Dahe chimed in from the side. Lao Zhao, don't underestimate Mu Zi. His skills are impressive. I'm telling you. Even young Master Zhao couldn't stop praising him. Back at that little restaurant today, his squirrel fish left everyone speechless. Hearing this, Lao Zhao figured he had nothing better to do anyway. There are a few more fish in the back. Go ahead and show us what you've got. Li Mu rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. He walked over to the fish tank, picked out a lively, thrashing fish, and began preparing it with practiced ease. Lao Zhao watched closely, eyes glued to Li Mu's hands. He saw him scale, gut, and clean the fish seamlessly, all in one smooth motion. Then, starting just behind the pectoral fins, Li Mu sliced off the head, split it open, and flattened it with the palm of his hand. Each movement fluid and precise, not an ounce of bravado. Huh, this kid really knows his stuff. Lao Zhao couldn't help but silently admire. Next, Li Mu began filleting the fish. His touch was light and delicate, slicing two connected fillets so thin they were nearly translucent, yet still intact. Then, using a series of precise vertical and diagonal cuts, he scored the flesh, first straight down at an angle, then diagonally across, cutting deep into the skin without piercing through. Each stroke was razor sharp, as if measured with a ruler. Within moments, the fish flesh blossomed into intricate patterns resembling squirrel fur, breathtaking in their detail. Lao Zhao stood there dumbfounded. This level of knife skill was something only old Jin could match, an undisputed master in their trade, renowned for his flawless technique. And now, a young lad stood before him wielding such extraordinary talent. Truly, the younger generation was rising fast. Lao Zhao burst out in admiration. Young man, your knife work is outstanding. After all these years in this business, I've never seen anyone as skilled as you. Master Zhao, you flatter me. It's all thanks to constant practice. Where's the flour? Are the vegetables and seasonings ready? Making squirrel fish takes quite a few ingredients. Lao Zhao quickly pointed to the prepared items nearby. Right here, all set. Flour, scallions, ginger, garlic, sugar, vinegar, everything you need. Li Mu began coating the prepared fish fillets with flour. Lao Zhao busied himself assisting, mixing the sweet and sour sauce while stealing glances, eager to learn. Chapter 88, Bargaining. Big He and Tian Xiaohu crowded over, watching Li Mu's skilled movements. Before long, the fish pieces were evenly coated with flour, and Li Mu gently placed them into the hot oil. As the oil temperature rose, the fish gradually turned golden brown and crispy, emitting an even richer aroma that filled the entire kitchen. Old Zhao, Big He, and Tian Xiaohu all stared wide-eyed at the frying fish, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing their expressions, Li Mu said with a smile, "Don't rush, the best is yet to come." As he spoke, he used chopsticks to gently flip the fish, ensuring each side was evenly cooked. Soon, the fish achieved a perfect golden crispness. Li Mu quickly scooped it out and placed it onto a plate. Then, he poured the simmered sweet and sour sauce evenly over the top. Before everyone's eyes, another exquisite squirrel-shaped fish dish made its appearance. The golden fish was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, drenched in a perfectly balanced sweet and sour glaze that sent fragrance wafting through the air. The intricate scoring on the fish had puffed beautifully during frying, forming a vivid, lifelike swirl that drew admiring gasps. Old Zhao stood there stunned. He had never seen such a refined dish before. Unable to resist, he reached out with his chopsticks, picked up a piece, and popped it into his mouth. After a few chews, he realized the fish was incredibly tender and juicy, perfectly melded with the tangy sweetness of the sauce, creating layers of flavor that lingered delightfully. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Mu, unable to believe this masterpiece had been crafted by this young man's hands. This squirrel fish, it's absolutely incredible. Old Zhao stammered, his chopsticks still suspended in midair. Li Mu, having made several batches in a row, was exhausted, sweat glistening on his forehead. Big He slapped Li Mu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Haha, look at how shocked old Zhao is. Your squirrel fish is truly unmatched. From now on, our restaurant's business will depend on this dish. Old Zhao rubbed his hands together sheepishly. Little brother, do you have the recipe? You make this squirrel fish so well. Would you mind sharing it with me? I'd like to learn it too. Maybe add it to our menu later. Li Mu, who had always intended to build his own reputation, readily agreed. Master Zhao, you're too kind. If you like it, of course I'll share. But remember, the key to this dish lies in the knife work and control of heat. With practice, you'll surely surpass me. Hearing Li Mu agree to share the recipe, old Zhao was overjoyed. He quickly pulled out pen and paper, meticulously writing down every step and tip Li Mu described, then insisted Li Mu demonstrate once more while he watched closely. By the first attempt, he was already learning. By the second, old Zhao could make the squirrel fish with confidence. Having other matters to attend to, Li Mu excused himself from Big He. Big Hay personally walked him to the door, stuffing fresh ingredients into his basket as he went, saying, Muzi, if you ever run low on fish or veggies, just come back to me. And about that squirrel fish recipe, you think about it later. It was a subtle probe. Everyone wanted a unique treasure for their own shop. Big Hay knew full well a signature dish like squirrel fish could draw in plenty of customers. But Li Mu had his own plans. After some discussion, he replied, Don't worry, Brother Hay. I've only told Brother Jean, you, and the others I met today. For now, I don't plan to spread the recipe further. Let's wait a little longer. Relieved, Big Hay nodded. Still, he thought to himself, the squirrel fish wasn't exactly hard. Any seasoned cook could reverse engineer it after tasting it a few times. This advantage couldn't last forever, but it would be enough for now. Alright, come see me again in a few days. You got it, Brother Hay. Tian Xiaohu yawned. Brother Mu, are we heading back now? Not yet. Let's go sell this bear pelt first. To Lakeside Restaurant again? At this time of day, they usually fetched a good price there. The owner of Lakeside Restaurant was sharp but fair. So long as the goods were top quality, she never hesitated to pay well. Li Mu shook his head. No, let's try somewhere new. I heard a new restaurant opened in town that specializes in wild game, and they offer decent prices. Let's give it a shot. Tian Xiaohu rubbed his sleepy eyes. Sure thing, Brother Mu. Wherever you say. So the two set off, empty fish baskets on their backs, carrying the bear pelt. They asked a few passers-by for directions, and soon found the location of the new restaurant. Along the way, they passed through bustling streets, bought 2 skewers of hawthorn-flavored candied fruit, and chatted as they walked toward their destination. Brother Mu, do you think this new place will take our bear pelt? Tian Xiaohu asked, chewing on his candied fruit. We'll find out when we get there. Let's just try our luck. If they don't buy it, we'll figure something else out. Li Mu appeared calm and confident. He believed his bear pelt would surely fetch a good price. Before long, they arrived in front of a new restaurant. The place was decorated in a traditional, rustic style, with 2 large red lanterns hanging by the entrance, adding a festive atmosphere. The sign said it was still under construction, doors closed, but faint light seeped out from within. Li Mu gently knocked on the door. After a moment, a young waiter wearing an apron peeked out, looking at them with confusion. Who are you looking for? We've got a fresh bear pelt we'd like to sell to your restaurant, Li Mu said with a smile, holding out the pelt. Hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up. He quickly opened the door and let them in. Just wait a moment. I'll go get our manager. Shortly after, a slightly overweight middle-aged man dressed neatly and formally walked over. He first examined the bear pelt, and upon touching it, he knew it was top quality, complete, undamaged, with bright, lustrous fur. It would be perfect as a centerpiece, proudly displayed in the most prominent spot in the dining hall. This is good pelt. I'll take it. Name your price. Li Mu had already thought this through. Sir, you decide. We're not greedy, just want a fair deal. The manager was a shrewd businessman. He studied Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu carefully. Alright then. I can see you're honest folk, and I won't take advantage. How about 200 for the pelt? 200. Tian Xiaohu couldn't believe such a low offer. Li Mu stopped him with a hand. Brother, that price seems a bit low. Take a look at this pelt. Bright fur, no damage, top-grade quality. 200 just doesn't seem quite right, does it? The manager didn't rush. He listened calmly. Young man, yes, it's a fine pelt. But you know as well as I do, while bear pelts are rare these days, they're not impossible to come by. My restaurant has just opened. I don't have much use for a bear pelt yet. 200 is already a generous offer. Chapter 89, Haggling. In the end, Li Mu didn't sell. Tian Xiaohu grew anxious. Brother Mu, that price is way too low. We can't possibly sell at that. Of course we can't sell. He's just trying to take advantage of us because we're young and inexperienced. Li Mu snorted coldly, rolled up the bear pelt again, and slung it over his shoulder. Let's go. We'll find Brother Jean again. They wandered in circles and eventually returned to Lakeside Hotel. They didn't run into Jean Dachuan, but met Zhou first, wearing red high heels and a tight-fitting dress that accentuated her graceful figure, busy directing the waiters around the restaurant. Seeing Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu walk in with the bear pelt on their backs, she smiled brightly. Well, if it isn't Xiao Li and Xiaohu, what's the occasion? Got something good to sell me again? Li Mu placed the bear pelt on the counter and grinned. Sister Zhou, take a look at this pelt. Can you give us a fair price? Zhou Li stepped forward, carefully inspecting the pelt and feeling its fur quality. A pelt this large is truly rare. Xiao Li, where did you get such a fine specimen? A flash of excitement crossed Zhou Li's eyes. She knew quality when she saw it. This pelt could fetch a high price. Sister Zhou, that's not for me to say. All I can tell you is it was obtained legally. How about offering us a decent price? This pelt is indeed top quality. I won't shortchange you. How about 500 yuan? What do you say? 500. At once, Tian Xiaohu's eyes lit up. That price was far higher than what the previous shopkeeper had offered. Li Mu also nodded, visibly satisfied. He knew Zhou Li was a straightforward person, and her offer was reasonable. Alright, Sister Zhou, it's a deal. And here are the bear paws too, prime quality. I'll sell them along with the pelt. As he spoke, Li Mu took out the pair of bear paws from his backpack and placed them carefully on the counter. Fine. Then another 500 yuan on top of that. Excellent goods, all top shelf. Xiao Li, if you've got anything good next time, be sure to come straight to me. The price will always be fair. Zhou Li paid promptly, took possession of the bear pelt and paws, then added, you two came at just the right time. Our restaurant is launching a new dish recently and needs fresh fish. If you can get me some good catch, I promise I won't treat you unfairly. Hearing this, Li Mu felt a spark of inspiration. He had been hoping to promote his squirrel-shaped fish dish. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Don't worry, Sister Zhou. We'll definitely get you some excellent fish. And I also have a signature dish I'd like you to try. Oh, what dish is that? Jolie asked curiously. Squirrel-shaped fish. Squirrel-shaped fish? Made from squirrel meat? No, Sister Jo, you've misunderstood. It's actually made from fish. The shape and pattern resemble a squirrel, hence the name. Jolie suddenly understood. What kind of cuisine is this? Never heard of it before. It's a Jiangsu-style dish. Is Brother Jean not around today? Jolie shook her head. He's out on business today, probably won't be back until evening. Anything urgent? Li Mu felt a slight disappointment, but quickly composed himself. Nothing pressing. I just wanted to explain how to prepare it. If he's not here, I can leave the instructions written down. Li Mu carefully wrote out the preparation method and recipe for squirrel-shaped fish and handed it to Jolie. She took the note and read it attentively. All right, when Jean Dachuan returns, I'll make sure to pass it on to him. Li Mu nodded and left Lakeside Hotel together with Tian Xiaohu. On their way home, Tian Xiaohu couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, why do you share your squirrel fish recipe with Sister Jo? If we kept it to ourselves, wouldn't we make even more money? Li Mu patted Tian Xiaohu's shoulder. Xiaohu, you're thinking too short-term. If we want to popularize squirrel-shaped fish, we need more people to know about it and taste it. Their restaurant has steady business and heavy foot traffic. It's the perfect platform for promotion. Once the dish gains popularity, do you think our fish will still be hard to sell? Tian Xiaohu scratched his head, nodding as if he somewhat understood. Oh, so that's how it works. Brother Mu, you're amazing. You really think of everything. Li Mu smiled faintly, saying nothing more. A plan had already formed in his mind. He was confident that, with promotion through Zhou Li's restaurant, squirrel-shaped fish would soon become famous, and then their fish would have no trouble selling at all. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived back in Lijia village. Right away, they ran into Li Jiangguo. Seeing them carrying empty fish baskets, Li Jiangguo sneered and walked off without even turning his head. That's strange. Li Mu stared at Li Jiangguo's retreating figure. Though Li Jiangguo usually liked to grab petty advantages, his attitude today seemed unusually odd. Beside him, Tian Xiaohu muttered, Brother Mu, what's wrong with Li Jiangguo? Why does he act like he's seen a ghost whenever he sees us? Li Mu shook his head, equally puzzled. He couldn't help but feel that Li Jiangguo had been acting strangely lately, always avoiding them as if he had something to hide. But there was no time to dwell on it now. Pushing the suspicion aside for the moment, Li Mu turned to Tian Xiaohu and said, Forget about him. Tiger, go find Brother Chuzi and divide up the money from the fish sale among the brothers. You know how to calculate it, right? Tian Xiaohu nodded. Got it, Brother Mu. Don't worry, I'll handle it. With that, Tian Xiaohu turned and ran toward the village. Li Mu returned home, only to find Jiang Xuefan and Li Guozhang gone, and his eldest brother was nowhere to be seen either. A cold sense of foreboding welled up inside him. He walked around the house, checking every corner, but found nothing out of place. Still uneasy, he decided to ask around in the village. He stepped outside and spotted a few villagers chatting idly nearby, so he approached them. Auntie, have you seen my family? They're all not at home. Everyone's over at the Tao household waiting for the land division. How come you're just getting back now, Mu? Hurry over. It's chaos over there. People are furious. Your father's already there too. The moment Li Mu heard this, his heart sank. Land division? What was going on? He quickly thanked the woman and hurried toward the Tao residence. Even from a few hundred meters away, he could hear the noise, shouting, arguing, a cacophony of anger and resentment pouring into his ears. Frowning, he quickened his pace. As he drew closer, the commotion grew louder, angry voices clashing, curses flying. Why had the land division turned into such a mess? When he reached the entrance of the Tao household, he saw a massive crowd gathered, packed tightly around the doorway. Li Mu pushed his way through with effort until he finally caught sight of what was happening inside. Old man Tao sat stiffly in an armchair, his face flushed with fury, while Li Guozhang and several other villagers stood opposite him, red-faced and shouting. Li Mu's chest tightened. He shoved forward and rushed to his father's side. Dad, what's going on here? Seeing Li Mu, Li Guozhang's expression softened slightly, though his voice remained heated. Mu, you're finally back. Your uncle C, he's claiming that plot of land is his. Says the land division back then was mistaken, and now he's demanding we hand over our land to him. Can you believe this? It's outright bullying. Chapter 90. Truly shameless. Li Siming was hiding behind, while a skinny yet sharp-looking woman stood in front, rolling up her sleeves despite the cold winter and pointing her fingers with a sour expression, none other than He Yinglian. It didn't take much to guess what she was up to. Li Mu instantly understood the whole situation as soon as he saw the scene unfolding before him. Today happened to be the day for land redistribution. Tao Qingshan noticed that no new families had moved into Li village, so he decided to reallocate the village's farmland, a well-intentioned move, but one Li Siming seized as an opportunity. Abusing his seniority and some petty cunning, he claimed the land had been wrongly allocated back then and insisted that Li family's plot should now be transferred to his name. Li Guozhang naturally refused, and a heated argument broke out between the two households. The surrounding villagers murmured among themselves. Some supported the Li family, believing Li Siming's behavior was utterly dishonorable, while others thought this was a private family matter and refrained from intervening. After grasping the full story, Li Mu's eyes turned icy. He fixed his gaze on Li Siming and said coldly, Fourth uncle, what you're doing isn't exactly honorable. Everyone was present during the original land distribution. If you claim it was a mistake, do you have any proof? Hearing this, Li Siming immediately felt uneasy, but still stubbornly retorted. Who said it was a mistake? I just think that piece of land suits me better for farming. You Li family already owns so much land. What's wrong with giving me a little share? Fourth uncle, That argument simply doesn't hold water. The land belongs to all of us. It's not private property of any single household. The original allocation followed village rules. If anyone can just demand more whenever they please, what kind of precedent does that set? Speechless under Li Mu's sharp words, Li Siming faltered. He Yinglian quickly stepped forward to defend him. Muzi, how dare you speak to your elder like that? He's your uncle. Show some respect. And besides, she continued, that land rightfully belongs to us anyway. It was wrongly assigned years ago. We've let it slide all these years because your eldest brother was unmarried and landless. And now, you dare argue with us about it. Jiang Xuefan pushed Li Guozhang aside, spat right beside Li Siming's feet, and glared fiercely. Do you two have any shame left? That land clearly belongs to our family. Are you trying to seize it by force? Shocked by the sudden act, Li Siming jumped back instinctively. Seeing this, He Yinglian rushed forward to confront Jiang Xuefan as well. Chaos erupted. Villagers scrambled to intervene, but their efforts seemed futile. Li Mu, burning with anger, grabbed Jiang Xuefan, who was still shouting. Enough! Everyone, stop arguing. Tao Qingshan slammed his hand on the table. What good does fighting do? When we divided the land last year, what did everyone agree upon? Li Siming, tell me, when you were given that plot near the village entrance, how did you respond? You said it was poor land, unsuitable, and refused it outright. Now that someone else has grown something valuable on it, suddenly you want it back? Is that fair? At the beginning of last spring, all the fields were redistributed. Different seeds were planted near the village entrance, some wheat, some vegetables, and a few fruit trees. The Li family's lot happened to be at the edge of the village. Back then, Li Siming himself had complained the plots were too remote and the soil barren. He'd stubbornly demanded Tao Qingshan switch them for better ones elsewhere. Now, seeing the Li family successfully harvest fine produce from those very fields, envy overtook him and he wanted to snatch them back. Looking at Li Siming's hypocritical face, Li Mu felt a surge of contempt and disgust stronger than ever before. He never imagined his own blood-related uncle could stoop so low, twisting facts and resorting to such underhanded means, all for a few strips of land. Turning to Tao Qingshan, he said firmly, Uncle Tao, you're a respected elder and the one overseeing this redistribution. Please give us a fair judgment. Is this land ours, or does it belong to Li Siming? He Yinglian screeched furiously. Oh, so now that you've made some money, you think you're powerful enough to defy your elders? Listen here, Li Mu, we're taking that land, and you will hand it over. Jiang Xuefan shielded Li Mu, glaring back at He Yinglian without yielding an inch. You're talking about outright robbery. Do you even know your own morals? Every cent our Muzi earns is through his own hard work. Well, why do you have to claim any of it? Not a single bit of our family's gains will go to people like you. The onlookers began whispering louder, shaking their heads. This Li Siming has really gone too far, willing to screw over his own nephew just for a bit of land. He Yinglian isn't any better. Seeing others succeed, she gets greedy and tries to take advantage. Tao Qingshan watched the mess unfold, silently sighing. A simple land redistribution had escalated into such a scandal. He cleared his throat. All right, stop the noise. Here's what we'll do. Li Siming, you say the land is yours. Do you have any evidence? Was there any official record from the time of the original distribution? At this, Li Siming fell completely silent. Of course, he had no proof. There had been no formal records back then. It was all settled with verbal agreements. Tao Qingshan continued. Without evidence, you can't just make baseless claims. This land belongs to the Li family. Li Mu, don't take it too much to heart. People like him aren't worth our attention. Li Mu nodded. This time, he was truly grateful to Tao Qingshan for stepping in and upholding justice. Otherwise, no one could tell how bad the situation might have become. He looked at Li Siming and He Yinglian. Fourth uncle, auntie, I'll treat this incident as if it never happened. From now on, we go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. With that, he took Jiang Xuefan and Li Guozhang by the arm and prepared to leave. He Yinglian spat on the ground. I've never seen such shameless people, taking advantage right under your own roof. Do you really think the Li family is something you can bully? Jiang Xuefan turned around angrily, but Li Mu quickly held her back. Mom, don't waste your breath on them. Let's go. Li Mu knew full well that arguing with such people was utterly meaningless. They would twist right and wrong for their own benefit, using any means necessary without a shred of conscience. Right now, the most important thing was to leave this mess behind and head home. Though Jiang Xuefan's heart burned with fury, seeing how calm Li Mu remained, she could only suppress her anger and follow him away. The crowd of villagers gradually dispersed, all regarding Li Siming and He Yinglian's actions with disdain. This land redistribution had caused quite an uproar. Though Li Siming and He Yinglian had gained a temporary advantage, their reputation in the village was now completely ruined. In hushed tones, villagers said they had disregarded family ties for a few strips of land. It was truly shameful. Li Guozhang took several hard puffs from his tobacco pipe, his face dark as water. Suddenly, he hurled it to the ground. The pipe hit the stone slab with a sharp clink, scattering tobacco leaves and sparks everywhere. Startled, Li Mu jumped, then quickly stepped forward to pick it up. Finding the pipe unbroken, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Dad, please don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health over people like that. Chapter 91, Digging a Pond. Li Guozhang sighed. Muzi, you've grown up, more capable than your old man ever was. If this had happened when I was young, I'd have fought them head on. But now, I'm getting old, not good for much anymore. Dad, you're not old. Talking tough doesn't accomplish anything. Look at this, what do you see? Li Mu pulled out crisp new banknotes one by one, handing them to Li Guozhang. This was the money he'd earned today from selling bear skin and bear paws. Over 1,000 yuan in total. Cough, cough, cough. Li Guozhang was so startled, he started coughing violently. He stared wide-eyed at the wad of cash in Li Mu's hand, his own fingers trembling slightly as he took it, and began counting each bill slowly. Musi, all of this is yours? You actually made this. His voice cracked with emotion. His son had become someone truly accomplished. Yeah, Dad. Don't worry. I promise our family will live better and better from now on. Staying confined to this small village would only limit their future. Only by stepping beyond its borders could they see a broader world, full of opportunities and possibilities. Li Mu already had a plan. He'd save enough money to settle permanently in the county town. Spending his whole life tending a few fields simply wouldn't do. Jiang Xuefan stood nearby, wiping tears from her eyes. Yet within those tears was a glimmer of comfort and pride. Seeing how capable her son had become, how he could now shoulder the burdens of the household, she felt both heartbroken and deeply moved. Li Mu had sacrificed so much for their family. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Tonight, we're celebrating. Jiang Xuefan smiled through her tears, suddenly uplifted. Li Mu thought for a moment. I want your sweet and sour pork and pickled cabbage stewed with ribs. Those dishes were usually reserved only for Chinese New Year. They were far too expensive for regular meals. But tonight, to celebrate Li Mu's harvest, Jiang Xuefan decided to make an exception. Rolling up her sleeves, she got to work. Sweet and sour pork required slicing the pork thinly, marinating it, coating it in starch, deep frying until golden, then drizzling with a special sauce. Pickled cabbage stewed with ribs meant simmering the ribs until tender, adding sour cabbage and seasonings, then cooking everything together briefly. While she worked, Li Mu discussed plans with Li Guozhang. Our fields are still the ones from last year, near the river at the edge of the village. Being close to water means easy irrigation, and the soil's fertile. The crops have always done well. Dad, I've been thinking, shouldn't we dig a pond beside the field? We could raise some fish, maybe increase our income a little. You think it's that simple? Just digging wherever you like? You need approval from the village first. That said, the idea isn't bad. The river water here is clean. Fish raised in it would taste great. Let me talk to Tao Qingshan later and see if we can get permission. No, Dad, let me go. Li Mu was genuinely afraid of how his father might boast or blunder his way into ruining the negotiation. He thumped his chest firmly. Dad, just leave it to me. I'll make sure it gets done right. For several days running, Li Mu kept going down to the river with Tian Xiaohu and Li Chuzi, fishing steadily. They hauled in dozens of pounds of large fish, each plump, fresh, and delicious. Li Mu calculated silently. If they could raise these fish in a pond, they'd breed even more fry. Then they wouldn't just have food for themselves, but also plenty to sell, bringing in another steady stream of income. And with a pond, they could raise ducks too. Duck droppings could serve as fish feed, creating a sustainable ecological cycle. This would cut costs while increasing profits. When Li Chuzi heard about Li Siming's behavior, he wiped sweat from his forehead and said to Li Mu, Musi, Li Siming's gone too far. He's no human being. Count me in. I stand with you. Not wanting to pressure anyone, Li Mu bought a few gene of pork belly from Tian Xiaohu instead, then carried it straight over to the Tao residence, ready to discuss the pond project with Tao Qingshan. As he approached Tao's front gate, he could already hear Tao Qingshan's hearty laughter from inside. Pushing the door open, Li Mu found Tao Qingshan chatting casually with several villagers. A few small dishes sat on the table along with a jug of rustic wine, the atmosphere warm and convivial. Seeing Li Mu enter, Tao Qingshan called out cheerfully, Musi, perfect timing. Come in, take a seat. Li Mu placed the pork belly on the table and said, Uncle Tao, I came here today to talk to you about something. Tao Qingshan gestured for him to sit. Go ahead, what is it? Li Mu laid out his idea clearly, digging a pond next to the field, and explained his detailed plans and projected earnings. He hoped for Tao Qingshan's support and assistance. After all, as a respected elder and the main person overseeing the land distribution, Tao Qingshan's word carried weight in the village. After listening carefully, Tao Qingshan fell silent for a long moment. Li Mu's heart tightened anxiously, unsure whether Tao Qingshan would approve. After a while, Tao Qingshan finally spoke up. Musi, your idea isn't bad. Digging a pond sounds feasible. But this matter still needs approval from the village. I'll have to discuss it with the other village cadres first. When Li Mu heard this, he immediately felt a sense of relief. Although Tao Qingshan hadn't agreed outright, he hadn't rejected the idea either, meaning there was still hope. He quickly said, Uncle Tao, I really appreciate your help. If this goes through, I'll make sure to properly thank you. Tao Qingshan waved his hand. Musi, what are you saying? We're all neighbors here. Helping each other is only natural. Don't worry, I'll talk to the others as soon as possible. Li Mu had expected to wait at least 10 days or half a month. But just 2 days later, Tao Qingshan called him over to the village office and told him that the village had approved the pond project. Li Mu was overjoyed. Don't get too excited just yet, Tao Qingshan added cautiously. The land belongs to everyone. It's not something you can dig up however you like. Even though the village has approved your request, you still have to follow the village rules. No random digging. You damage the land, and you'll have to pay for it. And the pond you dig will still be under village management. You can't claim it as your own. Li Mu readily agreed, then listened as Tao Qingshan asked, Who are you planning to dig with? And how will the profits be split? Li Mu already had a plan. I'm thinking of bringing Tian Xiaohu and Li Chuzi along. They'll help me out. The more people, the faster we get it done. As for the profits, once the pond is built and we start selling fish after deducting costs, we'll divide the earnings based on how much work each person puts in. What do you think? Tao Qingshan nodded. Good. That's fair and reasonable. Then go ahead and start as soon as possible. Just don't interfere with farming seasons. With Tao Qingshan's approval, Li Mu finally felt at ease. Time was tight. He couldn't afford delays. He bid Tao Qingshan farewell and hurried back home to begin preparations. First, he shared his plans with Tian Xiaohu and the others. As soon as they heard there was work to be done, they were thrilled and eagerly volunteered to join Li Mu in digging the pond. After all, this would not only boost their income, but also give them something meaningful to do during the farming off-season instead of lazing around idly. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Mu was equally delighted. Then it settled. Tomorrow morning, we head into the county town. We'll sell all the fish, buy some supplies, and then start working right away. Chapter 92, Market Promotion. Li Mu didn't waste any time. This time, he brought along Li Chuzi and a large group, setting off for the county while it was still dark, carrying all the big fish they had caught in the past few days. They planned to sell the fish and use the money to buy tools needed for digging ponds and some fingerlings. When they arrived at the county, the sky had just begun to lighten, yet the market was already bustling with people. Li Chuzi assumed it would be just like last time, find a spot, lay out the fish, and wait for customers. But Li Mu headed straight for Lakeside Restaurant. On the way, he noticed there were quite a few people selling fish. Why aren't there any familiar fish vendors around? Weren't they competing with us last time? Li Mu chuckled. Who cares? Let's just sell our fish first. Come on, let's go to Lakeside Restaurant. When they reached the restaurant, a female attendant was wiping tables near the entrance. Recognizing him immediately, wasn't this the young fish seller the manager had mentioned before? She quickly ushered them inside. You're finally here, brother. We've been needing a fresh batch of fish these days. You really came at just the right moment. The attendant greeted warmly, leading Li Mu and his group toward the kitchen. You haven't come for several days, and the manager kept mentioning you, saying your fish are always so fresh and telling us to keep an eye out for you. Look, as soon as you show up, I brought you right in. Li Mu set down the baskets. Inside, plump, lively fish jumped around, looking extremely tempting. The attendant's eyes lit up the moment she saw them. Wow, these fish are top quality. The manager has great taste. Every fish she picks is outstanding. Li Mu smiled modestly. Now, these are just what we caught ourselves, very fresh. Following the attendant into the kitchen, they found Jean Dachuan already there, about to start cooking. Brother Jean. Hearing Li Mu's voice, Jean Dachuan turned and warmly greeted him, then signaled to the kitchen staff to help unload the fish. Muzi, what brings you here so early? Li Mu grinned. Brother Jean, I came to sell some fish and pick up a few things on the way back. Didn't expect to run into you this early. Jean Dachuan patted Li Mu on the shoulder. Huh, better lucky than early. We'll take all your fish. I won't brag about much, but while I was away, your idea worked wonders. He had looked over the squirrel-shaped fish recipe Li Mu left behind and tried making it right away. Jolie took one bite and immediately decided it should become one of the restaurant's signature dishes. Jean Dachuan had initially worried whether the sweet and sour flavor of the squirrel fish would suit local tastes, but it turned out to be wildly popular. Over the past few days, several repeat customers had specifically ordered this dish. Earlier today, a few regular guests asked for this dish. Your timing couldn't have been better. Delighted, Jean Dachuan said. Muzi, you've really helped us out big time. Here's what I'll do. I'll pay you slightly above market price as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, Li Mu immediately waved his hand. Brother Jean, that won't do. We're both honest people. Market price is fine. Anything extra, I won't take. Seeing how firm Li Mu was, Jean Dachuan didn't press further and simply said, all right, Muzi. You're a man of principle. If you ever need help later, don't hesitate to come find me. He pulled Li Mu aside and whispered, a few of my buddies have been asking about your fish. They'd love to partner with you too. Any chance you could spare some supply? They want to get in on your good fortune. Li Mu thought for a moment and replied, Brother Jean, it's not that I don't want to share. It's just that we didn't catch many fish this time, and they're all going to the restaurant. But don't worry, Brother Jean. Once I dig the pond and start farming more fish, you'll be my first choice. Hearing this, Jean Dachuan broke into a wide smile. Haha Muzi, you're a real man of your word. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. After chatting a bit longer, they settled the payment at market rate. Then Li Mu led Li Chuzi and the others to buy tools for pond digging and fingerlings. They went to a farm equipment shop and selected several sharp hoes and shovels. They also bought strong hemp ropes and bamboo baskets for carrying fish and fry. Muzi, aren't we buying any fingerlings? Why spend the money? Whatever kind of fish we need, we can just catch from the river. The fish in our village river are abundant and fat, way better than anything you'd buy. Li Mu already had a plan in mind. He intended to catch some wild fry from the river first, raise them temporarily, and then transfer them into the newly dug pond later. This way, he could save costs and ensure high survival rates. Hearing Li Mu's reasoning, Li Chuzi found it perfectly logical and dropped the subject of buying fingerlings. After purchasing the tools and fish feed, they hurried back to the village. The sun was already high in the sky. After shedding their coats from the melted snow, everyone was panting from the exertion. But Li Mu and his team didn't pause. They got straight to work as soon as they returned home. They set aside the tools and fish feed they had bought and went to ask Tao Qingshan for advice on where to dig. Right here, this patch near our family's field. It's low-lying and has plenty of water sources. Perfect for digging a pond, Li Mu said, pointing at a stretch of wasteland nearby. Tao Qingshan squinted as he looked it over, then nodded. This plot isn't bad. Just make sure you don't end up digging into other villagers' land. Li Mu felt delighted and quickly replied, Don't worry, Uncle Tao. We'll be careful while digging. Can we start right away then? Tao Qingshan waved his hand. What's the rush, Muzi? Digging a pond isn't something to take lightly. You need to plan it properly, or it'll turn into a messy hole. First, try digging a few test pits with your hose and shovels to check the soil, see if it's suitable for excavation. Also, remember to leave proper inlets and outlets so the water in the pond can circulate. That way, the fish will thrive. Li Mu listened carefully and found the advice extremely reasonable. He immediately began following Tao Qingshan's instructions. They dug several test pits at the planned site and found the soil soft and easy to work with, ideal for building a pond. Thrilled, Li Mu quickly called everyone to begin full-scale digging. Swinging their hose and shovels, they worked with tremendous energy and enthusiasm. The sun climbed higher into the sky, its scorching rays baking their skin, sweat pouring down their faces without pause. But Li Mu and his team barely noticed. They were completely absorbed in the task of building the pond. After a full day of hard labor, the basic shape of the pond had begun to emerge. Word of Li Mu's ambitious project quickly spread throughout Li family village. He Yinglian spat on the ground in contempt, her face full of disdain. That Li Mu really knows how to stir up trouble. What does he think he's doing, digging a pond like that? Doesn't he worry about ruining the village farmland? When Li Simon came home reeking of alcohol, he Yinglian trembled with anger, glaring fiercely at him as she demanded, "Where have you been drinking again? You never care about anything at home. You only know how to drink." Chapter 93, Helping Lijia Village Escape Poverty. Li Simon glanced at He Yinglian, saying impatiently, "What's it to you? I'll drink my wine, and you go dig your fields. We've got nothing to do with each other." Hearing this, He Yinglian was so angry that she trembled. "Li Simon, are you even a man anymore? You never care about anything at home, just drinking and gambling. Now Li Mu is already digging a pond to raise fish. So what if he digs a pond? That's his business. What does it have to do with me? Do you actually think he'll get rich just by digging a pond?" Seeing how stubborn Li Simon still was, He Yinglian didn't bother arguing further. She turned and walked back into the house. Li Simon, meanwhile, continued picking up his liquor bottle, pouring himself another drink. On the other side, Li Mu and the others were making excellent progress with their pond project. Under Tao Qingshan's guidance, they soon finished digging a spacious and clear pond. After the pond was completed, they quickly got to work clearing stones and weeds from inside, leaving it clean and tidy. "Where are the fingerlings?" "What? You didn't buy any?" Tao Qingshan noticed they hadn't brought back any young fish. How could they raise fish without them? Li Mu patted his head and laughed. "Don't worry, Uncle Tao. We've already figured that out. Remember, the river near our village has plenty of fat, healthy fish. We plan to catch some from the river first and raise them temporarily. Once the pond environment stabilizes, we'll transfer these fingerlings in properly." Hearing this, Tao Qingshan thought it made sense and decided to let them handle it their way. Li Chuzi and Tian Xiaohu led their group to go fishing, deliberately heading to the deep waters at the eastern end of the village. The fish there were not only abundant, but also large. Meanwhile, Li Mu, feeling the 200 yuan crinkling in his pocket, went looking for Huang Xiaoyi. "Sis, is the rice wine ready yet?" Huang Xiaoyi was busy brewing inside when she heard Li Mu's voice and peeked her head out. "Muzi, why are you here? The wine won't be ready for another 2 days." Li Mu scratched his head. I thought it'd be done today." "Well then, sis, could you sell me some lees?" Huang Xiaoyi asked suspiciously. "What do you want lees for?" Li Mu grinned. "We just dug the pond, right? Thought I'd try feeding the fish with fermented grain lees. Maybe they'll grow faster." Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyi thought it was actually a good idea and agreed. "All right, Muzi, wait a minute. I'll get some for you." Soon, Huang Xiaoyi came out carrying a large bucket full of lees. "Muzi, will this be enough?" Looking at the brimming bucket, Li Mu broke into a wide smile. "More than enough. Thanks, sis." He handed her 100 yuan, firmly pressing it into her hand. "Take this, sis, don't refuse." Unable to refuse further, Huang Xiaoyi finally accepted the money. "Then I won't charge you for the wine. But come find me in a few days. Just one thing. Why do you need so much wine all of a sudden?" Half a month ago, Li Mu had bought 3 jugs of wine from her, claiming he needed it to entertain friends. Back then, Huang Xiaoyi had been puzzled. Li Mu rarely had guests, so why would he suddenly host anyone? Now, it seemed likely it was all connected to this pond-raising project. Li Mu simply smiled. He didn't care what others thought. That wine was meant for honoring his Orican master. As per their agreement, he'd climb the mountain every 7 days, bringing wine as an offering, which was only proper. "Sis, don't ask too many questions. I know what I'm doing." Seeing he didn't want to explain further, she stopped probing, only reminding him. "Still, be careful when using the wine. Don't waste it." Carrying the bucket of lees and the remaining money, Li Mu returned just as Li Chuzi and Tian Xiaohu's team came back loaded with fish. They were busy sorting them, keeping the big ones for sale and planning to release the smaller or less attractive ones into the newly dug pond. "Muzi, look, plenty of mandarin fish here, all nice and plump. Let's put these small and unattractive ones in the pond. Once they grow bigger, we'll pull them out and sell them. We'll surely fetch a good price." Hearing the mention of mandarin fish, Li Mu's eyes lit up. "Mandarin fish are top quality. Where did you guys catch so many? They're super popular in the market, so delicious." Li Chuzi chuckled proudly. "Right at that deep area east of the village. Fish are everywhere there. We cast one net and pulled up tons. Plus, the water quality is great. The fish raised here will definitely turn out perfectly. Let's just keep fishing there from now on. No, we can't just enter neighboring villages' territory. If we cause any disputes, things will get messy. Better stick strictly to our own village's land." Li Mu's smile faded. He could already foresee what lay ahead. Ice had begun melting slowly over a month ago, and fish in the river were becoming increasingly active. This was prime fishing season. and the perfect moment to dig ponds and start raising fish. Already, some villagers had started imitating them, catching fish and selling them in the county town. They could fish for at most 2 more months. After July, the fish in the river would sharply decrease in number due to spawning, and it would be much harder to catch them then. Moreover, after July, the weather would get increasingly hot, making the fish prone to spoilage and difficult to preserve and transport. They had to take advantage of the current abundance of fish, catch as many as possible now, save up enough money, and prepare thoroughly for their upcoming fish farming venture. Limu planned to organize several more fishing trips before July, aiming to stockpile as much fish as possible. Go back and ask your relatives and neighbors whether anyone else wants to join us. The more people we have, the more fish we can catch and the more money we can make. Later on, when the pond-raised fish are ready, we'll share them together. The old rules still apply. 5 yuan per person per day for fishing, 4 yuan for each hare, 20 yuan for each fox, and 10 yuan for wild boars, roe deer, or similar game. How many people do you need? My cousins have been indirectly asking me the other day, Li Chuzi said, rubbing his hands together. Limu thought for a moment. This time, we're digging ponds and raising fish. There's plenty to do, so the more hands, the better. Go tell your cousins they're welcome to come. Wages will follow the same old rules. We won't shortchange anyone. But I want people who are honest and hardworking. No slackers, no cheaters, no petty thieves. We're running a legitimate business here, one built on integrity and reputation. Only if we all work together can we make this succeed. After dividing up the earnings from today's catch, about 20-odd yuan per person, they dispersed, each returning home to spread the word. Li Siming overheard the news too, watching enviously as his neighbors bustled about preparing to follow Li Mu to dig ponds and raise fish. He couldn't help feeling restless. He figured he shouldn't fall behind either. He needed to quickly tell his wife about this opportunity, give her some good news for once. Maybe she'd even be able to help somehow. Carrying the news he'd heard from Li Mu, Li Siming dashed home in a hurry, bursting through the door and shouting, "Ingzi, come out quick, got some great news." Chapter 94, Copying the Tiger by Looking at the Cat. He Yinglian was busy lighting the stove and cooking when Li Siming suddenly shouted, causing her to stop what she was doing. "What good news? You seem so happy about something." Li Siming pulled He Yinglian into the house mysteriously, shut the door, lowered his voice and said, "What if we try digging a pond too?" "A pond? Are you crazy? Haven't you seen how hard Li Mu and the others worked on theirs? And besides, where would we even get the money to dig one?" He Yinglian's eyes widened as she spoke. Li Siming waved his hand dismissively. Don't rush to judge. Listen to me. We don't need to make a big show like Li Mu did. We can just find a small spot and quietly dig one ourselves. Once we raise some fish, we can make a nice profit." "No way. You're just jealous seeing others get rich, aren't you? Let me tell you, that Li Mu is a madman. We're not going down that road with him." With that, He Yinglian turned and went back to the stove, ignoring Li Siming completely. Seeing her firm opposition, Li Siming felt somewhat resentful, but then he reconsidered. Raising fish in a dug pond really was a rare opportunity to make money. If they missed it, they'd regret it later. He began thinking hard about how to persuade He Yinglian to agree. He approached her again, wearing a friendly smile. "Don't be so stubborn. Think about our situation now. I'm the only one earning money from farming. When will we ever live well like this? This fish pond idea is a golden chance. If we seize it, life could become much easier for us." Hearing this, He Yinglian began to waver slightly. She longed for a better life as much as anyone, but raising fish in a pond seemed far too risky. If they lost their investment, it wouldn't be worth it. But where will you get the money for tools and fingerlings? Not to mention we've never raised fish before. We don't know anything about it. How can this possibly work? Seeing her hesitation, Li Siming pressed his advantage quickly. "Don't worry about money right now. I can borrow some from old Wang in the village. He has savings and is usually willing to help. Once we sell the fish and make money, we'll pay him back. As for raising fish, we can learn from Li Mu and the others at first. Watch how they do it. Only when we've learned enough should we go ahead on our own." Raising fish couldn't be that difficult. Just dig a pit, toss in some little fish, feed them regularly, and they'd grow, right? The more Li Siming talked, the more excited he became. Though still anxious, He Yinglian finally nodded after thinking of their family's dire poverty. "All right, let's give it a try. But we must be careful, don't let anyone find out." When Li Siming heard her agreement, he nearly jumped for joy. "Don't worry, my dear. I'm always cautious, I won't mess this up." After discussing the plan, they decided to wait until nightfall before sneaking out to dig the pond, so no one would see them. Night fell, everything grew silent. Under cover of darkness, Li Siming and He Yinglian slipped quietly to a patch of wasteland on the edge of the village. First, they checked Li Mu's pond and saw no activity there. Reassured, they returned to the backyard of their home and started digging. They hadn't brought many tools, only a few shovels and bamboo baskets, so the work was grueling. But each time they thought of the future, how once the pond was finished, they could raise fish, earn money, and improve their lives, they found renewed strength. After digging for a while, He Yinglian stopped, panting heavily, wiping sweat from her brow. This kind of work isn't meant for humans, so tiring and filthy. Li Siming was also drenched in sweat. The April night wind was still cold, making him shiver, but he ignored it, wiping his face and encouraging her. "Just push a little harder. Once our pond is done and we start selling fish, we'll make big money and live well." They spent the entire night digging, yet managed only a shallow pit. They covered it hastily with weeds and leaves, hiding it temporarily. As dawn broke, Li Siming and He Yinglian dragged their exhausted bodies back home. They washed up briefly and collapsed onto the bed, fast asleep. They were awakened by loud banging at the front door. Open up. Li Siming rubbed his blurry eyes, struggled out of bed, muttering, "Who is it? Can't people even sleep in the morning?" Staggering to the door, he opened it, only to see Tao Qingshan standing there, holding a wooden stick, his face dark as thunder. Seeing Tao Qingshan, Li Siming's heart sank. "Uncle Tao, what brings you here?" Tao Qingshan snapped angrily. "What brings me here? What were you two doing last night? Don't think I don't know. Li Jiaxuan isn't that big. Do you think anything can stay hidden from me? This morning, I was strolling by the village edge and noticed right away that the soil behind your house had been freshly turned. I knew it had to be you two." Hearing this, Li Siming's heart sank. He hadn't expected Tao Qingshan to be so sharp and catch on this quickly. He forced a smile and said, "Uncle Tao, what are you talking about? We just took a little walk at the back last night, dug a small hole in that patch of land. Wanted to plant some trees, add a bit of greenery around the house, that's all. A walk? A walk all the way out to the wasteland at the village edge to dig a fish pond." Tao Qingshan glared, his voice rising. Seeing he could no longer hide the truth, Li Siming confessed, "Uncle Tao, since you already know? Yes, we wanted to dig a pond and raise fish to earn some money." "Earn money? Do you really think digging a pond and raising fish is that easy? Look at Li Mu and the others. How long did they work before finishing theirs? You think just digging a random hole like this, you'll actually be able to raise fish?" The more Tao Qingshan spoke, the angrier he became, slamming his wooden stick hard against the ground. When He Yinglian heard Tao Qingshan shouting, she rushed out, hastily throwing on her coat. "If Li Mu can dig one, why can't we do the same? Uncle Tao, your favoritism is obvious. You're clearly taking sides with Li Mu. Why can't we dig a pond too?" He Yinglian's words only fueled Tao Qingshan's fury. "You woman, how unreasonable can you be? Favoring Li Mu? I'm standing with what's right. Look at you two. Know nothing. Dig a hole like this without a clue? Thinking you can raise fish? That's pure nonsense. Do you think land is something you can just dig up whenever you want? Think this is your own backyard where you can do whatever you please? Not to mention, this land doesn't even belong to you. It belongs to the village. Did you get permission from the village before digging? If everyone starts doing what you're doing, won't the whole village fall into chaos?" Seeing that Tao Qingshan was truly angry, Li Siming shrank back, too scared to utter another word. He Yinglian, though still bufu in her heart, knew Tao Qingshan was speaking the truth. They had indeed dug the pond without the village's approval. She tugged at Li Siming's sleeve, signaling him to stay silent. Tao Qingshan looked at them and sighed. "I'm not saying you can't dig a pond, but you have to follow the rules. Go report to the village first, get approval, then dig. When you go behind everyone's back like this, you're putting me in a difficult position. You're just helping them because Li Mu gave you a few gene of meat." He Yinglian muttered under her breath. Tao Qingshan, hearing this, exploded in anger. "What did you say?" Furious, he raised the wooden stick in his hand and swung it sharply through the air. Chapter 95, Enraged to Illness. Li Siming hurried forward upon seeing this, grabbing Tao Qingshan's hand and apologizing with a forced smile. "Uncle Tao, please don't get angry. Yingzi doesn't know how to speak properly, don't take it to heart." Tao Qingshan glared at He Yinglian, then turned to Li Siming, his tone softening slightly. "I'm not mad at you two personally. I'm worried you'll cause trouble doing things like this. Wanting to dig a pond for fish farming is good, but you have to follow the rules. At least inform the village first and get permission before digging. That way, I can speak up for you." Li Siming nodded repeatedly. Yes, Uncle Tao, you're absolutely right. We'll go report to the village right away and wait for approval before continuing." "What good is saying that now? Hurry up and refill the soil you dug out. Restore the land as it was. Don't wait until the village finds out. Then it'll be real trouble." He Yinglian protested immediately. "No way. We've already dug halfway through. How can we just fill it back? That'd be a waste of all our effort." Seeing He Yinglian dig in her heels again, Li Siming quickly tried to reason with her. "Yingzi, let's just listen to Uncle Tao this time. Don't be so reckless. We don't need more trouble. Let's refill the soil first. It's not too late to dig again after we've reported it properly." "No." He Yinglian resented his interference, shooting Li Siming an angry look. "You're always afraid of everything. We've already come this far. Filling it back would make all our work meaningless. Besides, we're only digging a small patch. Do you really think the village would stop us?" Back and forth they argued, but no agreement was reached. Enraged, Tao Qingshan stormed off. He Yinglian slammed the front gate shut behind him. "He dares talk back to me. Li Siming, let me tell you. This matter is settled. We'll keep digging our pond. Once we raise fish and start making money, let's see who dares look down on us." Li Siming looked uneasy. "But what if the village actually forbids it? Or worse, if our pond fails to produce any fish? Then what do we do?" He Yinglian snorted. "Stop boosting others' morale while tearing down your own. We've already started digging. What choice do we have now? And anyway, it's just a small piece of land. Will the village really stop us? Even if they say no now, the hole is already dug. We can't possibly fill it back. Might as well go all the way and take our chances." But Tao Qingshan, enraged beyond measure, collapsed halfway home, falling face first to the ground unconscious. Villagers rushed over at the commotion and carried Tao Qingshan back home in a panic. Zheng Dajin turned deathly pale with fright and immediately called the village barefoot doctor. After checking his pulse, the doctor frowned and said, "It's a sudden surge of internal fire caused by anger, compounded by overexertion. Let him lie down and rest first. I'll prescribe a few doses of medicine to regulate his condition." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Dajin wiped her tears while thanking the neighbors, then hurried off to prepare the medicine. When Li Mu heard the news, he grabbed some eggs and a few gene of pork and rushed over. As soon as he walked in, He anxiously asked, "How's Uncle Tao doing? What did the doctor say?" Tao Mei wiped her eyes, choking back sobs. The doctor said it was caused by intense emotional distress and exhaustion. Medicine has been prescribed. He's resting inside now. Li Mu sighed deeply, placing the items on the table. Uncle Tao is just too honest. He breaks his back worrying about village matters. Zheng Dajin dabbed her eyes. Ain't that the truth? Your uncle's heart is too kind. He always thinks of others and forgets himself. After offering some comfort, Li Mu asked, "But what exactly happened to upset him so much?" Zheng Dajin sighed again and recounted the whole story about Li Siming and He Inglian secretly digging the pond. After hearing it, Li Mu furrowed his brow. Well, they were clearly in the wrong. After giving a few comforting words, he added, "Uncle Tao needs proper care to recover. I'll cover the cost of the medicine for now. Once he gets better, he can pay me back." Zheng Dajin quickly refused. "That won't do. How could I let you pay?" Li Mu waved her off. "Aunt Zheng, don't stand on ceremony with me." Uncle Tao collapsed because he was looking out for village affairs. "I'm happy to cover the cost." Moved by his words, tears welled up in Zheng Dajin's eyes. Li Mu stayed a while longer, chatting with her about Tao Qingshan's condition before finally getting up to leave. Li Chuzi truly didn't know what to make of his eldest uncle Li Siming. Call him bold. He dared to dig a pond without informing the village. But call him foolish? He actually thought digging a pond to raise fish would bring wealth. What on earth was going through his mind? Shaking his head, Li Chuzi felt both exasperated and amused toward his elder uncle. At his age, still causing such a ruckus. Truly impossible to leave in peace. Digging a pond. Call it ambitious self-improvement if you want to be polite, but frankly, it was just senseless chaos. That piece of land wasn't even theirs. To just start digging without telling anyone, that was practically asking for trouble. Li Mu called out to him, "Chuzi, do me a favor." "What is it?" "Go ahead and say." Li Chuzi turned his head, looking at Li Mu as he wondered what the kid wanted from him this time. Li Mu leaned closer and whispered, "Chuzi, could you go talk to my uncle and aunt and convince them to stop digging that pond without permission?" Hearing this, Li Chuzi frowned. "That matter? You know your uncle's temper better than anyone. It's useless to try reasoning with him," he said in his ways. Nobody can change his mind. Li Mu hadn't wanted to get involved, but Tao Qingshan had taken the issue concerning Li Siming's family very seriously. Now that Tao Qingshan had fallen ill from anger, Li Mu felt he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He pleaded, "Chuzi, I know it's a tough situation, but Uncle Tao collapsed because he was worrying about village affairs. Just help me out. Go and talk some sense into them. If something serious happens, my uncle and aunt will be held accountable. Listen to me, you'd better stay out of this mess. I know you care about Uncle Tao, but your uncle's personality, you know how stubborn he is. No one can reason with him." Li Chuzi sighed, clearly torn. "Then how about this? Let's flood their land. Ruin their pond so they can't raise fish anymore. That'll show them whether they dare dig illegally again." Li Mu immediately waved his hands in refusal. No, Chuzi, we can't do that. That's underhanded and would only bring trouble to the village." Seeing Li Mu object, Li Chuzi sneered, "You're just too soft-hearted. They didn't think about causing problems for the village when they started digging. Why should we hold back? If they refill it, they'll just dig again. Let's go find Li Jiangguo instead. He has influence with fourth uncle." Li Jiangguo wasn't a good man, part of Li Siming's clique, always up to petty theft and mischief. But this time, Li Mu thought perhaps only Li Jiangguo could talk some sense into Li Siming. Only a mad dog could control another mad dog. Chapter 96, A Mad Dog Tamed by Another Mad Dog. When Li Chuzi heard this, his heart sank. The idea was a bit underhanded, but it might actually work. He looked at Li Mu with hesitation. Will this really work? Li Mu gritted his teeth and said, "We don't have any other options now. We've got to try." After discussing it further, they decided to go straight to Li Jiangguo. They arrived at his house and knocked on the door. When Li Jiangguo opened the door and saw Li Mu and Li Chuzi standing there, he instinctively went to shut it. But Li Mu was quick. He jammed his hand in the doorway. "Zhang Woji, don't be in such a rush to close the door. We need to talk to you." Li Jiangguo had never gotten along with Li Mu. Seeing him show up at his doorstep made him suspicious. "What do you want from me?" Li Mu forced a smile. "Nothing serious, just wanted to have a little chat." Li Jiangguo, seeing that unsettling grin on Li Mu's face, grew even more uneasy. "Chat about what? What could we possibly have to talk about?" Li Chuzi urged impatiently from the side. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. We've got something important to tell you." With no choice, Li Jiangguo reluctantly let them inside. The three sat down around the table. Li Mu cut straight to the chase. "Zhang Woji, we know you're close with my uncle, so we're asking you to help us persuade him to stop digging that pond on his own." Li Jiangguo frowned as soon as he heard this. "This matter? Why don't you just go talk to him yourselves?" Li Mu sighed deeply. "We already tried. He won't listen. Uncle Tao fell ill from all the stress over this. We've run out of options, that's why we came to you." A sense of satisfaction welled up inside Li Jiangguo. He hadn't expected to be useful like this in the village. He played along, seizing the moment. "What does this have to do with me? I can't control him," Li Jiangguo said deliberately, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Li Mu pulled 50 yuan from his sleeve and slapped it onto the table. "Zhang Woji, take this small token of appreciation. If you can just talk some sense into my uncle and get him to stop digging that pond, that money is yours." 50 yuan. That wasn't a small amount back then. It could support an ordinary family for several months. Li Jiangguo's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, but he quickly composed himself, feigning calmness. "What are you doing? I'm a man of principles. How could I betray a friend for a little cash like this?" Li Mu saw right through his act and sneered inwardly, yet kept smiling on the surface. Zhang Woji, what are you saying? We're all villagers here. We should help each other out. Just accept this as our humble gesture. No strings attached. Li Jiangguo took another slow sip of tea before finally responding. All right then, I'll do it, though I'm really doing you a favor against my better judgment. But remember, one thing clearly, I'm not stepping in because I want to. You're the ones begging me for help. Li Mu nodded repeatedly. Of course, Zhang Woji. We understand completely. As long as you're willing to help, everything else is fine. Standing nearby, Li Chuzi watched silently, thinking to himself. This Li Jiangguo is truly money blind when it comes to greed. But for Uncle Tao's sake, we'll just have to endure it. They chatted a while longer before Li Mu and Li Chuzi stood up to leave. Li Jiangguo escorted them to the door, adding a final reminder before parting. Remember, keep this between us. No one else must find out. Both Li Mu and Li Chuzi eagerly promised, then turned and walked away. Tao Qingshan woke up after drinking 3 bowls of herbal medicine, immediately opening his mouth to curse. Those 2 pieces of shit. They've driven me mad. I break my back trying to look out for the village, and they pull nonsense like this, digging ponds without permission, daring to talk back to me. Xing Dajin beside him pleaded, calm down, please. The doctor said you need rest, don't get angry. Tao Qingshan snorted. How can I not be angry? If something goes wrong because of them, the whole village will suffer. He cursed a few more times before finally quieting down, breathing heavily with rage written across his face. Nowadays, any land use required official approval. No one could make unauthorized changes. Xing Dajin didn't dare say more, only wiping silent tears in the corner. After lying in bed for a while, Tao Qingshan still felt suffocated in his chest. Struggling, he sat upright. No, I have to go see them myself. I can't let them act so recklessly. Xing Dajin panicked and quickly blocked him. Where do you think you're going? The doctor told you to rest. Don't go running around. Tao Qingshan glared at her. Do you think I don't know I should rest? But can I stand by and watch them destroy everything? I have to go supervise them, stop them from causing even bigger trouble. Xing Dajin couldn't stop him. With a sigh, she helped him up and wrapped a coat around him before allowing him to head out. Tao Qingshan arrived at Li Siming's front door. Seeing it tightly shut, he pounded hard on it. He Yinglian was inside the house tidying up when she heard the knock at the door. Thinking it was Li Siming returning, she snapped irritably. You finally decided to come back, you good for nothing? I thought you died outside. As she spoke, she opened the door, only to freeze in shock when she saw Tao Qingshan standing there instead. Tao Qingshan didn't waste words. He strode straight into the house and looked around. When he saw the large pit already dug in the yard, his anger flared. This is how you dig a fish pond? Not even done properly, and you dream of making money from fish farming. Tao Qingshan shouted. Seeing his furious demeanor, He Yinglian felt a flicker of fear, but refused to back down. Uncle Tao, what's it got to do with you? We're digging our own pond. How's that any concern of yours? Tao Qingshan trembled with rage. Did you get approval from the village to dig this pond? This land belongs to the village, not your family. What you're doing is a legal occupation of collective land. It's against the law. Hearing this, He Yinglian immediately flew into a rage. You old man, how can you be so unreasonable? How is digging a pond illegal? What about Li Mu's family digging theirs? Why don't you say they're breaking the law? Tao Qingshan snorted. Li Mu's family dug their pond with official village approval. Everything was done legally. But you've got nothing, no permits, no approvals, and yet you go ahead anyway. What else would you call that if not breaking the law? Cornered and silenced by his argument, He Yinglian still refused to admit defeat. Defiantly, she shot back. Well, we've already dug it. We won't fill it back in now. If you make us do it, we'll fight you to the death. Seeing her obstinate attitude, Tao Qingshan grew even angrier. You're impossible to reason with. Let me tell you, this isn't over. I'm going to report you to the village committee and show you what real consequences look like. With that, Tao Qingshan turned and started walking toward the door. Seeing he was actually leaving, He Yinglian began to panic. She rushed forward and grabbed his sleeve. Off balance, Tao Qingshan stumbled. The side of his head struck the doorframe with a loud thud, and suddenly, he collapsed unconscious. He Yinglian let go instantly, terrified. She scrambled backward, eyes wide, staring at Tao Qingshan lying motionless on the ground, completely at a loss. Chapter 97, Stroke. Li Jianjun happened to be visiting when he saw someone lying at the doorstep. He wondered, why is there someone sleeping here in broad daylight? Li Siming and He Yinglian are truly beyond reason. As he approached, he spotted a pool of blood and turned pale with shock, his legs going weak. He quickly rushed forward, supporting Tao Qingshan as he called out anxiously. Uncle Tao, what's wrong with you? While muttering, he clumsily helped carry him into the house. He Yinglian was also terrified and disoriented, trailing behind him, stammering. I don't know what happened. He just suddenly collapsed. Li Jiangguo saw Tao Qingshan covered in blood and unconscious, fear rising in his heart, but even more so confusion and bewilderment. What exactly happened? How come Uncle Tao passed out right in front of your door? He Yinglian stuttered helplessly, unable to offer any coherent explanation. Frowning, Li Jiangguo said, you should send for the doctor quickly. Don't delay, or it might get worse. Only then did He Yinglian snap back to her senses and rush off to call the doctor. Seeing Tao Qingshan rolling his eyes, mumbling delirious words through clenched teeth, Li Jiangguo grew even more alarmed. How could Uncle Tao become so enraged he'd collapse like this? He hastily wiped the blood from the corner of Tao Qingshan's mouth with his sleeve, gently laid him down on the bed, then sat beside him, feeling his forehead, only to find it burning hot. He's got a high fever. Li Jiangguo murmured under his breath, now thoroughly confused. What on earth happened to Uncle Tao? Soon enough, He Yinglian returned with the doctor, who examined Tao Qingshan thoroughly. He's had a stroke. We must get him to the hospital immediately, or he could die. Upon hearing this, He Yinglian turned deathly pale. Li Jiangguo froze in shock, anxiety churning inside him. His gaze shifted between the unconscious Tao Qingshan and the panicked He Yinglian. This situation has gone terribly wrong. Doctor, please stay here and keep watch. I'll go get help. Without another word, Li Jiangguo bolted straight toward Li Mu's house. Along the way, he tripped and fell, but ignoring the pain, scrambled up and kept running. His mind raced, focused solely on informing Li Mu as fast as possible and getting his guidance. Li Mu was at home talking with Jiang Xuefan when Li Jiangguo burst in, sweating heavily and gasping for breath. Li Mu's heart sank at once. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Jiangguo didn't have time to explain. He grabbed Li Mu's hand and blurted. It's bad. Uncle Tao's had a stroke. He's lying at Li Siming's house right now. Quick, we need to get him to the hospital. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Li Mu toward the door. When Li Mu heard that Tao Qingshan had suffered a stroke, he shot to his feet. How could he have a stroke out of nowhere? Jiang Xuefan reacted quickly, grabbing a coat and draping it over Li Mu. Muer, don't panic. Put this on first, then we'll go. Li Qianjin and Li Guozhang. Upon hearing the news about Tao Qingshan's stroke, both were stunned and hurried after Li Jiangguo toward Li Siming's house. On the way, Li Qianjin kept muttering. Uncle Tao always seemed healthy. How could he suddenly have a stroke? Li Guozhang wore an equally puzzled expression. Exactly. How could this happen all of a sudden? The three arrived at Li Siming's home in haste. There, Tao Qingshan lay motionless on the bed, face pale, blood still at the corner of his lips, completely unconscious. Li Siming crouched on the floor nearby, trembling with fear. He Yinglian scolded bitterly. Damn old man. Why did he collapse right outside our door? Now we're in big trouble. Li Mu shot He Yinglian a sharp glare and pushed past her. Stop spouting nonsense. Right now, we need to get Uncle Tao to the hospital immediately. He turned to Li Qianjin and Li Guozhang. You two, go find a cart right away and take Uncle Tao to the hospital. They nodded swiftly and rushed off to find transport. Li Mu then looked at Li Siming. Fourth uncle, what exactly happened? How did a healthy man suddenly drop unconscious like this? How should we know? What business did he have coming to our house anyway? Bad omen. He Yinglian grumbled disdainfully from the side. Jiang Xuefan shot her a fierce look. At a time like this, you're still making snide remarks? Think of solutions instead. Rebuked, He Yinglian only grew angrier. Just get him out of here. If he dies in our house, don't you dare drag us into it. Her words were harsh, and Li Mu snapped back furiously. Auntie, that's going too far. Uncle Tao worked himself to this state for the sake of our village. How can you speak of him like this? Dad, Tao Yimei and Zeng Dajin arrived, rushing to the bedside. Seeing Tao Qingshan unconscious and lifeless, their faces instantly drained of color. Zeng Dajin threw herself beside the bed, weeping loudly. Husband, what happened to you? How could you have a stroke so suddenly? Tao Yimei was also in tears. She glared at Li Siming and He Yinglian, shouting angrily. What did you do to my father? Why would he suddenly collapse like this? Li Siming and He Yinglian were flustered by the scene. Li Siming stammered. We didn't do anything. He just suddenly passed out. He Yinglian chimed in. Yeah, how would we know what's wrong with him? Li Mu, standing nearby, grew furious as he listened. Stepping forward, he said, Fourth uncle, fourth aunt. Uncle Tao collapsed right at your doorstep. Even if you didn't do anything, you still have a responsibility to get him to the hospital. This isn't the time for excuses. Saving his life is what matters now. Li Siming, scolded by Li Mu, finally snapped back to his senses and nodded quickly. Right. Saving him comes first. But He Yinglian yanked him back sharply. You're not going anywhere. There's plenty of work waiting for you at home. Zeng Dajin, overwhelmed with rage, lunged forward and grabbed at her mouth. You evil woman. What are you saying? If it weren't for the two of you insisting on digging that pond, he wouldn't have gotten so worked up. Now he's lying unconscious at your door, and you still have the nerve to say such heartless things? Today I'll tear your mouth apart, and see if you dare speak nonsense again. A scratch opened a bloody wound at the corner of He Yinglian's lip, making her wince in pain. What's it got to do with me? This is clearly your Tao family's problem. Why are you blaming us? He Yinglian dodged while yelling back. Li Mu quickly stepped in to pull Zeng Dajin away. Auntie Dajin, calm down. Right now, the most important thing is getting Uncle Tao to the hospital. We can deal with everything else once he's awake. Consoled by Li Mu, Zeng Dajin gradually calmed herself. Wiping her tears, she murmured, Yes. Rush him to the hospital. We can't afford any delay. By then, Li Qianjin and Li Guozhang had brought a vehicle. Everyone scrambled to lift Tao Qingshan into the car, then sped off toward the hospital. Along the way, Zeng Dajin kept wiping her eyes, whispering over and over, Husband, you mustn't die. You can't leave us. This family can't go on without you. Chapter 98. A fright but no harm. Tao Yimei remained silent, her eyes red. Li Jiangguo comforted her beside her. Yimei, don't worry too much. Uncle Tao is a blessed man. He'll be fine. Li Mu sat in the front passenger seat, constantly urging the driver. Driver, please go faster. He pulled out a 100 yuan bill and pressed it into the driver's hand. Here, this is for your trouble. Please, we really need to get there quickly. Seeing the money, the driver became even more motivated, stepped on the gas, and the car sped forward. Soon, they arrived at the county hospital, where Tao Qingshan was rushed into the emergency room. Outside the emergency room, Everyone felt anxious and unsettled, uncertain what would become of Tao Qingshan. Minute by minute passed. The light above the emergency room door remained lit, showing no sign of going off. Zheng Dajin wiped tears from her eyes non-stop, mumbling prayers under her breath, asking Buddha to protect him. Tao Yimei also wore a worried expression, unable to sit still. As dawn began to break, there was still no movement from inside the emergency room. Finally, the door slowly opened, and a doctor stepped out. Everyone hurried over, asking all at once, "Doctor, how is he? Is he out of danger? How long before he wakes up?" The doctor removed his mask and looked at them. He's older now, his mind and body aren't as resilient as a young person's. Although he was brought to the hospital in time for this stroke, recovery will take some time. And going forward, you must make sure he avoids any major emotional shocks, otherwise, his condition might relapse. Everyone sighed in relief and sorrow. Tao Yimei quickly asked, "Doctor, exactly how is my father doing now?" The doctor sighed. "For now, he's out of immediate danger, but he'll need to stay for observation. Strokes often leave after effects, so long-term rehabilitation treatment will be necessary." Hearing this, Zheng Dajin burst into tears again, sobbing, "What are we going to do? With him sick like this, who's going to manage all the work back home?" Li Mu comforted her. "Annie Dajin, don't worry too much. Uncle Tao is out of danger, that's the main thing. We'll help more from now on. Life will go on." Tao Yimei nodded. "Yes, Ma. Right now, our priority is taking good care of father and helping him recover slowly." After giving a few more instructions, the doctor left. Li Mu went to pay the fees, but only had a few hundred yuan on him, not nearly enough. He borrowed a phone from a nurse and called the village committee first. Is that Uncle Wang? This is Li Mu from Lijia village. I'm at the hospital now. Can you ask someone to let Tian Xiaohu know I'm calling?" Soon, Tian Xiaohu's voice came through the phone. "Hey, Brother Mu, what's up? Why are you at the hospital?" Li Mu quickly explained. "Xiaohu, Uncle Tao had a stroke. He's here in the hospital, but I don't have enough money. Can you and Chuzi take all the fish we've caught these past few days to the county town right away? Sell them, and use the money to cover Uncle Tao's medical fees. Also, tell Chuzi to gather everyone from the village. We need to figure things out together." Tian Xiaohu panicked immediately. "Brother Mu, how did Uncle Tao even have a stroke?" "Alright, I'll tell Chuzi right away. We'll sell the fish and raise the money for Uncle Tao's treatment." After hanging up, Li Mu bought several roasted sweet potatoes and hot soy milk, planning to share them with everyone. They'd all been busy all night and were starving. Back outside the emergency room, seeing everyone still waiting, Li Mu handed out the sweet potatoes and soy milk. Holding the warm roasted sweet potato, Zheng Dajin began crying again. "Muir, you've worked so hard, running around like this in the middle of the night." Li Mu smiled. "Annie Dajin, why say such things? What concerns Uncle Tao concerns me too. We're family, no need to stand on ceremony." Hearing this, everyone felt warmth in their hearts. Just then, the emergency room door opened again. A nurse stepped out and called, "Are the family members of Tao Qingshan here?" Zheng Dajin answered quickly and ran over. The nurse said, "The patient has woken up. You may go in and see him, but don't let him get too excited, and don't talk too much. Let him rest well." Zheng Dajin nodded repeatedly and followed the nurse inside. A short while later, Zheng Dajin helped Tao Qingshan walk out. His face was still pale, but he seemed much more alert. Seeing everyone gathered, Tao Qingshan managed a weak smile. "Sorry to have made you all worry." Everyone crowded around, speaking at once to comfort him. Tao Yimei, eyes brimming with tears, asked, "Dad, what happened? How did you suddenly have a stroke?" Tao Qingshan closed his eyes, temporarily pushing aside thoughts of He Yinglian pushing him into trouble, and asked with concern, "I'm fine now, feeling much better. But you all, why are you still standing around here? Go back and get some rest." Zheng Dajin wiped her tears. "You old man, saying you're fine. How can you be fine when you've had a stroke? You nearly scared me to death." Tao Yimei's family and Li Jiangguo stayed behind to take care of Tao Qingshan, while Li Qianjin returned to the village to gather some clothes and daily necessities for him. After all, Tao Qingshan would need to stay in the hospital for a while and needed clean clothes. Meanwhile, Li Mu, Tian Xiaohu, and Chuzi took all the fish from the village to sell in the county town to raise money for Tao Qingshan's medical expenses. As Li Mu turned to leave, he noticed Li Jianjun following behind. "Why are you tagging along? Aren't you going back to the village?" "Who's tagging along? It's not easy getting to the county town. I might as well sell some vegetables I grew myself and earn a bit of extra money for the household." Li Jianjun scratched his head. Hearing this, Li Mu's opinion of him improved slightly. Though they'd had disagreements before, the fact that Li Jianjun was trying to sell vegetables to help support his family showed he cared about his home. Li Mu patted Li Jianjun on the shoulder. "Alright then, you go ahead and sell your vegetables. I'll go sell the fish first to raise money for Uncle Tao's medical fees, then come back later." "Hey, wait up," Li Jianjun called out to Li Mu, looking hesitant. Do you have enough money on you? I've got some saved up. Take it and pay Uncle Tao's hospital fees. This is something we all should help with." With that, Li Jianjun pulled out a crumpled stack of small bills from his pocket and handed them to Li Mu. Li Mu stared at the money in Li Jianjun's hand, stunned. "What do you mean? Did you bring all your family's savings?" "No, this is my own savings. Not much, but it can help in an emergency. Uncle Tao has always been good to our village. Now that he's in trouble, we can't just stand by and do nothing." Li Jianjun felt uneasy inside. Li Siming was his own uncle, and deep down, he knew that although Li Siming and He Yinglian had done wrong, no one wanted to see Tao Qingshan suffer a stroke. Right now, the most important thing was to get Tao Qingshan proper treatment. Everything else could wait. There'd be time to settle accounts later. Chapter 99, The Tricycle. Li Mu looked into Li Jianjun's sincere eyes and felt a surge of emotion well up inside him. This money might mean several months of hard labor for Li Jianjun, perhaps even the family's entire food supply. Yet at this critical moment, he had handed it over without hesitation. This kind of friendship weighed more than anything else. Jianjun, you, what can I even say? Li Mu was at a loss for words. He took the stack of crumpled bills, feeling its weight, not just from the money itself, but from what it represented. You asked me for a favor, and I failed to deliver. Your uncle and aunt weren't fair in how they treated you, and this money isn't even meant for me, so don't go thanking me. Just take it and pay for Uncle Tao's medical fees quickly. Our priority is getting him healthy again. With that, Li Jianjun turned and left. Just then, Tian Xiaohu arrived, nearly bumping into him as they passed. He turned back, puzzled. Why is he here too? Li Mu shook his head. Not sure, but the fact that he's willing to step up and help now, that shows he still has a conscience. Tian Xiaohu snorted. Even if he wants to help, the little money he gave won't make much difference. Li Chuzi patted Tian Xiaohu on the shoulder. You shouldn't talk like that. People in our village all have warm hearts. As long as we stand together, there's no hurdle we can't overcome. The three of them carried the fish to the back kitchen of the lakeside restaurant. Jean Dachuan saw them and hurried over. Ah, you're finally here. I've been waiting forever. Where are the fish? Bring them over. I'll weigh them right away. Li Mu and the others set down their buckets, and Jean Dachuan immediately got to work weighing each fish. This one's big, probably 4 or 5 Jean. Nice meat on this one too. As he weighed, he kept muttering praise while Li Mu and the others helped sort the fish by size. Soon, all the fish were weighed. Jean Dachuan pulled out his ledger and began recording. Total comes to 320 Jean. At the price we agreed, 5 kwai per Jean. That makes 1,600 yuan. Jean Dachuan handed over the cash. Li Mu counted it carefully, then nodded. Thanks, brother Jean. If there's anything else you need, just say so. We might not have much in our village, but wild game, we've got plenty. Next time, we'll bring some your way. Jean Dachuan grinned. Great. Bring more hares and wild boars. I've been needing good wild game to serve guests. The game from your village? Famous for its freshness. I'll take as much as you can give. Sure thing, brother. Say no more. Hey, Musi, come here a sec. Got something to tell you. Jean Dachuan pulled Li Mu aside, his expression turning serious. Musi, your squirrel-shaped fish dish has become wildly popular around town lately. So many customers specifically ask for it. I heard some other restaurants are trying to copy your recipe, but none of them can replicate your taste. I've been thinking, what if we took this dish to the city? Let more people taste our craftsmanship? Look, this county town is small, with limited customers. But if we expand into the city market, our income could multiply several times over. What do you think? Jean Dachuan watched Li Mu closely, awaiting his reaction. A wave of excitement surged through Li Mu. Hadn't he always dreamed of spreading his family's signature dish far and wide, letting more people savor that mountain fresh flavor? But then reality hit. He couldn't just promote it overnight. Restaurants in the city were powerful establishments, each with deep pockets and iconic dishes of their own. His squirrel fish had caused a stir here in the county, true, but would it really hold its ground in the city? That remained uncertain. Frowning slightly, Li Mu said, Brother Jean, your idea sounds great, but competition in the city is fierce. Can our cooking really hold up there? Hearing this, Jean Dachuan grew anxious. Musi, why so little confidence? Our squirrel fish, it's one of a kind. Among all the restaurants in this county, which one compares? And are city folks gonna stop loving authentic mountain flavors? Li Mu sighed. It's not that I lack faith, Brother Jean. It's just that those city restaurants, they all have strong backing. How can a small-scale business like ours compete? Jean Dachuan clapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Musi, you can't look at things only on the surface. Sure, the city market is tough, but our squirrel fish? It's real quality. As long as we nail the flavor, people will come. And anyway, we don't need to go head-to-head with those big chains. We can carve out a niche, targeting diners who crave wild, rustic tastes. That way, we open up our own market, right? Hearing this, Li Mu felt somewhat reassured, but hesitated still. Brother Jean, you make it sound easy, but carving out such a niche isn't simple. Besides, we don't exactly have funds for advertising. Don't worry about that. Sister Zhou is about to open a restaurant in the city, so we can ride her momentum and promote our squirrel-shaped fish there. She's well connected in the city. Once she's on board, our business is bound to take off. Boss lady Zhou Li was opening a restaurant in the city? This news couldn't have come at a better time. Li Mu had been worrying about lack of funds. Now, with Zhou Li's help, promoting the squirrel-shaped fish would be much easier. Looks like fate was still smiling on him after all. He quickly asked, Brother Jean, is this really reliable? Is Sister Zhou really willing to help? Of course. I've already discussed it with her, Musi. She thinks highly of our squirrel-shaped fish too. She said as long as the flavor is right, it'll definitely become popular in the city. Hearing this, Li Mu felt a surge of excitement. Brother Jean, if this works out, I'll treat you to a month's worth of drinks. Jean Dachuan burst into hearty laughter. Great. Then it's a deal. Once the squirrel-shaped fish becomes a hit in the city, don't forget your promise to buy me drinks. Oh, by the way, a few of my regulars also want your fish. Next time, just hail a cab and deliver directly to the county town. It'll save you all the back and forth. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Right. The volume was growing. It was high time he bought a cargo tricycle. Open top, practical, and convenient for deliveries. Whether to the county or the city, it would save plenty of time and energy. Then I'll come back in 3 days, Brother Jean. I'll make sure to bring you the freshest catch then. After leaving, Li Mu discussed the idea of buying the tricycle with Tian Xiaohu and Li Chuzi. This is everyone's share from the fish sale, divided up first. He set aside a portion and combined it with the money already in his pocket. Barely enough to cover the cost of a tricycle. Li Mu said, let's buy the tricycle first. It'll make deliveries easier and save us a lot of time. Tian Xiaohu and Li Chuzi nodded repeatedly in agreement. The three of them headed to the motorcycle market in the county town and picked out a sturdy, durable tricycle. After purchasing the tricycle, Li Mu took the two of them to Hafeng Fort restaurant and sold the remaining fish, bringing back some more cash. Li Mu handed the leftover money from the tricycle purchase along with the proceeds from the fish sale to Tao Yimei, telling her to use it first to pay Tao Qingshan's medical bills. Chapter 100. Mind your own business. The tricycle had been bought, and Li Mu and the other two couldn't wait to try it out. It was indeed sturdy and durable, and riding it felt smooth and natural. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Great. Now delivering goods will be much easier. Tian Xiaohu and Li Chuzi were grinning from ear to ear. They finally had their own means of transportation, no longer needing to walk for hours along mountain paths every time they delivered something. After testing the vehicle, Li Mu parked the tricycle by the hospital gate, planning to ride it straight back to the village later to share the good news with everyone. Zheng Dazhen helped Tao Qingshan out of the hospital. Seeing the tricycle at the entrance, she asked curiously, Mir, where did this tricycle come from? Li Mu smiled. Auntie Dazhen, we just bought it. Delivering things will be much more convenient from now on. Uncle Tao, hop on this tricycle. I'll take you back to the village. Tao Qingshan quickly waved his hands. No, my body's still strong enough. I can walk on my own. But Li Mu insisted. Uncle Tao, don't push yourself. It's more comfortable on the tricycle. We need to get back to the village soon anyway. We still have to discuss your follow-up treatment. Eventually, under Li Mu's insistence, Tao Qingshan reluctantly climbed onto the tricycle. Li Mu pedaled the tricycle carrying Tao Qingshan and Zheng Dazhen, while Tian Xiaohu and Li Chuzi walked behind. The group made their way back to the village in high spirits. Along the way, Tao Qingshan coughed a few times. My body isn't what it used to be. Mir, I really owe you one this time. Without you, I might have ended up dying in that hospital. Li Mu hurried to reassure him. Uncle Tao, don't talk like that. We're all neighbors and kin. Helping each other is only natural. Besides, you're still strong. You've got many happy years ahead of you. Zheng Dazhen chimed in beside him. Puffed, puffed, puffed. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm going to settle accounts with He Yinglian. We can't let her keep acting recklessly like this. She's the one who stressed you out this badly. Who knows what chaos she'll cause next time. On the way, they ran into Li Mu's eldest brother, Li Qianjin. Li Mu called out, Brother, don't walk anymore. The doctor said there's no need to stay hospitalized. All right, where'd you get this bike? Li Qianjin asked. Li Mu patted the seat of the tricycle. Just bought it. Deliveries will be much easier from now on. Brother, climb on too. Let's go back to the village together. Li Qianjin laughed heartily and sat down on the back seat. All right then, now we've got ourselves a real treasure. No more worries about transporting goods. Chattering and laughing, the group arrived back in the village in no time. When the villagers saw Li Mu and the others riding in on the tricycle, they gathered around curiously. Mir, where'd this tricycle come from? Li Mu smiled and explained, we just bought it. From now on, deliveries will be a lot easier. If anyone needs help with anything, just say the word. Hearing this, the villagers praised Li Mu, saying he was truly a capable young man. Li Mu parked the tricycle outside Tao Qingshan's house and helped carry him inside together with the others. Sitting on the Kong, Tao Qingshan motioned for Li Mu to come closer. Mir, what do you think about your fourth uncle? Li Mu hesitated. Family matters weren't things you could simply summarize in a few words. After some thought, he carefully chose his words. Uncle Tao, this time fourth uncle was clearly in the wrong. But we should also understand his difficult position. His household is complicated, and fourth aunt is quite domineering. Sometimes he just can't help himself. Tao Qingshan nodded. You're thinking right. We're all from the same village, face to face every day. We shouldn't make things too tense between us. Your fourth uncle isn't a bad man at heart. He's just easily swayed and often incited by your fourth aunt. Just then, Zheng Yizhen walked in and overheard this. Some outsider from another village is spreading rumors around ours, saying our people aren't united, that when a relative falls ill, we don't even care. When I heard that, I was furious. Since when have we been heartless people? Look at Muir and them. They've been running themselves ragged raising money for your medical bills. That outsider? They just can't stand seeing our village thrive. Li Mu looked up. What outsider? From your fourth aunt's side. Apparently, this outsider was distantly related to Li Siming and always loved gossiping. This time, seeing Tao Qingshan suffer a stroke and the villagers rallying to collect medical funds, he grew resentful and began spreading malicious talk throughout the village. After hearing this, Li Mu felt deeply uneasy. Their village had always been close-knit and supportive. How could they allow outsiders to slander them so? He thought for a moment and said, Auntie Dazhen, don't be angry. That outsider just hates to see us doing well. Trouble likely started with fourth aunt. She must have told that person something. Otherwise, how would an outsider know the details of our village affairs? That He Yinglian can't keep a single secret without blurting it out everywhere. Tao Qingshan coughed a few times. Enough. Don't bother with them. The more you get involved, the more trouble you'll invite. As long as we live well ourselves, that's what matters most. Muzi, I can't do anything about Li Siming. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before something blows up. Your fourth aunt has too much on her mind. She's always comparing herself to others and stirring things up. She's manipulated your fourth uncle so much he's nearly lost sight of who his real family is. During your incident, she couldn't stop gossiping behind your back. Li Mu understood, some things were better left alone, or else they'd only bring disaster. He reassured Tao Qingshan. Uncle Tao, don't worry. I know how to handle this. I won't overstep. After leaving Tao Qingshan's house, Li Mu found Tian Xiaohu, Li Ergo, and Zhang Biaozi squatting under the big locust tree at the village entrance. When they saw Li Mu come out, the three quickly stood up and came over. Where's Chuzi? Tian Xiaohu pointed toward the riverside. He said he was going down to the riverbank to check things out. Probably gone fishing. Alright, you all go ahead too. Make sure to catch plenty these next 3 days so we can make some good money. I'm heading into the mountains. Hearing that, Tian Xiaohu wanted to go as well. Let me come with you, Brother Mo. The mountain paths are rough. It's safer with more people around. No need. You take care of the tricycle. I'll go into the mountains to see if I can hunt some game and gather a bit of medicinal herbs. Our village's wild game and herbs are famous, might fetch a decent price. Li Mu had already made his plan. He intended to hunt some wild animals and collect medicinal plants, hoping to find something nutritious for Tao Qingshan's recovery. After all, after the stroke, Tao Qingshan's health had declined significantly. He needed proper nourishment. Tian Xiaohu nodded after hearing Li Mu's explanation. Alright then, but be careful, Brother Mu. The mountain trails are treacherous. Stay alert. Li Mu smiled. Don't worry. I've been running these mountains since I was a kid. A little path like this won't stop me. You just focus on fishing. I'll be back soon. Chapter 101, Raising Rabbits. After saying that, Li Mu shouldered his basket and grabbed his sickle, heading deep into the mountains. First, he went to Huang Xiuye's house. From afar, he caught a whiff of rich, mellow wine that stirred the hunger in his belly. Standing at the gate, he called out, Sister Xiuyi, are you home? Xiuyi came out from the house. Oh, it's Muzi. Quick, come in and sit down. Sister, is my wine ready yet? She smiled and nodded. Ready. I've had it waiting for you. Just wait a second. I'll go get it for you now. A moment later, Xiuyi carried out a jar from inside, its mouth sealed with red cloth, looking festive and bright. She handed the jar to Li Mu carefully. Muzi, this is brewed exactly from your recipe, using wild fruits from our mountains. Taste it, and see how it is. Li Mu took the jar, joy rising in his heart. He couldn't wait to peel back the red cloth. Immediately, a fresh fragrance of fruit mixed with the aroma of wine rushed into his nose, and he inhaled deeply. Taking a bowl nearby, he ladled out a spoonful and sipped gently. The wine was sweet upon entering his mouth, with a lingering aftertaste even better than he'd imagined. Sister Xiuyi, your skill is beyond words. This wine is amazing. I was afraid you might not like it. Then please brew me some more. I'll pay well. Of course. Muzi, don't worry. Though I may not be the best brewer, I always put my heart into it. Tell me how much you need, and I'll make it for you. They chatted idly for a while longer. Then Li Mu shouldered his wine jar and continued deeper into the mountains, heading straight for the village where the Orcan people lived. This time, the journey went smoothly. He met several Orcan people gathering wild fruits in the forest. They recognized Li Mu. When he asked where his master was, an elder among them pointed toward the mountain depths. Oh, him? He's out hunting somewhere in there. Walk that way, and you'll find him. Thanking the man, Li Mu pressed on further into the wilderness. After about half an hour, Li Mu spotted an Orcan hunter dressed in animal hides, wearing a fur hat, standing under a large tree with bow and arrow in hand, eyes fixed on the bushes ahead. Master. The old man turned around. Seeing Li Mu, he first caught the scent of wine wafting from him. Did you bring it? Li Mu grinned and shook the wine jar on his back. Master, look what I've got. The Orcan hunter's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward, took the jar, pulled the stopper, and took a deep sniff. Good wine. All right, tell me, what do you want to learn this time? Master, I'd like to ask how to raise rabbits. The old man squinted, eyeing Li Mu up and down. Raising rabbits? What made you think of that? Li Mu scratched his head, a little sheepishly. Well, our village has little land, but many people. Growing crops doesn't earn much. So I thought, maybe raising rabbits, selling rabbit meat, could bring in a bit more income. Raising rabbits isn't a bad idea, but it's not easy. You'll need to build hutches, prepare feed. Most importantly, you've got to understand basic animal care. Otherwise, the rabbits will fall ill easily. Li Mu nodded quickly. Master, I know all that. That's why I'm asking you. Please teach me how to raise rabbits so they stay healthy, grow fast, and strong. The old man smiled and patted Li Mu on the shoulder. All right, since you're eager to learn, I'll teach you. But remember this, raising rabbits takes patience. No doing things halfway or giving up after a few days. Come on, I'll take you to find a rabbit den first. We'll catch a few wild ones so you can observe their habits. With that, the old man led Li Mu deeper into the forest. Before long, they arrived at a hidden cave. The old man gestured for silence, then crept cautiously toward the entrance and peered inside. Several gray and white wild rabbits were huddled in a corner of the cave, alertly staring at the opening. The old man softly whistled. The rabbits instantly perked up their ears and looked around. Seeing this, the old man suddenly pulled a handful of millet from his pocket and gently scattered it near the entrance. Catching the scent of millet, the rabbits slowly approached the entrance, nibbling carefully. The old man gave Li Mu a knowing look, signaling him to quietly circle around to the other side of the entrance to cut off any escape route. Li Mu understood perfectly. He crept around and hid behind a large boulder. Meanwhile, the old man kept whistling, luring the rabbits farther out. Soon, several of them had wandered into his trap and were cornered inside. The old man chuckled proudly and said to Li Mu, "See? Raising rabbits means understanding their nature. Only then can you raise them well. These rabbits are one male and one female. Once you understand how they mate, you can breed them. Rabbits reproduce quickly, so you'll need to prepare enough hutches and feed in advance." Master, I've got it. When I get back, I'll build rabbit cages and prepare the feed just as you said, and raise them well. Good. For now, Take these wild rabbits home and raise them carefully. Once they have babies, raise the young to full size, then you can sell rabbit meat. Li Mu happily agreed, carefully placing the wild rabbits into his basket. Suddenly, the old man shoved his head down into a thick pile of fallen leaves, leaving only his butt and flailing feet exposed. Master, what are you doing? Li Mu struggled out of the leaf pile, looking up at the old man with utter confusion. Chill, wild boar. No sooner had the old man spoken than a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby, as if something was moving fast through the undergrowth. Both Li Mu and the old man held their breath, eyes wide, staring tensely in the direction of the noise. In moments, a massive wild boar burst out of the bushes, charging straight toward them. The boar grunted loudly, its eyes sharp and gleaming. It had already marked them as prey. Li Mu trembled in fear, instinctively wanting to run, but the old man yanked him back. Don't move, don't run. If you run, the boar will chase you, the old man whispered sharply. Li Mu immediately froze, his body tense, not daring to budge an inch. The boar stopped not far from them, cautiously looking around. Both Li Mu and the old man held their breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. After a moment, the boar seemed to detect nothing unusual. It lowered its head and began rooting around on the ground, searching for food. What should we do, master? Run or what? Run? Are you crazy? Can't you see how delicious wild boar meat is? We're going to catch it and have ourselves a great meal. The old man whispered, quietly picking up a stone from the ground, ready to hurl it at the boar. Chapter 102, The Wild Boar Herd. When Li Mu heard this, he froze in place. He never expected the old man actually wanted to capture a wild boar. It wasn't something to take lightly. Wild boars were incredibly strong and ferocious by nature. If angered, how could the two of them possibly handle it? But seeing the old man's confident expression, Li Mu didn't dare object. He steeled himself and followed along. Watch carefully how I catch this boar. With that, the old man quietly circled around to the side of the boar, then suddenly hurled a stone straight at it. The rock struck the boar, causing it to cry out in pain and rage. In an instant, it spun around and charged straight at the old man. The old man quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He swiftly picked up a branch from the ground, ready to fight the beast head-on. Li Mu watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding with fear. Worried something might happen to the old man, he shouted urgently, Master, look out! It's charging again. Yet the old man remained calm, skillfully evading the boar's attacks while searching for an opening to counter. Seizing the right moment, he leaped forward sharply, driving the branch deep into the boar's neck. The boar shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly. But the old man held tightly onto the branch, pouring all his strength into pushing it deeper into the animal's throat. Soon, the boar lost its strength and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Only then did the old man release his grip, letting out a long breath as he wiped sweat from his forehead. Li Mu rushed over, and immediately the old man handed him a branch. What are you standing there for? Come help me. Let's carry this boar back. We'll have meat for tonight. Boom, boom. Hearing the noise, the old man's face changed instantly. He grabbed Li Mu and pulled him backward. Run! Li Mu stumbled from the sudden yank, nearly falling. With no time to think, he sprinted after the old man. Master, what is it? Why are we running? Li Mu gasped as he ran. The old man's expression was grim. Without answering, he pressed forward desperately. Li Mu had no choice but to follow closely behind. After a short distance, they reached a hidden streamside. The old man finally stopped and turned to Li Mu. Don't make a sound. Stay hidden here and don't move. That boar might have been bait. Our killing made too much noise. We've probably drawn a whole herd of wild boars. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's heart sank. Killing one boar had summoned an entire herd? This was disaster out of nowhere. Sure enough, before long, heavy footsteps rumbled closer and closer from the distance. Li Mu's heart leapt into his throat. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging into his palms. Finally, a group of massive wild boars came into view. There were many of them, at least a dozen. Each one bared its fangs, their bodies smeared with mud and leaves, looking extremely menacing. The herd sniffed the air around them, apparently catching the scent of blood left from their earlier kill. Li Mu felt his scalp crawling, every muscle tense, eyes wide open. The odds of surviving now seemed to dwindle by the second. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Do you want them all or not? What? Li Mu didn't catch the meaning at first. The old man lowered his voice. These boars, all of them. Should we take them? They're prime game meat. Li Mu stared at the old man in disbelief. Master, are you serious? There are so many boars. How can we possibly handle them? If they surround us, we won't make it out alive. But the old man licked his lips. What's there to panic about? I've got a plan. See that narrow valley over there? We can lure the boars toward it. You block the entrance while I drive them from behind. One in front, one behind. We'll push the whole herd inside. Once they're trapped in the valley, we seal the entrance shut. Then every single boar will be ours. But how do we seal it? Before Li Mu even finished speaking, the old man pulled some ropes and wooden stakes from his basket and handed them over with a grin. We use these. Make a simple fence to block the valley's mouth. Li Mu took the ropes and stakes skeptically, thinking to himself, can this really work? Wild boars aren't rabbits. They charge with tremendous force. Can our little fence really stop them? Li Mu asked doubtfully, examining the materials in his hands. But the old man was full of confidence. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Let's build the fence first, then figure out how to lure the boars into the valley. The two crept further back and began working busily, using the ropes and stakes to erect a makeshift barrier across the valley entrance. Though it looked somewhat crude, under the old man's skilled hands, the fence turned out remarkably sturdy. Once completed, they began discussing how best to lure the wild boars into the trap. The old man surveyed the surroundings and said, "Pick some wild fruits and leaves, scatter them around to make it look like other animals have been here. The wild boars will follow the scent and come right after." Without delay, the two quickly gathered wild fruits and leaves from nearby, spreading them along the path they had taken, all the way to the mouth of the valley. Once this was done, they hid in a concealed spot, waiting quietly for the herd to arrive. Sure enough, not long after, the wild boars came following the scent. As they walked, they snorted and sniffed at the ground, drawn by the smell of the fruits and leaves. The old man gently tugged Li Mu's sleeve, signaling him to get ready. Li Mu nodded nervously, his heart pounding like a drum. The old man crept silently to the side of the herd, slowly beginning to drive the boars toward the valley. The herd seemed unaware of any danger, still focused intently on tracking the scent forward. Hidden in the shadows, Li Mu watched the old man's movements tensely, gripping the rope of the fence tightly, ready to seal the valley entrance at any moment. Finally, under the old man's guidance, the wild boars gradually entered the valley. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly joined the old man in swiftly pulling up the fence, sealing off the valley entrance. The sudden barrier startled the boar herd. They turned to rush out, only to find the fence too sturdy. No matter how hard they charged, they couldn't break through. "Come on, let's finish them." The old man gripped a short knife, his eyes burning with fierce determination. "I'll stay inside and guard the gap so none of them escape. You stay outside and use the sickle to slash their legs. Cut them all down." Inside the enclosure, the wild boars wildly rammed against the fence, desperate to break free. But the old man stood firm. Positioned at the gap, he held his knife tight, blocking the opening with unwavering resolve. Outside, Li Mu seized his chances, swinging the sickle hard at the boars' legs. Soon, several of them fell to the ground. Seeing their companions collapse, the remaining boars became even more frenzied, hurling themselves against the fence with greater force. The old man began to struggle. Gritting his teeth, he held his ground, large beads of sweat rolling down his face. Li Mu outside was drenched in sweat as well. He swung the sickle tirelessly at the boar's legs, but with so many powerful animals, after felling a few, his arms grew sore and weak. He could barely lift the weapon anymore. Chapter 103, Raising Rabbits. "Hey, don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and take down that largest wild boar," the old man shouted at Li Mu. Hearing this, Li Mu quickly snapped back to focus, aimed carefully, and swung his sickle with all his strength toward the massive boar. The sickle sliced through the air in a bright arc, landing precisely on the boar's leg. With a shriek, the beast collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the old man let out a breath of relief. Seizing the moment, he dashed into the enclosure, his short knife darting swiftly at the remaining boars. Li Mu followed closely behind. The two worked seamlessly, one inside, one outside, efficiently taking down the rest. Inside the pen, the number of wild boars steadily decreased, just as their own energy began to wane. "Enough. That's enough." Panting heavily, the old man finally stopped moving. Li Mu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, heart pounding with both fear and excitement. Wiping sweat from his brow, Li Mu said, "Master, we're rich now." The old man chuckled, walking over to the edge of the enclosure and peering inside. "These wild boars make excellent game meat. If we sell them in town, we'll fetch a great price." Li Mu nodded eagerly. "Exactly, master. Let's hurry and take them back before it gets dark, or the road will be dangerous." But the old man waved his hand. "No need to rush. First, we must process these boars. If we carry them back like this, the blood smell will attract other beasts." With that, he began butchering the boars. Li Mu quickly jumped in to help. They worked busily for quite some time until every boar was cleaned and dressed. Then they tied each one securely with rope and hoisted them onto their backs. "Let's go home," the old man said, carrying the largest boar and leading the way. Li Mu followed, weighed down by several smaller ones. They retraced their steps down the mountain. After walking for a while, they reached the village first. Ali stood at the gate, and when he saw the two returning with boars on their backs, his eyes lit up. He rushed forward. "If you hadn't come back before dark, I was about to go look for you." As he spoke, Ali helped relieve Li Mu of one of the boars. The old man smiled. "We had good luck today, caught quite a few wild boars." Ali's face broke into a broad grin. "That's wonderful. Now our village will have meat to eat." Together, the three carried the boars into the village. Other villagers gathered around curiously, praising the old man and Li Mu for their hunting skills. "Master, it's getting dark. I should head back now." The old man knew he needed to return quickly, or his family would grow worried. "All right then, let's divide up the boars. The rabbits are all yours. You take them home and raise them. Once they grow bigger, you can sell them in town and earn some money." With that, he started dividing the boars. "This big one goes to you." "No, that can't be." Li Mu protested immediately. "You're the one who worked so hard to hunt these. You should take the biggest." But the old man waved his hand dismissively. "Don't be so polite. You're young and strong. You need meat to build your body. As for me, an old skeleton like me doesn't need much." Seeing how firm the old man was, Li Mu didn't press further. Respectfully accepting what was offered, he took the large boar the elder handed him. The rest were divided between the old man and Ali, each receiving a few. After the distribution, the old man added, "When you get home, remember to skin the boar. Dry the hide. It makes a good mattress, keeps you warm in winter. And don't throw away the bones. Crush them into powder. It's good for strengthening the bones." Li Mu nodded along, deeply grateful. Not only had the old man taught him hunting skills, but he also generously shared countless practical tips for daily life. "All right, it's late. You'd better get going. Be careful on the way, don't let any beast spot you, the old man cautioned. Li Mu nodded, shouldered his boar, bid farewell to the old man and Ali, and set off toward Lijia village. All the way, he walked cautiously, wary of startling any lurking animals. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and he arrived home safely. His family was overjoyed to see he'd brought back a wild boar. Mom, don't kill the rabbits yet. Keep them alive for breeding. Jiang Xuefan held a rabbit by its ears, looking confused. Why keep them? We barely have any food as it is. Raising rabbits won't help them grow fast. Better to slaughter them now and eat the meat. It's more practical. But Li Mu shook his head firmly. Mom, we should raise them. These rabbits can give birth to little ones later. Then we'll have even more rabbits. When we want meat, we can eat. When we want fur for clothes, we can use that too. Isn't that better? Jiang Xuefan listened, and after a moment, found sense in what he said. She nodded slowly. Fine. We'll keep them for now. We'll slaughter them once they've grown. With that, Jiang Xuefan placed the rabbits into a cage and gave them some cabbage leaves to eat. 3 males and 3 females, perfect for breeding. The wild boar Li Mu had brought back weighed several hundred jin. It took the entire family working together to carry it into the yard. They planned to take it to the restaurant early the next morning to sell. Thinking of this, Li Mu went out to find Tian Xiaohu and ask about fishing. Brother Mu, today I caught 10 baskets of fish. Nice. Tomorrow morning, find out who wants to go with us to town. We'll sell the fish and the wild boar together. We can make some good money, Li Mu said with a smile. When Tian Xiaohu heard this, his eyes lit up. Great. I'll go tell everyone right away. Early tomorrow, we're all heading to town. With that, Tian Xiaohu turned and ran off to notify the other villagers. Li Mu watched his figure disappear into the distance, a quiet joy swelling in his heart. This hunting trip had truly been bountiful. Not only did they get a wild boar, but also so many fish. It was a double blessing. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Li Mu got up. After a simple breakfast, he and Tian Xiaohu drove their 3-wheeled cart toward town. The lakeside restaurant wasn't open yet, and there wasn't a soul in sight at the entrance. But Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu weren't in a hurry. They parked their cart by the restaurant door and waited patiently for it to open. After a long while, the main door finally creaked open. The woman inside saw them and pointed toward the back. Jin Ge is in the back kitchen. Go around to the rear entrance. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu acknowledged her and walked around to the back door. As they arrived, they saw Jin Dachuan and the restaurant's owner, Zhou Li, busy carrying supplies into the kitchen. Seeing the 2 young men approach, Jin Dachuan greeted them with a smile. Oh, Xiao Li and Xiao Tian are here already? What brings you here so early today? Li Mu smiled and said, Jin Ge, we were eager to sell our catch to you. Can you guess what fine goods we brought today? Chapter 104. Crashing the party. When Zhou Li heard Li Mu's words, she also looked over curiously and asked with a smile. Oh, now you're teasing me. So what good catch did you get today? Li Mu gave a mysterious smile, took down something covered in cloth from the tricycle, then lifted the cloth to reveal a massive wild boar. Look, this is the wild boar we hunted yesterday. It weighs hundreds of pounds. Seeing the boar, Zhou Li's eyes lit up immediately. She reached out and felt its hide. This boar skin is really thick. Its meat must be delicious too. You two really know how to deliver. Jin Dachuan also walked over. Li Mu patted the cargo bed of the tricycle. And there's more. I caught 10 baskets of fish today. Just let Brother Jin weigh them later. Hearing this, Jin Dachuan beamed even brighter. Excellent, excellent. Just wait a moment. I'll go prepare the money right away. No need for that much trouble. Do you have anything else coming up? Zhou Li stopped Jin Dachuan. Li Mu shook his head. Nothing much. After selling these, we'll just walk around town and see if there's anything we need to buy. In that case, why don't you two come with me into the city? My new restaurant branch opens today, and I need some fresh ingredients to treat guests. Your boar and fish couldn't have come at a better time. Plus, I can show you my new place. Hearing this, Li Mu thought of the squirrel-shaped fish dish. Big Sicily, isn't this too much trouble for you? Wouldn't we just be causing a fuss? Li Mu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. But Zhou Li waved her hand dismissively. Don't be silly. If you help me bring in customers, I'll be more than happy. Come on, no dawdling. Let's get going. With that, Zhou Li led Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu to her car, and the group set off in full force toward the city. Upon arriving in the city, they found Zhou Li's new restaurant located on a bustling street. The storefront was spacious and bright, tastefully decorated. A large sign hung above the entrance reading, Lijing Restaurant, with golden letters gleaming brilliantly and catching the eye from afar. Zhou Li led Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu inside. The interior was luxuriously furnished, complete with all modern amenities. The first floor was an open dining hall with neatly arranged tables and chairs, adorned with exquisite wall paintings that gave the space a high-end feel. The second floor housed private dining rooms, each uniquely decorated with a blend of classical Chinese elegance and modern minimalism. The squirrel-shaped fish you suggested made it onto the menu today? I specifically instructed the chef to follow your method exactly. Try it and tell me how it tastes. Saying this, Zhou Li led Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu into one of the private rooms on the second floor. Inside the room stood a table filled with sumptuous dishes, including the famous squirrel-shaped fish. The fish lay beautifully plated, deep-fried until golden and crispy, drizzled with a vibrant red sauce, and sprinkled with pine nuts and chopped green onions. It looked absolutely appetizing in every way. Li Mu picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, and savored it carefully. The fish was perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, the texture delightful. The sauce was rich and savory, with just the right balance of sweet and sour, leaving a lingering aftertaste. How does it taste? Jolie asked, watching his expression with anticipation. Limu gave a thumbs up. Absolutely amazing. Big Cicely, your chef is incredible. The squirrel fish tastes even better than mine. A proud smile spread across Jolie's face. Of course. I brought this chef all the way from the provincial capital. He's top tier. Well, did he disappoint you? Limu nodded repeatedly. Not at all, not at all. Far from it. All right, now let's settle the payment. Jolie took the two to the back kitchen, where xuanhuan was already waiting beside a hot stove, a large digital scale placed beside him. Limu placed the boar on the scale, and the display instantly showed an astonishing number. 280 gene total. At market price, 30 kwai per gene. That comes to 8,400. As for the fish, 20 kwai per basket. 10 baskets make 200. So altogether, 8,600. As he spoke, xuanhuan pulled out a thick stack of cash from a drawer, counted precisely 8,600 yuan, and handed it to Limu. Limu accepted the money. This hunt had truly paid off big time. Big Cicely. Someone wants to return their dishes. Just as Jolie was chatting with Limu, a frantic cry suddenly came from the front hall. Her brow furrowed, and she immediately turned and rushed toward the front, with Limu following closely behind. In the dining area, a group of well-dressed guests sat at a table, visibly displeased and arguing with a server. Their table was filled with various dishes, including the squirrel-shaped fish. Yet now, the food sat untouched, apparently unappealing to these diners. What happened? Jolie hurried over to the table and asked politely with a smile. The server explained, looking hurt. Big Cicely, these guests say our food doesn't suit their taste and want to return everything. The leading guest glanced at Jolie with arrogance and said, the food here is simply terrible, completely inedible. Look at this squirrel-shaped fish. It's so badly made, yet you dare serve it to guests? We demand a refund and compensation for our loss. Jolie's expression shifted slightly. She knew these guests were influential people she couldn't afford to offend. We're very sorry for the unpleasant dining experience. The squirrel-shaped fish is a newly introduced dish, and perhaps there are still some shortcomings in the chef's preparation. I'll immediately have the chef remake it for you. Or if you'd like, we can offer any other dish on the menu free of charge as a replacement. Jolie maintained a professional, polite demeanor with a warm smile and sincere tone, but the guest waved her off impatiently. No need. We came here specifically for this squirrel-shaped fish, and now that it's ruined, what's there left to eat? With that, he stood up, ready to leave. The other guests followed suit, also rising from their seats. Seeing this, Jolie grew anxious and quickly stepped forward to stop them. Everyone, please accept my deepest apologies. How about this? I'll cover today's entire meal as my gesture of goodwill. Would that be acceptable? The main guest sneered. Cover the bill? Do you think that solves everything? We paid good money to come here, not to eat your complimentary meals. Jolie's face darkened further. She realized this situation was turning tricky. Just then, Limu suddenly stepped forward and walked up to the guest. Brother, I think you might have a misunderstanding about how squirrel-shaped fish should be prepared. This dish is all about balanced sweet and sour flavors and a crispy texture. Our chef may have focused more on its appearance and presentation, which could explain why the taste missed the mark. But you can't just dismiss the whole dish outright and say it's bad. How about this? I'll make you a new serving myself. Try it first. If you still don't like it, then I'll admit defeat and personally treat everyone to today's meal. How does that sound? Chapter 105, Sichuan Boiled Fish. When the guest heard Limu's words, he flew into an embarrassed rage. What are you implying? You think there's something wrong with our taste buds? Limu had never seen such an unreasonable person before, but Jolie knew exactly what was going on. She grabbed Limu's arm and whispered, they're here to cause trouble. Don't bother arguing with them. Let's just keep them calm for now. Running a restaurant meant encountering all kinds of people, some reasonable, others completely irrational. Today, they'd run into a tough one. Jolie groaned inwardly, but still kept a polite smile on her face. She signaled to a waiter to quickly remove the plate of squirrel-shaped fish, then personally poured the angry guest a cup of tea, saying apologetically, brother, please don't be upset. It's our fault for not doing better. Calm down. We'll have a fresh dish prepared for you right away. You women sure know how to handle things. The guest sneered contemptuously at Jolie. But Jolie acted as if she hadn't heard it, continuing to smile sweetly. Brother, please wait just a moment. The new squirrel fish will be ready shortly. With that, she turned and instructed the server to hurry to the kitchen and tell the chef to remake the dish immediately. What's the point of waiting? I'm not eating anymore. Unless you bring me a dish that suits my taste, I won't eat a single bite. And for today's meal, you're going to pay. I demand compensation. He plopped himself down and began criticizing every aspect of the restaurant. Painting the walls bright red? So tacky. And these tables, packed so tightly together, how is anyone supposed to sit comfortably? And your waiters? Standing around like wooden posts, not even offering guests water when they need it. Jolie's smile grew tighter. Brother, we sincerely apologize. Our staff might not be in top form today. I'll make sure service improves immediately. We'll do whatever it takes to satisfy you. But the guest wasn't appeased. He kept ranting, satisfy me? Your whole restaurant is nothing but surface-level show. Total joke. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Jolie was furious inside, but dared not show it. She kept smiling politely. Brother, please don't get angry. We'll correct everything, absolutely ensure your satisfaction. How about this? We'll give you a discount, as a small token of goodwill. Still, the guest remained unmoved, shouting loudly and drawing curious glances from other diners. Jolie sighed inwardly. If this wasn't handled well, it could seriously damage the restaurant's reputation. Limu was boiling with anger. What kind of man acted like this? Petty, stubborn, and unwilling to back down even when clearly in the wrong. He stepped forward, ready to speak, but Jolie shot him a sharp look, stopping him. She shook her head slightly, warning him not to act rashly. Li Mu swallowed his anger, watching helplessly as the guest continued his tirade, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Xuanhuan was rolling up his sleeves, personally preparing to tackle the order like he was about to fight a battle. Brother Jean, hold off on making that squirrel fish for now. Xuanhuan paused in surprise. Huh? Did Sisterly say that? Li Mu shook his head. No, there's someone out front trying to sabotage us. No matter how good the food is, it won't help. We've got to deal with this first. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's brow furrowed. Sabotage? Who dares cause trouble at Lijing restaurant? Li Mu briefly explained what had happened. After listening, Xuanhuan's expression darkened. These people have gone too far. We can't just let this slide. With that, he turned to storm toward the dining area, but Li Mu grabbed his arm. Brother Jean, wait. Let's think first, figure out the best way to handle this. Do you trust me? Xuanhuan stopped and looked at Li Mu. I trust you. Tell me what to do. A warmth spread through Li Mu's heart. He knew Xuanhuan was straightforward and blunt. Earning his trust wasn't easy. Brother Jean, have you heard of Sichuan boiled fish? Xuanhuan nodded. Of course. It's a Sichuan dish, spicy, numbing, flavorful. Pretty popular. A sly glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Then today, we'll use this very dish, Sichuan boiled fish, to deal with those troublemakers. Xuanhuan was taken aback. Sichuan boiled fish? How's that supposed to help? Li Mu leaned close and whispered a few words into Xuanhuan's ear. As he listened, comprehension dawned on Xuanhuan's face. Then, he slapped Li Mu hard on the shoulder. Good thinking, kid. You've got brains. Let's do it. But, I've never made it before, and we don't have the base seasoning. Li Mu smiled. Don't worry about the seasoning, Brother Jean. I can make it. In his previous life, while working as a tour guide, he'd once accompanied a master chef of Sichuan cuisine. That chef's Sichuan boiled fish was legendary, and Li Mu had been fortunate enough to pick up a few basics. When it came to preparing the special seasoning base, he was quite confident. Hearing this, Xuanhuan immediately lit up. Great, great. Then let's get moving. Don't keep those fellows waiting too long. Li Mu nodded and turned toward the kitchen. He first took a fresh grass carp from the refrigerator, then asked if they had soybean sprouts and greens. Xuanhuan quickly ordered someone to prepare them. Li Mu cleaned the fish, sliced it into thin fillets, and began marinating them. Then he gathered Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings to start preparing the base for the boiled fish. Making the base was a delicate process. It required stir-frying all the spices until fragrant, then adding an appropriate amount of water to simmer into a rich, aromatic broth. Relying on his memory, Li Mu carefully followed each step. Before long, a pot of intensely fragrant base sauce for Sichuan boiled fish was ready. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan had already blanched the soybean sprouts and greens and spread them neatly at the bottom of a large serving platter. Li Mu swiftly scooped the cooked fish fillets onto the bed of sprouts and greens. Then he ladled a generous amount of sizzling hot oil over the top. With a loud sizzle, an irresistible aroma burst forth, making mouths water instantly. The Sichuan boiled fish was done. Xuanhuan had also finished remaking another squirrel-shaped fish. Both dishes were now covered with lids. Li Mu and Xuanhuan carried the two dishes out to the dining hall. The group of guests were still shouting loudly, pointing fingers at every perceived flaw in the restaurant. When Jolie saw Li Mu and Xuanhuan approaching with the two dishes, she paused slightly, puzzled about what they were planning. But when she caught Li Mu giving her a subtle wink, she understood. She quickly instructed a waiter to draw the guests' attention toward them. Brothers, look here. This is a special dish our restaurant has prepared especially for you. Please give it a taste and tell us how you find the flavor. Jolie said with a smile, signaling for the server to lift the lids off both dishes. Seeing the two new dishes suddenly appear before them, the guests were first stunned, then quickly crowded around, eyeing them with curiosity. What kind of dish is this? The leader asked, pointing at the steaming plate of Sichuan boiled fish, its bright red oil bubbling and sending out a mouth-watering fragrance. Jolie didn't know either, so Li Mu stepped in and explained. This is called Sichuan boiled fish, a new specialty we've specially prepared for you. Look at that shimmering red oil, the rich aroma rising. Doesn't it make your appetite surge? Chapter 106, the bonus. Hearing this, the guests turned their eyes toward the boiled fish in chili oil, watching the tender slices simmering in the red, glossy broth. It truly looked irresistible. The leader frowned. Who are you trying to fool? Fish again? Why don't you just open an aquarium? Jolie's heart skipped a beat, fearing the man would find another flaw. Sir, please try it, she said. This spicy boiled fish is completely different from our earlier sweet and sour mandarin fish. It's numbing, spicy, fresh, and fragrant, guaranteed to whet your appetite. Skeptical, the man picked up his chopsticks and took a slice, placing it in his mouth. As soon as the fish touched his tongue, a burst of numbing spiciness exploded across his palate, making him close his eyes instinctively. He chewed slowly, savoring every nuance. The heat, the tingling Sichuan peppercorn, the faint sweetness, all layered into a rich, complex taste that lingered deliciously. He almost reached for another piece, then stopped himself. He was here to cause trouble. How could he be so easily won over by a single dish? Yet the allure of the spicy boiled fish was impossible to resist. Its aroma was simply too intoxicating. He couldn't stay away. Seeing his rapturous expression, the other guests quickly followed suit, picking up their chopsticks and diving into the fish. Soon, Everyone at the table was ditto tasting the dish, completely forgetting their earlier complaints about the restaurant. This flavor, damn good. Hey, this spicy boiled fish is incredible. Another guest couldn't help but praise it, his chopsticks moving non-stop as he shoveled slice after slice into his mouth. The leader watched, a knot of frustration tightening in his chest. He'd come to pick a fight and demand compensation, only to be disarmed by a dish this delicious. If he kept pushing for a refund now, wouldn't he look like a fool? Clearing his throat, he tried to save face. Well, this boiled fish does taste pretty good. But that doesn't change the fact that the rest of your dishes are terrible. Jolie suppressed a smile. This man clearly valued pride over honesty. Still, she didn't call him out. You're absolutely right, sir. How about this? Today's entire meal for your group will be on the house. Consider it our small gesture of goodwill. What do you think? The man hadn't expected such generosity. For a moment, he was speechless. One of his companions nudged him and whispered, "Boss, let's quit while we're ahead. This fish really is amazing." Snapping back to reality, the leader chuckled awkwardly. Haha, since Madam Lee is so generous, we won't stand on ceremony. Let's just forget what happened earlier. We'll definitely come back again. Jolie smiled warmly. Of course, welcome anytime. Take care on your way out. Boss, bring us a serving of that spicy boiled fish too, called another customer. From nearby tables came more shouts. We want one too. Add a boiled fish to our order. Jolie's heart soared. It seemed this dish had completely won over their palates. She quickly instructed the waitstaff. Hurry, serve spicy boiled fish to those tables as well. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Jean Dachuan plunged back into the kitchen to prepare more ingredients. Jean Dachuan skillfully handled the fresh produce, while Li Mu carefully mixed the base seasoning for the fish. A few other chefs secretly observed, learning quickly. They'd originally looked down on Li Mu, a young cook, but now they had no choice but to admire his skills. After all, not many could win over such picky customers with a single dish. Li Mu shared his technique openly with Jean Dachuan. Brother Jean, the secret to spicy boiled fish lies in the base seasoning. The quality of the seasoning directly determines the final flavor. See these Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies? They must be top grade. When stir-frying, the heat needs perfect timing to draw out that deep, rich aroma. As he spoke, Li Mu deftly mixed the seasoning, each motion precise. Jean Dachuan watched, transfixed. Soon, the base seasoning was ready. Li Mu poured it into a wok, added water, brought it to a rolling boil, then gently slid in the marinated fish slices one by one, stirring lightly. Once the fish turned opaque, he quickly scooped them out and arranged them over a bed of yellow bean sprouts and greens on a large platter. Then he ladled the hot, crimson broth over the top, rich, glossy, and utterly appetizing. Finally, he heated a scoop of oil until smoking and poured it over the dish. With a loud sizzle, an explosion of fragrance filled the air, making mouths water. Two perfectly finished dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, were now complete. Jean Dachuan watched Li Mu's skilled movements and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Li Mu, your cooking skills are truly beyond words. Looks like we should add more Sichuan dishes to Li Jing Restaurant's menu from now on. Don't be so formal, Jean Ji. Tian Xiao, who had been busy assisting in the kitchen, washing ingredients the entire day, only realizing it had grown dark and the restaurant was nearly closing. Mu Ji, how do we get back? The tricycle was still in town, and Jolie was swamped with work. She couldn't spare time to take him home. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, how about we find a place to stay overnight in the city and head back first thing tomorrow morning? Tian Xiao nodded in agreement. Just as the two were about to leave and say goodbye to Jolie, she stopped them. Here, you two take this. Jolie shoved two heavy cloth bags into their hands. Li Mu and Tian Xiao looked at each other, puzzled. Jolie explained, this is today's wages, plus bonuses for both of you. Take it. You've worked hard today. No way, Li Jia. We're not even official staff at your restaurant. We can't accept this bonus. Li Mu quickly declined. But Jolie insisted, don't be so modest. If it weren't for you two today, I don't know how my restaurant would have turned out. You must take this bonus. Tian Xiao added, Li Jia, please don't stand on ceremony. It's our duty to help you. Still, Jolie stood firm, pressing the cloth bags firmly into their hands. If you don't take this money, you're disrespecting me. Jolie, she said, pretending to be upset, though a smile played on her face. Seeing her determination, Li Mu and Tian Xiao could only accept the bags with reluctant resignation. Li Jia, then we'll be on our way. Thank you so much, said Li Mu. What's there to thank for? You two did me a huge favor today. This money is just a small token of my appreciation. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to come find me. And by the way, I'm taking all your fish for both my restaurants. Make sure you keep delivering regularly, huh? Jolie joked, but her eyes carried a hint of seriousness. Chapter 107, Cooperation. Li Mu and Tian Xiao nodded with a smile. Sis Li, don't worry, we'll definitely bring you the freshest fish. The two bid farewell to Zhou Li and left the restaurant. Though it was late at night, the streets remained brightly lit, bustling with people coming and going. Li Mu patted Tian Xiaohu on the shoulder. Xiaohu, today we really pulled off something big. Come on, bro. I'll treat you to a good meal. Tian Xiaohu chuckled bashfully. Mu Gu, no need. Let's just find a place to stay for the night. We still have to get up early tomorrow to head back to town. Li Mu thought for a moment and agreed. They found a nearby inn and checked in. It was the first time Tian Xiaohu had ever held so much money. He counted it excitedly. 1,500. A whole 1,500 yuan. Mu Gu, that's several months' worth of living expenses for us. Now we can truly have a great new year. Watching Xiaohu's beaming face, Li Mu propped his head up with one hand. Look at you. So happy. Just wait. there'll be even more money ahead. Mugu, what do you mean? Just wait till tomorrow. Something good is definitely coming our way. Once this boiled fish dish takes off, our reputation in town will spread fast. After that, we'll worry about making money. Let's sleep now. You'll see tomorrow. Early the next morning, they got up, washed up, and prepared to return to town. Just as they stepped out of the inn, they saw Jolie already waiting outside in her car. Cicely, why are you here so early? Jolie flicked her cigarette out the window and smiled. I didn't want you guys to miss your ride. Come on, I'll drive you back. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu felt embarrassed, but quickly thanked her and got into the car. Along the way, Jolie kept praising yesterday's boiled fish, saying her restaurant's business had exploded because of the dish. Many customers came specifically to order it. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu listened with growing pride. When they arrived back at Lakeside Restaurant, their tricycle was parked neatly at the entrance. After getting out, Jolie pulled her car over and parked. Li Mu looked at Jolie, a bit sheepishly. Cicely, thanks again for all your help yesterday. Jolie waved dismissively. Ah, don't say that. You helped me solve a huge problem. I should be thanking you. By the way, could you deliver every other day instead? Both restaurants need it. The fish has to stay fresh to taste good, and that's what keeps customers coming. Don't worry, Cicely, we'll always bring you the freshest fish, guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. Jolie continued. Also, if you come up with any new dishes or good ideas, feel free to bring them to me. As long as the food's good and the price is fair, I'm happy to promote it. Let's grow our businesses together, huh? Hearing this, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Cicely, you're speaking straight to my heart. Actually, I've got a few new ideas in mind. Once I've prepared them, I'll definitely bring them to you. Great. Then I'll be looking forward to your good news. Alright, you two go ahead and get busy. I'll head back to my shop now. With that, Jolie drove off. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu climbed onto their tricycle and prepared to leave. Li Mu. Li Mu turned around to see Dahe Gu rushing toward him anxiously, his heavy muscles jiggling with each step, fat rippling comically, making the scene look rather absurd. But Li Mu didn't have time to laugh. The urgency in Dahe Ji's expression told him this was serious. Dahe Gu, what's wrong? Why the rush? Panting heavily, Dahe Gu gasped. Finally found you. What happened, Dahe Gu? Take a breath, slow down. After several deep breaths, Dahe Gu finally caught himself. Tell me some of your fish, okay? I want to try that boiled fish dish. I heard everything about yesterday. I want to test it in my own restaurant. After the previous success of the squirrel-shaped fish, Black Wind Tavern had made a small fortune. Dahe Gu had watched enviously, itching to make his move. He'd originally planned to approach Li Mu about supplying some fish, but never expected Li Mu's boiled fish to become such a hit. That only strengthened his resolve to source fish from Li Mu. Li Mu grinned. Hearing the buzz had reached Black Wind Tavern, meant business was knocking at his door. Dahe Gu, you want to carry my fish? Li Mu asked deliberately. Dahe Gu nodded vigorously. Yes. Your fish are top quality, and the dishes sell well. I want to try promoting it in my place too. Li Mu considered for a moment, then said, sure, no problem. But my supply is limited. I have to prioritize Lijing Restaurant and Lakeside Restaurant first. Whatever's left, I can sell to you. Hearing this, Dahe Gu quickly agreed. No problem. I'll take whatever leftovers you have. Price-wise, whatever you say goes. Dahe Gu, don't worry. I won't shortchange you on price. Here's what I'll do. I'll deliver a week's worth of fish for trial. Let's see how it performs. Hearing this, Dahe Gu was overjoyed. Great. Li Mu, thank you so much. Don't worry. I'll sell your fish well, and really promote your boiled fish dish. After agreeing on the delivery time and quantity, Dahe Gu left with a satisfied smile. Li Mu watched Dahe Ji's retreating figure, quietly thrilled inside. This boiled fish had not only helped Lijing Restaurant overcome its crisis, but also unexpectedly opened up new sales channels for him, truly killing two birds with one stone. He turned to Tian Xiaohu and said, Xiaohu, looks like we need to work harder. The demand for fish is growing fast. We've got to make sure we can keep up with supply. Tian Xiaohu stood there, stunned. Mugu, people are actually coming to buy fish from us? This is just too amazing. He widened his eyes, staring at Li Mu in utter disbelief. Li Mu started the tricycle. That's right, Xiaohu. Our fish are hot commodities now. Everyone's fighting to get them. Xiaohu scratched his head, still struggling to believe it. Mugu, am I dreaming? Our fish used to be completely ignored. You see how popular our boiled fish is now? Everyone loves it. That's our opportunity. But don't get carried away yet. Let's think about how to get more fish. There's only so many fish in the Xiaohu River. We need to figure out how to scale up breeding, or we won't meet this demand. Tian Xiaohu nodded quickly. Right. Mugu, what do you think we should do? We need to build fish ponds and collect more fry. Raise as many as we possibly can. Li Mu knew that in 2 months, the grazing ban period would start, and they'd no longer be allowed to enter the Xiaohu River to catch fish. They had to use this time to build up their fish farms as much as possible. Back in Lijiao Village, Li Mu distributed the earnings from yesterday's sale. Everyone received their share of hard-earned money, all grinning from ear to ear. Li Chuzi laughed, so hard his eyes disappeared into his cheeks. Mir, how does your brain even work? How come you always come up with such brilliant ideas? It's nothing special, just a flash of inspiration. Our village fish are of high quality. As long as we find the right way to prepare them, they're naturally going to win people's hearts. Exactly. Mir's absolutely right. Li Chuzi nodded repeatedly, looking at Li Mu as if he were a priceless treasure. No matter how he looked at him, he couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 108, Stealing Fish. Li Mu felt a bit embarrassed under Li Chuzi's stare and scratched his nose. Uncle Chuzi, let's quickly discuss the fish pond matter. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and gathered around to begin deliberating. Li Mu shared his idea. The fish pond is already dug, and we've caught the rabbits too. Let's divide the tasks. We'll continue fishing for another month, then start stocking the pond. When the grazing ban period begins, we'll focus entirely on fish farming. Once the fish grow big, we can sell them and have a steady source of income. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. After all, these fish were now their money tree. More fish meant more profit. What about the rabbits? We can raise the rabbits beside the fish pond, enclosing them with a fence. Rabbits breed fast and have a short cycle. They'll bring us considerable extra income. Plus, rabbit manure can serve as fertilizer for the pond. This way, we create a small ecological cycle. Li Mu laid out his full plan. Everyone listened and found it excellent. They decided to designate an area next to the pond specifically for rabbit farming. Without delay, everyone sprang into action. Some went to gather materials for building the hutch. Others headed off to buy rabbit kits and feed, all funded from yesterday's fish sales. Full of motivation, they wanted to establish this small ecological system as soon as possible. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu took charge of constructing the hutch. It was their first time, but thanks to Li Mu's guidance, they discussed and worked step by step, making smooth progress. The hutch was built in a sun-facing spot so the rabbits could enjoy ample sunlight and maintain good health. They used wooden planks and bamboo fencing to erect the main structure, then lined the interior with soft dry straw, providing the rabbits a warm and comfortable home. After completing the hutch, they installed surrounding fencing to ensure the rabbits wouldn't escape. They chose sturdy wire mesh, high enough to prevent jumping. Once everything was ready, they released 6 rabbits into the enclosure. Someone has to guard them every night. Who's going to do it? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We take turns, 1 person per day. That way, the rabbits stay safe without anyone getting too tired." Everyone agreed it was a good plan and began scheduling shifts, each assigned a turn to watch over the rabbits. On the first night, it was Li Mu's turn. He sat beside the hutch, starting to feel drowsy. He rubbed his eyes and forced himself to stay alert, continuing his watch. Just then, he suddenly heard an unusual noise coming from inside the hutch. Li Mu instantly became alert. He stood up and quietly approached, peering through a gap in the fence. He saw one rabbit trying to leap over the fence. Its front legs were already on the wire mesh, its hind legs pushing hard. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly stepped forward, gently patted the rabbit's back, and guided it back into the hutch. It turned out to be a false alarm. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. He checked the time. It was nearly midnight. Fighting his sleepiness, he remained at his post. Then, once again, he heard a strange sound, but this time it came from the direction of the fish pond. Frowning, Li Mu wondered if something else had gone wrong. He stood up and walked toward the pond. There, he saw a dark figure moving near the edge. Li Mu shouted loudly, "Who's there?" The figure jumped in fright and hastily stepped back. By moonlight, Li Mu recognized him. Fourth uncle. Li Siming shuddered in shock, dropping what he was holding. It hit the ground with a clatter. He looked at Li Mu, eyes darting nervously. "I couldn't sleep, so I came for a walk by the fish pond. Didn't mean to disturb you, nephew," Li Siming said, clearly uneasy. Li Mu studied Li Siming's panicked expression and noticed the cloth bag in his hand. Suspicion arose in his mind. "Fourth uncle, what's in that bag?" Li Siming hurriedly shoved the bag behind his back. "And nothing, just some odds and ends." Li Mu stepped forward, snatched the bag, and opened it. Inside were several fish. He immediately understood. The truth was clear. Li Siming had come to steal fish. "Fourth uncle, you." Li Mu had seen shameless people before, but never someone this brazen. Their families had long been at odds, yet Li Siming still dared to steal from them. Caught red-handed, Li Siming gave an awkward smile. "Nephew, you know my family's really struggling. Had no choice but to do this. Don't blame your old uncle, please." Li Mu threw the cloth bag on the ground, stared at Li Siming, and said coldly, "Fourth uncle, we all know your family's struggling. We've helped whenever we could, but you can't go around doing shameful things like stealing." Hearing this, Li Siming panicked. "Nephew, you're being unfair. How can you say I'm doing something shameful? I had no choice. Look at my family. We can't even cook a proper meal. I just wanted to take a few fish back to nourish myself a bit." "Fourth uncle, don't sugarcoat it. Nourish yourself? Are you taking fish or stealing them? Besides, if you needed fish, why not just ask me? Would I have refused? Did you have to sneak here in the middle of the night?" Li Siming's face turned pale and flushed at once. Suddenly, he squatted down, covered his face, and started crying. Li Mu was startled. "Fourth uncle, what are you doing? Let's talk calmly. Don't cry. I've lost all dignity. I've lived half my life, and now I do something like this. How can I ever face people again?" Li Siming sobbed. Li Mu looked at him, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. "Fourth uncle, get up. Let's talk properly," Li Mu said, reaching out to help him up. Li Siming leaned on Li Mu's hand and stood, wiping tears from his face. "Nephew, I'm sorry. I've wronged you." Li Mu sighed. "We're family, fourth uncle. What's there to apologize for? Just promise me you won't do this again." "It's not that. It's about the land. I really don't know how to tell you," Li Siming mumbled, head lowered, unable to meet Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu frowned. "The land? Fourth uncle, what exactly are you talking about?" Li Siming let out another sigh and revealed the whole story. It turned out that after Tao Qingshan suffered a stroke, Li Siming had been terrified. He tried to convince He Yinglian to stop digging the fish pond, but she refused completely, insisting on finishing it no matter what. She was determined to outdo Li Mu. Unable to persuade her, Li Siming had no choice but to let her continue. But unexpectedly, digging the pond caused a major problem. They had dug right into the territory of another village. Chapter 109, Fishing Ban Period. Though only a small matter, Li Siming still felt uneasy, fearing that villagers from other villages might come looking for trouble. He had originally wanted to keep this secret, but he was afraid that if things escalated, they would spiral out of control. That was why he came to see Li Mu in the middle of the night, hoping to discuss a solution with him. Upon hearing this, Li Mu froze. He never expected that their fish pond had been dug beyond their village's boundary. This was something that could either blow over quickly or escalate into a serious dispute between two villages. Looking at Li Siming, he said helplessly, "Fourth uncle, you should have told me about this earlier. Now that it's gotten to this point, what do you expect me to do?" Li Siming lowered his head, avoiding Li Mu's eyes. "Nephew, I know I messed up, but I had no choice. Can't you think of some way to calm things down? Go talk to old Tao, he's the village chief. He must have some way to handle this." "I already did. He told me to figure it out myself." Suddenly, Li Mu remembered something. In his previous life, there had also been a land dispute between the two villages, an uproar so intense that both sides nearly came to blows. Yet, the situation settled surprisingly fast. The reason? Back then, Li Siming was often away working, and he Lian, unable to bear loneliness, had started an affair with a wealthy merchant from the neighboring village. Everyone knew it implicitly, though no one ever spoke of it openly. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. Lian was the root cause. As long as Li Siming was willing to cut ties with Lian, there would be room for resolution. Li Mu looked at Li Siming and said, "Fourth uncle, the key to solving this issue lies with Aunt He. You need to sit down and talk to her properly. If she's willing to back down just a little, everything will be easier." Hearing this, Li Siming looked troubled. "Nephew, you know how stubborn your aunt is. Do you really think she'll listen to anything I say?" "Fourth uncle, don't rush. We need to plan carefully. Go home first, and tell her to stay quiet for now. Don't let her stir up more trouble. As for the rest, I can't get too involved." As a younger generation member, he couldn't directly interfere in elders' affairs. He'd already said what needed to be said. Everything now depended on Li Siming's actions. This matter wouldn't stay under wraps for long. It would inevitably blow up within days. And once it did, a resolution would naturally follow. At dawn, Li Mu returned home to catch up on sleep and later told Jiang Xuefan everything. Jiang Xuefan snorted after hearing it. "Your fourth aunt. Everyone knows what kind of temper she has. Do you really think she'd listen to your fourth uncle? Anyway, we can't meddle in their business. Let them sort it out themselves." Li Mu nodded. "That's exactly what I think. We should just focus on our own lives." They exchanged a few more words before going off to attend to their daily tasks. Back at his house, Li Siming stood facing Lian, mouth opening and closing as he struggled to bring up the issue of the fish pond, but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his hesitation, Lian grew annoyed. "What's wrong with you? Speak up if you have something to say, fart if you have gas. Don't stand there acting like a woman." Li Siming sighed deeply and finally told her about the fish pond being dug into the neighboring village's land. Lian exploded in rage. "Look at you, what a useless coward. So what if we dug there? What are they going to do about it? We live like this whether we want to or not. Got any guts? Why don't you go to the next village and fill in that pond yourself? All you know how to do is yell at me when you get home. What good are you anyway?" Scolded mercilessly, Li Siming dared not retort. He simply hung his head in silence. After venting her anger, Lian felt somewhat better. Looking at him, she snapped, "All right, stop standing there like a statue. I'm going out today. Figure out your own meal." With that, she slammed the door and left, leaving Li Siming alone in the room, dazed. Then, Li Siming noticed a bright red silk dress embroidered with large floral patterns lying on the Kong bed. He'd never seen such a vividly colored outfit before, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Whose was this? Had Lian bought it recently? He picked it up and examined it closely. The fabric was high quality, the embroidery delicate and finely done, definitely not something cheap. A suspicion crept into Li Siming's mind. Lian had always been frugal. Why would she suddenly buy such an expensive piece of clothing? Moreover, the style didn't suit her usual taste. It looked more like. By the time Li Mu woke up from his nap, it was already noon the next day. He rubbed his eyes, sat up from the bed, stretched lazily, and felt much more refreshed. Li Qianjin walked in and called out, "Up already? There's food left for you on the table. Go eat while it's still hot." "Where are Mom and Dad? Haven't seen them around. Did they go work in the fields again?" With spring warming up lately, farm work had increased. Li Qianjin had just returned from the field, his clothes dusted with soil, looking exhausted. "Yeah, they went early this morning. They said they need to plow that plot of land so they can sow the crops." Li Mu couldn't help feeling a pang of guilt. Since he started raising fish, nearly all the household chores had fallen onto his parents' shoulders. Today, he was heading to town to deliver fish to Brother Dai. After tidying up, Li Mu went looking for Tian Xiaohu. He wasn't at home, but Li Mu found him by the fish pond, busy feeding the young fish. "Xiaohu, how are the fish doing?" "Brother Mu, look, the fingerlings in the pond are growing well, lively and energetic. But the river fish don't seem enough anymore. We haven't caught much these past couple days, only a few dozen at most. If this keeps up, we won't have enough fish to deliver. What should we do, Brother Mu?" Li Mu had already anticipated this. "Don't worry, let's just finish this delivery first. Come on, let's head to town." The two packed up, loaded the fish into baskets, and carried them onto the tricycle. Upon arriving in town, they delivered the fish to Brother Dahei's Black Wind Camp restaurant. Seeing how fresh and high quality the fish were, Brother Dahei was ecstatic. "Mir, you're really raising good fish. Just look at their energy, their size. They'll definitely sell for a great price." Li Mu smiled. "Big bro, you just leave it to us. These fish are raised with care, can't go wrong." Dahei clapped Li Mu on the shoulder. "Good, Mir, with that said, I'm reassured. Listen, from now on, I'll take all your fish. You bring him, I'll buy him. Brother Hey, there's something I gotta tell you. We might not be able to supply fish next month. Dahei was taken aback. Huh? What's going on? The river fish just aren't enough anymore. We can't catch any more than we already are, and the pond fish still need time before they're ready for harvest. Li Mu said helplessly. After hearing this, Dahei frowned and thought for a moment. I see. Yeah, makes sense. Around this time, river fish are always harder to catch. But no worries, Muir. Aren't your pond fish almost grown? Once they're ready, you'll have fish to supply again, right? It'll still take at least 2 months. What about these next 2 months? Dahei grew concerned. The signature's dishes, squirrel fish and boiled fish, had just started gaining popularity. If there were no fish, how could he keep customers coming? Chapter 110, Changing Tracks. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, Brother Dahei, don't panic just yet. Can't we just come up with some new dishes to fill the gap? At these words, Brother Dahei's eyes lit up. You've got an idea, Muzi? Li Mu replied. I do have one suggestion, but it depends on whether you're brave enough to try it. Tell me quickly, Muzi. I'll try anything if it solves our problem. People get tired of eating fish all the time. Especially in this scorching heat, nobody wants greasy food. We could try introducing some light and refreshing dishes, cold salads, steamed dishes, things like that. What do you think? Brother Dahei had never heard Li Mu suggest anything like this before. A hesitant expression appeared on his face. He'd been running his restaurant for years now, always focusing on bold, strong-flavored dishes as their main draw. Suddenly switching styles made him feel uncertain. Muzi, will this really work? Black Wind Village has always attracted customers with its heavy flavors. If we suddenly switch to light and refreshing food, will the guests even accept it? Li Mu looked straight at Brother Dahei and said seriously, Dahei-ji, think about it. Now that the weather is getting hotter, people naturally want lighter food to beat the heat. By offering these dishes, we meet exactly what they're looking for. Besides, constantly eating rich, oily food gets boring too. Switching it up once in a while keeps things fresh and exciting. Hearing Li Mu's reasoning, Brother Dahei began to see the logic, but he still had doubts. But Muzi, our chefs have never made dishes like that before. Can they even pull them off? Don't worry, Dahei-ji. These dishes aren't hard to make. As long as they master the basics, they can do it. Let's have the chefs try making a few first and see how they turn out. If it doesn't work, we'll adjust accordingly. After hearing this, Brother Dahei felt reassured and decided it was worth a shot. Alright then, let's give it a try. Muzi, I'm putting you in charge. Go talk to the chefs and get them started on creating a few light, refreshing dishes right away. For every dish we successfully launch, I'll pay you this much. He held up one finger. Tian Xiaohu was stunned. That's no small sum. Dahei-ji, you're really willing to invest. He stared wide-eyed at Brother Dahei, clearly amazed. Brother Dahei chuckled. As long as we keep our customers happy, money's not an issue. Muir, I'm counting on you. Got it. I'll come back tomorrow, Dahei-ji. Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu then went to the lakeside restaurant to tell Zhou Li and Jean Dachuan about the plan. Zhou Li looked worried. Muzi, you don't know. Restaurants across town are going all out with boiled fish dishes, and they're extremely popular right now. Why would we suddenly change our menu? Aren't we just competing directly with them? Jean Dachuan, however, clapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Muzi, I actually think your idea is great. We can't just keep following others forever. We need our own unique edge. Besides, with the weather getting hotter by the day, light and refreshing dishes are definitely going to be popular. Dishes like boiled fish and squirrel-shaped fish might attract attention at first, but to keep customers coming back long-term, we need quality and uniqueness. I think your suggestion is solid. Let's give it a shot. Zhou Li was a straightforward person, and after hearing Jean Dachuan's words, she quickly agreed. Fine, let's try it. Muzi, what do you have in mind? Li Mu simply said he'd return the next day. Then, together with Tian Xiaohu, he drove back to Lijia village and distributed the final proceeds from the fish sales. Everyone received a few hundred yuan in dividends, and all were thrilled. I've got something to tell you brothers, Li Mu announced. From now on, we're stopping fishing. We'll focus entirely on fish farming. Some weren't happy. Why stop now when things are going so well? We were counting on fishing to earn extra cash. If we keep catching fish non-stop, how will they reproduce? Mating season is almost here. We need to leave enough breeding stock, or there won't be any fish left to catch later. Though reluctant at first, everyone realized Li Mu had a point. But what do we do instead? Someone asked. We go up the mountain, harvest something new. What kind of new thing? Everyone stared curiously at Li Mu. Li Mu smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. I guarantee it's going to be a profitable venture. Everyone got excited at once, eagerly declaring they'd follow Li Mu without hesitation. That night, Li Mu and Tian Xiaohu discussed their plans further and decided to head up the mountain early the next morning to scout the area. The following morning, the two set off with a few other brothers. They wandered through the mountains for half the day. Li Mu specifically picked a spot with ample sunlight and fertile soil. Pointing at the stretch of woodland before them, he declared, "This is the place. Look, the soil's moist and sunlight filters through. It's perfect for growing our new project." The group followed Li Mu's pointing finger and saw nothing unusual, just a dense patch of wild grass and trees growing in the mountain grove. Just some weeds. Li Mu was precisely looking for wild vegetables. He pushed aside the overgrown grass and revealed patches of tender green leaves. Crouching down, he carefully examined the plants, unable to suppress his inner excitement. The wild greens were thriving and incredibly diverse: shepherd's purse, malin, dandelion, and more, all highly sought after in markets. But that wasn't what Li Mu was searching for. He continued clearing away the brush until, finally, In a hidden corner, he spotted several precious wild plants he had been seeking, the purple-backed kouei vegetable. This particular vegetable was not only delicious but also highly nutritious, with significant medicinal value, and could fetch a good price in the market. Limu carefully dug up the purple-backed kouei, taking great care not to damage their roots. Gently shaking off the dirt from the roots, he placed these valuable greens into the prepared basket. See? This is what I was looking for, the purple-backed kouei, Limu said, pointing at the vegetables in the basket. Everyone gathered around, studying the greens closely, their faces filled with curiosity. Can we really sell this stuff for money? Don't underestimate the purple-backed kouei. Though it looks plain, it's quite popular in the market. Look at these leaves, so fresh and vibrant. Aren't they tempting? Besides, it's packed with nutrition and good for your health. As long as we harvest them properly and process them well before selling in town, we'll definitely get a great price. There's also this one. Limu pointed toward a patch of wild vegetables blooming with yellow flowers in the distance. Isn't that daylily? Tian Xiaohu casually picked a flower and took a bite. Tastes pretty good. Can we sell these too? Known also as golden needle vegetable, daylily was a common wild plant whose bright yellow blossoms were not only edible but also visually striking. Besides being consumed as food, daylily had medicinal uses, helping clear heat, detoxify the body, and improve eyesight. Right now, nobody knows there are so many treasures hidden in these woods. If we can harvest all these wild vegetables, take them back, and sell them in town, we're sure to make a decent profit. Chapter 111, Wild Vegetables. After hearing Limu's words, everyone became eager and enthusiastically expressed their desire to join him in gathering wild vegetables. They divided the tasks among themselves. Some dug up the plants, others cleared away weeds, while a few placed the harvested greens neatly into baskets. Before long, they had filled an entire basket with wild vegetables: purple-backed sow thistle, shepherd's purse, malantu, dandelion, daylily shoots, and more. The varieties were abundant, and all looked fresh and vibrant. Alright, let's stop here for today. This amount should last us a good while for selling. The next day, Limu brought a cartload of wild vegetables to Lakeside Restaurant. Fortunately, Big Brother Hay was there too, which saved Limu the trouble of having to explain the features and benefits of these greens all over again. Limu unloaded the vegetables one by one from the cart and arranged them neatly in the restaurant's kitchen. Head chef xuanhuan and the other cooks gathered around curiously. Big Brother Hay, who wasn't particularly fond of wild vegetables, chimed in with a few skeptical questions. Muir, so this new thing you're talking about is just wild greens? Yeah, Brother Hay. Look at these. I picked them myself with my buddies up in the mountains. They're super fresh. I was thinking we could launch some dishes centered around wild vegetables, give our guests something novel to try. Xuanhuan picked up a sprig of purple-backed sow thistle, examined it closely, then sniffed it. After eating rich meats all the time, trying some wild greens once in a while isn't a bad idea. This sow thistle looks fresh. I'll experiment with a few dishes. Limu nodded. Then I leave it to you, Brother Jean. He turned to Big Brother Hay. What do you think, Brother Hay? Big Brother Hay frowned slightly. You really think people will pay for wild vegetables? Will customers actually want to eat them? Limu smiled confidently. Brother Hay, don't worry. Nowadays, people care about healthy eating. These are completely natural, pollution-free greens. They'll definitely be popular. We can start by turning them into a few special dishes so guests can taste something new. Once they fall in love with the flavor, we can expand our menu. Jean Go, how about a cold dish of purple-backed sow thistle? It's crisp and refreshing, perfect for summer. Let's try making one. It'll surely catch the guests' attention. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. That's not a bad idea. Sow thistle has a naturally crisp texture. Tossed with garlic, vinegar, and chili oil, it'll be absolutely delicious. Big Brother Hay watched them skeptically. Alright then, go ahead and give it a try. But if the guests hate it, don't say I didn't warn you. Limu chuckled confidently. Don't worry, Brother Hay. These are all natural vegetables, high in both taste and nutrition. As long as we prepare them well, the guests will definitely enjoy them. With that, Limu and Xuanhuan got to work. They selected the freshest wild greens and began preparing the dishes. Before long, a series of vegetable-focused dishes were laid out before everyone. There was cold mixed purple-backed sow thistle, stir-fried shepherd's purse, pan-fried dandelion eggs. The dishes looked colorful, aromatic, and utterly appetizing. Brother Hay, have a taste. Limu handed a plate of cold mixed purple-backed sow thistle to Big Brother Hay. Looking at the dish, Big Brother Hay still felt uncertain. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and chewed slowly. A moment later, his face lit up with surprise. He quickly took several more bites, nodding as he ate. This texture is really crisp. He went on to sample the other dishes, then finally gave Limu a thumbs up. Muir, you found something good here. The texture, the flavor, everything's excellent. From now on, we should definitely promote more wild vegetable dishes in our restaurant. Though of course, this only works in summer. In winter, people prefer something hot and hearty. Jolie came over, drawn by the smell. I could smell it from the front hall. It smells amazing. Muir, what delicious things are you two cooking up? Li Jia, why don't you take a taste? Jolie glanced at the dishes. Good flavors, but the presentation needs work. Let me plate them for you. I'll make sure they look even more tempting. With that, Jolie picked up a plate and began arranging the wild vegetable dishes artistically, adding delicate flower petals as garnish to enhance their visual appeal. Watching her skillful hands at work, Limu couldn't help but admire her expertise. Truly, professionals were in a league of their own. Soon, thanks to Jolie's refined plating, the already delicious-looking dishes became even more enticing. Each dish resembled a piece of art, so beautiful that one almost hesitated to pick up the chopsticks. Casually, Jolie picked up a strand of daylily shoot, gently blew on it, then slipped it into her mouth and began chewing. These daylily shoots taste great too, fragrant and delicious. Musi, where did you pick these wild vegetables? I'd like to go have a look myself, Jolie asked while savoring the daylily shoots. Limu smiled. Cicely, these are all picked by me and my brothers from the mountains. It's a pretty secluded spot. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it. He kept the exact location to himself, not revealing it to Jolie. After all, these wild greens were their newly discovered source of income, something he couldn't afford to let others in on so easily. Hearing this, Jolie didn't press further. She clapped her hands lightly. Then I'll take the rest. How much do you want for them? Big brother Hay, having the same idea, immediately grew anxious. I'll pay no less than what I do for fish. Jolie gave a short laugh and shot Big brother Hay a displeased glance. Dahai, what's that supposed to mean? I saw them first, so naturally I get first dibs. Right, Musi? Limu watched the two competing, secretly pleased. He had already seen the value in these wild greens, and now both Big brother Hay and Jolie were eager to buy them. That proved his decision was the right one. Cicely, brother Hay, no need to fight. My brothers and I gathered quite a lot. We've got enough to supply both your restaurants. How about this? I'll divide them up, give each of you a share. Sound fair? Both Big brother Hay and Jolie agreed. Limu then split the vegetables into two portions, one for Big brother Hay's restaurant, the other for Jolie's. In the market, wild greens go for 50 fun per jean. I'll charge you 30 fun, just for freshness and a good deal. What do you say? Both found the price very reasonable and began weighing the greens and paying up. In the end, Limu walked away with 300 yuan, a substantial sum indeed, especially considering the greens cost him nothing to harvest. Every cent was pure profit. After agreeing that Limu would deliver another batch the day after tomorrow, he happily accepted and drove his tricycle back toward Lijia village. But even before reaching the village entrance, he noticed a crowd gathered there, shouts of curses mixing with a woman's shrill wails and a man's angry yelling, making the scene chaotic and tense. Limu frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He sped up, eager to reach the commotion and see what was going on. The tricycle bounced along the rough dirt path until finally arriving at the village gate. Limu jumped off and pushed his way through the crowd. There, he saw a disheveled woman sitting on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her hair was gripped tightly by a middle-aged woman who slapped her across the face again and again, shouting furiously, "You stole my man! You shameless whore!" Chapter 112, Stealing a Man. Several women nearby joined in, pointing and jeering at the woman on the ground, hurling insults and curses. Limu looked closely and realized the woman lying there was none other than his fourth aunt, Hienglian, and the one yanking Hienglian's hair was Wang Quiflower, the notorious shrew from the neighboring village. Her face twisted with fury, she raised her palm high, ready to slap Hienglian hard across the face. Limu's heart tightened. Enraged, he strode forward, seized Wang Quiflower's wrist, and forcefully flung her aside. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Caught off guard, Wang Quiflower staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Once she steadied herself, she glared furiously at Limu and screamed, "You little brat! How dare you meddle? I'm disciplining this vixen. What's it got to do with you?" Limu helped Hienglian up from the dirt. "Fourth aunt, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Hienglian's face was streaked with tears, her expression haggard. Seeing Limu, she seemed to find strength again, sobbing weakly, "Musi, who the hell are you? Doesn't matter who you are, I'm not backing down today." Seeing Limu interfere, Wang Quiflower grew even angrier, claws bared as she lunged toward him. "Wang Quiflower, have you made enough trouble?" Limu's voice boomed, silencing everyone present. Wang Quiflower froze, surprised that this young man carried such authority. She hesitated slightly, fear creeping in, but still refused to back down. "Who the hell are you to come here giving orders? What right do you have?" "The right of being Hienglian's nephew. Fourth aunt is family. She's a Li. How dare you cause a scene like this in our village?" The onlookers, mostly village women, now chimed in. "Quiflower, that's enough. We're all neighbors here. Why make things so bitter?" Hearing this, Wang Quiflower's face darkened further. "Your precious fourth aunt stuck her hands into another woman's bed. You call yourselves a good family. How can you do something so shameful? Just look at you. How can your Li village tolerate someone who ruins public morals?" With that, she spat directly at Hienglian. Hienglian turned deathly pale, her body trembling slightly, unable to utter a word. Just then, Tao Qingshan arrived leaning on his cane, struggling through the crowd until he stood between Limu and Wang Quiflower. He shot Wang Quiflower a fierce glare and snapped, "What are you making such a ruckus for? Speak properly. Stop acting like a madwoman." Faced with the village chief, Wang Quiflower's bravado faltered slightly, but she still argued back, "Chief Tao, perfect timing. You tell me who's in the right. This fox spirit stole my husband. Am I not allowed to punish her?" Wang Quiflower's husband was a hunter from the neighboring village, a rough and hardy man who made a living hunting game. His bold nature matched well with his wife's fiery temper, and they were among the first families in the area to grow wealthy. They had been married for years and had a son and a daughter, a seemingly happy household. Yet Wang Quiflower was always suspicious, convinced her husband had affairs. This time, she'd fixated her suspicion on Hienglian and was determined to stir up chaos. Limu stepped back. Hienglian clutched her face and wailed, "Who says I stole a man? I've lived upright my whole life. I've never done anything so disgraceful." Wang Quiflower sneered, "Didn't do it? Then why did I find your clothes on my bed? Don't think I can't recognize them. That's your garment, plain as day." She picked up a bright red undergarment from nearby and threw it straight into He Yinglian's face. Look, what's that if not yours? When He Yinglian saw the red undershirt, her face went ghost white. Trembling, she picked it up and examined it closely, then cried out, how is this possible? How could my clothes end up there? Seeing her reaction, Wang Quiflower grew even more triumphant. She jabbed a finger at He Yinglian's nose. Still denying it? If that's not your clothes, whose are they? Only a guilty conscience would tremble like that. Enough, Tao Qingshan shouted, cutting through Wang Quiflower's screeching. He turned to He Yinglian. Yinglian, what's really going on? Tell me the truth. He Yinglian wept harder, sinking to her knees, clutching the hem of her clothes as her body shook like a leaf in autumn wind. I didn't seduce anyone. All I do every day is work at home. I've gone nowhere. As for these clothes, I don't know how they ended up there. Unable to sort it out, Li Mu whispered a suggestion to Tao Qingshan. Uncle Tao, go find fourth uncle. He might know something. Fine. You go, Tao Qingshan ordered. Wang Quiflower, go bring your husband. We'll settle this face to face. Let's see whether this accusation holds any truth. When Wang Quiflower heard that her husband was to be called, she wasn't afraid at all. Call him. Who's scared of who? I'd like to see what your husband has to say. Shortly after, Li Mu arrived with Li Siming. They exchanged only a few words on the way, and Li Siming walked with a grim face, silent. Li Mu felt uneasy. Did fourth uncle already know something? Zhao the hunter, Wang Quiflower's husband, quickly followed. He was tall and sturdy, dark-skinned, with a fierce expression. The moment he entered, he shouted loudly, Wife, who's been bullying you? Tell me, I'll skin him alive. Seeing her man arrive, Wang Quiflower's confidence soared. She pointed at He Yinglian and cried, It's her. This fox spirit stole my husband. Zhao the hunter looked in the direction she pointed. Yinglian, what are you doing here? His eyes fell on the obvious scratch marks on He Yinglian's exposed neck, and for a split second, his gaze flickered with awkwardness. When He Yinglian saw Zhao the hunter, she trembled even more violently. Sobbing, she said, Hunter brother, I don't know anything. I really don't. How could my clothes end up on your bed? Upon hearing this, Zhao the hunter looked slightly uncomfortable. He glanced at Wang Quiflower, then back at He Yinglian. Quiflower, maybe there's some misunderstanding here? Yinglian's always had a good reputation in the village. She doesn't seem like someone who'd do such a thing. Hearing her husband speak like this, Wang Quiflower immediately flew into a rage. You useless wretch. Why are you taking their side? That's clearly her clothing. I saw it with my own eyes. You know what you've been up to, so why don't you speak up yourself? Zhao the hunter looked nervous. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but found no words. Li Siming, standing stiffly with blank eyes, suddenly spoke. Let's leave it at that. Chief Tao, I'll handle this myself. Li Mu and Tao Qingshan were both startled. Seeing his bloodshot eyes and tightly clenched fists, so unlike his usual quiet self, they couldn't help but feel deeply concerned. Chapter 113, Dividing the Household. Li Mu took a step forward, wanting to persuade him. Fourth uncle. But before he could speak, Li Siming interrupted. Musi, don't get involved. This is my own matter. Tao Qingshan also noticed something was off in Li Siming's expression and feared he might do something rash. He quickly said, Siming, whatever it is, let's talk it over calmly. Don't do anything impulsive. Li Siming didn't answer. He only looked deeply at Tao Qingshan, a gaze filled with both resolve and helplessness. Then he turned toward Wang Xuanhuan and Hunter Zhao, his voice hoarse. This whole thing today must have been a misunderstanding. Yinglian would never do such a thing. Someone must be framing her. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanhuan immediately grew angry. Li Siming, what exactly are you implying? Are you saying I'm lying? I saw her clothes on my Kong with my own eyes. How could that be false? Li Siming glared coldly at her. Whether it's true or not, you know in your heart. Wang Xuanhuan was left speechless. Hunter Zhao felt awkward too, tugging at his wife's sleeve. Let's go, let's go. What are you sticking around for in this farce? Let's head home. Glowering resentfully at He Yinglian one last time, Wang Xuanhuan dared not say more and slunk away, following her husband. Li Siming turned back to face He Yinglian. His voice was weak, barely holding back his emotions. Yinglian, come home with me. Crying silently, He Yinglian nodded and followed Li Siming toward their house. Uncle Tao, will fourth uncle blame me? Li Mu asked anxiously, watching his uncle's retreating figure. Sighing, Tao Qingshan patted Li Mu's shoulder. This is something we outsiders shouldn't interfere in. Siming knows what he's doing. For now, let's just go back. Li Mu nodded, though still uneasy. Yet he knew there was little he could do at this moment. Within less than 2 days, everyone in Lijiao village knew that a fierce quarrel had broken out behind closed doors between Li Siming and his wife, shouting and crashing noises that wouldn't stop. The villagers gossiped endlessly, speculating about what had driven this seemingly harmonious couple to such bitterness. Some said Li Siming had taken another woman outside. Others claimed Wang Xuanhuan was jealous of He Yinglian and had deliberately caused trouble. But no one knew the truth. The door of Li Siming's house remained tightly shut. 2 days later, He Yinglian packed a few simple clothes into a worn cloth bag and left, destination unknown. Li Siming made no effort to find her. Instead, he stayed indoors all day, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. People in the village said this rift might be beyond repair, that their marriage was surely coming to an end. Sure enough, not long after, Li Siming announced he wanted to split the household and live separately from He Yinglian. The news sent shockwaves through Lijiao village. No one expected quiet, unassuming Li Siming to make such a drastic decision. After He Yinglian left, Li Siming's home became like stagnant water, devoid of any former vitality. He went about unkempt and disheveled, spending his days either drinking or staring blankly into space. The villagers whispered he'd been driven mad by the incident with Xuanhuan. When word of the separation spread, elders from the Li family stepped forward, trying to mediate and reconcile the couple. In their view, arguments between husband and wife were normal. How could there be lasting grudges overnight? Besides, Li Siming and Xuanhuan had 2 children. They couldn't just break apart so easily, for the sake of the children, if nothing else. Yet this time, Li Siming appeared utterly determined. No matter how much the elders pleaded or persuaded, he remained unmoved. He said, "There's no more affection between her and me. Staying together would only cause mutual suffering. It's better we part ways and live our own lives." Hearing these words, the elders shook their heads and sighed, convinced Li Siming must have lost his mind. How could someone be so stubborn? But they didn't realize that deep inside, Li Siming suffered more than anyone. He remembered the early days of his marriage, how sweet and inseparable they had been. But as time passed, their feelings gradually faded. Especially in recent years, Xuanhuan had grown increasingly short-tempered, picking fights over nothing, turning even the smallest matters into unbearable conflicts. Li Siming had tried to communicate properly with her, but every time he opened his mouth, she'd start crying and making a scene. And then there was the incident that enraged Tao Qingshan and triggered his stroke. Li Siming had been utterly drained, emotionally and mentally, not knowing what else to do. Li Mu suspected Li Siming must have learned about Xuanhuan's indiscretions outside their home. In truth, Li Siming had long noticed something strange about her. She frequently came home late or left early, sometimes not returning at all for entire nights. When he asked where she'd been, she always stammered and evaded, never giving a clear answer. Li Siming knew in his heart that Xuanhuan might have taken another man, but he had never confronted her about it, choosing instead to endure it all for the sake of their children. But he never expected Wang Xuanhuan would escalate things to this point, dragging the matter out into the village for everyone to gawk at. Li Siming felt that continuing like this would only deepen his own suffering and make life unbearable for his children, who would grow up ashamed and looked down upon. Jiang Xuefan muttered a few sharp words about Xuanhuan, then sighed. A woman's whole life can be ruined once she marries the wrong man. Look at Xuanhuan. She used to be the fairest flower in our village, pursued by countless young men. But now, look at how she's ended up. Who can she blame? All right, Mom, I'll go see fourth uncle. Li Mu picked up a jar of rice wine brewed by Huang Xiaoyi and set off to deliver it to his fourth uncle, hoping to offer some comfort and chance him to pull through. When Li Mu arrived at his uncle's house, he gently knocked on the door. After a while, it slowly opened, revealing Li Siming's haggard face. "Fourth uncle, it's me, Musi." Li Mu handed over the jar of rice wine. Li Siming glanced at Li Mu, then at the wine, and forced a faint smile. "Musi, what are you doing here? And bringing wine too? Your uncle doesn't even have the heart to drink these days." Li Mu placed the wine on the table and pulled up a stool to sit down. "Fourth uncle, I know you're hurting inside, but what's done is done. We've got to keep moving forward." Li Siming let out a long sigh and sat across from Li Mu. "Musi, your uncle has been utterly destroyed by Xuanhuan. All I want now is peace and quiet, to escape all this gossip and nonsense." Seeing the deep sorrow etched on his uncle's face, Li Mu felt a pang in his heart. "Fourth uncle, I know it hurts, but think of the children. They can't grow up without their mother. And besides, we don't even know for sure that fourth aunt is to blame. Maybe there's been some misunderstanding." Li Siming shook his head. "Musi, never mind. Don't talk about it." He grabbed the wine jar and took a hard swig, the fiery liquid burning its way down his throat. Chapter 114, The Olive Branch. Li Mu surveyed the room in disarray. Overturned tables and chairs, porcelain shards scattered across the floor, wine bottles and cigarette packs strewn everywhere. "Fourth uncle, what are you planning to do next?" Li Siming set down the liquor bottle in his hand. "Musi, your uncle really doesn't know what to do anymore. Life's just one big mess." Trying to comfort him, Li Mu said, "Fourth uncle, things have already come this far. We need to figure out a way forward. You can't stay like this forever. Think about the kids." Li Siming let out a bitter laugh. "Musi, I know you mean well, but right now, your uncle truly has no idea what to do. Fourth uncle, come help me watch over the fish pond and the rabbits. I'm short on hands, and it's not hard work. You can even guard the place at night. I'll pay you extra. What do you say, fourth uncle?" Li Siming's eyes lit up instantly, tears rolling down his weathered cheeks as his voice choked with emotion. "Musi, your uncle, I don't even know how to thank you. After everything I've done to you, you still want to help me? Your uncle, I'm so sorry." With that, he bowed his head, wiping the tears from his eyes with his rough palms. Li Mu patted his uncle's shoulder. "Fourth uncle, we're family. No need for such words. You helping me with the fish and rabbits is already a huge favor." The overnight shift was something Tian Xiaohu and the others didn't want, but Li Siming gladly took over the job. From then on, Li Siming began spending each day tending to the fish pond and the rabbits. He wasn't talkative, but he was extremely diligent. Everything was kept in perfect order under his care. Seeing this, Li Mu felt much more at ease. After a few days of smooth operations, he started paying him 5 yuan per day, giving his uncle a real chance at a fresh start. They harvested wild vegetables twice, and once they'd gathered enough for a full cartload, they hauled it to Lakeview Restaurant. Li Chuzi, bored and idle, went along too. Zhou Li was all smiles. The dressed wild vegetables were selling like hotcakes, and by extension, the reputation of Li Mu's wild greens soared. The purchase price had even gone up a bit compared to before. Li Mu was delighted. He thought to himself that after selling this batch, he'd head back up the mountain to gather more. While wild vegetables were still in season, he might as well earn as much as possible. Li Mu. Young Master Zhao stepped out of Lakeview Restaurant after dinner. Something about Li Mu looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this that kid from the squirrel-shaped fish dish? He strode over quickly and slapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Hey kid, remember me? Zhao? Zhao. For a moment, Li Mu couldn't recall young Master Zhao's name. Zhao Dakai, the young master reminded him, a hint of smugness on his face. Li Mu slapped his forehead. Right, Zhao Dakai, young Master Zhao. Were you just having dinner here? Zhao Dakai nodded. Yeah, just finished eating when I ran into you. Kid, your wild vegetable business is doing pretty well. I see Lakeview Restaurant is selling your greens. Li Mu smiled modestly. Thanks to everyone's support. Zhao Dakai studied Li Mu for a moment, then suddenly said, You seem sharp. Want to come work in the city? Li Mu was taken aback. Work in the city? Young Master Zhao, what do you mean? Zhao Dakai puffed out his chest. I own several restaurants in the city, all doing quite well. I think you've got talent. Want to come help me out? Li Mu's heart stirred. Of course he knew what working in the city meant. It was leagues better than scraping by in this tiny village. But he had reservations. Young Master Zhao, I still have matters here in the village. I'm afraid I can't leave right away. Zhao Dakai laughed heartily. Don't worry about that. I'm not asking you to come today. Take your time to think about it. Let me know whenever you're ready. Li Mu nodded. All right then, young Master Zhao. Thank you very much. They exchanged a few more casual words before Zhao Dakai left. Li Chuzi, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. Li Mu actually had a chance to go work in the city, and it was young Master Zhao himself who invited him. Everyone knew the Zhao family was one of the prominent households in the city. To be personally noticed and invited by someone like that was an opportunity most people could only dream of. Li Chuzi was filled with envy. He glanced at himself, day after day, stuck in this little village, barely getting by. When would he ever get ahead? He nudged Li Mu beside him and whispered, Muzi, you must seize this chance. If you can go work in the city, you'll make something of yourself. Li Mu smiled. We'll see. I still have a lot of things to sort out here. With village affairs still unsettled, Li Mu had no intention of leaving just yet. Once everything here was in order, he'd consider the city offer, but not before. Hey, Muzi, look at them, selling wild vegetables too. Li Chuzi pointed toward a pair of elderly folks not far away. They were squatting on the ground with a pile of wild vegetables in front of them, busily weighing the greens and collecting payment from customers. Li Mu followed Li Chuzi's gaze. Though the old couple were advanced in age, their movements were quick and nimble. Looking around, he noticed quite a few others selling wild vegetables, mostly elderly villagers who had gone up the mountain to dig them out on this fine day, hoping to earn a little extra for their households. These wild vegetables were entirely natural, never sprayed with pesticides, so people felt safe eating them, which made them very popular. If everyone starts making their own, our wild vegetable business won't last long. Still, wild greens aren't something you can eat every day. After a while, you get tired of them. But every bit counts. Better than nothing. Say, Muzi, any chance you've got another new idea up your sleeve? Li Chuzi knew Li Mu was full of ideas and always hoped he'd come up with something fresh to make more money. This time, the wild vegetable venture had turned a good profit, and everyone had benefited. If Li Mu could invent something else new, wouldn't life become even better for all of them? But Li Mu shook his head. New ideas don't just appear out of thin air. You've got to think them through. Anyway, wild vegetables are in season right now. Let's focus on making the most of this first. Li Chuzi could only nod, though deep down, he still hoped Li Mu would conjure up some new surprise. Back in Lijia village, Tian Xiaohu, Li Ergo, and Zhang Biaozi were playing with the rabbits. Brother Mu, you're back? How'd the sales go? Li Mu pulled out a stack of money and handed it to Tian Xiaohu. Sold pretty well. Here's your pay, take it. Tian Xiaohu took the money, counted it, and broke into a grin. Bro Mu, this money's easy to make. Li Mu stared at his teeth. Hey Tiger, why are your teeth all stained black? Tiger rubbed his mouth, smearing blue-black juice all over his fingers. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of wild berries. This stuff dyed him. All the village kids eat it. It's super sweet. Want a bite, Bro Mu? This is blueberry, isn't it? Most of the blueberries in Tian Xiaohu's hand were already gone, leaving only a few scattered berries clinging to his palm. He grinned sheepishly and offered the remaining ones to Li Mu. Here, Bro Mu, try some. Super sweet. Li Mu took the berries and popped them into his mouth. A burst of tangy sweetness spread instantly across his tongue. Not bad at all. Seeing Tian Xiaohu's satisfied expression, an idea suddenly sparked in Li Mu's mind. Chapter 115, Blueberry Juice. The blueberries tasted so good. If they could be turned into blueberry juice for sale, it might become quite popular. After all, the weather was gradually getting hotter, and people liked drinking something cold to quench their thirst. There weren't any milk teas or similar beverages widely available in rural areas yet, so blueberry juice could probably capture a share of the market. With that in mind, Li Mu decided to give making blueberry juice a try. Tiger, where did you pick these blueberries? Back on the mountain behind the village. There are tons of them. I've already picked a few times. Let's go. Grab our tools. We're going blueberry picking. Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi stood up. Brother Mu, where are we off to? Just come with me. Pack everything up and bring it along. Tian Xiaohu and the other two looked at Li Mu in confusion, unsure what crazy idea he had this time. But since Brother Mu had spoken, they didn't dare hesitate. They quickly gathered their things and followed Li Mu out the door. The group arrived at the mountain behind the village. Before them stretched endless rows of blueberry bushes, heavy with ripe fruit, plump, deep blueberries that looked incredibly tempting. Li Mu called over Tian Xiaohu and the others and started picking. The sun hung high as the four of them worked enthusiastically, and soon piled up a huge harvest. Brother Mu, isn't this enough? We'll never finish eating all this back home. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Li Mu smiled. This isn't nearly enough. We're making blueberry juice, so we need a lot more. Though still puzzled, Tian Xiaohu and the others continued picking without question. Brother Mu always came up with clever ideas. Maybe this time he'd figure out another way to make money. They kept at it until the sun began to set, finally hiking down the mountain under heavy loads of blueberries. Back in the village, Li Mu began preparing the blueberry juice. He washed the berries clean, dumped them into a large pot, added water and sugar, and started simmering. Soon, the kitchen filled with a rich, sweet aroma of blueberries. Tian Xiaohu and the other three stood nearby, watching Li Mu bustling around, uncertain if the juice would actually turn out well. But since Brother Mu seemed so confident, they chose to believe in him too. After some effort, the blueberry juice was ready. Li Mu poured it into large glass bottles and placed them in cool well water to chill. The next morning, Li Mu pulled out the ice-cold bottles. He opened one and took a sip. The instant burst of cool sweetness exploded in his mouth, and he couldn't help but gulp down several mouthfuls. He turned to Tian Xiaohu and the others with a grin. Come taste it. Tell me how it is. Eagerly, the three rushed forward, each grabbing a bottle and chugging down a big swallow. Wow, Brother Mu, this juice is amazing. Tian Xiaohu was the first to shout, gulping down another hearty drink. Li Ergo and Zhang Biaozi finished theirs in one go, their faces lighting up with excitement as they stared at Li Mu. Brother Mu, this blueberry juice is incredible. So sweet, so refreshing. It tastes way better than soda. Seeing the satisfied looks on their faces, Li Mu secretly felt proud. The blueberry juice had clearly been a success. Now, the real question was, how should he sell it? Do you think people will actually buy this stuff? He asked. The three nodded vigorously. Of course they will. This juice is delicious. People in town will love it. And with such hot weather, selling chilled blueberry juice is perfect. After saying this, Tian Xiaohu took another big gulp, clearly still thirsty. Now Li Mu began weighing his options. Should he set up his own roadside stand, or find a restaurant in town to partner with and have them sell it on consignment? He thought it through. Running his own stall would mean higher profits, but also much harder work. Plus he'd have to guard the stand every single day, leaving no freedom. A restaurant partnership would earn less per bottle, but require far less effort, freeing up his time for other projects. Besides, the method for making blueberry juice wasn't hard. Others could easily copy it if they wanted. The key challenge was promotion. How to spread the word and make blueberry juice the go-to drink for beating the summer heat. Li Mu decided to start by talking to a few restaurants, seeing if any would agree to carry his juice. If even one signed on, he could rapidly expand into the market, letting more people discover and fall in love with his blueberry juice. Once he'd made up his mind, Li Mu took several bottles into town and headed straight to Lakeside Restaurant, where he found Zhou Li and explained his proposal. After hearing Li Mu out, Zhou Li seemed intrigued. Your blueberry juice really is good. I've tried it, and the flavor's excellent. If we sold it here, I think it would definitely sell. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Then what price do you think would be fair for consignment, Sister Zhou? Zhou Li thought for a moment and said, here's what I'll do. I'm not exactly sure about your cost for this blueberry juice, but since you've come to me for cooperation, I won't shortchange you. How about this? I'll give you 5 yuan per bottle. What do you think? Li Mu did the math in his head. That price was slightly higher than he'd expected. Since Zhou Li was being so straightforward, he didn't feel the need to negotiate further. All right, Sister Zhou, we'll go with that price. Zhou Li smiled. Great. I'll have someone arrange the consignment right away. I'll put your blueberry juice in the restaurant's refrigerator, right alongside the other drinks. I think it'll be a big hit. Li Mu nodded. Then I'll leave that to you, Sister Zhou. The two chatted for a bit longer before Li Mu left Lakeside Restaurant, already thinking ahead to his next move, visiting a few more restaurants in town to see if there were even more opportunities for partnership. Every additional restaurant carrying his juice meant another stream of income. The very next day, he headed to Dahai Ji's Haifeng's High Restaurant. This place was fairly well known in town, second only to Lakeside Restaurant. Li Mu walked into Haifeng's High Restaurant carrying several bottles of blueberry juice and went straight to find Dahai Ge. Dahai Ge was a no-nonsense man. When he saw that Li Mu had brought blueberry juice, he asked directly, how does your juice taste? If it's not good, I won't carry it. Li Mu was prepared. He handed Dahai Ge a bottle. Big Brother Black, try it first. If you like it, then we can talk about working together. Dahai Ge took the bottle and chugged down several large gulps. Then he wiped his mouth. Huh, not bad at all. Sweet, icy, really hits the spot when you're thirsty. All right, I'm in. Now tell me, how much are we talking? Big Brother Black, you're a straightforward man, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm giving Lakeside Restaurant 5 yuan per bottle. I'll offer you the same price. How's that? Dahai Ge raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're giving Lakeside the same deal? Now that's fair enough. Then count me in. But listen, you gotta guarantee supply. Don't let me sell out here, and then you run out of stock. Chapter 116, Distribution. Li Mu nodded. Don't worry, Brother He. I've got plenty of blueberry juice. As long as it sells well on your end, I can supply you anytime. The two quickly reached an agreement and signed the distribution contract on the spot. Li Mu then visited several other restaurants in town, successfully securing distribution agreements with all of them. Once the blueberry juice sales stabilized, he could consider expanding production and even developing more beverage varieties. After all, rural areas were rich in resources. There were many wild fruits that could be used to make drinks. Moreover, he could leverage his advantages in animal husbandry to develop food products or byproducts related to rabbits, fish, and so on, further diversifying his product line. Li Mu bought a jean of pork belly and a bunch of chives, then hurried back to Lijia village. He first stopped by Tao's house. Zheng Dajin was feeding chickens in the yard when she saw Li Mu arrive. She immediately put down her work and greeted him with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Musi? What brings you here today?" Li Mu handed over the meat and chives to Zheng Dajin. "Aunt Zheng, I came to check on Uncle Tao. How's his health doing? I brought these over. Make dumplings for him tonight to help him regain strength." Zheng Dajin took the ingredients, her face lighting up with joy. "Oh, Musi, you're such a thoughtful boy, always bringing something whenever you visit. Your Uncle Tao is recovering well, though he still can't do any heavy labor. The doctor said he'll fully recover after a bit more rest and care." Li Mu nodded. That's good. Then let me go inside and see him." With that, Li Mu walked into the house. Tao Qingshan was lying on the kong, and his complexion looked much better than last time. Seeing Li Mu, Tao Qingshan became very happy. "Musi, come in and sit. Always worrying about this old man. I really appreciate how thoughtful you are. Sit here, let's chat for a bit." Li Mu sat beside the kong and started chatting casually with Uncle Tao. "How's your fourth uncle doing these days?" Tao asked. "I found him some work watching the rabbits and fish pond at my farm. He's been lonely living alone in the village, so having something to do gives him purpose and keeps him from getting bored." Tao Qingshan nodded approvingly. "Your fourth uncle's had a hard life. It's rare of you to think of him and find him work. Musi, he doesn't have many skills, so I'm counting on you to keep looking out for him." Li Mu smiled. "Uncle Tao, you don't need to say things like that. He's my elder, helping him is only right. Besides, we're all from the same village. We should look out for each other. Uncle Tao, I've got a job idea that needs the whole village's help." Tao Qingshan squinted. "Go on, tell me what kind of work." "It just came to me recently. We've got plenty of wild blueberries around the village, right? I was thinking, what if we organize everyone to pick them together and turn them into blueberry juice for sale?" Tao Qingshan's eyes lit up. "Hey, now that's a brilliant idea. Blueberry juice is sweet and refreshing, great for quenching thirst. It'll definitely sell. And picking blueberries isn't difficult work. Everyone in the village can help." Li Mu nodded. "Exactly. The work is easy enough for anyone to join. Plus, once processed into juice, it can fetch a decent price, giving villagers extra income." Tao Qingshan agreed enthusiastically. "All right, Musi, this is a great idea. I'm in. When do you want to start?" Li Mu thought for a moment. "No time like the present. I say we start tomorrow. But I wanted to run it by you first and ask for your help organizing people." Tao Qingshan patted his chest confidently. "No problem, Musi. Leave it to me. I'll go around the village right away, spread the word, and get everyone ready. We'll head out to pick berries bright and early tomorrow." Li Mu smiled. "I'll leave it to you then. Oh, and we'll need some tools for picking, baskets and such. Most families probably already have those at home. Also, we'll need large pots to cook the blueberry juice. I'll go to town to buy them. Uncle Tao, do you know of any suitable place in the village where we could cook the juice?" Tao Qingshan thought for a moment. "There's an empty warehouse at the east end of the village, plenty of space. We could use that. As for the big pots, I'll talk to the village blacksmith and see if he can forge a few." Li Mu nodded. "Perfect. Then that's settled. You go ahead and organize the people while I go to town to buy the pots and other supplies we need for cooking the juice. Let's split up and move quickly to get this going." Tao Qingshan gave a quick nod and promptly left the house to begin gathering the villagers. Li Mu also left Tao's house and hurried back home. Jiang Xuefan was alone at home. Li Guozhang and Li Qianjin had both gone to work in the fields. "You're out all day long, never helping around the house. Don't even know what you're up to," Jiang Xuefan said as she came forward when she saw Li Mu return, starting to nag. Li Mu smiled and told her everything that had happened in town. After hearing him out, Jiang Xuefan's eyes lit up. "Well, look at you. Always thinking of new things. Your mind really works fast. Mom, how about that idea I mentioned before, planting blueberries?" At this, Jiang Xuefan shook her head in disagreement. "Why spend money planting blueberries when we can just pick them from the mountains? We don't have spare money lying around for something like that." Li Mu had expected her reaction and didn't rush. Instead, he calmly asked, "So are we still growing those same old corn and sweet potatoes in the fields? Mom, think about it. How much profit could we actually get from growing blueberries? If we grow them well, we won't just have them for ourselves, we can sell them too. Think about today's example. During this scorching heat, people can't get enough of them. Look, I made this blueberry juice from wild berries on the mountain and already secured distribution deals with several restaurants in town. We haven't even started selling yet, and the market's already lined up. Mom, if we could actually farm blueberries successfully, wouldn't the profits far exceed those of corn or sweet potatoes?" Jiang Xuefan had spent her entire life farming, always growing traditional crops like corn and sweet potatoes, and had never considered planting anything like blueberries. After hearing Li Mu's words, she began to hesitate inwardly. That blueberry juice really was delicious. If they could actually grow and sell blueberries, maybe they could earn quite a bit of money. But then she thought about the cost of buying seedlings, fertilizers, watering, and the constant effort needed to tend the plants, and her confidence wavered again. Sighing, Jiang Xuefan said, "Musi, yes, that blueberry juice tastes good, but farming isn't as simple as it sounds. You know how things stand at home. We don't have extra money to throw around on risky experiments. And besides, who knows whether these blueberries will even survive here?" Li Mu knew it would take more effort to convince his mother. Chapter 117, Everything Costs Money. He explained patiently, "Mom, I know what you're worried about. But think about it. How much profit do we really make from growing corn and sweet potatoes? We barely earn anything after a whole year of work. Blueberries, on the other hand, require some initial investment, but once they're established, the returns are far greater than corn or sweet potatoes. And we already have an outlet for selling blueberry juice. We won't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Mom, just trust me this once. This will work. Looking into Li Mu's determined eyes, xuanhuan began to waver. All right, I'll let you give it a try. But we've got one thing straight. If they don't survive or we don't make any money, don't come blaming me. Your fourth uncle just gave back that piece of land he used to farm. It hasn't been planted yet. Go ahead and till it yourself, then plant your blueberry seedlings there. The plot at the village entrance that Li Siming had claimed earlier was returned to Li Mu's family because he hadn't had time to prepare it. Li Mu wasted no time getting started. But this was his first time planting blueberries. He wasn't sure where to begin, and blueberry saplings weren't something you could easily buy. Just then, it hit him. He remembered someone, Zhao Dakai, the young master. Weren't his parents living in the city? They might know where to source blueberry seedlings. Pondering this in his mind, Li Mu decided to go find Zhao Dakai and ask. Sure, Zhao Dakai could be a bit spoiled and frivolous, but when it mattered, he could actually come through. Besides, Li Mu and Zhao Dakai had some rapport. Asking him for help shouldn't be too difficult. With his plan set, Li Mu quickly finished lunch and set off toward the city under the blazing sun. Arriving in the city, Li Mu followed the address he remembered and found Zhao Dakai's house, a 3-story Western-style villa, lavishly decorated and located in a prime downtown area. He carefully parked his tricycle under the shade nearby, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked up to knock on the door. Who is it? A slightly impatient voice came from behind the door. Li Mu cleared his throat and politely replied. Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhao Dakai's residence? I'm Li Mu, a friend of his. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open. Zhao Dakai stood there, surprised. Hey, isn't that Muzi? What brings you to the city? Come in, come in. Zhao Dakai welcomed Li Mu inside, pouring water as he asked. Muzi, you suddenly show up. What's up? The interior was tastefully decorated, simple yet elegant, with a few traditional landscape paintings on the walls exuding a refined cultural charm. The sofa was soft and comfortable. As Li Mu sat down, he felt much of his fatigue melt away. So, have you thought over what I mentioned earlier? Li Mu paused, then realized Zhao Dakai was referring to the restaurant partnership he'd brought up before. At the time, Li Mu had thought Zhao was just casually suggesting it, but he never expected him to remember, and even seemed serious about it. Li Mu smiled and said, Brother Zhao, I've made up my mind about that. I think we can definitely work together. But actually, that's not why I came today. I've got another favor to ask. Zhao Dakai raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Li Mu told him about wanting to grow blueberries, but not knowing where to get the seedlings. Zhao Dakai laughed heartily. This? Easy. My parents have connections in the city. They'll know exactly where to get blueberry saplings. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll look into it for you tomorrow. Li Mu was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Brother Zhao. If this works out, I'll definitely repay you well. Zhao Dakai waved dismissively. Come on, what kind of talk is that between us? Just save me a bottle of blueberry juice when your harvest comes in. That's all I'll ask. Zhao Dakai had eaten blueberries and strawberries plenty of times. Buying and selling them wasn't anything new, but planting blueberries yourself and making juice to sell? That was a novel idea. Sure, Zhao Dakai spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun, but even he found this unusual business concept quite intriguing. Actually, I'm heading to Lakeside Hotel for dinner tomorrow. You come find me there around noon. We'll discuss this in detail and also talk more about the blueberry juice distribution. Maybe we can expand the sales channels a bit. Li Mu nodded gratefully. He truly appreciated Zhao Dakai's enthusiasm. With his help, acquiring the blueberry seedlings seemed secure, and he'd even get a chance to discuss expanding their market for the juice, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By the time Li Mu returned to Ligia village, it was already dark. Tao Qingshan had already shared the news with everyone in the village. The feedback wasn't bad. The villagers didn't oppose the idea, most adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Still, quite a few showed real interest in the berry picking job, seeing it both as a way to earn money and a pleasant way to pass the time. After all, picking blueberries was much easier than farming, and there was no need to worry about selling the juice. Everyone was willing to give it a try. But only the young and strong villagers were willing to put in the physical labor of picking. The older ones still had their fields to tend and couldn't spare the time. Still, they could help with lighter tasks, like sorting or washing the blueberries. Li Mu thought it over and found it reasonable. All right, then, Uncle Tao, you handle the arrangements. As long as people are willing to participate, we'll try our best to distribute the work evenly so everyone can earn something. Tao Qingshan nodded. Then how should we calculate the pay? Wages were a major issue. It couldn't be too high or too low. It had to feel fair to everyone. I'm thinking this. For blueberry picking, we pay 50 cents per gene based on weight picked each day. What do you folks think? Tao Qingshan pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's fair and reasonable. 50 cents a gene, that's acceptable. But what about those who boil the blueberry juice? How should we pay them? Li Mu considered it carefully. Boiling the juice is relatively harder work. I'd say 2 kwai per day, what do you think? They only made 5 kwai profit per bottle sold. If the labor cost for boiling was too high, profits would shrink. But if it was too low, no one would want to do it. It was truly a headache. Seeing Li Mu frowning in silence, Tao Qingshan said, Muzi, don't stress too much about this. The people in our village are down to earth, and you're an honest kid. You won't cheat anyone. I suggest this. Pay 1 kwai 50 per day for boiling blueberry juice. I think folks will accept that. After all, even though the job is tough, it doesn't involve being out in wind and sun like picking does. Hearing this, Li Mu felt a bit relieved. He knew well Tao Qingshan's authority in the village. With him mediating, things would go much more smoothly. Uncle Tao, you've got a good point. Let's settle on that for now. 1 kwai 50 per day for boiling. Once we start selling the juice, we can distribute some bonuses based on earnings, an extra reward, you could say. Li Mu suggested with a smile. Tao Qingshan laughed heartily. Haha, Muzi, you really are a thoughtful kid. Alright, let's go with that. I'll head into the village right now and let everyone know the wage details, so they can rest easy. With that, Tao Qingshan turned and left to spread the word through the village. Li Mu stayed behind at home, beginning to prepare for blueberry juice production. Bottles are another big issue. Buying bottles isn't cheap. We need to figure this out properly. He rummaged through his house and found a few old glass jars that used to hold pickled vegetables. They weren't pretty, but they'd do in a pinch. He figured once the juice was ready, he'd go to the town and look for suitable bottles to buy. Besides that, he needed to prepare sugar, citric acid, and other seasonings for flavoring. Li Mu wrote down everything he needed on paper, then started calculating the costs. The seedlings need to be bought, baskets prepared, a large pot forged for boiling blueberries, plus bottles and seasonings. Every step costs money. Chapter 118, Beaten. Li Mu calculated the costs in his mind while muttering to himself. The price of blueberry seedlings, the cost of baskets, wages for making large pots, the procurement cost of bottles, and expenses for ingredients like sugar and citric acid. Every expense had to be carefully accounted for. Looks like I'll need to find some time to go into town and take a good look around. See if I can find suppliers with better prices, Li Mu mused. Just as Li Mu was worrying over these costs, Jiang Xuefan poked her head out from the kitchen and called, Muzi, come quickly and taste how this blueberry juice turns out. Li Mu set down his pen and walked into the kitchen. There, Jiang Xuefan stood holding a bowl of blueberry juice, waiting for him to sample it. He took the bowl, sipped some, and immediately found it refreshingly sweet and tangy, perfectly quenching his thirst. Mom, this blueberry juice is delicious. You've got real skill, Li Mu praised. Hearing that, Jiang Xuefan smiled broadly. Good, good. If it tastes good, then that's all that matters. Once our blueberries start growing, I'll make you blueberry juice every single day. Li Mu nodded with a smile, but inside he was already thinking about how to make the blueberry juice business even better. Mom, what do you think? Would it sell better if we made the packaging look more attractive? He suddenly asked. You want to give this little thing as a gift? It's not wine, no way. Li Mu dropped the idea. One couldn't swallow an elephant in one bite. He needed to talk to Li Jianjun instead. Ever since Tao Qingshan suffered his stroke, Li Mu hadn't seen Li Jianjun. Now he decided to go straight to his place to discuss things. Li Jianjun lived at the west end of the village, not too far from Li Mu's home. Under the scorching sun, Li Mu walked only a short while before reaching Li Jianjun's doorstep. He knocked on the door and called out, Li Jianjun. No answer. He called a few more times, still no response. He thought maybe Li Jianjun wasn't home, or perhaps he was busy and hadn't heard. Just as Li Mu turned to leave, the door creaked open. A plainly dressed woman with a haggard face appeared. It was Li Jianjun's mother. Seeing it was Li Mu, she forced a weak smile. Oh, it's Muzi. Come in, have a seat. Seeing her appearance, Li Mu felt a twinge of confusion and asked, Auntie, where's brother Jianjun? Isn't he home? Li Jianjun's mother coughed a few times, her voice hoarse. She sighed. Jianjun. He went into town early this morning to buy some medicine. My health just keeps troubling him. I'm such a burden. Upon hearing this, Li Mu felt a pang of sorrow. He knew well that Li Jianjun's family situation wasn't good. His mother had remarried into the Li family, becoming the wife of old Li Si Ming's second brother. But that second brother had left Li family village long ago. No one knew where he went, and there'd been no news for years. Because of this troubled background, Li Jianjun grew up enduring scorn and bullying from villagers. That was how he'd become known as the village outcast. He's not back yet. Is there something you needed from him, Muzi? Li Mu hesitated slightly before saying, Nothing urgent, really. I just wanted to talk to brother Jianjun about something. A flicker of hope lit in Li Jianjun's mother's eyes. Muzi, could you do me a favor? Jianjun went to town for medicine, and it's been so long now. I can't stop worrying. Could you go find him? Just check if he's alright. Li Mu immediately nodded. Of course, Andy. Don't worry. I'll go into town right now and find brother Jianjun. With that, Li Mu turned and left, already concerned about Li Jianjun's well-being. On the way, he planned to deliver a fresh batch of blueberry juice to a restaurant. The only place in town that sold medicine was an old herbal pharmacy. He figured he might as well check there first. He peered inside and saw an elderly traditional doctor writing prescriptions while an apprentice busily measured herbs. He didn't see Li Jianjun anywhere. Li Mu stepped in and asked the old doctor, Excuse me, have you seen a young man come by to buy medicine? About this tall, wearing blue clothes. The old doctor looked up, thought for a moment, then said, Ah, yes, that young fellow. He came by earlier, bought his medicine, and left a while ago. Hearing this, Li Mu breathed a small sigh of relief. At least Li Jianjun had made it here safely. He asked again, Do you know which direction he headed after leaving? The doctor pointed down the main street of the town. He went that way. Li Mu thanked him and turned toward the main street. As he walked, scanning the area, he passed by an alley. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a crowd gathered inside, shouts of curses and commotion rising from within. You good-for-nothing piece of trash. Dare block my way, trying to get yourself killed, a rough voice bellowed from the crowd. Li Mu's heart tightened, and he quickly rushed over. 4 or 5 ruffians were surrounding a frail figure, punching and kicking wildly. The person was curled up on the ground, arms shielding his head, looking utterly wretched. As soon as Li Mu caught sight of him, he confirmed it was Li Jianjun. His face was covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds, his appearance was pitiful. Rage surged through Li Mu. He shouted fiercely, Stop! Hearing this, the gang of thugs turned to look at Li Mu. One of them, apparently the leader, sneered coldly. Who the hell are you? Think you can interfere? He brandished a sharp fruit knife and stepped down hard on Li Jianjun's chest, his face full of arrogance and contempt. Today, Li Mu had come to town alone. There was no one around to back him up. Seeing that Li Mu stood by himself, the thugs grew even bolder. The leader laughed tauntingly. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost now and don't ruin our fun. Keep staring, and we'll beat you too. But Li Mu couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He couldn't let Li Jianjun suffer like this right before his eyes. Why are you beating him? Can't you talk things out like normal people? How dare you attack someone in broad daylight like this? The youths froze for a moment at his words, then burst into loud laughter. The leader nearly doubled over laughing, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Oh ho, look who thinks he's a hero. Us beating someone, what's it got to do with you? He owes us money. We're just teaching him a lesson. Got a problem with that? How much does he owe? I'll pay it. The thugs exchanged glances, a flash of cunning in their eyes. The leader chuckled darkly. Not much, just 1,000 yuan. Since you're so eager, why don't you hand it over right now? 1,000 yuan wasn't a small sum for Li Mu. His blueberry juice business had only just begun and hadn't turned a profit yet. His savings were extremely limited. Chapter 119. I'll pay for him. But looking at Li Jianjun, his face covered in blood and utterly beaten, Li Mu gritted his teeth and said, I don't have that much money on me right now. Can you give me some time? I'll go gather the money and come back to pay you. The young man who seemed to be the leader sneered. Do you think we'd believe your lies? You're not leaving here today unless you pay up. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his men to keep beating Li Jianjun. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly thought on his feet. Don't hit him. I have a way. I can get the money to you right away. The leader paused and looked at Li Mu suspiciously. What way? Li Mu pointed toward the convenience store across the street. You guys can go buy something there. I'll leave what I bought with you as collateral, then I'll go raise the money. Once I have it, I'll come back to redeem my stuff. That should work, right? A poor brat like you trying to act big? Why should we trust you? One of the thugs eyed Li Mu skeptically, clearly unconvinced. Seeing their doubt, Li Mu hastily pulled out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to the leader. Look, here's my ID. I'll leave it with you. Once I've got the money, I'll come back to get it. That's solid enough, isn't it? The leader took the ID and examined it carefully. Another guy from Li family village? What kind of people are coming out of that place lately? Always sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. He scoffed, but a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Having the ID meant Li Mu couldn't just run off. Noticing the hesitation, Li Mu pressed his advantage. You can rest easy, I won't run. My ID's in your hands. Where could I possibly go? Just trust me this once. I promise I'll come back with the money to reclaim my ID. The leader thought for a moment. It made sense, getting paid was the priority, but having insurance mattered too. Finally, he nodded. Fine, we'll do it your way. Leave your ID here, go collect the money, and come back to redeem it. But if you try to run, you're dead, and so is your friend. Li Mu quickly nodded. Don't worry, I won't run. I'll head back now to get the money. With that, Li Mu turned and walked away, secretly relieved he had come up with this plan in the nick of time. He hurried to the convenience store, bought several packs of cigarettes and a few bottles of water, then handed both the goods and his ID to the gang leader. The leader counted the items, then said, All right, I'm giving you 1 hour. We'll wait for you under the old locust tree in town. If you don't show up, your brother's finished. Li Jianjun lay bleeding and unconscious. Li Mu's heart ached with anxiety, but he dared not show it. He forced himself to remain calm and nodded firmly. Okay, I'll be back on time. Then, without looking back, Li Mu strode off quickly. He drove straight to Lakeside Hotel to deliver the goods. In his mind, he calculated the steps. Deliver the goods, collect the payment, rush back to town to retrieve his ID, then take Li Jianjun to see a doctor. His car sped through the town, but inside, Li Mu's emotions were a turbulent mix. Though he and Li Jianjun didn't interact much, they were both from Li family village and around the same age. Plus, Li Mu knew about Li Jianjun's family situation. He couldn't stand by and do nothing if he could help. With that thought, he pressed the accelerator harder, desperate to finish everything as fast as possible so he could save his fellow villager. Soon, Li Mu arrived at Lakeside Hotel. He parked the car and walked into the hotel carrying the blueberry juice. The manager, seeing it was Li Mu, came forward with a smile. Ah, Xiaoli, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Li Mu apologized with a faint smile. Sorry, manager. I got held up on the way. Here's the blueberry juice you ordered. I brought it over. Where's Li Jia? I don't see her. She's upstairs drinking with someone. Young Master Zhao is up there, and he just told me to treat you well. He insists on tasting the blueberry juice himself. Wait a moment. I'll go upstairs and bring your friend down. With that, the manager turned and went up the stairs. A short while later, he returned with Zhou Li and young Master Zhao. Dressed in designer clothes, Zhao reeked of alcohol and staggered as he walked, clearly already drunk. Zhou Li saw Li Mu and greeted him. Musi, here to make a delivery? Yeah, Li Jia. Just freshly made blueberry juice, still fresh. I brought it over for you. Li Mu smiled and handed the bottle to Zhou Li. Zhou Li took the blueberry juice, sniffed it, and praised. So fragrant. Musi, your blueberry juice keeps getting better. You've really outdone yourself. Young Master Zhao will definitely love it. Hearing that, young Master Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. He snatched the bottle from Zhou Li and gulped down several large swallows. After letting out a satisfied burp, he exclaimed, delicious. So delicious. Much better than any of those commercial drinks. A bit more sober now, he suddenly remembered the matter at hand. Musi, the seedlings you wanted are all in my car. Come with me, and we'll get them. Li Mu's heart leapt with joy, and he nodded quickly. Sure thing, young Master Zhao. I'll go get them with you right now. With that, Li Mu followed young Master Zhao toward the parking lot, Zhou Li tagging along behind. When they reached the car, young Master Zhao opened the trunk to reveal several neat rows of blueberry seedlings, lush green leaves, and full of vitality. Seeing them, excitement flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Young Master Zhao, thank you so much. With these blueberry seedlings, my blueberry juice business is bound to take off. Young Master Zhao waved his hand magnanimously. Musi, why be so formal with me? We're friends. Consider these seedlings my gift to you. That won't do it all. I can't just accept your seedlings for free. How about this, young Master Zhao? I'll ask how much they cost, write you an IOU, and pay you back as soon as my blueberry juice business starts making money, Li Mu said earnestly. Young Master Zhao burst into laughter. Musi, you're treating me like a stranger now. Once I give something away, I don't take it back. Just take them and don't worry. No, I couldn't possibly. You've already helped me so much. I must pay you for these seedlings, Li Mu insisted. Zhou Li chimed in. Young Master Zhao means well. Don't refuse his kindness. Seeing Li Mu's persistence, young Master Zhao smiled and said, all right then. Forget the money. When your blueberry juice business starts earning, just treat me to a few good drinks. That's all I want. Chapter 120, High Interest Loan. A wave of emotion washed over Li Mu, and he quickly nodded. All right, of course. Once the blueberry juice business starts making money, I'll definitely treat young Master Zhao to the finest wine. With that, the three of them carried the blueberry seedlings over to Li Mu's car. After loading the seedlings, Zhou Li settled the payment with him. There are 130 bottles this time, 5 yuan per bottle, 650 yuan in total. As she spoke, Zhou Li took 650 yuan from her bag and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu took the money, counted it carefully, and once confirmed correct, put it into his pocket. He hesitated, looking uneasy. Cicely, could I borrow some money in advance? A friend of mine got badly beaten up. I need money to take him to see a doctor. You can deduct what I owe from my future deliveries, okay? Li Mu asked cautiously, his heart thumping nervously, afraid that Zhou Li might refuse. Zhou Li frowned slightly, looking troubled. Musi, you're really putting me on the spot here. You know how things work at the restaurant. Payments are settled monthly. There's no policy for advance loans. Hearing this, Li Mu felt a chill run through him, but he didn't give up. Cicely, I know the rules of the restaurant, but my friend is seriously injured. I can't just turn my back on him. Think of it as a loan from me. I'll pay you back the moment I make some money. Please. Zhou Li looked into Li Mu's anxious eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's thought, she said, all right, here's what I'll do. I'll front you 500 yuan first. Use it to take your friend to the doctor. Pay me back when you've earned it. Li Mu was overjoyed at once and nodded rapidly. Thank you, Cicely. Thank you so much. I promise I'll repay you as soon as possible. With that, he grabbed the money, hastily bid farewell to Zhou Li and young Master Zhao, and sped off toward the old locust tree in town. On the way, Li Mu drove fast, his mind filled with images of Li Jianjun, the stubborn face now streaked with blood. The sight made his heart ache. Standing beneath the old locust tree were several people, the same group of hoodlums from earlier. When they saw Li Mu's car approach, they quickly stepped forward. The apparent leader sneered arrogantly. Did you bring the money? Li Mu parked the car, stepped out, and pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, holding them out to the gang leader. Here's 1,000 yuan. Count it. Once you have the money, let him go. The leader took the cash, counted it carefully, then smirked coldly upon confirming it was correct. Fine. You're smart. You can take him. But if there's a next time, his hands won't be leaving with him. With that, he gave a subtle nod to one of his men behind him. Understanding, the thug stepped forward and dragged up the unconscious Li Jianjun. Li Mu hurried over, took Li Jianjun from the thug's grasp, and gently helped him into the car. Jianjun, wake up. Are you okay? What happened to you? Li Mu called anxiously, lightly patting Li Jianjun's face. Li Jianjun slowly opened his eyes, dazed and disoriented. When he saw Li Mu, he gasped as if seeing a ghost. Why are you here? Where am I? Brother Jianjun, don't talk. I'm taking you to the hospital now. As he spoke, Li Mu started the engine and drove straight toward the town's hospital. Supporting Li Jianjun, Li Mu carried him into the emergency room, where the doctor immediately examined and treated him. No major issues, it's mostly external injuries, which have already been taken care of. A few days of rest should fix him up fine, but he needs to stay overnight for observation. Go ahead and register him for admission. Li Mu nodded quickly and went to complete the hospitalization procedures. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. If anything serious had happened to Li Jianjun, Li Mu wouldn't have been able to live with himself. After finishing the paperwork, Li Mu returned to the emergency room and found Li Jianjun lying on the hospital bed. His face was still pale, but he looked much better than before. Li Mu sat down beside the bed and gazed at Li Jianjun. How did you end up getting mixed up with those thugs? Why did they beat you? Ashamed, Li Jianjun avoided eye contact. He remembered hearing Li Mu's voice during the beating and stammered. I owe them some money. That's why they beat me. Li Mu furrowed his brow, feeling slightly annoyed. He had originally thought Li Jianjun was wronged, but it turned out he actually did owe money. Still, regardless of that, Li Mu had already paid the debt and saved him. There was no point dwelling on it now. Your mom noticed you hadn't come home and sent me to look for you. Why did you need to borrow money? Li Jianjun fell silent, turning his head to stare at the ceiling, his eyes vacant and lost. After a long pause, he finally whispered, My mom got sick. She needed money for treatment. I thought I'd borrow a bit to cover her medical costs first, then find some work later to pay it back slowly. But I didn't expect. These thugs charge insane interest, and they don't care about reason. Since I couldn't repay them, they beat me like this. It was common knowledge in the village that Li Jianjun's mother had always been sickly. She had never worked in the fields, and his father was no help either, having long since vanished without a word, his fate unknown. The entire family had depended solely on Li Jianjun. This time, with his mother falling ill, he'd truly run out of options, which was why he'd turned to borrowing money. Li Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He looked at Li Jianjun and asked, "So what are you planning to do now?" "I'll pay you back the 5,000, Li Jianjun said softly, his voice filled with despair and helplessness. He knew full well that 1,000 yuan was no small sum for Li Mu. For Li Mu to have come up with that money to save him, it had surely been anything but easy. "Thank you." Li Jianjun choked up, tears streaming down his face despite being a grown man. No one in the village would lend them money, and driven to desperation, he'd resorted to a loan shark. During the beating, he'd only wished he'd just died, felt he'd failed his mother. Never had he expected it to be his former bitter enemy who'd bailed him out. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Li Mu felt a bit awkward seeing him cry, and tried to comfort him. "Don't cry. What's done is done. We need to figure out how to move forward." Li Jianjun wiped his tears and nodded. "Yeah, you're right. We need to find a way." Li Mu looked at him seriously. "But this isn't sustainable. Loan sharks are a bottomless pit. The deeper you go, the closer you'll get to ruin. You need to find an honest job, earn some real money, and pay off the debt. That's the only way you can ever live a decent life." Li Jianjun let out a bitter laugh. "Of course I want that. But look at me. What kind of job can I even do? And anyway, how easy do you think it is to just land an honest job these days?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "I've got an idea. Tell me what you think. My blueberry juice needs packaging, but I haven't found the right person yet. If you're willing, you could come work for me. I'll pay you wages, not much, sure, but better than nothing. And once you've saved enough, you can take your mom to see a proper doctor." Li Jianjun's first reaction was confusion. How exactly did one package juice? He'd never done anything like this before, so naturally, he felt uneasy. But then again, he was completely broke now and already owed Li Mu a huge debt of gratitude. Having a job, even an unfamiliar one, was still better than nothing. Chapter 121, The Fine Art of Packaging. As the sky began to darken, Li Jianjun insisted on being discharged from the hospital. He couldn't afford the fees. Seeing this, Li Mu didn't press further. He helped pack up Li Jianjun's belongings and supported him out of the hospital, loading him onto a tricycle to head back to Lijia village. The tricycle jolted along the bumpy road until they reached the village entrance. Li Mu helped Li Jianjun off the vehicle. His mother was already waiting there, and upon seeing her son's bruised and swollen face, burst into tears. "Jianjun, what happened to you? Why are you beaten up like this?" "Nothing serious, Ma. I just fell and accidentally hit my face." Li Jianjun forced a smile through the pain, not wanting to worry his mother too much. Li Mu chimed in. "That's right, Auntie, Jianjun just had a little fall. Nothing major, don't you worry. I brought him home and wanted to check in on you too. How have you been feeling lately?" he asked politely. Wiping away her tears, she replied, "I'm fine. It's Jianjun I'm worried about. Come inside first, Muer." "You go ahead, Auntie. I've got to get back. So much happened today, I need some time to sort things out. I'll leave Jianjun with you. Please take good care of him. Once I finish what I need to do, I'll come see both of you again." As Li Mu spoke, he gave Li Jianjun a meaningful glance, warning him not to reveal the truth. Li Jianjun caught the hint, and, forcing himself upright, said, "Yeah, Ma, Muer has things to attend to. Don't keep him. Let me walk him out." Though filled with suspicion, his mother didn't push further. She simply said, "All right then, Muer, come visit us when you have time. Jianjun, go see him off." Li Mu and Li Jianjun walked side by side out of the village. Only after putting some distance between themselves and the entrance did Li Mu stop and turn to his friend. "Jianjun, rest well today. Come find me tomorrow. We'll talk about our next steps for work." Li Jianjun nodded, gazing gratefully at Li Mu. "Muer, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead at the hands of those thugs." Li Mu patted his shoulder. "We don't need to talk like that. Go home now and take care of your mom." The next morning, before Li Mu had even woken up, Jiang Xuefan shoved him awake. "Look at you, sleeping like a dead pig. Get up already. Someone's waiting outside for you." Rubbing his eyes, still dazed, Li Mu mumbled, "Who is it? So early. Who else could it be? It's Li Jianjun. Didn't you tell him to come today?" Jiang Xuefan snapped. Only then did Li Mu remember yesterday's arrangement. He quickly jumped out of bed, washed up, and stepped outside. Sure enough, Li Jianjun was standing there, nibbling on a dry steamed bun, clearly anxious. Seeing Li Mu appear, he hurried forward. "Muer, you're up? I've been waiting for ages." Li Mu smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, I overslept. Did you eat breakfast? If not, let's grab something together." Li Jianjun shook his head. "No need. I already ate. I just came early because I'm eager to know, how exactly do we handle this packaging job?" Li Mu hadn't figured it out yet either. "I'm still thinking about it. Come on, let's go inside and talk." They entered the house. Li Mu poured a glass of water for Li Jianjun and told him to sit down, then began pacing around, lost in thought about the packaging. "Jianjun, look, my blueberry juice is selling pretty well now, but the packaging still feels lacking. I was thinking, can we make some simple improvements to make the product look more upscale?" As he spoke, Li Mu gestured animatedly. Li Jianjun's eyes lit up. "You mean design our own packaging, get it printed somewhere, then attach it to the bottles?" Li Mu nodded. "Exactly. But the design needs to be clean and elegant, while also highlighting the unique qualities of our blueberry juice. Do you know anyone who can draw? Who doesn't know how to sketch these days? There's old Wang at the east end of the village. He used to be a carpenter, skilled with his hands. He also paints flowers, birds, fish, and insects. I think he could do it, Li Jianjun suggested after some thought. Li Mu slapped his thigh. Perfect. Then let's go find him right now and ask him to design something for us. Without delay, they set off immediately toward the eastern edge of the village. When they arrived at Old Wang's home and explained their request, the old man readily agreed. Packaging needs careful thought. You two go back first. Once I've finished designing, I'll bring it over for you to see. After bidding farewell to Old Wang, they returned to Li Mu's place. Now Li Mu turned his attention to printing. Jianjun, once we have the design ready, we'll need to get it printed. Do you know if there's anywhere in town that does printing? Li Jianjun pondered for a moment. I remember there's an advertising company in town. They should be able to handle it. Want to go ask them? I'll leave this to you. I've got other things to take care of. Can you handle it? Li Jianjun asked, puzzled. You trust me? In the past, their relationship had been anything but harmonious, more like oil and fire. But after everything they'd been through, Li Mu truly understood Li Jianjun's character. He might be stubborn at times, a bit rough around the edges, but considering how his mother had suffered from loan sharks, Li Mu decided to give him a chance. Besides, Li Mu was swamped with work right now. The blueberry juice business couldn't afford delays, and having Li Jianjun help out would ease the burden. Do we really need to talk about that? After all we've been through, don't I know you by now? Just go ahead and get it done. I'm counting on good news. Hearing those words, a warm surge rose in Li Jianjun's heart. He slapped his chest in assurance. Mu'er, don't worry. I'll make sure everything goes perfectly. After parting ways, Li Mu headed to Huang Xiuyi's house to pick up the brewed wine. The moment Huang Xiuyi saw him, she greeted him with a bright smile. There you are, Mu. I've been waiting for you. The wine is ready. With that, she handed him a large clay jar. Li Mu took it and gave it a sniff. It was fruit wine this time, rich and fragrant with a deep aroma. This smells amazing. Your skills just keep getting better, Annie Huang. Pleased by the compliment, Huang Xiuyi chuckled happily. Oh, you're just flattering me. Still, make sure to handle it carefully, don't spill a drop. This batch was made especially for you. Don't worry, Annie Huang, I'll be extra careful. By the way, do you have any empty jars left? I need some to store my blueberry juice. Huang Xiuyi thought for a moment. I do have a few left. But how big does the jar need to be? Li Mu gestured with his hands. About this size, something that can hold 1 or 2 jin. Huang Xiuyi nodded. All right, I have a few that fit. Take them. She went inside and brought out several empty jars, handing them over to Li Mu. Chapter 122, Knocked Up. Li Mu took the jar and said gratefully, Thank you, Annie Huang. Once I sell my blueberry juice, I'll make sure to properly thank you. Huang Xiuyi waved her hand dismissively. What's there to thank for? We're practically family. Go on now. Take it back quick. I've still got things to do. Li Mu bid farewell to Huang Xiuyi, carrying the wine and the jars up the mountain. After a few trips, he'd become familiar with his master's residence, and now reached the old man's place with ease. The large compound housed only a few dilapidated thatched huts, but all around bloomed countless varieties of medicinal herbs, filling the air with a light, soothing fragrance. Li Mu walked up to the front of the hut and gently knocked on the door. After a moment, the door creaked open. His master peeked out, then caught a whiff of alcohol and smiled. Oh, you brought me wine again. Yeah, this time it's fruit wine. Try some. As he spoke, Li Mu handed over the bottle. The old master took it, sniffed, and his eyes lit up. This is good, has a nice fruity aroma. Li Mu followed his master inside the hut and set down the jars. The old man looked at them curiously. What are these jars for? Oh, Li Mu replied. They're for storing blueberry juice. Master, do you think these would work? Each can hold about 1 or 2 jin of juice. The old master picked up one jar, examined it carefully, then tapped it with his knuckle. Solid enough. Should hold blueberry juice just fine. Hearing this, Li Mu felt relieved. That's great. Master, my blueberry juice business is just starting, and I'll need your guidance in many areas. The old master chuckled. Guidance? Can't say much about business. I can teach you a thing or two about hunting, but as for selling stuff, an old skeleton like me doesn't know much. Master, I'm thinking of going after something big. Li Mu spoke seriously, not casually mentioning it, but clearly laying out a plan. The old master furrowed his brow. Something big? What do you mean? Li Mu leaned in closer and whispered. After last time's wild boar, I want to bring back a tiger this time. The old master's expression changed instantly. A tiger? Are you out of your mind? That thing isn't to be trifled with. It could cost you your life. But Li Mu was desperate for money to repay Zhou Li's debt and cover the upcoming packaging and printing costs for his blueberry juice project. These were significant expenses. He knew hunting a tiger was dangerous, yet succeeding would solve all his immediate financial troubles at once, freeing him from constant worry about money. Moreover, both tiger pelt and bones could fetch a high price. With that windfall, his blueberry juice business would have ample working capital. Still, the risks were obvious. Tigers were fierce predators. Even a small mistake could end in death beneath their claws and fangs. But Li Mu had no other choice. He was backed into a corner. His master immediately opposed it. No way. This idea of yours is too reckless. I won't allow it. Li Mu clenched his teeth. Master, I know it's dangerous, but I really need money. The wild boar last time paid off well. I just want to take one more gamble. A gamble? You're playing with your life. The old master snapped angrily. Do you really think you can take down a tiger? Impossible. You're short on cash? How much do you need? I've saved a little. Take it first. Don't do something stupid. The old man went inside and pulled out a cloth-wrapped bundle, handing it to Li Mu. No, master. How could I possibly take your money? I have enough. Li Mu quickly waved it away. He knew well how hard his master had earned every coin. Each yuan saved painstakingly from gathering and selling herbs. He couldn't accept it. Seeing Li Mu refuse, the old master grew anxious. You stubborn kid. Just take it for now. Pay me back when you can. Li Mu shook his head again. Master, I truly can't accept it. Once my blueberry juice business gets going, the money will come. Please don't worry. The old master sighed, knowing he couldn't change Li Mu's mind, and reluctantly put the money away. Fine then. Do as you wish. But remember, one life only. Don't throw it away for money. If you're really in need, I have some medicinal herbs you can take to town and sell for a bit of cash. But that still wouldn't be enough. Not nearly enough to earn 1,000 yuan in one go. Suddenly, they heard chattering noises from behind the hut, not birdsong. Li Mu froze. Someone's here. He stood and walked toward the back, with his master following closely. When they arrived, Li Mu saw two martens locked in a fierce tussle, biting and clawing at each other. One marten had glossy, lustrous fur, clearly a prime specimen. Li Mu's eyes lit up. If I sell this marten pelt in town, it'll surely fetch a good price. He was just about to step forward and catch it, but his master stopped him. Wait, these martens aren't to be trifled with. You might end up getting bitten. Li Mu shrugged it off. Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. With that, he quietly crept closer to the two martens and suddenly lunged, only to miss completely. The two animals swiftly dodged, evading his grasp with ease. Unwilling to give up, Li Mu lunged several more times, but still failed to catch them. Worse, one of the martens managed to bite him, making him grimace in pain. The old master watched from the side, shaking his head. See? I told you, you're no match for them. Martens are sly creatures. They're not easy to catch. Li Mu gritted his teeth. Master, are these your pets? The old man blinked in surprise, then shook his head. What would I keep them for? They're neither edible nor drinkable. Li Mu scratched his head, puzzled. Then how come they're here with you? And they look so well fed too. The old master thought for a moment. Maybe they came down from the mountain. Wild animals occasionally wander around these woods. But martens are quite rare. I suppose this one might be some kind of local alpha. Hearing that, Li Mu's eyes sparkled. Master, if their pelts are this valuable, shouldn't we try to catch one and sell it for a nice profit? His master shot him a sharp glance. So now you're after the marten again? This creature is clever and full of spirit. It's no ordinary beast. Absolutely not. Li Mu had only half-jokingly brought it up anyway. In later years, martens would be classified as protected animals, and hunting them would soon become illegal. Though temptation stirred in his heart, he nodded rationally and decided to drop the idea. Master, do you know where I could find minks? Upon hearing this, the old master frowned. Why do you ask? Minks are precious animals. Their fur alone is worth a fortune, but they're not easy to come by. Usually, they live deep in remote forests. Li Mu perked up immediately. He'd already started plotting. Master, I was thinking, if I could find some minks and capture a few to raise, wouldn't that give us a steady supply of fur in the future? The old master stared at him wide-eyed. You've got some ambition, kid, but that idea isn't practical. Minks are delicate creatures. They don't survive easily in captivity. And even if you managed it, wouldn't you end up wiping out every mink on the mountain? Raising minks privately won't be an issue down the line. People rely on mink fur to stay warm in winter instead of wearing heavy coats. Besides, mink pelts are always in high demand on the market. If we can actually pull this off, we'd make a fortune. The more Li Mu spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see piles of cash waving at him. Chapter 123, Minks. The old master looked at Li Mu's money-hungry expression and couldn't help shaking his head. You young folks, all you care about is money, money, money. Do you think minks are easy to raise? Do you even know how to take care of them? Li Mu scratched his head and chuckled. Master, that's exactly why I'm asking you for advice. You've seen so much more of the world. Surely you've got a way. The old master sighed deeply, resigned. All right. I can see you've already made up your mind. Fine then. Let me first tell you about the nature of minks, and then you can reconsider whether you really want to raise them. Li Mu nodded quickly. Yes. Please go ahead, master. The old man began in a calm, measured tone. Minks like moist environments. They're usually found near streams and mountain forests. They feed on small fish and shrimp, rest during the day, and come out at night. Also, minks are extremely alert. At the slightest disturbance, they'll bolt. So catching them isn't easy at all. Listening, Li Mu felt a twinge of fear creep into his heart. But as soon as he thought of stacks of cash waiting ahead, he gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try anyway. Master, my blueberry juice business has just started. It's short on funds. If I could raise minks, wouldn't that solve my financial problems? Seeing Li Mu's determined look, the old man knew no amount of persuasion would work. He gave in. Fine. Since you're set on it, I'll lend you a hand. How are those rabbits doing? Oh, the rabbits? Li Mu replied. They're doing great. All fat and round. They're about to give birth to kits soon. Not bad. You've got some talent, raising rabbits this well. Here's what you do. Expand the rabbit pen a bit and clear out a space for the minks. But I'm warning you now, raising minks isn't easy. Be prepared mentally. Don't come blaming me if some die. Don't worry, master, I understand. So, master, what else should I keep in mind when raising minks? The old man thought for a moment. Minks have high environmental needs. You must keep their enclosure clean and hygienic, and disinfect regularly. Also, they're picky eaters. You'll need to prepare fresh small fish and shrimp for them, not just feed them whatever scraps you find. Hearing this, Li Mu grew a little uneasy. Raising minks seemed far more complicated than he'd imagined. But once again, thinking of the potential profits, he clenched his jaw and steeled himself to push forward. I understand, master. I'll pay close attention. So, what else do I need to prepare for mink farming? The old man looked at Li Mu and shook his head helplessly. You really are impatient, completely unable to stay calm. But since we've come this far, I might as well help you as best I can. He paused, then continued. First, build a shelter to protect them from wind and rain. You'll also need cages to house them separately, so they don't fight. On top of that, get some medicine ready in case they fall sick. Mink fur is delicate. If they get ill, it's trouble. Come on, I'll take you out to look for minks now. Without delay, the old master led Li Mu through a dense forest until they reached a clear, babbling stream. The place was damp, lush with vegetation, an ideal habitat for minks. The old man pointed toward a patch of thick grass ahead and whispered, "Look over there, behind that big rock. I think there are minks around." Following the direction he pointed, Li Mu spotted a large boulder. Behind it, something seemed to be stirring. Excitement surged through him. He was about to rush forward, but the old master grabbed his arm. "Not so fast. We have to sneak closer. Don't scare them off." With that, he guided Li Mu forward, treading softly and carefully. They hid behind a large tree, holding their breath. Soon, a furry little mink poked its head out from behind the rock, glanced warily around, then cautiously crept to the stream's edge and began drinking. Li Mu tensed, ready to dash out, but the old master pressed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Hold on. What's the rush? Wait, let's see if there are more." Just as he spoke, another mink, slightly larger, darted from a nearby thicket and walked straight to the small one, gently licking its head. "Master, what are we waiting for? There's a pair right there. If we catch them both now, it'd save us so much trouble," Li Mu whispered, eyes gleaming with excitement. The old man shot him a sharp look. "You and your shortcuts. Can't you see? That's clearly a mother and her pup. If you take them both, what will happen to the little one without its mother? How will it survive?" Li Mu immediately felt embarrassed upon hearing this. He scratched his head and said, "Master, you're right. I was too hasty. How about we just catch the bigger one and let the little one go?" That's more like it. However, minks are highly alert. We need to come up with a way to separate them first before making our move." Frowning, Li Mu thought for a moment and then suggested, "Master, what if I make some noise over there to scare the young one away? You stay here and keep an eye on the adult. Once its attention is diverted, we strike." The old master nodded approvingly. That could work. But be careful, don't get yourself in trouble." Li Mu acknowledged him quietly and cautiously circled around to the other side of the stream. Picking up a stone, he tapped it gently against another rock. Hearing the sound, the young mink quickly scurried off in fright. The larger mink also raised its head sharply, alert and scanning its surroundings. The old master quickly gave Li Mu a meaningful look, signaling it was time to act. Understanding instantly, Li Mu crept closer to the adult mink and suddenly lunged forward, but the creature dodged nimbly and escaped his grasp. After that commotion, the large mink was clearly startled and no longer dared remain in place. It turned and dashed into the nearby bushes. The old master and Li Mu exchanged a glance and immediately gave chase. Side by side, they wove through the thickets. The mink ran swiftly, forcing the two men to exert great effort before finally cornering it. Panting heavily, Li Mu stared at the trapped animal before him. "Now where will you run?" As he moved in to grab it, the old master suddenly blocked his way. "Wait, look at it. It's clearly calling for help. If we strike now, we might attract more minks." The old man pointed toward a patch of grass behind the mink. Li Mu froze instantly and looked closely. Sure enough, several young minks leapt out from the underbrush, baring their teeth and letting out sharp squeak warning cries. "Hey, these little ones aren't afraid of people at all." The old man reached out swiftly, but the adult mink was incredibly agile. With a quick twist, it slipped through his fingers, only to stumble directly into a hidden trap. A preset noose snapped tight around it. Seeing this, Li Mu rushed forward and grabbed the mink firmly by its hind leg, securing it completely. The mink thrashed wildly, emitting shrill cries of distress, while the remaining ones that hadn't escaped were caught in a large net the old man had produced seemingly out of nowhere.